Chapter 1. The universe has its own determined course, and the youth finds life in desperation. In the Eastern Kingdom, the ancient city of Dongjun, the Song family. Song Qian colluded with the evil cult according to family rules. He must be executed. In the martial arts arena, countless scions of noble families gathered, listening to the Grand Elder's proclamation. Those who are not of our kin must have differing hearts. Kill him, he must be slain. We cannot show mercy to a beast who colludes with an evil cult. I just heard that the Ouyang family has come to annul the engagement. All of this is the fault of Song Qian, turning our Dongjun's foremost family into a laughingstock. The arena was filled with an uproar of curses and condemnations. Song Qian, taken in by the family head in his youth, awakened his low-grade Xian Yang martial vein at the age of 5, astonishing the entire Eastern Kingdom. The late emperor personally bestowed upon him a marriage to the current princess, envied by many. Song Qian did not disappoint expectations, reaching the pinnacle of the third realm at the tender age of 17. Half a year ago, the late emperor passed away and the crown prince ascended to the throne. Under the pretense of mourning the late emperor, the new monarch summoned Song Qian to the palace, ostensibly to seize his martial essence. In the morning hall, facing several revered figures of the fifth realm, Song Qian fought fiercely for over 1,000 rounds before ultimately succumbing. In the end, his martial vein was seized and his cultivation lost. Once a peerless prodigy, now reduced to the foremost foe. The age-old truth remains unchanged. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. In the 6 months since returning to the Song family, Song Qian has endured endless humiliation, ultimately becoming a scapegoat for others. Song Lang, the second prodigy of the Song family, second only to Song Qian, lived perpetually in his shadow, leading to a twisted psyche. In a bid to enhance his cultivation, he allied with the evil cult, attempting to refine the lives of countless citizens. Unbeknownst to him, the plot was exposed, leading to a citywide hunt by the people of Dongjun. Now, to protect Song Lang, the Song family chooses to make Song Qian the scapegoat. The Grand Elder nodded in satisfaction at the expressions of the family's signs below. Song Qian, you waste, even at the brink of death, can still contribute to the family that is a worthy end. The Grand Elder leaned in close, mocking softly, why the long face? Cheer up. In Song Qian's eyes, bloodshot with indignation and humiliation, he nearly ground his teeth, forcing out a few words. When the rabbit dies, the hound is cooked. The Song family is doomed. Doomed? Ha ha! Hearing this, the Grand Elder seemed to find it a grand joke. Now that you face death, I shall speak plainly. I have heard you colluded with the evil cult. The Ouyang royal family arrived overnight, not only to annul the engagement, but also promised us a pact. As long as you are killed, my Song family shall become the guardians of the Eastern Kingdom, relocating the entire clan to the royal capital. Otherwise, do you think the family head would acquiesce to make you the scapegoat for my son? The Grand Elder's words pierced deeply into Song Qian's already shattered heart like a sharp blade. Turning his gaze into the distance, he saw the family head, Song Zhong, seated in the ancestral hall, facing the ancestral tablets, his back turned to Song Qian. In his final moments, he did not dare to look at him, an act that was nothing short of an acknowledgement of the Grand Elder's words. Having lost his martial vein was already a grievous blow, coupled with the humiliation suffered in the Song family over the past 6 months. Song Qian's injuries not only failed to heal, but worsened. Now, Song Zhong's silence became the final straw that broke the camel's back. In a fit of rage, Song Qian spewed a mouthful of blood, dying on the spot. As his blood soaked into the ground, a sword-shaped jade pendant lay buried beneath. With a drop of blood, the pendant recognized its master, transforming into a streak of light that surged into Song Qian's body. The life force that had been dissipating was halted, and Song Qian's consciousness was transported to a realm of nothingness. Was this place the underworld of Yanluo? Swish! Just as Song Qian was in a daze, and UNP Song Zhong was rendered speechless. In the presence of this once renowned youth, he was acutely aware of the profound guilt he harbored. However, as the head of the family, Song Zhong could not stand idly by while the other party slaughtered his kin. Chinner, when will grievances cease to be repaid? One must show mercy when it is within their power. Haha. Upon hearing this, Song Qian could not help but sneer. When will grievances cease to be repaid? It is easy for you to speak of mercy. Do not advise others to be virtuous without having endured their suffering. Had you experienced my pain, you would not necessarily possess my compassion. Were it not for the kindness you once showed in taking me in, you, who are weak and inept yet consider yourself noble, would now be nothing more than a corpse. Gripping the supreme divine sword, the long-buried resentment within Song Qian erupted at this moment. Though the crowd feared the bloodthirsty Song Qian, they could not help but feel that he was a young bull unafraid of tigers. Daring to challenge the esteemed head of the family? Let it be known that the head of the family has reached the pinnacle of the second realm, while you, Song Qian, though a rare sword cultivator, are merely at the peak of the first realm. The chasm between the first and second realms is as vast as the heavens and the earth. Do not advise others to be virtuous without having endured their suffering, Song Zhong murmured to himself. If he were to impose the other's experiences upon himself, he would honestly admit that he could not possibly show mercy when it was within his power. It was absurd to expect a mere 17-year-old youth to perform what he himself could not. At that moment, Song Zhong finally comprehended the extent of his egregious error. When words do not align, there is no need for further discourse. From this day forth, my Song Qian and the Song family shall be forever severed in our ties. Crack! Before the other could respond, a palm-sized ancient bronze mirror was crushed in Song Qian's hand. Qianer! Song Zhong's massive form trembled. This ancient bronze mirror is the supreme token bestowed upon our Song family by the Eastern Lord. With the mirror destroyed, the Song family shall face utter calamity. In response, Song Qian feigned ignorance, for from the shattered ancient bronze mirror, a faint yellow gas began to swirl forth. Upon sensing the emergence of the yellow gas, the supreme divine sword within him reacted. Seeing this, Song Qian was overjoyed and immediately harnessed the surrounding surging vitality, swiftly consuming the yellow gas. The origins of the supreme divine sword were extraordinary. It not only transformed into a martial vein, but also bore the legacy of the sword path. Buzz! After absorbing the yellow gas, the supreme divine sword emitted a resounding cry. The once dull blade now shimmered with a newfound luster. This yellow gas must be one of the 5 vital energies. Though incomplete otherwise, the enhancement would not be so minimal. Song Qian surmised, recognizing that this substance was concealed within the ancient bronze mirror, which had been bestowed by the Eastern Lord. It was foolish to think that the Eastern Lord and the mysterious energy were unrelated. Returning to reality, as he gazed upon Song Zhong and the remaining family members, Song Qian's gaze grew increasingly indifferent. 10 years ago, the Song family was merely an obscure little clan. Had it not been for my Song Qian, with my prowess challenging the Eastern Lord's ancient city, how could the Song family possess the merit to be the foremost family in the Eastern Lord's realm? As for the royal family's promised guardians, relocating the entire clan to the capital was merely a guise for murder. These thoughts remained unspoken, merely echoed in his heart. With ties severed, there was no need to waste words. After a moment of silence, Song Qian turned and departed without looking back. Stop! Song Zhong leaped forward to block him. Incredulous, they were dealing with a sword cultivator of unparalleled rarity. Even stripped of his martial vein, he was still an extraordinary talent. Given the Song family's current dire losses, he could not allow Song Qian to leave the clan willingly. Ha! Song Qian chuckled coldly, fully aware of the other's thoughts. Yet, a shattered mirror could not be restored. What was lost could never be regained. Swish! In a flash, a gleam of sword light surged forth, transforming into a primordial beast fueled by the surrounding vitality. Song Zhong, having witnessed great spectacles in his life, drew his second-tier superior sword without a moment's hesitation as he faced the beast formed from vitality. Crimson Sky Sword Slash. The second-tier martial art, Crimson Sky Sword Technique, was one of the Song family's signature skills, renowned for its ability to cleave mountains and shatter stones. Moreover, as the family head, Song Zhong executed the technique with consummate mastery, amplifying its might. The family head is truly serious. There is no choice. A rebellious sword cultivator poses an immense threat to the Song family. TSK, once a prodigy, now revealing his brilliance again, only to fall once more. Such a fleeting moment, truly a pity. At this moment, to the onlookers, Song Qian was already a corpse. Roar! A roar of beastly wrath reverberated through the heavens and the earth as the primordial beast opened its gaping maw, swallowing the attack whole. Song Zhong was horrified to witness his concentrated force, embodied in the crimson sky, being devoured in an instant. Before he could react, a razor-sharp sword chi struck forth. Slash! The sword chi veered by 2 centimeters, merely tearing the fabric of Song Zhong's robe without inflicting any mortal harm. Having brushed against the gates of the underworld, Song Zhong found himself unable to regain his composure for quite some time. I have said, you have shown me kindness, and I will not kill you. However, 3 strikes is the limit. Should you strike again, I shall show no mercy. As the cold voice of the youth echoed, the crowd suddenly awakened to the truth. The once prominent prodigy had truly returned. Having forced away a sword cultivator with boundless potential, the onlookers felt as if struck by lightning, their hearts in turmoil for an eternity. Chapter 2. With such a beauty, what more could one desire? The divine sword dissipated, and the vitality faded away. Song Qian appeared to be an ordinary person strolling down the street. Yet passers-by avoided him as if he were a venomous snake or a scorpion. The reason for this was not hard to discern. It stemmed from the previous rampant propaganda by the Song family, faced with a scoundrel who colluded with evil cults and sought to corrupt an entire city as populace. The public refrained from throwing rotten vegetables and foul eggs at him, for which Song Qian was grateful. Although he was wrongfully accused, Song Qian had no intention of clarifying his situation, after all. It is easy to spread rumors, but arduous to dispel them. That he still needed to head to the Dongjun residence to seek artifacts related to the Dongjuan's upper mysterious energy. Moreover, the Ouyang royal family was already en route, leaving him with little time to spare. With this in mind, Song Qian quickened his pace. Brother Song Qian. As he passed by a pharmacy, a sweet voice called out, causing him to halt. Turning around, he saw a strikingly beautiful girl with a proud stature rushing towards him. Without a hint of disdain for his blood-stained robe, she leaped into his embrace. After a moment of hesitation, Song Qian affectionately ruffled the girl's hair. Her name was Yao Yao, a childhood friend with whom Song Qian shared a bond akin to that of childhood sweethearts. Since the shattering of his martial veins, the attitudes of former friends, brothers, and even Song Zhong, who had been as dear as a father, had all turned hostile, filled with disdain, loathing, and even a desire to end his life. Only Yao Yao remained steadfast, unwavering in her loyalty. Song Qian reflected, during those 6 months of darkest despair, had it not been for Yao Yao's encouragement and comfort, he might have long since succumbed. Now, amidst the swirling rumors in Dongjun City, while the masses regarded him as a so-called scoundrel to be avoided like plague, Yao Yu still ran towards him without hesitation. Her unconditional trust rekindled a flicker of solace in his once fractured heart. Shopkeeper, the assassins are already waiting in the inner courtyard. Why are you suddenly running out? At that moment, a maid dressed as a servant rushed out from the pharmacy. Song Qian was taken aback by her words. Assassins, according to the law, those who committed heinous crimes were to be executed at noon atop Dongjun City. Originally, there were still a few days until Song Qian's execution, but due to the intervention of the Ouyang royal family, the Grand Elder could not wait and decided to strike first and report later. This led to the scene at the martial arts arena. Now, at such a critical juncture, Yao Yao had actually gathered a group of assassins. And her intentions were painfully clear. Brother Song Qian, you go sit inside for a while. I'll be back shortly. Upon hearing this, Yao Yao reluctantly released his arm and followed the maid towards the back courtyard. Temporarily abandoning his quest to reach the Dongjun residence, Song Qian stepped into the pharmacy. Observing the empty shelves, he noted only a few scattered, low-quality medicinal herbs. It was not hard to guess that the hefty sums required to hire assassins had drained the meager finances accumulated over years of running the pharmacy, along with selling off 99% of the precious herbs at a loss, barely covering the costs. For me, willing to part with all my wealth, to stake everything, with such a beauty, what more could one desire? Previously, Song Qian's heart had been solely devoted to his family, striving to make the Song family the foremost clan in the upper mysterious dynasty. Now, having seen the myriad facets of human nature, He understood that cherishing those before him was of utmost importance. "Brother Song Qian, I found you a robe. Try it on to see if it fits." Before long, Yao Yao emerged with a black long robe in hand. Lifting her gaze, she saw only an envelope with a stack of silver notes left on the counter, with Song Qian's figure already vanished. The letter contained brief and straightforward content. First, it explained the reason for his sudden departure. Second, it instructed her to use the stack of silver notes to purchase certain materials. Third, it stated to meet at the Westlake dock at noon tonight. "Miss, the group of troublesome assassins in the back courtyard has been dealt with. Is there anything else you need?" The maid, wiping the blood from her hands, stepped out from behind the door. "Nothing for now. I'm going out for a while. You stay here and attend to the family envoy." Understood. Meanwhile, Song Qian had also come to realize that Yao Yao was the only one in his life worth protecting, and he must ensure that she faced no harm. The prerequisite for this was that he must possess power that transcended all worldly forces. In the divine martial continent, strength was paramount. Only by standing at the pinnacle of martial arts could he guarantee a life free of worry for those he cherished. Thus, the Dongjuan's upper mysterious energy was something Song Qian must obtain at all costs. As the foremost power in Dongjun ancient city, the Dongjun residence was guarded by 5 powerful experts. Forceful acquisition was undoubtedly unfeasible. He could only wait until midnight for Yao Yao to bring him what he sought. With several hours still remaining until midnight, Song Qian seized this opportunity to attend to another matter, Huamian Lu, where red sleeves beckon from every corner, a place that ensnares the hearts of all men. As Song Qian crossed the threshold, beautiful women immediately swarmed around him. Regardless of whether the individuals were marauding brigands or scoundrels in league with evil cults, within Huamian Lu, as long as you had wealth. Exquisite wines, beautiful maidens, and sumptuous feasts were all at your disposal. "Young master, will you be dining or lodging?" A provocatively dressed siren lightly traced her finger across his chest, her voice sweetly intoxicating to T.O. this. Song Qian remained unfazed, coldly replying, "I'm looking for someone." "Cut it out. What kind of nonsense is this? Coming to Huamian Lu to look for someone? Are you out of your mind?" Upon hearing this, a group of beauties immediately unleashed a torrent of scorn upon him. Song Qian paid no mind to them and ascended to the second floor. The second floor was even more debauched than the first. Revelry under the bright daylight. Taking a deep breath, faced with such a scene, even Song Qian, with his remarkable composure, felt a surge of wicked energy rising within him at just a glance. His gaze swept across the room, finally resting upon a man clad in luxurious attire, possessing a handsome countenance. Song Lang, the only fish that slipped through the net. At a time when the Song family faced unprecedented peril, he was utterly absorbed in his debauched pursuits. Such a person was fully shielded by the family, while he, once a pivotal figure who led the clan to its zenith, found himself sentenced to execution at noon. Contemplating this, Song Qian could not help but feel a pang of sorrow. "Master Lang, there is someone over there who has been watching you. Is that a friend of yours?" The maiden draped across him pointed towards Song Qian in the distance. Song Lang, slightly bewildered, wondered who would seek him out at this hour. Raising his head, he was met with a visage reminiscent of a hellish judge. Startled, Song Lang stumbled back, nearly losing his balance, as the wine in his cup spilled across the floor. "Master Lang, why did you spill your drink all over me?" The maiden complained. "Get away." Song Lang pushed her aside, straightening his robe and meeting Song Qian's gaze with a feigned calmness. "What brings you here? Shouldn't you be pretending to be ignorant?" "Are we? How amusing." Song Qian interrupted him, summoning a mundane sword as he walked towards him. "You colluded with evil cults. Such a crime deserves death. Now, daring to escape, your punishment shall be doubled." As Song Lang stepped back, he activated a secret technique to assess Song Qian, discovering that he had actually restored his strength to the peak of the first realm. Alas, Song Qian sighed lightly. "Facing death, yet you still pretend to be oblivious. Aren't you tired?" "Huh?" Song Lang scoffed coldly. "Do you think you are still the unparalleled genius of yesteryear? Although I do not know how you restored your strength to the peak of the first realm. Do not forget, I am a late-stage second realm expert, second only to the family head. What do you have to contend with me now?" The last sentence was nearly a roar, as he faced the nightmare that had haunted him for decades. Bravely bolstering himself in such a manner, second only to the family head, "You truly are impressive." A faint smile crept across Song Qian's lips as he thought to himself, "Killing you requires only the first realm. Damn it. What are you laughing at? I'll kill you." Song Lang's mental state was on the verge of collapse. He could not bear to see the fallen Song Qian rise above him again. Luohan Nine Fists, Drunken Luohan. The Luohan Nine Fist was a mid-tier second-realm martial art, surpassing even his Qi Xiao sword technique. As this move was unleashed, the crowd erupted in astonishment. No wonder he was the Song family's foremost genius. A second-tier martial art was deployed with ease. Whoever is in trouble, young Master Lang is serious now that a young man who has yet to experience the utmost pleasures of life is about to meet his end. What a pity! Unfazed by the mockery, Song Qian remained indifferent. He took a deep breath, preparing to unleash the supreme sword technique he had inherited, for this one strike would sever all past ties. Sky-shocking divine light. A searing white light surged forth from the tip of his sword, exuding an aura of slaughter that reached the heavens above and the realm of the dead below. Witnessing this scene, everyone present was struck with terror. Stop! Just as the drunken Luohan was about to collide with the blinding white light, an ethereal voice echoed from afar. However, both Song Qian and Song Lang paid no heed, completely dismissing the presence of the voice. Brazen, upon perceiving the actions of Qian and Lang, the newcomer erupted with fury, unleashing a tremendous palm strike that descended from the heavens. Boom! The force of the strike was so potent that it directly countered the lethal attacks from Qian and Lang. The subsequent gusts of wind generated by the impact forced the two men back several hundred steps. Aside from Qian and Lang, the remaining onlookers were so terrified that they fainted with a soft thud. Song Qian fell to one knee, his left hand pressed against his chest as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. In stark contrast, Song Lang fared even worse, his injuries severe enough to suggest blood was seeping from all 7 orifices. A third-tier powerhouse. The words sprang simultaneously to the minds of Qian and Lang. Only a third-tier powerhouse could unleash such a terrifying assault. Suddenly, 2 figures of unparalleled elegance, one clad in red and the other in white, descended from the sky. The woman in red was strikingly beautiful, her fair skin radiating a refined and noble aura that captivated all who beheld her, leaving them feeling inadequate and reluctant to tarnish her grace. This individual was none other than the current princess, Ouyang Tinglan. She cast a cold gaze upon the injured Song Qian in the corner, her sharp brows and starry eyes giving her a countenance akin to that of a jade crown. Though her attire was soiled, evoking distaste. "Are you Song Qian?" Ouyang Tinglan stepped forward, looking down from her elevated position, her tone laced with arrogance. "Who are you?" Song Qian, unfamiliar with the person before him, could only surmise that such youthful strength could only belong to the Ouyang royal family within the entire Xiangshuan dynasty. Ouyang Tinglan retrieved a marriage contract from her bosom. My name is Ouyang Tinglan. I have come to inform you that we are no longer of the same world. Song Qian was taken aback. As the princess, Ouyang Tinglan seemed to have no prior dealings with him. Ouyang Tinglan remained silent, her gaze drifting to his abdomen, where he bore a low-grade Xianyang martial vein. Unfortunately, it had been rendered useless. Song Qian frowned, displeasure etched upon his face. "What are you staring at? I am speaking to you." The mention of his crippled martial vein rekindled a flicker of disdain within him towards Ouyang Tinglan. "A mere waste. What qualifications do you have to question me? You only need to know that I have revoked the marriage bestowed by the late emperor." Ouyang Tinglan's voice was devoid of warmth, yet her eyes betrayed a hint of sympathy. The former paragon of the heavens had sunk to a state of despair following the destruction of his martial vein, ultimately descending into collusion with a sinister cult. "Do you have any objections?" Though her words were phrased as a question, Ouyang Tinglan did not await a response. Instead, she channeled her true energy, reducing the marriage contract to mere dust. It was evident that Song Qian's opinion held no significance. Haha! Witnessing the scene, Song Lang could not suppress a scornful laugh, his eyes brimming with contempt. A crippled martial artist dares to aspire to the princess of the realm. What a farce! Sighing in disappointment at Song Qian's dazed expression, Ouyang Tinglan continued, "The dissolution of our engagement is not my desire. It is simply that our statuses are worlds apart." As she spoke, her gaze shifted from Song Qian's abdomen to the iron token hanging at her waist. Inscribed with the characters Qing Xian, the Qing Xian Tianzong was the foremost power in Yaoguang Prefecture, with strong individuals aplenty, each capable of obliterating the Xiangshuan dynasty. Ouyang Tinglan's entry into such a force signified her extraordinary talent. Even with Song Qian's extraordinary temperament, he found himself astounded. Noticing his astonishment, Ouyang Tinglan's lips curled into a satisfied smile, for she knew that teaching someone to fish was far more beneficial than merely giving them a fish. "I possess a 4th-tier technique that can aid you in reconstructing a fine martial vein. Consider it compensation for our annulled engagement." Furthermore, regarding the matter of your collusion with a sinister cult, I have already suppressed it. I hope you will soon find your path and not stray further into darkness. Without waiting for his response, Ouyang Tinglan thrust the technique into his hands before departing with the woman in white, soaring away on the wind. Was that the first paragon you often speak of? Indeed, but due to certain circumstances, he has become a crippled waste, now languishing in brothels. Upon hearing this, the woman in white contemplated her own palm. Where a shallow sword wound marred her skin, it was insignificant for a fifth-tier powerhouse. After the two women departed, Song Qian gazed thoughtfully at the technique in his hands. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to accept it. One should never refuse a gift offered freely. Who would have thought you had such a connection with the princess? On the other side, Song Lang had already recovered significantly from his injuries through the application of techniques. Unfortunately, you are no longer the unrivaled paragon of years past. Now, you are merely a waste that I shall soon eliminate. With a swift motion, he drew his sword, and a head flew from its shoulders. Such a golden opportunity, and you chose not to flee. Instead, you waited until they had departed to mock me. Are you seeking death? As Song Qian removed the storage ring from his opponent's finger, he shook his head in lamentation. Chapter 3. Innate Full Spiritual Power, the True Prodigy. On Dongjun Long Street, at the mouth of Westlake Pond, Song Qian sat cross-legged on his bed, the fourth-tier technique bestowed by Ouyang Tinglan resting upon his lap. This technique was named the 8 Directions of Abundant Treasure Record. Those who practiced this technique could condense the 8 Directions treasure platform within their dantian. The 8 Directions treasure platform could store the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and refine it into true energy. Aside from the inability to generate martial vein supernatural powers, it was indistinguishable from ordinary martial veins. However, the difficulty of practicing this technique was immense, requiring vast amounts of rare materials to condense the 8 Directions treasure platform. Fortunately, today he had acquired a considerable amount of spiritual stones and some low-grade spiritual herbs, allowing him to barely condense the 3 Directions treasure platform. According to the records, Song Qian's spirit entered the dantian, and he began the process of condensing the treasure platform. To his surprise, the process was unexpectedly straightforward. The Supreme Divine Sword seemed to sense Song Qian's intent and cooperated in condensing the treasure platform. In just 3 hours, the 3 Directions treasure platform was successfully completed. As Song Qian attempted to channel the treasure platform to refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he made a groundbreaking discovery. The spiritual energy refined through the Supreme Divine Sword's martial vein transformed directly into usable true energy. Moreover, after undergoing a second refinement through the 3 Directions treasure platform, it could even advance to the spiritual energy possessed by third-tier powerhouses. Refining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into true energy through a martial vein typically required a certain amount of time. The higher the tier of the martial vein, the less time was necessary. For example, refining the spiritual energy of a yellow-tier martial vein took about 3 days, a Xian-tier martial vein took 1 day, and a earth-tier martial vein took half a day. Even the legendary heavenly-tier martial vein required approximately half an hour. Now, any spiritual energy entering the Supreme Divine Sword's martial vein could be directly converted into true energy. Such an incredible ability showcased the uniqueness of the Supreme Divine Sword's martial vein. This meant that in future battles, not only could he utilize spiritual energy far surpassing that of his peers, but he could also recover his physical strength at an astonishing rate after combat. Taking a deep breath, Song Qian struggled to contain his excitement over this monumental discovery. Goo goo. Just then, an odd bird call echoed through the air. Song Qian turned to the window, where the bright moon hung high, indicating it was already midnight. Oh no, I've lost track of time during my training and forgotten our appointment. Quickly stowing away the 8 Directions of Abundant Treasure Record, Song Qian hurried outside. Following the sound, he arrived at a narrow alley, where a woman clad in white stood, blowing a soft whistle under the moonlight. Her delicate skin, serene demeanor, and enchanting eyes exuded a gentle charm, particularly accentuated by the moonlight that rendered her almost ethereal. Caught off guard by this scene, Song Qian found himself momentarily dumbfounded. A light laugh broke the spell, snapping Song Qian back to reality. Yao Yao, with how long I've known you, this is the first time I've seen you make such a face. She teased, covering her mouth with a giggle. Ah, well, the moonlight is quite lovely tonight, Song Qian replied sheepishly, scratching his head, feeling an odd sensation akin to being caught in the act of spying. Is the moonlight more beautiful than me? Yao Yao took graceful steps toward him, a playful smile gracing her lips. Faced with such unexpected charm, the usually composed Song Qian found himself flustered. Hee. Witnessing his reaction, Yao Yao couldn't help but laugh out loud. Song Qian, you remain as bashful as ever, utterly unamused by my teasing. Realizing he had been playfully mocked, Song Qian felt no anger, merely joining her in light-hearted laughter. By the way, did you manage to procure everything I wrote down during the day? Amidst their banter, Song Qian did not forget the matter at hand. The 10 directions array flags, the Xian Jin Dao brush, and the essence of the savage beast, Yao Yao recounted, presenting him with the storage ring. All accounted for. Taking the ring, Song Qian observed Yao Yao, who bore no traces of cultivation. After a brief moment of contemplation, he produced the 8 directions of abundant treasure record from his robes. I have a 4th-tier technique that can help practitioners shape a fine martial vein. As you possess a body without a martial vein, this technique is perfectly suited for you. 4th-tier technique, Yao Yao gasped, covering her mouth in disbelief. Is this truly a gift for me? Yes, Song Qian nodded affirmatively. All right, I will strive to cultivate diligently and catch up to you, Song Qian, grasping the technique with unwavering determination. Yao Yao's eyes sparkled with resolve. Go for it. I believe in you. Ruffling her hair affectionately, Song Qian encouraged, practice tonight, and if you encounter any difficulties, I will teach you tomorrow. As she was about to depart, Yao Yao could no longer suppress the question that had long troubled her. Brother Song Qian, the items you asked me to procure are all necessary for arranging formations. Are you, perchance, a formation master? The moment the words left her lips, Yao Yao felt a pang of regret. Becoming a formation master is no easy feat. Merely the requirement of possessing a 10th-level spiritual power has deterred nearly 99% of aspirants. Consequently, there are but a handful of formation masters in the entire Eastern June ancient city. However, the subsequent words of Song Qian illuminated to Yao Yao the true meaning of genius. You are indeed correct. I am, in fact, a formation master. Song Qian nodded, affirming her conjecture before elaborating further. Due to the overwhelming brilliance of my Earth-level inferior Xin Yang martial vein, my innate talent for spiritual power has often been overlooked. In truth, I possess innate full spiritual power. Upon hearing this, Yao Yao was rendered speechless, her astonishment beyond the capacity of words to convey. Innate full spiritual power. For the average individual, achieving 1st or 2nd level spiritual power allows one to read quickly and retain information effortlessly. Innate full spiritual power denotes a natural endowment of 10th level spiritual power. Such a prodigy, within the vast populace of 1 billion in the Upper Xian dynasty, is likely unparalleled. Hush, Song Qian gently shook his head, signaling her to keep this revelation under wraps. I only discovered this after my martial vein was rendered useless. Ever since, I have diligently pursued the path of formation, and I am now a peak 1st level formation master. These words, Yao Yao clasped her small mouth in disbelief. She was nearly suffocated by the shock of encountering a self-taught peak 1st level formation master. Well, it wouldn't be entirely accurate to say I am self-taught. I have consulted several ancient texts on formations. Song Qian waved dismissively. Yao Yao found herself at a loss for words. After bidding farewell to her, Song Qian stealthily approached a towering wall under the cover of night. This wall, soaring hundreds of feet high, was forged from indestructible black gold blood soil, renowned for being impervious to those below the 5 realms. Casting a glance at the bright moon above, Song Qian realized his time was limited. Let us begin. He positioned several 10-direction formation flags at specific locations, then dipped his Xianjin Dao pen into the blood of a fierce beast. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the pen and began inscribing the formation's runes upon the wall. The inscribing of runes is the most critical and intricate step in arranging formations, where even the slightest error could lead to catastrophic failure. A mistake could result in the complete loss of effort, or worse, a backlash that leads to death. Thus, to become a formation master, one must first possess spiritual power that far exceeds the norm, 10th level spiritual power. After a mere half-quarter of an hour, Song Qian lay exhausted on the ground, having nearly depleted his spiritual power to complete the inscription of this formation. Not far away, on the roof, 2 women watched the scene unfold. It truly is a 1st-level formation. He did not deceive me. One of them remarked, Miss, if this person still possessed his Earth-level martial vein along with his 1st-level formation master status, he could barely maintain a 9th-grade guest elder position in our family. What a pity. Beside Yao Yao stood a red-haired maid from the apothecary. Astonishingly, her cultivation had reached the 4th realm. There is nothing to lament. All is predestined. Yao Yao murmured to herself while holding the 8-direction Rui treasure record. The Qing Xian Tian sect is certainly a commendable destination. Chapter 4. The Supreme Treasure, the Great Sun Shumi Picture, relying on the nearly monstrous recovery ability of his Supreme Divine Sword Martial Vein. Song Qian's nearly exhausted spiritual power was restored in mere moments. He smiled at the nearly flawless formation on the wall with satisfaction. Let me infuse some true qi to test its efficacy. A stream of milky white gas flowed from his fingertips, a product of the Supreme Divine Sword's refinement, distinct from ordinary true qi. Whoosh! As the true qi was injected into the wall, it spread through the intricate interwoven runes in no time at all. In the next moment, the entire formation seemed to come alive, emitting a faint white glow. Observing this, Song Qian did not hesitate. He swiftly passed through. Upon entering the Eastern June residence, he could distinctly sense that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth here had ascended to a new dimension. Buzz, a faint sword hum resonated within him, and Song Qian was pleasantly surprised. The Eastern June Upper Xian Qi truly lay hidden within the Eastern June residence, following the guidance of the Supreme Divine Sword. He navigated through numerous obstacles and ultimately arrived in a study. The room was filled with expensive paintings, ancient tomes, and rare artifacts, the worth of which was staggering, amounting to tens of thousands of spirit stones. Reflecting on how he had pilfered only a few hundred spirit stones from half of the Song family members today, Song Qian couldn't help but sigh. No wonder people often say that 10 Nanyang banks are worth less than a single Eastern June residence. After his moment of reflection, Song Qian wasted no time. With a sweep of his hand, he gathered all the treasures in the room into his possession. However, he found it peculiar that despite having cleared the room of all its items, the Supreme Divine Sword within him remained utterly unresponsive. This shouldn't be. Have I perhaps mistaken the room? Song Qian pondered, resting his chin on his hand in confusion. According to the Supreme Divine Sword's guidance, objects containing the Eastern June Upper Xian Qi must surely be in this study. How could he not find them? Could it be that there exists a hidden door within this room? Just as he was deep in thought, the sound of a door creaking open interrupted him, and 2 figures entered the room. Upon seeing the empty study, they felt a jolt of alarm. Trouble was afoot. For a thief had infiltrated their home. That item must not undergo any mishap. The 2 exchanged glances and quickly approached a desk. The middle-aged man reached beneath the table and began to fumble. And with a click, a hidden door swung open. Witnessing this scene, Song Qian thought to himself, indeed, there is a hidden door. Fortunately, as long as that treasure remains, this is not a significant issue. The next moment, the 2 emerged from the hidden door, one of them holding a scroll. The instant the scroll appeared, the Supreme Divine Sword within Song Qian stirred restlessly. It was evident that the Eastern June Upper Xian Qi lay concealed within that scroll. As the 2 reveled in their relief that the precious item had not been stolen, they remained oblivious to the shadow that descended silently behind them. With a swift motion, Song Qian executed a precise strike. Incapacitating both individuals with overwhelming force, he gently caught them as they fell, placing them on the ground without a sound. Seizing the scroll from the middle-aged man's grasp, Song Qian held it in his hand. A gentle surge of power coursed through his arm, swiftly spreading throughout his body, ultimately absorbed by the Supreme Divine Sword within him. Buzz, bang, the sound of a sword hum and a muffled thud resonated within Song Qian simultaneously. The sword hum was undoubtedly from the Supreme Divine Sword, while the muffled thud was unmistakably the sound of breaking through to the second realm. As a martial artist, I've broken through. Realizing this, Song Qian was filled with joy, thinking, indeed, it is the complete Eastern June Upper Xian Qi. I have only absorbed less than 1/10,000th of it, and yet I have managed to break through. Just as Song Qian was reveling in his thoughts, the previously unconscious middle-aged man suddenly awakened. He grabbed Song Qian by the ankle and shouted, "Help, thief! Oh no, I must have been too gentle," Song Qian thought with alarm. Realizing he had underestimated the situation, he could only make his escape. Breaking free from the middle-aged man's grip, he swiftly leaped out the window. Thief! A throng of servants armed with torches quickly surrounded the study, sealing it off completely. Fortunately, the cultivation levels of the servants were generally low, mostly first-realm martial artists, with only a few second-realm martial artists present. After determining his escape route, Song Qian drew a weapon, preparing to carve a path through the encirclement. Clang, clang, clang. As swords clashed, a line of bodies fell, and in a matter of seconds, Song Qian forged a bloody path in the daylight. I would need to exert effort to kill a first-realm martial artist. Now, having broken through to the second realm, dealing with a first-realm martial artist feels like slaughtering a dog. he mused, glancing at the corpses littering the ground behind him, gripping his sword tightly and murmuring to himself. This individual possesses formidable strength. We cannot stop him. Hurry, go to the inner courtyard and summon a high-ranking servant. One of the servants shouted, "We cannot linger here." Song Qian decided to retrace his steps. Meanwhile, in the room, a youth clad in luxurious garments slowly rose from the floor. Watching Song Qian's retreating figure, he queried, "Father, the great Sun Shumi picture is our family's treasured heirloom. Are we truly allowing that thief to take it?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man gradually stood upright, brushing off the dust from his clothes. This person scaled the walls and entered with a clear objective. He must have uncovered some hidden truths. Our family has possessed the great Sun Shumi picture for over 300 years. And apart from our esteemed ancestor, no one else has been able to glean anything from it. Now that someone has come to our doorstep, I shall turn the tables on him." As he spoke, the middle-aged man walked to the window, shedding his disguise in the moonlight. If Song Qian were present at that moment, he would undoubtedly be astonished to recognize this individual as the master of the Eastern June residence, the sole authority of Eastern June ancient city, Dongjun. Meanwhile, Song Qian, having shaken off the throng of servants, arrived at the wall where he had previously set the formation. Whoosh! Infusing true energy, the formation activated. And with a swift movement, he traversed the surrounding walls. With a flick of his hand, he retracted the formation flags. As Song Qian hurriedly navigated the bustling streets and narrow alleys, he pondered the path ahead. According to the original plan, he intended to stealthily extract the treasure and return to the West Lake Tonko. However, with the plan now compromised, the forces of the Dongjun Manor would inevitably seal the city gates and conduct a thorough search. He had to escape the ancient city of Dongjun before dawn. Within the ancient city, the Dongjun Manor held absolute control. The only option left was to flee, and swiftly before the city was locked down. Given the relationship between him and Yao Yao, if he departed alone, she would undoubtedly face repercussions. Contemplating Yao Yao, a delicate lady who might very well be bullied in his absence, Song Qian resolutely decided to take her along and venture into the world together. Without hesitation, he spurred his horse towards the apothecary operated by the rival. Knock, knock, knock. Song Qian rapped on the door for quite some time before faint footsteps descended from within. "Who is it? At this late hour?" A somewhat languid voice emerged from inside. "It's me, Song Qian," he replied. The wooden door creaked open, revealing Yao Yao, yawning. "Brother Song Qian, what brings you here at this hour? There is no time for explanations." "Quickly gather your belongings," he urged, taking her hand and leading her inside. "We must escape the ancient city before dawn." Upon hearing that they were fleeing the ancient city, Yao Yao's expression shifted as she hurriedly inquired, "Brother Song Qian, where are you planning to go? It's an urgent situation. Just pack your things first that I'll explain on the way," he pressed, having sensed that multiple powerful auras were converging towards their location. There was no doubt that these were experts dispatched by the Dongjun Manor. "All right, I'll pack my things right away." Noticing her anxiety, Yao Yao ascended the stairs without further questioning. "Miss, he seems to be in grave danger. Should I take action?" A crimson-haired maid spoke from within the chamber. "No, let us remain still for now. We shall assess the situation before making any decisions," Yao Yao said after careful consideration. "When the time comes, you'll follow behind us. And if anything seems off, you may act." "Understood, my lady." Chapter 5. Trading hand for foot. The moon set, ushering in the darkest hour before dawn. In the wilderness, a white horse galloped swiftly. "Brother Song Qian, can you now tell me what has transpired?" The two figures atop the horse were none other than Qian and Yao Yao, who had successfully fled the ancient city of Dongjun. "This is a long story," Song Qian began, recounting the details of his attempt to steal from the Dongjun Manor. He deliberately concealed the matters concerning the supreme divine sword and the Eastern Monarch's upper celestial energy. It was not out of distrust for Yao Yao, but rather to protect her from the potential calamities tied to the sword's immense power. "I see." Yao Yao nodded thoughtfully upon hearing his account. "Our destination is Zhantian Ancient City, which lies near the front lines and is teeming with all sorts of individuals. Even the likes of the Dongjun Manor would lack the capacity to conduct a thorough search there." Gripping the reins, Song Qian detailed their escape route. However, Yao Yu seemed disinterested, choosing instead to press her face against Song Qian's back and softly ask, "Brother Song Qian, do you like me?" "Huh?" Song Qian was taken aback. He could not comprehend why Yao Yao would choose this moment to confess her feelings. Although he knew the answer in his heart, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Thus, he intended to feign ignorance and deflect the question. Yet, youth being what it is, though he did not voice it, His body betrayed his emotions. Noticing the sudden quickening of his heartbeat, Yao Yao smiled. "If you like me, why not speak the truth?" Her voice was cool and detached, as if laden with hidden meanings. What truth? Song Qian felt a jolt of alarm. Could it be that she had uncovered his thoughts? "Stop!" Suddenly, a loud shout echoed from behind. Turning around, they saw a dark figure racing towards them. Realizing the formidable aura of the approaching figure, a term sprang to Song Qian's mind: a third realm expert. A third realm expert could traverse 1,000 miles in a day, far surpassing the speed of an ordinary steed. With just his white horse, it was merely a matter of time before he was overtaken. There was no means of evasion. He could only prepare for a desperate fight. "Whoa!" Bringing the horse to a halt, Song Qian handed the reins to Yao Yao, instructing, "While I engage in battle with that individual, you must make your escape on horseback." "And what will you do?" Yao Yao asked, her expression tinged with worry. "That I possess second realm cultivation and can hold my own against him, but if I find myself outmatched, I will retreat. That we shall meet at Zhantian ancient city by noon tomorrow." With that, Song Qian grasped his weapon and charged towards the approaching figure. 9 Heavens, shocking God! Faced with a third realm expert, Song Qian did not dare to underestimate the threat and unleashed a formidable attack. "Humph, mere tricks, and you dare to flaunt them here?" The dark figure scoffed, entirely dismissing Song Qian's assault. "Taste my heavenly eye-severing slash." Gripping a pair of soul-severing twin blades, the figure countered without hesitation. Clang! The blades collided with Song Qian's weapon, unleashing a terrifying force that flattened trees within a radius of several dozen meters. Boom! The ground beneath them erupted into a deep crater. Even horses 100 meters away were stirred, restless and eager to flee. "Behave." Noticing the horse's agitation, Yao Yao gently stroked it. The horse's pupils turned a deep green, and it soon calmed down. Meanwhile, the battle between the two combatants reached a stalemate. "Kid, what sword technique are you employing? How could you withstand my lethal strike?" The dark figure was astonished that Song Qian, with merely an unnamed sword technique, could endure a blow from his high-tier weapon and advanced martial arts combined with spiritual energy. Song Qian remained silent, but his heart was filled with trepidation. Indeed, third realm experts were formidable, as even the supreme sword technique proved ineffective against them. Thus, he had no choice but to utilize his other trump card, spiritual energy, drawing upon the power of the 3 sacred platforms within him. A torrent of immense spiritual energy surged forth. With the infusion of spiritual energy, the might of the supreme sword technique instantly escalated. "Kill!" Song Qian bellowed, swinging his weapon down with all his might. The dark figure's pupils constricted in surprise, as he evidently did not anticipate that Song Qian had yet to unleash his full potential. Crack! A crisp sound resonated as a thin crack appeared on the high-grade soul-severing twin blades. With the force of Song Qian's full-powered slash, not only did the soul-severing blades suffer damage, but the dark figure also sustained significant internal injuries, evidenced by the blood he coughed up, mixed with fragments of internal organs. "This is impossible." The dark figure stares, seizing the fleeting opportunity presented by the shadow's momentary distraction. Song Qian swiftly broke free from his restraints, without a hint of hesitation. He forsook his sword and fled. His desire to engage in battle had vanished entirely, for he understood all too well that cornering an adversary could provoke a frenzied counterattack. Moreover, his primary objective was escape, not the act of killing. Upon leaping from the deep pit, he discovered that Yao Yao had not departed ahead. She had remained, waiting for him. Chapter 6. After 12 years of arduous cultivation, I dare to challenge the Empress to the netherworld. The previous moment had been perilously dangerous. Had he fallen, she would have been but a lamb awaiting slaughter, with no avenue for escape. Grasping the reins, Song Qian chastised Yao Yao for her reckless behavior. Showing little regard for her own safety. In response, Yao Yao remained silent. She extended her arms from behind and embraced Song Qian, pressing her face tightly against his back, whispering softly, "If you were to perish, what meaning would my existence hold?" "What?" Faced with Yu Yao's unexpected confession, Song Qian's mind buzzed, leaving him momentarily dazed. Not receiving a reply, Yao Yao lifted her head, about to inquire why he remained silent. At that instant, her gaze fell upon an alarming sight. The path ahead had vanished, replaced by a sheer cliff of unfathomable height. "Be careful. There lies a precipice ahead," Yao Yao exclaimed in alarm. "What?" Song Qian's distracted thoughts were abruptly yanked back to reality. Fixing his gaze upon the towering cliff, he hastily yanked the reins, The white horse beneath him let out a resounding neigh and halted perilously close to the edge, dismounting to assess the situation. Song Qian could only think of one phrase: Wuji Cliff. The terrain of the Xiangshuan dynasty predominantly featured vast plains, with cliffs being a rare occurrence. The towering Wuji Cliff was the only one of its kind, located to the southwest of the ancient city of Dongjun. Yet, therein lay the conundrum. The ancient city of Zhantian was situated to the northeast of Dongjun, while Wuji Cliff lay to the southwest. Separated by tens of thousands of miles, had they taken a wrong turn? Song Qian scratched his head, utterly perplexed. The frailty of an ant was evident, even in its limited imagination. At that moment, a voice filled with overwhelming authority echoed through the air. Who approaches? Song Qian instinctively shielded Yao Yao behind him, his intuition warning him of the imminent danger. This day had finally arrived. Recognizing the familiar voice, Yao Yao pondered that the 12-year-long scheme was nearing its conclusion. I am Long Chen, known to the world as the Northern Star Divine Monarch. A towering figure descended from the distance, gliding through the air, an adept of the fifth realm. Song Qian's heart surged with astonishment. A fifth realm master could not only traverse the void but also possess the ability to move mountains and redirect rivers. This sudden emergence of Wuji Cliff was a manifestation of this self-proclaimed divine monarch's might. Relocated from thousands of miles away, though Song Qian struggled to comprehend the situation, he was profoundly shaken. Aunt, if you willingly surrender the treasured item, I may allow you to keep your life intact. Long Chen declared haughtily, his words dripping with arrogance. The Dongjun residence is truly formidable. It has summoned a fifth realm master for the sake of a mere painting. Song Qian mused self-deprecatingly, realizing that while he might contend with a third realm cultivator, facing a fifth realm opponent was a different matter entirely. Unless he could summon the supreme divine sword within him, his fate was sealed. What nonsense is this Dongjun residence? I am the 72nd holy son of the Qingming divine sect, here on orders to reclaim the ancestral treasure, the Qingming divine sword. Long Chen scoffed at Song Qian's mention of the Dongjun residence, dismissing it as a mere gathering place for ants unworthy of his attention. The Qingming divine sword. Song Qian's mind went blank. He had never anticipated that the target of this confrontation was the supreme divine sword residing within him. Heh, Long Chen chuckled lightly, observing Song Qian's reaction. The Qingming divine sword is indeed in your possession. However, an ant remains an ant. Even if it obtains a sword of unparalleled might, it cannot wield an ounce of its power. That I alone am the true master of the Qingming divine sword. In an instant, Long Chen extended his hand, preparing to breach Song Qian's defenses and forcibly extract the sword. The speed of a fifth realm master was such that Song Qian had no time to react. Instinctively, he pushed Yao Yao away, seeking to shield her from harm. Presumptuous. A cool voice resonated through the the space before Song Qian twisted. A delicate, fair hand emerged, weaving a mystical gesture that conjured a water barrier that absorbed Long Chen's assault entirely. Long Chen murmured, his expression momentarily grave as he sensed the surrounding spatial fluctuations. He had not anticipated encountering a spatial cultivator in such a desolate region. Holy son of the demon sect, how dare you massacre the prodigies of my Jiuzhou territory? As the water barrier dissipated, an extraordinary figure stepped forth from the void. Who are you to know my identity and dare to intervene? Long Chen's gaze was fierce, fixed upon the newcomer. Does the title of Holy Son of the Demon Sect hold such weight? You wish to slaughter the prodigies of Jiuzhou, yet I am powerless to stop you? As she mentioned her name, the extraordinary figure hesitated momentarily before declaring, I am Luo Jinxian of the Qingxian Heavenly Sect. Luo Jinxian? I have not heard of you. Long Chen replied, his hands clasped behind his back, an overwhelming aura enveloping the area. But are you truly willing to oppose me for the sake of such an insignificant ant, divine monarch? The extraordinary figure couldn't help but chuckle coldly at his words. Just because the world calls you a divine monarch due to your martial lineage, you truly believe yourself to be a deity. Today, I shall witness the prowess of this demon sect holy son whom they have elevated to the heavens. With that, the extraordinary figure raised a hand and unleashed a palm strike. In an instant, the world dimmed. A torrent of overwhelming spiritual energy surged forth, resembling a vast celestial river. An ant shaking a tree. Long Chen remained unfazed, lifting his right hand into a fist, dragon elephant divine fist. With a single punch, he unleashed a cataclysmic force. An ethereal dragon elephant, towering 1,000 feet high, materialized in the void. Facing the celestial river rushing towards him, the dragon elephant roared and charged forward. Boom! The collision of the 1,000-foot dragon elephant and the cascading river produced a thunderous explosion, leveling the surrounding forest for miles in an instant. The towering Wuji cliff, standing at 10,000 feet high and 1,000 feet wide, trembled ominously, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, the extraordinary figure had erected a barrier of water at the cliff's summit before the confrontation, sparing Song Qian and Yao Yao from disaster. With the initial clash concluded, neither Long Chen nor the extraordinary figure displayed any intention of halting their battle. In a flurry of movement, they began to engage in a contest of spells from afar, unleashing an array of breathtaking and formidable high-tier martial techniques. Not only was the surrounding landscape on the brink of devastation, but even the seemingly impenetrable spatial barrier began to show signs of fracture. Her power is astonishing. Observing the extraordinary woman fighting to protect him, Song Qian recognized her as the white-clad figure who had accompanied Ouyang Tinglan earlier. "Brother Song Qian, do you know this woman?" Yao Yao asked. Noting his reaction. In response, Song Qian did not hold back, recounting how the white-clad woman had severely injured both him and Song Lang with a single palm strike at Wamanlo. "I had assumed she was a third-realm cultivator, but it seems my understanding was limited." In that moment, Song Qian recognized his own insignificance. The battle that could rupture the fabric of space itself was beyond his capabilities. Even at his peak. In the void, the extraordinary figure was engrossed in combating Long Chen, yet she cast a glance toward the summit of the cliff. To her astonishment, she found that during this opportune moment for escape, the other party had not fled but was instead observing the confrontation. "What are you doing? Hurry and run." Despite her impeccable upbringing, the extraordinary figure could not suppress her exasperation. "Oh right, running." Song Qian finally snapped back to reality. This was not the time for idle chatter. "We must flee." As he attempted to grasp Yao Yao's hand to escape on horseback, he was met not with her gentle grip, but with the cold steel of a dagger. Swish! The dagger plunged directly into his dantian, and a familiar, indifferent voice echoed, "Brother Song Qian, I apologize." "Why?" Song Qian turned stiffly, his face ashen and his eyes wide with disbelief, since his martial veins had been severed and he had witnessed the darker sides of humanity. He had ceased to trust anyone. The only exception had been Yao Yao, his childhood companion who had stood by him through 12 years of trials, never wavering even in his lowest moments. This trust had led him to lower his guard, placing his back in her hands. Yet, it was precisely this person, the least likely to betray him, who chose this critical moment to do so. Just a few hours earlier, Song Qian had vowed to devote his life to protecting her, a conviction that now crumbled with the dagger's intrusion. Heh, Yao Yao smiled silently, as if awaiting something. Do not smile. I demand an explanation. Her mere smile dealt a heavy blow to Song Qian's already fragile emotional state. Grabbing her shoulders, he shouted in anguish, "Why?" Observing the nearly deranged Song Qian, Yao Yao desired precisely this reaction. With a swift motion, she retracted her hand and withdrew the dagger. Upon the tip of the blade, there gleamed a meticulously crafted jade pendant shaped like a sword. Grasping the jade pendant, an extraordinary force coursed through her entire being, awakening the martial veins that had lain dormant within her for many years. Elated by this revelation, Yao Yao ceased her torment and began to elucidate. "Brother Song Qian, you have always been exceptionally intelligent. Surely, you must have realized that I am allied with Long Chen, that we both seek the Qingming divine sword. But I arrived a full 12 years earlier than he did." These words, Song Qian felt as though struck by lightning. 12 years of companionship had amounted to nothing more than a mere sword point. 12 years spent with family, only to become estranged due to the obliteration of his martial veins. The memories of the past, once vibrant, now felt as insubstantial as mirages, nothing but empty illusions. In that moment, the very foundation of Song Qian's existence crumbled. He found himself questioning the purpose of his life. Suddenly, a resonant sword cry echoed within his dantian. "Live for yourself." Following this declaration, an ancient, distant voice resonated, awakening him from his stupor. As his murky gaze began to clear, he realized that the grievances of his ruined martial veins and the betrayal that robbed him of the sword remained unavenged. "I cannot perish just yet. I must live for myself. I shall ascend to the pinnacle of martial arts." At this moment, the shattered tenets of Song Qian's belief were reforged, this time, not for others, but for his own sake. Yet, as realization dawned, Song Qian sensed something amiss. The supreme divine sword had already been seized by Shangguan Yao. Had it not, confounded, he hastily turned his attention inward to his dantian. There, the supreme divine sword's martial veins still stood firm. Indeed, the supreme divine sword had transformed into a martial vein, merging with him. Clapping his hands in epiphany, He understood that the sword-shaped jade pendant taken by Shangguan Yao was merely an empty shell. Ah, Shangguan Yao, how could you not foresee that the Qiming divine sword you meticulously schemed to acquire is but a hollow facade? Returning to reality, Song Qian struggled to conceal his elation, adopting a facade of despondency. He murmured, was it truly worthwhile to scheme for 12 years over a mere sword? Hearing this, Yao Yao smiled silently, revealing her martial veins along with her cultivation level, 5th realm, in the ethereal void. An extraordinary figure had been observing the situation between Qian and Yao. Upon realizing Yao Yao's 5th realm cultivation, she was taken aback. How foolish are the ordinary folk to only perceive the surface. Observing the oblivious figure, Longchen scoffed without restraint. What does this paltry cultivation signify? The martial vein is the essence. Behind Yao Yao stood a humanoid specter, adorned in a dragon robe and crowned with a phoenix headdress. Exuding an innate imperial aura, the Empress Martial Vein, one of the most prestigious martial veins throughout history. Those who possess this martial vein, provided they do not meet an untimely demise, will invariably attain the status of an emperor. The first female empress, a wielder of this martial vein, single-handedly pierced a hole into the heavens, ascending to the legendary divine realm. 12 years of scheming, and I have awakened the Empress Martial Vein. Do you think it was not worth it? Ignoring the reactions of others, Yao Yao's gaze remained fixed on Song Qian, as if his admiration were the only validation she sought. Song Qian let out a cold laugh. Offering no response, he stepped slowly to the edge of the cliff. Confronted by the sheer drop of 10,000 feet, and without a moment's hesitation, leapt into the abyss. His form plummeted rapidly, vanishing from the sight of the 3 powerful 5th realm cultivators within mere seconds. At this moment, regardless of your Empress Martial Vein, what can you accomplish? After I rebuild myself over the course of 12 years, I shall dare to send the Empress to the underworld. The mountains echoed with Song Qian's defiant declaration. This was his retort to Yao Yao, as well as the goal he set for himself, to surpass Shangguan Yao, the wielder of the Empress Martial Vein, within 12 years, on the cliff, witnessing Song Qian's leap into the void. The extraordinary figure saw no reason to linger any longer. She raised her hand, tearing open a rift in space, and vanished within. As she departed, she cast a glance back at Longchen and Yao Yao. Silently contemplating, the Qiming demon sect already possesses a divine martial vein, and now it has gained the Empress Martial Vein as well. The Jiuzhou continent may be in grave peril. Chapter 7. Male Pet? After I rebuild myself over 12 years, I shall dare to send the Empress to the underworld. Who would have thought that a mere insect could utter such grandiose aspirations in its final moments? Observing the tenacious Song Qian, who preferred to shatter than to yield, Longchen felt a surge of admiration within. Grand aspirations. Yao Yao appeared unfazed, even amused, dismissing it as nothing more than a line borrowed from a tale she had read too many times. Enough, we have acquired the Qingming divine sword. It is time for us to depart. Neither Longchen nor Yao Yao intended to pursue the fleeing figure or expend energy searching for whether Song Qian had truly perished at the cliff's base. Their mission was accomplished, and it was time to return to the sect. Miss, wait. Old servant. Just as they were about to leave, a withered figure hurried from behind. It was the shadowy figure who had previously attempted to thwart Song Qian. To be defeated by a mere novice in the 2nd realm, do you still have the face to return? Upon meeting this envoy from her family, Yao Yao had initially assumed he was formidable, only to discover he had been rendered legless by Song Qian. Miss, that boy is no ordinary person. His bone density rivals that of dark iron. Had I known this in advance, I would never have failed. Clutching his severed legs, the shadow knelt on the ground, his pitiful demeanor eliciting little sympathy. I have no interest in your excuses. Save your words for the Qingtian division. With that, Yao Yao cast a teleportation talisman, vanishing into the void alongside Longchen, leaving the bewildered shadow behind, lamenting, Miss, it's fine to go to the Qingtian division for punishment, but you must take me along. Without my legs, I fear I won't make it to the 5 domains. With a flash, a talisman flew from the void, landing before the shadow and transforming into a portal. From within, Shangguan Yao's impatient voice echoed, when you exit, do not mention that you are from the Shangguan family. I cannot afford that shame. Meanwhile, having leapt from the cliff, Song Qian timed his descent carefully. Just 100 meters from the ground, a flash of white light erupted in his hands, revealing a pair of jet-black wings. The wind-slicing sky wings, one of the treasures of the Song family, had been discovered in Song Lang's storage ring. Utilizing these wings, Song Qian successfully avoided a gruesome demise, once again escaping death as he landed. Song Qian coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Damn it, after 12 years of companionship, even if it was all a ruse, did she really need to be so ruthless? Glancing at the fist-sized hole in his abdomen, Song Qian couldn't help but curse. Yet, when he recalled that the effort expended by his adversary had merely yielded an empty shell, he couldn't suppress a chuckle, due to the severity of his abdominal and arm injuries. Song Qian could only sit down where he was and begin to cultivate to heal. Channeling the supreme divine sword's martial vein, he refined a vast quantity of true energy to fill the wound, temporarily staunching the bleeding. Concerned that Long Chun and Yao Yao might descend the cliff to investigate, Song Qian, after a brief recuperation, rose to continue his journey toward the ancient city of war. Atop the cliff, the extraordinary figure returned that a singular, eerie vertical pupil opened on her forehead, surveying the situation at the cliff's base. Oh, that's how he was able to breach my protective barrier, she mused. Glancing at a small wound on her palm, a remnant of Song Qian's earlier strike with the supreme sword technique, that I risked my life to save you, not for any personal gain, but with the hope that you will achieve something significant in the forthcoming battle between good and evil. As dawn broke, the sun rose in the east. Weary, Song Qian arrived at a small, sparsely populated city-state. Due to the obstruction caused by the shadowy figure in Long Chun, coupled with the loss of his steed, Song Qian's travel speed had significantly diminished. Even with his utmost effort, he could only reach a city located 100 miles from the ancient city of war, Shangguanyao. She even applied poison to the dagger. Feeling the searing pain radiating from his abdomen and the toxin spreading to his very marrow, Song Qian's head spun, his consciousness wavering, as if he might faint at any moment. I cannot succumb now. I must find a medical facility. Though he thought this, after just a few steps, his vision blurred, and he collapsed to the ground. Liuji, I'm stepping out for a moment. Keep an eye on this patient. His injuries are quite severe. All right. Liuji stood guard at the door. Sister Xiaoli, don't forget to bring Liuji some candied hawthorn. As the voices of conversation drifted to his ears, Song Qian's awareness gradually sharpened. Where is this place? As Song Qian sat up from the bed, he surveyed the room's decor, which undoubtedly belonged to a young lady. However, to his astonishment, he discovered that his wounds on his arms and abdomen had been expertly bandaged. The poison that had afflicted him seemed to have been alleviated, and the excruciating headache had subsided. Suddenly, a sound of the door creaking open drew his attention, and a figure stealthily entered the room. Noticing this, Song Qian quickly lay back down, observing the unfolding scene. The newcomer, a scholarly young man in his mid-20s, headed straight for a large vermilion cabinet in the corner. The cabinet was secured with a hefty lock, which the scholar fumbled with until it finally clicked open. He rummaged through the contents, ultimately retrieving a stack of land contracts and silver notes. Molly, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. You brought this upon yourself. Who asked you to refuse my marriage proposal, causing me to waste so much time and effort? Consider these silver notes as compensation. The scholar gazed at the substantial silver notes and the immensely valuable land contracts in his hands. He knew the Mo family was wealthy, but he never anticipated their affluence to be this grand. Truly, they were the richest in Luoqing. A gentleman loves wealth, but he acquires it through honorable means. Just as the scholar prepared to depart with his plunder, Song Qian, who lay on the bed, spoke up. After careful observation, he concluded that the scholar possessed no martial prowess whatsoever, merely an ordinary man. Even in his severely injured state, Song Qian was more than capable of subduing such a commoner. Who are you? The scholar trembled in shock. Nearly dropping the silver notes from his grasp, he quickly scanned the room and was taken aback to see a bare man lying on the bed. How could a naked man be found in Molly's boudoir? As his gaze fell upon Song Qian's exposed upper body, an uncontrollable fury ignited within him. He had never considered that Molly's refusal of his advances stemmed from her keeping a male companion. How dare this wretched male companion seduce Molly? You shall pay with your life. Without waiting for Song Qian to respond, the scholar seized a nearby stool and hurled it towards him, with a swift flick. Song Qian unleashed a strand of true energy, shattering the stool into splinters. A look of annoyance crossed Song Qian's face. If he heard correctly, the man had just referred to him as a male companion? Yumi Jasmine was momentarily taken aback, then turned her gaze in the direction indicated by Lu Yuan. There, she beheld Song Qian gripping the land deed tightly in one hand, and upon glancing at the corner, she noticed that the gilded lock of the large vermilion cabinet had been pried open. Witnessing this scene, Jasmine could not help but furrow her brow. That it's not what you think. I had no intention of stealing your land deed. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Song Qian attempted to explain himself, but before he could finish his words, Lu Yuan interrupted him with a raised hand. The evidence is right before us. What more is there to explain? Are you suggesting that the land deed simply flew into your hands? As a well-educated man, Lu Yuan's eloquence was formidable. He recounted how he had personally witnessed this individual prying locks and committing theft. He had attempted to intervene, but as merely a first-tier mortal, he was no match for Song Qian. Not only had he allowed the thief to seize the wealth, but he had also been severely injured in the process. As Lu Yuan spoke, he lifted his garments to reveal extensive bruising on his abdomen and a row of ribs that were ominously fractured, an outcome of having received a punch from Song Qian. What significance does it hold to accuse the thief? Song Qian observed Lu Yuan, whose silver tongue twisted the facts, and although his expression remained impassive, a flicker of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. This is outrageous. Just then, a loud voice erupted from the entrance. The crowd turned to see an elderly man with white eyebrows and another in a gray robe who had arrived unannounced. Second grandfather, Elder Han. What brings you here? Jasmine nodded slightly to the newcomers. The white-browed elder was the head of the Mo family, possessing formidable power at the peak of the Second Realm, a nearly invincible figure within Luo City. The elder in gray was the Mo family's grand elder, slightly less powerful than the white-browed elder, but equally notable among the strong in Luo City. Little Lu instructed Liuzi to fetch second grandfather and Elder Han. Liuzi, holding a chessboard, peered out from behind the two elders. It turned out that Lu Yuan, aware of his inability to contend with Song Qian, had taken the opportunity to summon the two strongest members of the Mo family during the conversation between Qian and Li. The white-browed elder fixed his piercing gaze on Song Qian and declared, "Young man, you are the first to dare steal from the Mo family and injure others in the process," merely taking Lu Yuan's word as gospel. He hastily reached a conclusion, leaving Song Qian incredulous about how such a person could ascend to the position of family head. Nonsense. I have been the head of the family for over 70 years. It is not for you to instruct me, the elder continued. I know little Lu's character well. He would never falsely accuse an innocent person without just cause. As for you, boy, you appear unfamiliar. You are certainly not from Luo City. But you bear a resemblance to those from that wicked cult. Having held the position of family head for so many years, it was the first time he had been reproached by a younger person, inciting his ire. Meanwhile, two women arrived at the Mo residence. How could Tinglin's treasured possession end up in such a desolate place? I am merely following orders. The reasons are not for me to disclose. The newcomers were Yue, a personal maid of Ouyang Tinglan, and Yue, the legitimate daughter of the Yi family from the imperial city. Their purpose for coming was to retrieve a treasure lost by the Ouyang royal family many years ago. Hearing Yue's response, Yue smiled lightly, unfazed. In 3 days, we have searched the entirety of Luo City, and this is the last residence remaining. I suspect that the so-called treasure has already been claimed by someone else. Impossible. The information regarding the Luo City treasure has always been under the royal family's control. How could outsiders possibly know? Yue, caught off guard, failed to realize she had fallen into a trap set by Yue. Oh, so Luo City truly harbors a treasure. Thank you for the information. Miss Yue. A playful smile appeared on Yue's face as she vanished in a flash. Damn it. I've been ensnared. Realizing she had been deceived, Yue hurriedly activated her agility to pursue. Chapter 9. Golden Bones. So, you all are determined to accuse me of theft. After a series of negotiations, Song Qian had finally discerned the true nature of those before him. No matter how he explained, they remained adamant that he had stolen their wealth and harmed others. I have no desire to repeat myself. You would do well to return the land deed and silver notes. And we may spare your life. Of course, should you wish to test our resolve, we old fellows are more than willing to engage you to the end. With that, the two centenarians rolled up their sleeves. A comical sight indeed. Observing this scene, Song Qian couldn't help but let out a cold laugh, reflecting on how he had originally intended to assist them in recovering their losses, only to be met with hostility. Was this what they meant when they said that no good deed goes unpunished? Second grandfather, Song Qian, please refrain from arguing. There may be some misunderstanding here. As tensions rose, Jasmine chose to intervene, positioning herself between the white-browed elder and Song Qian, signaling for calm and restraint. From her recent observations, Jasmine had noted that Song Qian appeared utterly disinterested in the invaluable land deed, given that the medical expenses he had earlier mentioned far exceeded its worth. This suggested that Song Qian came from a wealthy background and likely regarded such a sum as trifling. Indeed, Jasmine's predictions were not far off the mark. After all, Song Qian had just plundered a significant portion of the Song family's assets and acquired a wealth of precious calligraphy and paintings from the Dongjun residence. With his current value estimated at a minimum of 10,000 spirit stones, a mere 1,000 taels of silver was hardly worth his attention. Lear, your heart is far too kind. You would lament for hours even if you accidentally stepped on an ant. Second grandfather cannot protect you forever. I must make you aware that some individuals do not deserve kindness. With that, the white-browed elder exchanged a knowing glance with Lu Yuan, who instantly understood, Little Li. You are naive and unaware of the malice that lurks within the hearts of men. Come here so I can explain it to you in detail. Lu Yuan stepped forward, taking Jasmine aside. Without Jasmine's intervention, it became a standoff between Song Qian and the white-browed elder, neither willing to yield. Boy, I see you are still young and likely a first-time offender. I shall grant you another chance. Now, return the silver notes and land deed, and bow 3 times to express your apologies, and we shall consider this matter settled. The white-browed elder stroked his white eyebrows. Having already made the greatest concession to avoid the embarrassment of being accused of bullying the young. When words do not resonate, I have no desire to waste further breath. With a swift motion, Song Qian tossed the silver notes into the air, scattering them like flowers in the wind. That I also offer you a piece of advice. It is not too late to back down. After battling with the shadow the previous night, Song Qian had ascertained that his peak combat power lay just above the peak of the second realm and below the early stages of the third realm. In other words, he was invincible beneath the third realm and could trade blows equally above it. Boy, you were overstepping. The sight of Song Qian scattering the silver notes enraged the white-browed elder, whose vital energy surged within him. Dragon claw hand. The elder lunged forward with astonishing speed, his left hand resembling a dragon's claw, aiming straight for Song Qian's heart. You brought this upon yourself, faced with the elder's lethal assault. Song Qian's gaze turned icy as he drew a sword from his storage ring. Do not mistake my silence for weakness. I am no mere sickly cat. A single strike from this sword can end you. Even at your peak second-tier cultivation. Stop. Suddenly, a voice rang out from above, halting the elder mid-leap. Who goes there? The white-browed elder, suspended in mid-air, was filled with dread. He could scarcely believe that there were hidden figures present. Why stop them? Why not let the show continue? It would be far more entertaining. This person had once been the young lady's fiancé. Although they had since broken off the engagement, the young lady still harbored some guilt towards him. If he were to ignore the situation, she would surely be displeased. On the roof, Ware and Yayue stood poised. In their quest for the treasure, they had thoroughly searched the Mo residence, leaving only Jasmine's chamber unexamined. However, upon their arrival, they had witnessed the unfolding events. Recognizing that the situation was spiraling out of control, Ware finally decided to intervene. May I inquire which esteemed individual has graced the Mo residence? I apologize for the lack of proper welcome. The white-browed elder, who had received no response for some time, spoke once more. Please, come down. We have been called esteemed individuals. The 2 women descended through the broken tiles, stirring up a cloud of dust. Cough, cough. If you both have a door, why must you come crashing through the roof? Are you lacking in common sense? Lu Yuan coughed amidst the dust. Your clothing is untainted by dust. Are you both half-step third-realm cultivators? The white-browed elder exclaimed in astonishment. Despite being enveloped in dust, the 2 women remained immaculate, their garments untouched, a sign of half-step third-realm power. Looking at the newcomers, Song Qian felt a sense of deja vu, and quietly sheathed his sword, preparing to watch the unfolding drama. Might I ask the purpose of your visit to our humble abode? The white-browed elder's demeanor shifted from arrogance to cordiality as he welcomed them with a smile. I am Ouyang Yuera from the Ouyang family. For the sake of friendship, let us put an end to today's events. The moon, with an expression of indifference, remarked, Ouyang? Isn't that from the Xiangshuan royal family? Upon hearing this, the elderly man with white eyebrows staggered, nearly falling to the ground. Indeed, the moon nodded, releasing him. Consider it a favor owed to you. Given that it was Lady Yu who spoke, there was no reason to refuse. At that moment, the elderly man was all smiles, a stark contrast to his earlier demeanor. Someone, fetch this young master Song Qian a fine robe, and have the kitchen prepare a feast. The elderly man intended to host a banquet for the guests, but was halted by Yu's raised hand. No need. We have matters to attend to and must take our leave. After resolving the situation, Yu and Yishuang departed in succession, neither casting a glance at Song Qian throughout. So she is a maid of Ouyang Tinglan. No wonder she seemed familiar, Song Qian finally recalled as he watched Yu's retreating figure. Yet, once the 2 women had left, the atmosphere in the room reverted to its original state. The elderly man with white eyebrows was about to speak, but was directly interrupted by Song Qian. Apologies, but I generally refrain from wearing clothing offered by dogs, especially those who are unreasonable with that. Song Qian retrieved a long robe from his storage ring and brushed past the Mo family members. Witnessing this, the elderly man and Elder Han felt their anger surging, yet found themselves powerless. This filthy brat from a remote village, how fortuitous to have ingratiated himself with the royal family. Should there be a next time, you shall surely meet your end, the elderly man silently vowed as he observed Song Qian's departure. Fury filled Lu Yuan's eyes. Having suffered such a significant loss today, would it simply be brushed aside? Wait, please wait. A melodious voice called out, and Song Qian turned to see that it was actually Emily chasing after him. Your name is Emily, correct? Song Qian recalled her name. Yes, I can't believe you remember my name. Emily exclaimed, hands on her hips, panting. I never expected you, a severely injured individual, to walk so swiftly. I almost couldn't catch up. Haha, the more one walks, the quicker their pace naturally becomes. Song Qian replied playfully, conveying that he bore no ill will towards the woman who had aided him, but rather felt a sense of gratitude. To be willing to assist someone entirely unrelated to herself, surely she possessed a kind heart. Naturally, Song Qian treated kind individuals with warmth. By the way, won't your elder reprimand you for chasing after me like this? It's fine. My elder has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. He won't blame me, Emily said as she handed him a package of medicinal herbs. I've already ground this medicine for you. Take some time to apply it yourself. Oh, how generous. Song Qian was taken aback. Having just had a falling out with the elderly man, she was now offering him medicine. It was indeed too generous. A healer's compassion is nothing to speak of. May I see the wound on your arm? Emily recalled the golden light radiating from his bones during her previous treatment. My arm. Song Qian, not thinking much of it, unwrapped the bandage, revealing a wound deep enough to see the bone. It truly is golden bones. Emily gasped, marveling at the sight. It was documented in ancient texts that indestructible golden bones truly existed. Golden bones. Song Qian, uncertain about the change in his bones, recalled the shadow's astonishment at his skeletal strength, likening it to dark iron that he had not practiced any body-refining techniques. When had his bones turned golden and able to withstand a fatal strike from a third-realm expert? Could it be? Chapter 10. Kill you, and the treasure shall be mine as well. After bidding farewell to Emily, Song Qian retrieved a scroll from his storage ring. This was the precious item obtained from the Dongjun residence, containing the supreme chi of the Dongjun Shangxuan. Reflecting on the extraordinary events of the past few days, Song Qian believed the most likely catalyst was last night. At that time, the Dongjun Shangxuan chi circulated throughout his body, assisting him in breaking through realms while also transforming his physique. This was what fortified his bones to be as unyielding as dark iron, radiating with golden light. Unrolling the scroll, he beheld an image of the sun. So vividly real it was as if it could not be more authentic. Truly, as expected of a treasure infused with the Dongjun Shangxuan Qi, it was evidently extraordinary, though Song Qian could not comprehend the mysteries contained within the sun. His intuition suggested that besides the Dongjun Shangxuan Qi, the scroll harbored other unknown secrets, perhaps even a martial technique. Halt! Before Song Qian could contemplate further, a familiar cold shout rang out. Turning to look, he found Lu Yuan, known for his vengeful nature, accompanied by a dozen martial artists. Do you remember? I said I would make you pay the price. With support behind him, Lu Yuan strode forward brazenly. The individuals from the royal city who aided you have already departed from Luocheng. Let's see what means you possess now. Persistent as a ghost. Are you seeking death? Song Qian scoffed. Had it not been for Ouyang Yu's intervention, I would have drawn my sword, and every last one of you would have perished. Ha! Kid, are you truly foolish or merely pretending? Lu Yuan laughed heartily. Can't you see the situation? Each person behind me is an elite of the Haisha gang. 1 against 10 is trivial, not to mention that Ouyang Yu has already left. Even if she hadn't, my Haisha gang's elites would show her what it means to face society's brutality. Finished, Song Qian dug at his ears, showing clear impatience. If you wish to fight, then do so. Stop whining like a woman. Impudent brat. Brothers, draw your blades, and beat him to death. At Lu Yuan's command, the dozen martial artists surged forward. In response, Song Qian yawned nonchalantly, then slowly drew a sword. Qi Shao sword slash. For a group of first-realm rabble, Song Qian couldn't be bothered to utilize his supreme sword technique. A second-tier martial art would suffice. His true energy surged violently into the sword, coalescing at the tip into a blazing Qi Shao. Wait, that's the Qi Shao sword technique of the Song family from Dongjun. Recognizing the Qi Xiao, Lu Yuan suddenly recalled, "Your name is Song Qian. You are from the Song family." The elites of the Haisha gang froze in place. They had long heard of the Dongjuan's first family, the Song family. Despite the Haisha gang's dominance in Luocheng, they were insignificant in the face of the Song family. "Rest assured, I have severed all ties with the Song family. There is no need to concern yourselves with their feelings," Song Qian said with a slight smile. "Oh, so you were expelled from your family. No wonder you were so severely injured upon arriving in Luocheng." Lu Yuan nodded. "But even if you are a member of the Song family, dying here in Luocheng means that even the King of Heaven could not find your remains. Brothers, do not fear. I will take responsibility if anything goes wrong. Just go all out," Lu Yuan boldly declared, and the elites of the Haisha gang finally dared to strike. With a whoosh, the elites leaped into action, surrounding Song Qian with steel blades. Unfazed, Song Qian found his footing, then swung his sword. A blazing Qi Xiao shot forth like a fireball. Bang, bang, bang. 3 resounding explosions echoed, akin to a perfect bowling strike. The steel blades in the hands of the elites melted into molten iron upon contact with the Qi Xiao. If the steel blades met such a fate, one could only imagine the fate of their bodies. The so-called elites, under the onslaught of the Qi Xiao, suffered severe burns or were reduced to ashes, leaving not a trace behind. My Qi Xiao sword technique has evidently reached the great perfection stage. Having not employed it for half a year, Song Qian was unaware when his Qi Xiao sword technique had advanced to great perfection. With a thud, Lu Yuan's legs weakened, and he collapsed to the ground. "Song, young Master Song, it is all my fault for offending you. I beg for your mercy. Please let me go." "Haha," Song Qian chuckled upon hearing this. "You are quite amusing. Before the fight, I repeatedly urged for peace, yet you, emboldened by a mere Haisha gang, insisted on riding atop me. Now, having witnessed your so-called elite slaughtered by my sword, you plead for mercy. How ironic." Slowly approaching, Song Qian pressed his sword against Lu Yuan's neck, saying, "Had I known this would be the case, why bother with the initial restraint? Please don't kill me. I know a secret. I will barter this secret for my life." Feeling the murderous intent emanating from the sword tip, Lu Yuan was so frightened that he nearly soiled himself. "What secret?" Song Qian raised his hand to cover his nose and mouth, a look of disdain on his face. "A century ago, before Luocheng was established, a fifth realm expert was in seclusion here. Now, 100 years later, that powerful being has long since ascended. Surely, countless treasures remain within their cave. The 2 royal city women earlier were likely here for those treasures. Luocheng is so vast. Trying to find a tiny cave is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Are you jesting with me?" Song Qian replied impatiently. "No. No. I have pinpointed the location. It's in Mo Li's bedroom. To be candid, I stealthily infiltrated the chamber of Jasmine not only to pilfer some treasures, but also to investigate the entrance to the cave. However, by sheer coincidence, I encountered you at that moment, which led to Lu Yuan's elaborate tale that stirred Song Qian's interest. After all, it is the lair of a formidable fifth realm expert, and the relics left behind must be invaluable. How did you come by information regarding the cave?" "In an ancient tome titled The Historical Chronicles of Luocheng. If you don't believe me, you may verify it on page 9527. Line 306. Lu Yuan, fearing disbelief, even provided the exact line number. Upon hearing this, Song Qian realized Lu Yuan was telling the truth. "But where is the location? How can you be so certain that the cave lies within the Mei family?" "I, a simpleton, spent 3 years scouring Luocheng before daring to conclude that the cave indeed resides within the Mei household. Young Master Song, if you spare my life, the treasures left by the fifth realm expert shall be yours." Lu Yuan gazed at him with hopeful eyes, pleading for his life to be spared. Song Qian chuckled without uttering a word. "After all, should I end your life, the treasures would still belong to me." Whoosh, a flash of sword light cut through the air, and Lu Yuan's head fell to the ground. Having witnessed the recent events, Song Qian had gained clarity regarding Lu Yuan's character. Should he show mercy this time, Lu Yuan would undoubtedly return with a stronger entourage to hunt him down. Chapter 11. The Spatial Jade Soul in the Mei Family's Council Chamber. Second Grandfather. Although Song Qian has committed theft, it is not a crime deserving of death. You are asking me to mix lethal poison into the medicine, intending to condemn him to death. Jasmine knelt, her voice resolute. Heh. It seems my Mei family has navigated Luocheng for many years without suffering such a significant loss. The elder with white brows stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Having regained his former authoritative demeanor, the boy has not been flayed and dismembered, which I consider an act of mercy. Yet Jasmine wished to voice her objections. There is no yet. You are the legitimate eldest daughter of the Mei family. Family interests must come first. The elder's words were sharp, leaving no room for rebuttal. Outside, in search of the stronghold of the expert, Song Qian returned, fortuitously overhearing the schemes of the white-browed elder and his associates. Heh, glancing at the finely ground medicinal herbs in his hand. Song Qian chuckled self-deprecatingly. With a swift motion, he summoned his spiritual energy, transforming it into a flame that consumed the herbs entirely. After this brief interlude, Song Qian took a quarter of an hour to locate Jasmine's chamber. Ensuring no one was present, he gently opened the door and stealthily slipped inside. Lacking specific information about the cave's entrance, Song Qian had to conduct his own investigation. However, despite his meticulous search, he found no trace of the cave. This cannot be. The room is so small that an entrance to the cave would be impossible to conceal. Could it be that the so-called treasures do not exist at all, merely a ruse concocted by that scoundrel Lu Yuan? Song Qian harbored grave doubts, suspecting Lu Yuan had deceived him, that there was no stronghold here. Suddenly, a shadow darted past the window, prompting Song Qian to hide quickly. In the next moment, a familiar figure entered the room. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was Ouyang Wei, as mentioned by Lu Yuan, who had already exited Luoqing. Lu Yuan's guess was indeed correct. Ouyang Wei and her companions were indeed targeting the stronghold of the expert. Song Qian silently affirmed, now convinced that Lu Yuan had not lied to him. There truly was a stronghold here. Gasping for breath, Ouyang Wei inwardly rejoiced, finally having shaken off the annoying Yishuang. Who are you calling annoying? Another shadow entered the room. It was the returning Yishuang. Did you really think I was deceived? I was merely toying with you. Seeing the relentless Yishuang, Ouyang Wei wore a helpless expression. Why are you here again? This is not the time for explanations. The owner of this room will return shortly. Quickly, produce the key. Yishuang disregarded Ouyang Wei's expression and urged her to reveal the key to the cave. How do you know about the key? Ouyang Wei's face was filled with shock. The matter of the key was a closely guarded secret, even as the personal attendant of the current princess. She had only recently learned of it from her mistress. Many years ago, a fifth realm expert went missing from the royal family and left behind a key for the current emperor. This is what my father informed me. Why Yishuang explained though. Ouyang Wei responded, realizing that Yishuang's father was the head of the Yi family in the royal city and a close friend of the current emperor. This clarified matters. Subsequently, Ouyang Wei produced a Yinyang dual fish jade pendant from her bosom, placing it in the center of the room. Heaven and earth boundless, sun and moon harmonious, swiftly and successfully. Open. Ouyang Wei chanted incantations while infusing a strand of true energy into the pendant. The pendant then automatically embedded itself into the stone floor, and the Yinyang dual fish began to operate, tearing open a gap in the ground. It turned out the cave's entrance was right beneath their feet. But it required the key to access. From the beams above, Song Qian observed everything. The opening on the ground was small, barely allowing one person to pass through. Ouyang Wei and Yishuang exchanged glances before each executed their respective techniques. Whoever entered the cave first would have a greater chance of obtaining the treasures. Song Qian followed closely behind. The passage was not only exceedingly narrow but also pitch black, rendering one unable to see their own hand in front of their face. However, this was precisely what Song Qian desired. Even if he stayed within 100 meters of the two women, he would not be detected. At the end of the passage lay a stone chamber, adorned with countless luminous pearls that illuminated the room brightly. At a glance, in the center of the chamber stood a lavish bed made of golden silk nanmu, upon which lay a man and a woman. The man was extraordinarily handsome, while the woman was breathtakingly beautiful. The two were entwined in slumber, yet their bodies bore no sign of life, evidently having perished long ago. However, the lingering martial aura surrounding them indicated that their martial prowess had undoubtedly reached the fifth realm. Two fifth realm experts, indeed. The Ouyang family possesses formidable depth, Yishuang remarked in awe. Across the entire Shangshuan dynasty, fifth realm experts were scarce, primarily comprising the ancestors of various families. It was hard to fathom that the Ouyang family had already possessed two such young fifth realm experts centuries ago. Just two fifth realm experts, nothing more. Our Ouyang family has many. Although taken aback by the sight, Ouyang Wei composed herself, maintaining her facade before outsiders. Just as the two women conversed, a gust of wind swept through, and the two on the bed disintegrated into dust, leaving only a pile of bones. With a clatter, a dark green jade soul dropped to the ground, emitting a soft sound. That is the spatial jade soul, Yishuan exclaimed, The legacy of these two Fifth Realm experts must be contained within. Ouyang Yuer and Yi Shuang exchanged glances, then unleashed their utmost speed, aiming to seize the spatial jade soul. Whoosh! A blinding flash of sword light surged from behind, forcefully separating the two women. Who? They shouted in outrage, a despicable scoundrel daring to launch a sneak attack, just as the two women were cursing. Song Qian quietly approached the bed and picked up the fallen spatial jade soul. Who dares to covet the imperial treasures? Upon witnessing Song Qian secure the spatial jade soul, Ouyang Yuer showed no hesitation and immediately charged at him with her sword drawn. With a swift motion, Song Qian raised his hand to deflect her attack with a strand of spiritual energy. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as Ouyang Yuer's sword was shattered. How is this possible? Ouyang Yuer gasped in disbelief. Her weapon was a top-tier first-grade treasure, yet he had shattered it with a single strike. Who are you? Yi Shuang demanded. To avoid unnecessary complications, Song Qian had donned a silver-white mask before arriving. Thus neither Yi nor you recognized him. Just a wandering cultivator. Song Qian wished to avoid further elaboration, positioning his sword across his chest in a stance ready for combat. A wandering cultivator. Upon hearing that he was merely a first-tier wandering cultivator, Yi Shuang's eyes gleamed. Let us make a deal, shall we? I am the legitimate daughter of the Yi family in the royal city. If you hand over the spatial jade soul, I will make you a guest of my household. You shall receive a generous monthly stipend, have your choice of martial arts techniques, and ample training resources. Chapter 12. Please cherish your life as a wandering cultivator. One often roams alone, and what is most lacking is resources for cultivation. If Song Qian were truly just a wandering cultivator, he might very well accept Yi Shuang's generous offer. Wait. At that moment, Ouyang Yuer panicked, fearing that Song Qian might indeed be swayed to hand over the spatial jade soul to Yi Shuang. I am the personal attendant of the current princess. If you give me the spatial jade soul, I assure you a life of splendor and freedom from worries. Faced with the enticing offers from both women, Song Qian remained utterly unmoved. He then regarded them with a look of incredulity, retorting, the spatial jade soul contains the legacy of Fifth Realm experts. Why would I give it away? Do you truly think me a fool? Brother, although you are a sword cultivator, both of us are on the verge of reaching the Third Realm. With fists alone, one cannot contend against four legs. It is uncertain if you can triumph over both of us. It would be far wiser to surrender the spatial jade essence in exchange for a lifetime of wealth and prosperity. Reflecting upon the terrifying sword aura just moments ago, Yi Shuang was acutely aware of the formidable strength possessed by the individual before her. Thus, she had no desire to become adversaries, opting instead to resolve matters with financial means whenever possible. Words are futile. Should you two succeed in defeating me, I shall gladly present the spatial jade essence with both hands. However, if you are unable to prevail, your storage rings will rightfully belong to me. One is the legitimate daughter of a prominent family in the royal city, and the other is the personal maid of the reigning princess. It stands to reason that their worth will not disappoint Song Qian. Upon hearing this, Yi and you exchanged glances. Let us first join forces to seize the spatial jade essence, and then we can compete against each other based on our own abilities. Very well, let it be as you wish. Once agreed, the two women each drew their weapons from their storage rings. Yi Shuang wielded a long, azure blade of exceptional quality, while Ouyang Yu's sword had just been shattered by Song Qian's energy, forcing her to temporarily use a first-tier upper-grade longsword instead. The blade glimmered with frost, the sword light was elusive. The two women held nothing back, unleashing their most powerful techniques. Whoosh! Song Qian infused his sword with energy. Not even utilizing his martial skills, yet with a mere wave of his hand, he shaped a sword aura that collided with the killing moves of the two women in an instant. Although both were at the threshold of the Third Realm, the power they wielded was merely true qi, utterly incapable of resisting Song Qian's energy sword technique. The confrontation of energy against true qi was tantamount to a dimensional suppression. With a crack, the weapons of the two women shattered successively. Bang! The sword aura struck their bodies, sending them hurtling backward until they crashed against the stone wall, coming to a halt. Is this all? Observing the two women who could not withstand even a single strike, Song Qian could not help but lament. This is truly pathetic. Even inferior to that half-hearted Song Lang. Is this truly the legitimate daughter of the Yi family and the personal maid of the princess? After a moment, the two women lay motionless on the ground, as if they had fainted. Feigning death, Song Qian surmised that they might be pretending to be unconscious in order to lure him closer. Since you no longer wish to fight, I shall take my leave. Song Qian advanced slowly. Just as he was about to step through the stone door, the seemingly unconscious Ouyang Yu could no longer contain herself. With a dagger in hand, She lunged at Song Qian's waist. Childishly, Song Qian regarded her with disdain, channeling a touch of energy to his fingertips. He pinched the dagger's tip, applying slight pressure. Clang! The dagger shattered in response. Whoosh! With her first strike failing, Ouyang Yu was clearly unwilling to relent. She raised her left hand, forming a fist, and unleashed all her strength into the blow. I give you face only to have you disregard it. Song Qian had spared her multiple times, yet such behavior seemed to the other party a symbol of cowardice. Thus, failing to teach this woman a lesson would leave her unaware of the harsh realities of society. Song Qian skillfully evaded her full-force punch, then seized the opportunity and retaliated with a punch of his own. The Arhat's 9 punches, drunken Arhat. Thud. The punch landed squarely in her abdomen, causing Ouyang Yu to taste blood in her throat and spit forth a mouthful. How dare you truly harm me? Gazing at her blood-stained robes, Ouyang Yu wore a look of disbelief, proclaiming, I am the personal maid of the reigning princess. To injure me is to declare war against the entire royal family. Song Qian replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. By your logic, should I be terrified and bow to you? Offering the spatial jade essence with both hands. Bowing is out of the question. Simply hand over the spatial jade essence. Ouyang Yu wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and, to Song Qian's surprise, charged at him once more. Whoosh! The sharp sword was drawn, its tip aimed at his neck. This is the final ultimatum I extend to you. Swords are blind, so please cherish your life. If Ouyang Yu dared to take a step closer, Song Qian would not hesitate to strike her down. Feeling the chilling aura emanating from the sword's tip, Ouyang Yu realized that he was indeed serious about killing her, and ultimately chose not to advance. Whoosh! The sharp sword traced a perfect arc in the air before being sheathed. As Song Qian's figure vanished into the dark corridor, you understand. Our families, the Ouyang royal clan and I, have deep-seated enmity. One day, I shall take the heads of the Ouyang clan beneath my sword. Within the stone chamber, Song Qian's arrogant voice echoed. Ouyang Tianxia is none other than the name of the reigning emperor. On the ground, the Mo family was met with a gathering of uninvited guests. Master, there is grave trouble. Xiao Tianhu, the leader of the Black Demon Gang, has arrived with a group of elite warriors at the Second Realm, threatening to flatten our Mo residence. The old man with white eyebrows was puffing on his pipe when he heard the report from the servant. Nearly choking on his smoke. Who did you say? Xiao Tianhu. Our Mo family has always kept to ourselves. How could they suddenly come to cause a ruckus? Putting down the pipe, the old man began to pace back and forth in contemplation. Although both the Mo family and the Black Demon Gang were rulers of Luo City, the latter operated in the underworld, possessing combat strength far superior to that of the Mo family. Elder, you may not be aware, but how would I know what you do not? Also, stop pondering here. You should quickly go take a look, for Miss Mo may not be able to hold out much longer. The servant gasped. What nonsense is this? The old man with white eyebrows questioned, thinking he must have misheard. How could a group of grown men abandon their posts and leave a weak girl like Liar to face this alone? We did not abandon our posts. It was the young lady who instructed me to report to you, the servant said, looking quite aggrieved. Go, lead the way quickly. If anything happens to Liar, I will hold all of you rascals accountable. The old man with white eyebrows would not listen to any explanations, urging the servant to lead the way immediately. The servant reluctantly replied, and then walked ahead to guide him. Just outside the Mo residence, Xiao Tianhu brandished the head of Lu Yuan, leading a group of brothers with a fierce demeanor to demand an explanation. Zhao Gang leader, Lu Gongzi and I have been good friends since childhood. How could I bear to harm him? Mo Liar supported her forehead with one hand, her expression slightly helpless, for this was already her 17th explanation. In all of Luo City, apart from your Mo family, no one else dares to lay hands on my Black Demon Gang brothers. I see. Is it that your patriarch has broken through again? You Mo family wished to dominate Luo City, so you killed Lu Yuan to demonstrate your power. Right? Xiao Tianhu held up Lu Yuan's head, his face devoid of sorrow, even showing a hint of glee. Lu Yuan had no cultivation to speak of. His position as military advisor to the Black Demon Gang was entirely due to the influence behind him. Now that this ornamental advisor is dead, even if blame is placed, Xiao Tianhu can shift the responsibility to the Mo family. Naturally, the most crucial aspect was that Lu Yuan's death could serve as a pretext for Xiao Tianhu to attack the Mo family. In this small place of Luo City, the spoils are limited. Xiao Tianhu sought to expand his Black Demon Gang, and thus the Mo family, with its substantial size yet lacking in true strength, became the prime target. Chapter 13. 3 treasures. You rascals, cease your actions. The old man with white eyebrows arrived at the entrance, witnessing a group of ruffians leering at him, liar, and could no longer contain himself, letting out a furious roar that silenced the crowd. Xiao grunted, following the sound, and exclaimed, "Oh, the old fellow is surprisingly spirited. It seems he has indeed broken through to a new realm." Previously, the old man's cultivation was at the late stage of the second realm. But now he had surprisingly reached the peak of the second realm, matching Xiao whose level. I am but an old fool, achieving nothing for over a decade, only now managing to break through to the peak of the second realm. The old man with white eyebrows spoke as he approached, pulling liar out from the encircling ruffians, unlike Xiao Gang leader, who had reached the peak of the second realm at such a young age, truly promising a bright future ahead. "Liar, did these rascals do anything to you?" the old man inquired softly. "Thank you for your concern, second grandfather. I am quite well." Liar nodded, indicating she was unharmed. "But, just what?" "I have discerned Zidianu's intentions. He has come today to wage war against our family." Using Lu Yuan's death as an excuse, Liar whispered in his ear, "To the death. To the death." Hey, what are you two whispering about? Speak up so the brothers can hear too." Xiao scratched his ear, feeling somewhat impatient, saying, "Or are you discussing how to encroach upon my black demon gang's territory? You gather the capable members of the family. I will hold the fort here for now," the old man with white eyebrows instructed Liar before turning to Xiao with a smile. "Xiao Gang leader, what are you saying? Our family has always kept to ourselves, never interfering with your gang. Luzi's death must hold some mystery. Our family is willing to invest 1,000,000 taels to conduct a thorough search throughout Luo City, determined to capture that wretched murderer. 1,000,000. The annual protection fee for our black demon gang barely exceeds 10 million. The family truly lives up to its reputation as the wealthiest in Luo City, offering 1,000,000 taels without hesitation." When the elderly man with white eyebrows uttered the sum of 10 million taels, the members of the Black Shaman gang were left in a state of shock. Engaging in fervent discussions amongst themselves, Xiao Tianhu appeared contemplative at this revelation. Those with discerning eyes understood that this money, ostensibly intended for the pursuit of the murderer, was in fact a calculated ploy by the elderly man. He sought to utilize this 10 million taels to procure a glimmer of hope for the family. Xiao Tianhu regarded the elderly man with a visage as tranquil as still water. As if the 10 million taels were a mere trifle, the family had been engaged in commerce for generations, with countless shops and taverns under their auspices. Their daily revenue alone was enough to leave others in the dust. Such a formidable ability to amass wealth could easily be likened to a large-scale mint. With this in mind, Xiao Tianhu's ambition to attack the family was only further solidified. With a thud, Xiao Tianhu cast the severed head of Lu Yuan at their feet. The man was already dead, and no amount of silver could change that. Moreover, we had already investigated Lu Yuan's demise. He was slain by a man clad in black robes. That very man had been carried back by your family's 6th son after collapsing at the city gate in the morning. Do you still dare to claim that Lu Yuan's death has nothing to do with the family? It was evident that the man in black robes Xiao Tianhu referenced was Song Qian. At that moment, Song Qian, having seized the spatial jade soul from the hands of the two women, Yu and Shuang, had randomly selected a side room within the residence. He eagerly opened the spatial jade soul to discover the treasures it concealed. As his consciousness entered the vast expanse of the spatial jade soul, he found it to be an immense space, ample enough to house a palace. Compared to the few cubic spaces of storage rings, this was a staggering downgrade in dimension. Yet, within this expansive realm, there were only 3 meager treasures: a sword, a spear, and a scroll. As for spirit stones and rare materials, they were entirely absent. Could it be that 2 fifth-stage powerhouses left behind such paltry legacies? Song Qian felt a tinge of disappointment. However, recalling that the owners had come to Luo City to enter closed-door cultivation, it was understandable that they had exhausted their spirit stones. The 100 birds facing the phoenix spear, an exquisite 4th-tier weapon. The 9 dragons devouring the heaven's sword, a subpar 5th-tier weapon. With 1 weapon in each hand, Song Qian gripped the 2 implements tightly, savoring the martial resonance within them. After a moment, a resonant sword cry and a piercing spear howl emanated from the weapons. Weapons of 4th-tier quality inherently possessed weapon spirits. The sounds were the spirits acknowledging Song Qian. What magnificent weapons! Song Qian was thoroughly pleased. He had finally acquired a suitable sword. The previous first and second-tier weapons had been unable to withstand his strength, becoming unusable after only a few strikes. With the 9 dragons devouring the heaven sword, his power would undoubtedly ascend to a new level. As for the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear, although Song Qian did not wield spears, possessing it was still advantageous. After all, who would refuse to have more treasures? And then there was the scroll. What knowledge did it contain? Was it a technique or a martial skill? Given that it was placed alongside the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear and the 9 dragons devouring the heaven sword, it must be of similar caliber. Perhaps it even contained a 5th-tier martial skill. As he unfurled the scroll, a chilling aura enveloped him. Is this a military formation? Song Qian gazed at the contents of the scroll in disbelief. The scroll was divided into 2 parts, detailing 2 major military formations. The first formation was named 8 Swords Breaking the Army Formation. It required 800 martial artists with perfect coordination to execute. Once established, it could shatter 10,000 troops. The second formation was called Dragon Elephant Treading the Heavens Formation. It necessitated over 10,000 martial artists possessing dragon and elephant bloodlines to perform. When completed, it could conjure an ancient dragon elephant's phantom, wielding the power to annihilate the heavens and earth. Although military formations were formidable, they paled in comparison to a 5th-tier martial arts practicality. Despite their immense power, these formations could not be executed by a single individual. For Song Qian, they held no value and would remain in the spatial jade soul gathering dust. Hurry up, my second uncle is already engaged in battle with Xiao Tianhu. We must assist him. Hearing commotion outside, Song Qian swiftly stowed away the spatial jade soul and approached the door to take a glance. He saw Mo Li rallying the more capable members of the Mo family. A formidable group heading towards the estate's entrance. Was a powerful enemy approaching? Such a large mobilization was unprecedented at this moment. Song Qian was unaware that his slaying of Lu Yuan had brought calamity upon the Mo family. Should I go and take a look? Song Qian was torn between following to assess the situation or leaving it be. After all, if it weren't for the 6th son bringing me back, I would still be lying on the street. Furthermore, the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear and the 9 dragons devouring the heaven's sword were treasures I had discovered within the Mo residence. I might as well follow to see the circumstances. If the Mo family falters, I can step in to assist. Consider it repaying a favor. After a mental struggle, Song Qian resolved to follow the entrance of the Mo residence. The elderly man with white eyebrows and Xiao Tianhu, whose ideologies clashed, ultimately resorted to weapons. As the last 2 peak second stage cultivators remaining in Luo City, their strengths were undeniable. Every move they made was laden with technique, infused with a hint of sentiment. You old fool, you have just broken through, and your realm is not yet solidified, yet you dare to provoke me, an established powerhouse. Do you truly not know who has given you the audacity? Taste my move. Black Tiger pouncing on the heart. Xiao Tianhu first aimed to disrupt his opponent with words, then seized the opportunity to execute a deadly technique, targeting the heart. You think a few words can throw me off balance? Do you truly believe I have squandered these decades in vain? Let me show you the might of my palm technique, honed through 30 years of arduous cultivation, concentrating all his true energy into his palm. He unleashed it after a moment of harmonization. Boom! The 2 ultimate techniques collided, producing a deafening explosion. Waves of force radiated outward, causing some younger cultivators to stagger backward. Oh ho! Not bad, old fool. Xiao Tianhu held a deep respect for his opponent's resolve, daring to dedicate half his life to mastering martial arts in order to bridge the gap in their realms. However, that respect was merely superficial. With a flick of his left hand, he unleashed an iron claw, striking when the opponent was unprepared. An assured hit. Poochie, the iron claw pierced from the side, nearly impaling half of the elderly man's body. You dare! The elderly man felt darkness enveloping him, the excruciating pain nearly rendering him unconscious. Xiao Tianhu, release my second uncle. The Mo family disciples who arrived just in time witnessed this brutal scene. Who? Xiao Tianhu turned upon hearing the voice, spotting Mo Li accompanied by a group of young warriors approaching for support, and could not help but burst into laughter. Old fool, I'm not mocking you, but look at who has come to your rescue. Mere children of 15 or 16 years. With that, Xiao Tianhu exchanged glances with the members of the Black Shaman gang behind him. They understood immediately and stepped forward, weapons drawn. Don't be afraid, children. Uncle's sword is swift and painless. Brother's knife is too. It has slain 3 great savage beasts with a single strike to the throat. You two stop scaring them. Come here to Uncle, and I shall treat you to some heart-wrenching red. Faced with the dual torment of psychological and physical threats, some of the younger, more fragile-hearted individuals could not withstand the pressure and fled in terror. Once the first fled, the second and third followed suit, rendering Mo Li's encouragement futile. Compared to the Black Shaman Gang, a group of ruthless characters who devoured their prey without leaving a bone, Mo family's disciples were merely spoiled children. Used to a life of luxury and ease, despite possessing cultivation, they had no real combat experience. Just a little intimidation was enough to send them scattering. This scene left Xiao Tianhu roaring with laughter. Old fool, are these your Mo family disciples? Ha ha ha, you must be joking. As he watched the Mo family disciples flee in disarray, the elderly man with white eyebrows was filled with tears. In that moment, the sorrow in his heart outweighed the pain of his body. By the way, where is old Han? Lear, why didn't you summon Elder Han? The elderly man suddenly recalled that he had another Elder Han in his estate. Also a peak second-stage cultivator. If they joined forces against Xiao Tianhu, the outcome would be uncertain. Elder Han is a beast. Mo Li, usually so refined, could not help but curse at this moment. Upon learning of Xiao Tianhu's intent to attack the Mo family, he fled at the first opportunity. What? He ran away. Upon hearing this, the elderly man's mind went blank. Elder Han, who lived off the Mo family and received a monthly stipend of 100,000 taels, had actually fled in the face of battle. Swish, 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 a gust of autumn wind blew, scattering fallen leaves across the ground. The elderly man looked up to the heavens and lamented, "Is this heaven's decree to doom my Mo family? Alas, the Mo family is doomed. I am so heartbroken." Xiao Tianhu, observing everything from behind, was unable to conceal his elation. Nonsense. As long as Mo Li stands here, the Mo family is not finished. The members of the Black Shad Gang encircled Mo Li, leaving her to rely on her exceptional swordsmanship to fend them off. Although she still had some strength left, it was evident that her fists alone could not contend with their multitude of legs. Defeat was merely a matter of time. Xiao Tianhu looked on with keen interest as Mo Li battled against the throng of the Black Shad Gang. How rare it is to see a genuine spirit from the Mo family. Why don't we do this? Let Mo Li serve me for a night, and I shall spare your family, granting you a chance at survival. Upon hearing Xiao Tianhu's proposition, both the white-browed elder and Mo Li were momentarily stunned. However, the elder's face soon brightened with joy as he inquired, "Is this truly the case?" The delight on the elder's face betrayed his earnest desire to use Mo Li as a bargaining chip for the survival of their family. Mo Li, witnessing this, felt her heart sink. Yet, Xiao Tianhu only revealed part of his terms, leaving the elder in a state of anxious anticipation. Feel free to propose any conditions, stores, taverns, or wealth as long as it can secure a chance for the Mo family. I am open to anything. No. Xiao Tianhu shook his head slightly. Money is such a mundane request. What I desire is the complete subjugation of the Mo family to our Black Shad Gang. With 90% of your daily profits surrendered. Subjugation? 90%. At this declaration, the elder stood frozen in disbelief, before quickly recovering to exclaim, "Are you mocking me? This is hardly better than outright exterminating my family." Boom! Xiao Tianhu unleashed a powerful punch, creating a massive hole in the Mo family's gates. "Are you certain you wish for me to annihilate the Mo family?" Gulp. Witnessing this scene, the elder swallowed hard. "No. I was merely jesting. 90% is acceptable, as long as it ensures." Pa. That scoundrel shattered the door. Did he not realize I was hiding behind it? Before the elder could finish his sentence, a brazen voice interrupted. The newcomer was Song Qian, who had been eavesdropping at the door, only for Xiao Tianhu to recklessly shatter it in a display of bravado. The dust cloud that erupted engulfed Song Qian, making his situation quite uncomfortable. "Who are you? And why are you lurking behind the door?" Xiao Tianhu's eyes narrowed. He had poured all his strength into that punch, and the fact that the newcomer had withstood it without any visible injury suggested he was no ordinary opponent. Wearing a silver-white mask, Song Qian was unrecognized by Mo Li and the elder, who assumed him to be a wandering cultivator. "I am but a solitary cultivator, indebted to Miss Mo for a meal many years ago, which saved me from starving on the streets. I have returned today solely to repay that kindness." To avoid revealing his identity, Song Qian fabricated a story. Given the severe drought years ago, it was likely that Mo Li's kind-hearted nature had led her to perform numerous charitable deeds. "You would turn against me, the Black Shad Gang, for a mere meal? Xiao Tianhu retorted. You dare to call yourselves the Black Shad Gang? Such a laughable assemblage of rabble. Song Qian dismissed him with disdain. How dare you insult the Black Shad Gang? Seek your death. Displeased with the insult to their gang, the members of the Black Shad Gang readied their weapons against Song Qian. Swish, a flash of sword light passed, and a head fell to the ground. Holding the 9-dragon swallowing heaven sword, Song Qian spoke coldly, I'm in a hurry. You may all come at me together. Heh. Xiao Tianhu chuckled lightly. From the earlier sword strike, he discerned Song Qian's cultivation level, merely at the initial stage of the second realm. This realization alleviated his concerns. The newcomer was not a world-class powerhouse, just a brash youth. Upon hearing this, the members of the Black Shad Gang abandoned their assault on Mo Li and advanced towards Song Qian instead. Chapter 14. Song Qian takes action. Pray, instruct me. With his arm raised, the 9 dragons swallowing heaven's sword held horizontally before him, Song Qian prepared for the impending slaughter. Damn it, this kid is too arrogant. I can't hold back any longer. A member wielding twin hammers charged first. You seek death. Song Qian's wrist flicked, unleashing a wave of sword energy. The young man raised his hammers in defense. But against the sword energy, they were as fragile as paper. The sword energy cleaved through, and the young man met his demise. Swish. In the blink of an eye, Song Qian appeared among the remaining gang members, wielding his sword with deadly precision. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. Like the Grim Reaper, he harvested the lives of the gang members. Within mere seconds, only Xiao Tianhu remained standing among the Black Shad Gang. He is incredibly strong. Mo Li gasped in astonishment at the newcomer's terrifying prowess. She then noticed Xiao Tianhu stealthily approaching from behind, intending to launch a surprise attack. Be careful behind you, she shouted. Unfortunately, her warning came too late. Xiao Tianhu's steel claws were already poised to pierce her chest, ensuring that even a deity would meet their demise from such a strike. Boy, your blade is dull, and you're too slender. What do you intend to use to contend with me? In the face of overwhelming power, all tricks were futile. Song Qian did not turn around. Instead, he infused immense spiritual energy into the 9 dragons swallowing heaven's sword and swung it backward. The sword tip struck at a treacherous angle, piercing through Xiao Tianhu's skull. Simultaneously, his steel claws halted mere millimeters from Song Qian's chest, unable to advance further. With a thud, Xiao Tianhu collapsed to the ground, realizing only then that his instincts had been correct. The youth before him was indeed an extraordinary powerhouse. Once the chaos subsided, adhering to the principle that even the smallest morsel is still sustenance, Song Qian collected Xiao Tianhu's and the gang member storage rings. Why do you two continue to stare at me? Song Qian turned to find the white-browed elder and Mo Li standing together, their expressions still frozen in shock. I am grateful, young hero, for saving my Mo family from peril. This kindness will remain etched in my memory until my last breath. The elder, shedding his usual demeanor, spoke with deep respect, bowing deeply afterward. Song Qian felt no fondness for the elder and responded with disdain. I acted to repay Mo Li's kindness. Do not delude yourself into thinking it was for you. You speak wisely, the elder acknowledged. May I ask where you intend to go next? If you are not in a hurry, you are welcome to stay at my Mo family residence for a while. We shall extend to you our utmost hospitality. Even though he had been referred to as an old thing, the elder showed no signs of displeasure, instead earnestly requesting that the young man remain. No, I must head to the ancient city of Battle Sky, Song Qian declined, waving his hand. Seeing that he remained unmoved, the elder quickly cast a meaningful glance at Mo Li. Although clever and perceptive, Mo Li understood immediately yet chose to remain indifferent. This was because the proposal Xiao Tianhu made to barter Mo Li's service for the survival of the family had been accepted without hesitation by the elder. Trading one person's integrity for the survival of the entire family might seem justifiable, but Mo Li was willing to fight to the death for her family, even to sacrifice herself. However, the elder's actions were truly disheartening. Why are you standing there in silence? Speak. The elder, seeing Mo Li's indifference, was drenched in cold sweat from anxiety. The extraordinary strength of the youth before him could lead the Mo family to dominance in Luo City if he were to be persuaded to join as an elder. What do you want me to say, elder? This young hero has already made it clear that he came to repay a past kindness. He has helped us deal with the members of the Black Shad Gang, thus settling the debt. To attempt to retain him now is merely an effort to recruit him as a guest elder, thereby using him to intimidate other forces in Luo City and achieve dominance. Mo Li resolutely articulated the elder's true intentions, leaving him no shred of dignity. How amusing! Song Qian was well aware of the elder's thoughts. Yet Mo Li's bluntness was clearly intended to sever their ties. Observing this, Song Qian chose not to intervene. Curious to see what drama would unfold between the two, Mo Li, have you lost your mind? The elder was taken aback. He had never expected the usually obedient and sensible Mo Li to utter such words that undermined him. I have not lost my mind. I speak only the truth. Mo Li met the elder's gaze directly, no longer fearful of the cowardice of the elder or the fleeing disciples, nor of this waste of a family head. I am utterly disillusioned with this family, as she spoke. Mo Li produced a jade pendant that proved her identity within the Mo family and declared, from now on, I, Mo Li, sever all ties with the Mo family. Crack. With that, she smashed the jade pendant onto the ground. From that moment forth, Mo Li was no longer a member of the Mo family. At this sight, the elder could no longer contain his fury. Even in his injured state, he was determined to teach his ungrateful granddaughter a lesson. Coughed out at that moment. Song Qian lightly cleared his throat and said, Old man, to strike my savior before my very eyes. You truly have no regard for me at all. And no, young hero, you misunderstand. My granddaughter is simply unruly, and I apologize for her behavior, the elder stammered, his voice trembling as he feared the young man might retaliate. Is that so? Song Qian's brow furrowed slightly. Why do I feel that she speaks quite rightly? Indeed, you are right, young hero. It is true that I have become quite muddled in my old age. I shall chastise myself, so please do not take offense. Sensing the palpable aura of murderous intent emanating from Song Qian, the elderly man with white eyebrows hastily apologized while striking his own face with fervor. Noticing a slight improvement in the expression on Mo Li's face, Song Qian gestured for the old man to cease. Enough, he said. I do not have much time to spare. I cannot linger here with you in this commotion. I possess some talismans. Should that old wretch bully you in the future, a single talisman will suffice. Song Qian felt a twinge of concern that after his departure, the white-browed elder might settle scores with Mo Li. He produced a stack of talismans from his bosom, roughly a dozen, acquired from the Dongjun Manor. The quality of these talismans was around the first or second tier, of little use to Song Qian. However, they would be more than adequate to deal with the white-browed elder, who was at the second realm of cultivation. Song Qian extended his hand, indicating for the other to accept them. Mo Li glanced back at the dilapidated door. As if bidding a final farewell, she then stepped forward to accept the talismans from Song Qian. However, during the exchange, she grasped Song Qian's hand tightly and refused to let go. Song Qian was perplexed by her intent and was about to inquire when Mo Li had already approached him closely. Whispering in his ear, I can smell the scent of medicine on you. You are Song Qian, are you not? Moreover, I sense the signs of the 7 vessels burning bone poison subtly acting up within you. I can assist you in treating it. In return, you must take me away from Luo City. Mo Li was acutely aware of the white-browed elder's nature. If she could not leave Luo City with Song Qian today, she feared she might not see the dawn of tomorrow. In such close proximity, Song Qian could distinctly feel Mo Li's body trembling uncontrollably out of fear. Very well, I agree to your request. Ultimately, Song Qian nodded, unwilling to let such a kind-hearted young girl perish at the hands of the old man. Thank you. With a confirmed response, the boulder of anxiety in Mo Li's heart finally settled. My benefactor wishes to roam the world, so I shall accompany her. You have no objections, do you? As he prepared to leave, Song Qian was aware that the white-browed elder would not impede him, but still asked, a move that could be seen as striking at the heart. Of course, the young girl is still young. It would be beneficial for her to see the world. The white-browed elder mustered all his strength to force a smile that was more pitiful than tears. Enough. If you cannot manage a genuine smile, then do not force it. It resembles a pile of dung. I am leaving. Before his words fully faded, Song Qian vanished with Mo Li at the end of the street. Chapter 15. The meteorite from the heavens. Zhantian ancient city, the foremost of the 9 cities under the rule of the Shangxian dynasty, stationed at the border to fend off foreign invasions year-round. Within this city, a chaotic mix of people exists, with law and order in disarray, and the populace holds martial prowess in the highest esteem. As the spring winds of March caress the land, it is the perfect season for enlisting in the military. People of the realm, the barbaric tribes from beyond our borders threaten us. The valiant young men aim to venture forth, for it is our duty to protect our homes and country. Let the military and civilians unite as one, and let us see who in this world can oppose us. The streets were filled with the sounds of various military bands calling for recruits. These foreign barbarian tribes dared to invade. News had reached that they had descended southward multiple times, robbing homes and slaughtering the innocent, committing every vile act imaginable. As a member of the Xian people, Song Qian unconsciously clenched his fists, vowing that one day he would trample the barbarians beneath his feet, avenging his fallen compatriots who perished on the battlefield. However, before that, Song Qian had to ensure his own safety. Just moments ago on the street, he had spotted a wanted notice bearing his name. Moreover, numerous individuals clad in Dongjun garments were wandering about Zhantian ancient city. It goes without saying, their target was Song Qian. To avoid revealing his identity, he had no choice but to don his silver mask once more. In the chaotic Zhantian ancient city, many don masks to evade their enemies. Thus, wearing a mask allowed Song Qian to blend in seamlessly. Do you have an extra mask? Please give me one. Emily reached out, asking. No, we initially agreed that I would only escort you to the outskirts of Luo City, but you insisted on following me to Zhantian ancient city. That aside, did you not see the wanted notice posted on the city walls? I am now a wanted criminal of the Dongjun Manor. If you do not keep your distance from me. And yet you still ask for a mask. I fear there is something amiss with your reasoning. Song Qian, burdened with deep-seated grievances, could not afford to traverse the world with a woman by his side. Thus, along the journey to Zhantian ancient city, he had considered abandoning her multiple times, yet for some unknown reason, Emily always managed to find him in the shortest amount of time. So what if you are a wanted criminal? I do not mind you at all, Emily replied nonchalantly. This is not merely a matter of preference. Song Qian attempted to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. He could hardly divulge his intentions of striving for cultivation and then decapitating the current emperor to kick his head like a ball. Given the inability to explain, Song Qian could only retort. I am puzzled. I am not some fragrant delicacy, so why do you insist on following me? I am currently homeless, so I have no choice but to accompany you. Emily shrugged, looking helpless. Do you trust me so readily? Without fear of my ulterior motives, leaning against a pillar, Song Qian's gaze suddenly turned lecherous as he began to appraise Emily's curvaceous figure. As the saying goes, since ancient times, heroes have loved beauties. Conversely, beauties also adore heroes. You were once the foremost prodigy of the Shangxian dynasty. If you were to take a liking to a humble girl, I would have no objections. Emily, hailing from a small city-state, understood her own identity and worth. Encountering the legendary young prodigy, even if it meant becoming a mere companion to add fragrance to his journey, she would not mind. Well, I am at a loss against your impressive confidence, Song Qian admitted, unable to counter Emily's audacious response. If you wish to follow, then so be it. However, I will not be responsible for you if danger arises. With that, Song Qian turned to leave. Hey, do not walk so fast. Wait for me, Emily called after him. For the remainder of their journey, Song Qian set his sights on the various martial arts dojos within Zhantian ancient city. Dojos are powers that occupy a space between families and sects, managed in a familial manner, yet open to outsiders, akin to large gangs. Within Zhantian ancient city, the influence of these dojos was sufficient to overshadow the Lord's manor, rivaling even the armies stationed at the border. Among the numerous dojos within the city, the Haisha Dojo held the foremost position. The master of Haisha Dojo possessed peak cultivation at the fourth realm, a figure renowned throughout the Shangxian dynasty. This was precisely why, upon hearing Zhao Tianhu name his gang the Haisha Gang in Luo City, Song Qian could not help but scoff. It was akin to a deer colliding with the celebrity Lu Han or Huang Zicheng colliding with Huang Zitao. It was simply too humorous. Let us first visit the Haisha Dojo and see if they are recruiting martial artists. Song Qian mused that, given his 17 years of age and initial strength at the second realm, gaining entry into the Haisha Dojo should pose no challenge. To seek employment at the Haisha Dojo is tantamount to a sheep entering the wolf's den. Emily gently shook her head, advising him to reconsider. Is it because I wiped out the Haisha Gang? Song Qian inquired. The Haisha Gang has no connection to the Haisha Dojo. However, their strategist, Lu Yuan, is the younger brother of the chief steward of the Haisha Dojo. Emily clarified, explaining that Lu Yuan was able to secure a position as a strategist within the Haisha Gang precisely because he had the backing of the Haisha Dojo. What of the chief steward? What is his cultivation level? Song Qian asked. It is around the mid-third realm. Beyond that, I am not entirely certain, Emily replied, her delicate features obscured beneath a sheer veil as she attempted to conceal her beauty and alluring figure. The mid-third realm is not overly formidable. If I utilized the resources of the Haisha Dojo to cultivate for a month or two, I could easily surpass him. Song Qian chose the Haisha Dojo precisely for the abundant cultivation resources they could provide, enabling him to elevate his strength swiftly, surpassing a mid-third realm expert in a month or two. Mo Li doubted her ears, considering that Song Qian's current cultivation was merely at the initial second realm. Is that truly so difficult? Song Qian waved his hand dismissively. Previously, with his Xianyang martial vein, he had managed to break through from the second to the third realm in just 6 months. Even with limited resources, given sufficient resources and a vigorous effort, he could have that time with his low-grade earth-tier Xianyang martial vein. Now, possessing the even more mysterious and unfathomable supreme divine sword martial vein. Song Qian believed it was not an exaggeration to claim he could reach the third realm in a month or two. Gulping, Mo Li swallowed hard. Very well, the world of a young prodigy is something an ordinary person cannot hope to comprehend. After reaching an agreement, the duo proceeded together to the Haisha Dojo. However, to their surprise, upon arrival, they found the Haisha Dojo teeming with people. From a distance, all one could see were the throngs of heads bobbing amidst the swaying branches of trees. Through the whispers of passers-by, Song Qian learned that a meteorite had fallen from the heavens onto the Haisha Dojo not long ago. After several days of study, it was discovered that the meteorite concealed an unparalleled treasure. Once this news spread, countless martial artists seeking fortune and divine weapons flocked to the dojo. The Haisha Dojo profited handsomely by charging admission fees. Heavenly divine weapons? That sounds rather implausible, Song Qian mused. Sensing that beneath the surface of this meteorite incident, there were shadows of manipulation at play, regardless of its credibility, he was merely here to witness the spectacle. If one could see such an opportunity, it is entirely possible to soar to great heights, this individual remarked. The overwhelming majority of the gathered crowd, comprising 99%, is merely here to partake in the spectacle. Only a select few, possessing formidable cultivation, have come to vie for the so-called peerless treasures. Song Qian cast a glance at the recruitment station, where not a single soul was on duty. Mo Li speculated that everyone must be absorbed in the commotion. Since we are already here, let us also enjoy the show. Look, Master Pao has arrived. The Pao-style knife is unparalleled in the world, and the extraordinary treasure within the meteorite from beyond the heavens is finally about to be reborn. That may not necessarily be the case, for not long ago, the Black Shaman sect had invited a cadre of masters to attempt to extract the stone. These masters encircled the meteorite for several days without yielding any insights. Master Pao Nyo, clad in a dark robe, immediately sparked fervent discussion upon his entrance. Master Pao, this is the meteorite from beyond the heavens. Please take a look. The steward of the Black Shaman sect led him to the meteorite's presence. Is this truly the meteorite from beyond? Its surface resembles that of extremely dark obsidian. A master. Pao Nyo had heard many rumors regarding the meteorite in recent days. However, upon personally witnessing such a colossal meteorite, he was still profoundly astonished. Extremely dark obsidian, you say? The previous masters who attempted to extract the stone have also made similar claims. The steward elder chimed in. No, it is not extremely dark obsidian. Yet, Master Pao Nyo swiftly countered his earlier assertion. Extremely dark obsidian lies buried over 10,000 meters underground. When unearthed, it emanates an oppressive chill, causing anyone within 100 meters to falter. However, this meteorite from beyond is searingly hot on the surface, akin to the blazing sunstone. When it descended upon our Black Shaman sect, it resembled a fireball. Now, after several days, it has merely taken on this form. Could the heat not stem from the meteorite itself? The steward elder elucidated while expressing his thoughts. No, the searing heat emanates from within the meteorite. I can feel it, Master Pao Nyo declared, placing his hand directly upon the surface of the meteorite to sense its inner warmth. Alas, the master is indeed a master. He dares to touch the meteorite, which is as hot as molten lava. Master Pao Nyo expressed his sincere apologies, admitting, I acknowledge that I laughed a bit too loudly just now. The Pao-style knife relies heavily on one's hands. Should the master proceed too recklessly, he may inadvertently jeopardize his fundamental abilities, resulting in an untimely demise. Masters typically refrain from intervening unless their skills are truly astounding. At this moment, a sudden laugh echoed from a corner of the gathering. This meteorite may appear exceedingly hot, yet in reality, its surface bears no temperature. Swish, the crowd turned in unison to behold the speaker, a young man of tall and robust stature. Adorned with a silver mask, his unbound raven locks obscuring his eyes, exuding an air of mystique. You, young lad, cease your pretense. Be wary of attracting lightning with your arrogance. You, who have barely matured, dare to question Master Panyo, who has extracted more miraculous stones in a year than you have consumed meals in your lifetime. You should promptly turn around and seek some wisdom. Unfazed by the crowd's ridicule, the young man continued. If you do not believe me, simply observe the master's hand for any burns. Indeed, if the meteorite were truly searing, the master's hand would surely be scorched. Consequently, a throng of onlookers clamored for Master Pao Nyo to release his grip. Eager to inspect his hand, some even boisterously proclaimed that should his hand be unscathed, they would willingly perform a handstand while consuming rice tatha. Upon hearing this, the typically taciturn Master Pao Nyo chuckled. He turned to the young man and inquired, "Pray tell, which school or sect do you hail from, young friend?" The master's query surprised many. Could this young lad truly possess some remarkable abilities? Ah, just now, the one who boisterously claimed to eat rice while upside down. Do not depart. I am but a solitary cultivator, without any sect, the young man replied. Then, by your own admission, you are merely guessing. Master Pao Nyo nodded in acknowledgement before withdrawing his hand from the meteorite. What was once an unblemished palm was now a gruesome sight, blood and flesh mangled beyond recognition. Gag, some cultivators who had just dined could not help but retch at the sight. Drawing disdainful glances from those around them, "Young man, did you see? The master's hand is injured. The surface of the meteorite is indeed searing hot." Upon witnessing the master's injury, the earlier scoffer re-emerged. Witnessing this scene, the young man furrowed his brow. How could this be? He had enveloped the meteorite with his mental energy and conducted an investigation, which could not possibly be erroneous if the meteorite was indeed faultless. Then the issue lay with Master Pao Nyo himself. The young man enveloped Master Pao with his mental energy, and after a thorough examination, he finally discerned the problem. Ahem. The young man cleared his throat gently, signaling for silence. The master's hand was not burned by the meteorite. Rather, it was wounded by the legendary South Bright Departure Fire Array. The South Bright Departure Fire Array. What is that? An array? If it is an array, how could it be set upon the meteorite? That defies logic. Brother, we are in a world of cultivation. Do you truly wish to debate logic with me? As the young man spoke of the South Bright Departure Fire Array, the crowd erupted into fervent discussion. At that moment, a young girl's laughter rang out from within the throng. "South Bright Departure Fire Array, young sir, could you possibly be more amusing?" She was Nangong Xiaoan, the talented array master from the city lord's estate. Among the crowd, some recognized the identity of the girl, the youngest daughter of the city lord of Zhantian, Nangong Xiaoyan, possessing a naturally gifted fifth-tier mental energy. She had already achieved the mid-stage of a first-tier array master at such a young age. Surely, she would be well informed about the South Bright Departure Fire Array. We beseech you, Miss Xiaoyan, to enlighten us. In response, Nangong Xiaoyan raised her hand to signal for silence. "Young sir, you assert that the heat of the meteorite stems from the South Bright Departure Fire Array. Is that correct?" Indeed, the young man nodded affirmatively. "Excellent. Then I wish to inquire, what is the South Bright Departure Fire?" Nangong Xiaoyan smiled, awaiting the young man's response. Upon hearing her question, the young man fell silent, and just as the crowd presumed he would concede, he spoke as if he had consulted a vast repository of knowledge. "Regarding the South Bright Departure Fire, I initially had no intention of answering, for there is no correlation between the South Bright Departure Fire and the South Bright Departure Fire Array. However, since you have posed the question, I shall respond. The South Bright Departure Fire is said to be the true flame of Zhuke, one of the four saints. It is an ultimate fire that consumes all. Impervious to water, only the true water of the north, mysterious weak water, belonging to Xuanwu, can counter it. The South Bright Departure Fire Array was conceived by the array genius Du Zhan, who deciphered the ancient array known as the Nine Palaces 8 Trigrams Array, thus creating this unparalleled array. Due to the array's integration of Du Zhan's Zhuke martial veins, it is referred to as the South Bright Departure Fire Array in later generations. Listening to the young man's eloquent explanation, Nangong Xiaoan's expression shifted from disdain to seriousness, then to gravity. "What? Did I misspeak?" the young man asked, gazing at Nangong Xiaoyan. "Yes." Nangong Xiaoyan hesitated before uttering a word, noticing the peculiar gazes from those around her, along with some murmurs of doubt. "Yes, but not entirely correct. In fact, one could argue that it is completely incorrect." Miss Xiaojin, could you refrain from being so cryptic? Is it right or wrong? I am eagerly awaiting the spectacle of someone performing a handstand while consuming rice." Nangong Xiaoyan's enigmatic response left the crowd utterly captivated. On the other side, Master Paonyo, who had just finished bandaging his hand, leaned in to listen closely to the exchange between the young man and Nangong Xiaoyan. He too was eager to uncover the source of the meteorite's searing heat. "Please, commence your demonstration," the young man gestured, inviting her to showcase her expertise. "The South Bright Departure Fire Array bears no connection to the South Bright Departure Fire. I merely wish to test your knowledge. If you cannot answer such a simple question, I see no reason to waste breath debating with you. However, you are fortunate to have guessed some aspects correctly." Though not entirely, as Nangong Xiaoyan spoke, she retrieved a tome from her bosom. "In a secret realm, I was fortunate to discover a book penned by Duzhan himself. It meticulously records his life's creations, understandings, and insights regarding arrays. Coincidentally, the South Bright Departure Fire Array is featured on the very first page of this tome. Allow me to read it to you." Nangong Xiaoyan opened the tome and read aloud, "The South Bright Departure Fire Array, one of my most powerful arrays, possesses a might unparalleled throughout history. Alas, its activation exacts an extraordinarily steep price. I have only deployed it once in my lifetime, the cost being the sacrifice of my Zhuke Martial Vein's essence. When the array is complete, it can obscure the heavens and block the sun. Without the emergence of a great emperor, who can contend with it?" "Young man, did you hear that? Duzhan only activated the South Bright Departure Fire Array once in his entire life. Its power is unmatched throughout history. How could it possibly be used on a mere stone? Moreover, Duzhan was a figure from over 5,000 years ago, and it is unlikely that the formations he left behind could endure such a span of time." In the face of the crowd's incessant discussions, the young man remained unfazed, his gaze fixated intently on the ancient text held by Nangong Xiaoyan. After a moment of contemplation, he remarked, "Seeing is believing. While hearing is merely illusion. If I can prove that the meteorite from beyond is indeed the Nanming-Lihua formation, what will you do then?" Nangong Xiaoyan, sensing the yearning in his eyes, responded, "If you can prove it, I shall gift you this ancient tome." "Very well. Should I fail to prove it, I will relinquish to you this 5th-grade spiritual treasure, the 9 Dragons Devouring Heaven Sword." The youth, known as Song Qian, had initially sought merely to observe the spectacle from the back of the crowd. However, the supreme divine sword within him reacted to the meteorite from beyond. Song Qian speculated that the meteorite might conceal an artifact imbued with one of the 5 elemental energies. Being a peak first-grade formation master himself, he keenly discerned the anomaly surrounding the meteorite, leading to the ensuing events. Yet, before seizing the 5 elemental energies, Song Qian needed to acquire the ancient text. Duzhan's writings possessed an irresistible allure for all formation masters. While Song Qian was unaware of where Nangong Xiaoyan had procured this ancient tome, its authenticity appeared indisputable. With a clang, the 9 Dragons Devouring Heaven Sword was thrust forth by Song Qian, producing a resounding chime as it embedded itself firmly into the meteorite. "What? Did I hear correctly? A 5th-grade spiritual treasure?" exclaimed a bystander. "Brother, I too possess a volume of Duzhan's work. How about you give me the 5th-grade spiritual treasure, and I shall fetch the book for you." Good heavens, this lad is a true prodigal, wagering a 5th-grade spiritual treasure against an ancient tome. Amidst the crowd's derision, Song Qian merely scoffed. In the realm of formations, the uninitiated may revel in the spectacle, yet the connoisseurs perceive the underlying intricacies. The tome by the prodigy, Duzhan, represented the pinnacle of such intricacies. Not only would he wager a 5th-grade spiritual treasure, but he would gladly stake even higher treasures of the 6th or 7th grade. As you wish. Observing the situation, Nangong Xiaoyan too hurled her ancient text towards the hilt of the 9 Dragons Devouring Heaven Sword. As a formation master, she was acutely aware of the rarity of Duzhan's ancient writings, yet she was convinced that the youth was merely boasting without any real skill. Thus, if she could obtain a 5th-grade spiritual treasure without any cost, it would be a delightful windfall. To prevent any potential backtracking, she insisted, "Let us formalize this with a celestial covenant." Song Qian produced 2 sheets of ancient, yellowed paper from his robe. The celestial covenant stipulates a binding agreement with the heavens. Should one renege, they shall face divine retribution. Such a rare treasure. I did not expect you to possess it, Nangong Xiaoyan remarked, astonished. Such items capable of attracting heavenly tribulations were indeed rare throughout the entire Shangshuan dynasty. I was fortunate enough to acquire it from someone as study, Song Qian replied candidly, admitting that the celestial covenant had indeed been taken from the Dongjun estate. However, this revelation was met with skepticism by Nangong Xiaoyan. It was not unusual for a scion of a noble family to carry some treasures while venturing forth. Just a fifth-grade spiritual treasure and now a celestial covenant. To me, it appears you are a scion from another ancient city or royal capital. She concluded. As you wish, responded Song Qian. Please sign quickly. I am pressed for time. You, frustrated by his indifference, Nangong Xiaoyan felt an urge to slap him and demand, you are merely in possession of 2 treasures. What gives you the right to act so arrogantly? Yet, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she restrained her temper, writing her name on the celestial covenant. Very well, I shall show you just how ignorant you are. As soon as she signed, Song Qian felt unburdened and swiftly approached the meteorite. He then extracted the Xianjiandao brush from his robe and began to sketch upon the meteorite. For Song Qian, who possessed the essence of the sword, wielding the brush was akin to wielding a sword. The brush danced gracefully, akin to a soaring dragon, as large fragments of stone fell away. The meteorite, initially resembling a small hill, was reduced to the size of a human. Its previously uneven surface now gleamed smooth, resembling a colossal egg. At that moment, intricate and convoluted patterns began to reveal themselves upon the surface of the meteorite. By heavens, formation patterns! It truly is a formation. Surely not. A formation has been laid upon the meteorite from beyond. Nangong Xiaoyan, observing the crimson patterns, furrowed her brow and murmured, this cannot be. The essence of the Zhuke martial vein is the key to the Nanming Lihua formation. Who would willingly sacrifice their Zhuke martial vein essence to inscribe a formation on a meteorite from the heavens? The Zhuke martial vein was considered a top-tier martial vein in the divine martial continent. With very few possessors, unless faced with life and death circumstances, no one would willingly abandon their cultivation to sacrifice their martial vein essence. With a deep breath, Song Qian labored on, for the process of Jieshur was akin to laying formations. Both were exceptionally intricate and mentally exhausting, where even the slightest error could spell disaster. A mere deviation of the brush's tip could trigger the Nanming Lihua formation, instantly incinerating Song Qian to ashes. Hey, come and see if this is the Nanming Lihua formation. Song Qian beckoned to Nangong Xiaoyan, but received only a dismissive glare and returned, I am not He. I have a name, Nangong Xiaoyan. Remember it. With a fierce glare, she approached the meteorite to scrutinize it closely. Young friend, my apologies for earlier. As Nangong Xiaoyan examined the meteorite, Master Poniu approached, saying, I must admit, I was somewhat short-sighted and failed to recognize your true talents. Oh, Song Qian replied nonchalantly, unwilling to engage with this so-called master. The meteorite's surface, though seemingly scorching, bore no actual heat. One could touch it without harm. Yet, this old fool, upon realizing he lacked any backing, had ignited his internal ihua to feign burn injuries. Song Qian noticed the ruse but chose not to expose it. I do not believe we are acquainted. Why do you harbor such hostility towards me? Peoniu, sensing the impatience in Song Qian's tone, inquired further. The meteorite possesses, Song Qian slowly articulated. What? Peoniu was taken aback, quickly realizing he had been discovered. He had not anticipated that the unassuming youth before him would see through his cunning trickery, which had eluded the many powerful figures present. I concede. At that moment, having observed for a while, Nangong Xiaoyan departed the meteorite with a crestfallen expression. Upon her inspection, she had discovered that the formation patterns on the meteorite precisely matched the description of the Nanming Lihua formation in Du Zhan's ancient text. Seeing this, a triumphant smile crept upon Song Qian's lips. In that case, I shall accept the tome by Du Zhan. Under the gaze of the crowd, he stepped forward to claim both the 9 dragons devouring heaven's sword and the ancient text. Tucking them away, what began as a quest to recruit a martial artist had turned into an unexpected windfall. Flipping open the ancient tome, he marveled at the detailed accounts of various formations inscribed within. At that moment, he could confirm that this was indeed the legendary tome of Du Zhan. Nangong Xiaoyan, having given you the tome, can you explain how you instantly discerned the presence of the Nanming Lihua formation within the meteorite? Nangong Xiaoyan, bewildered, could not fathom how, despite being a mid-level first-grade formation master with the advantage of Du Zhan's ancient text, she was outmatched by a mere youth. Do you believe me if I say it was merely intuition? Song Qian replied, his innate spiritual prowess allowing him a unique affinity for formations. The moment he approached the meteorite and sensed its radiating heat, the name of the Nanming Lihua formation had autonomously sprung to his mind. Calling it intuition would not be far from the truth. Chapter 18. Ancient Species. You just claimed that the Celestial Covenant was pilfered from someone else's study, which is already absurd. Now you tell me that you sensed the Nanming Lihua formation through intuition? Are you jesting with me? Nangong Shaoan glared at the seemingly absurd youth before her, seething with indignation. Had she not feared breaching the covenant and attracting divine retribution, she would have relished the opportunity to teach him a lesson. If you do not believe me, there is nothing I can do. Song Qian shrugged helplessly, for every word he spoke was the truth, and if she chose not to believe him, he had no means to convince her otherwise. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. This place was no longer suitable for lingering. Song Qian took hold of the young woman among the crowd, Jasmine, and prepared to depart from the Black Shadao field. Wait a moment. Peonia stepped forward, blocking the path of Song Qian and Jasmine. Young brother, I just witnessed a remarkable technique in Jieshe. How about we have a wager? You. Song Qian looked up at the newcomer. Pausing a moment before replying, are you suggesting a competition in Jieshe? Indeed. We shall compete in Jieshe. Peonia nodded slightly. As for the wager, shall we stake that 5th grade spiritual treasure? With a chuckle. Song Qian couldn't help but laugh at the sight of the other party's hands, thoroughly wrapped like Zongzi. Your hands are severely burned. It would be prudent to abandon your thoughts of my 5th-tier treasure sword and return to rest. Besides, as a stone appraiser, you might not even possess the precious items I seek. Song Qian was acutely aware that Pound Yo had his eyes set on his 9 dragons devouring the heaven sword. However, if the other party could not present an item of equal value and merely sought to take advantage, Song Qian would not be so foolish as to fall for it. With a swift motion, Pound Yo tore off the bandages covering his hands, revealing unscathed palms. Wasn't Master Pao's hand burned just moments ago? It hasn't even been the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn. And he has healed so quickly. Could it be that he used some miraculous elixir of life? Observing Pound Yo's flawless hands, the onlookers buzzed with speculation. Unfazed, Pound Yo summoned a wisp of purple flame. Known as Purple Extreme Pure Flame, ranked 76th on the Heavenly Fire ranking. I wager this extraordinary flame. What do you say? The Purple Extreme Pure Flame was Pound Yo's trump card, compensating for his shortcomings in martial prowess. He would never have produced it as a wager were it not for the allure of a 5th-tier spirit treasure. My goodness, Master Pao possesses an extraordinary flame, and it's the 76th ranked Purple Extreme Pure Flame. Surely, our Xian dynasty is not overflowing with such treasures. The emergence of the Purple Extreme Pure Flame sparked fervent discussions among the crowd. Some gazed at Pound Yo with unabashed greed, as if plotting some devious scheme. Humph, Pound Yo snorted, his peak 2nd stage cultivation radiating throughout the area. I advise you all not to be blinded by this extraordinary flame. Losing your life over such folly would not be worth it. With his peak 2nd stage cultivation combined with the terrifying lethality of the extraordinary flame, Pound Yo's true combat power could easily rival that of a 3rd stage expert. Purple Extreme Pure Flame. Song Qian stroked his chin. Deep in thought, flames from the Heavenly Fire ranking are indeed remarkable. However, 76th place is rather low. If it were within the top 50, I might consider it. Are you implying that this Purple Extreme Pure Flame is insufficient on its own? Pound Yo's eyes narrowed slightly. He had not anticipated that the youth before him would exhibit such insatiable greed. I merely speak the truth. If you cannot present an item of equivalent value, then there is no need for a competition. Gazing at the Purple Extreme Pure Flame, Song Qian felt tempted, yet he desired to prod the other to see if more could be revealed. I find that spirit-gathering jade at your waist rather appealing, though its quality is merely 2nd-tier low-grade. I suppose I can begrudgingly accept it as a concession. Song Qian's keen eyes quickly identified the most valuable item on Pound Yo apart from the extraordinary flame. Young man, do you not understand the saying about greed leading to one's downfall? Pound Yo's expression darkened. The mere presence of the Purple Extreme Pure Flame was insufficient. The other party actually sought to extract a spirit-gathering jade as well. The spirit-gathering jade, as its name implies, gathers the spiritual energy of the surrounding area, making it a rare treasure. Despite its quality being only 2nd-tier low-grade, its value can rival that of a 3rd-tier item. I do not need you, old man, instructing me on my affairs. Point 1 question. Will you wager or not? With a silver-white mask obscuring his true visage, the crowd could not discern Song Qian's expression. Yet his audacious words suggested a face that was equally audacious beneath the mask. Very well. After a moment of silence, Pound Yo resolved, I will wager the Purple Extreme Pure Flame along with the spirit-gathering jade. The stakes were high, yet Pound Yo was confident in his ancestral knife techniques, believing victory to be assured. History often repeats itself. Observing Pound Yo's unwavering confidence, Nangong Shaoan felt a sense of déjà vu. Reminiscent of her own previous determination, that I hereby sign the celestial contract. I wager with you. Seeing the other party take the bait, Song Qian produced 2 copies of the celestial contract, without a moment's hesitation. Pao Niu signed his name on the contracts. The agreement was sealed, and those who broke their word would face the wrath of the heavens. Retrieving the contracts, Song Qian stepped forward to face Pao Niu. How shall we compete? Stone appraisal. Of course, we shall see who can unravel this fallen meteorite. Pao Niu pointed, indicating the meteorite as the object of their contest. Are you suggesting that the one who unravels the meteorite first is the victor? Song Qian inquired. Precisely. Pao Niu nodded affirmatively. According to your proposal, who makes the first cut? As the elder, I shall allow you, the younger, to take the first cut, Pao Niu declared with confidence, arms crossed. Very well. Then I humbly accept your generosity. Song Qian stepped forward, approaching the meteorite that he had already reduced to a human-sized form. Taking a deep breath, he enveloped the meteorite with his spiritual energy, holding the Xian Zhun Dao pen. He inhaled deeply and began his slow journey of unraveling the stone. Due to the meteorite's surface being ensnared in the southern brightly fire array, the appraiser had to proceed with utmost caution. A single misstep could lead to utter destruction. Guided by his spiritual energy, every cut Song Qian made skillfully avoided the array patterns. A quarter hour passed, then half an hour, then a full hour. Time trickled by, yet the onlookers remained vigilant. They were eager to discover what treasures lay within the fallen meteorite. After an entire hour of meticulous work, Song Qian finally paused. The once human-sized meteorite had shrunk to the size of a human head. The previously sparse array patterns now covered the entirety of the meteorite's surface, rendering it nearly impossible to approach. Song Qian exhaled. This is my limit. With a smirk, Pao Niu observed Song Qian's retreat from the contest. Young man, you still have much to learn. Please proceed. Song Qian stepped back beside Emoli, signaling Pao Niu to take his turn. What trick is this young man playing? Nangong Xiao noted the calm demeanor on Song Qian's face. Realizing he was far from conceding. Why did you not continue? Emoli inquired, puzzled by Song Qian's decision to halt just before the final step. I am not a professional stone appraiser, and my abilities are limited. Song Qian replied, shaking his head slightly. If I were to continue, I would inevitably trigger the southern brightly fire array. The legendary extreme flame would consume me entirely. Song Qian understood his own limitations. He realized that relying solely on his strength would not suffice to unravel the fallen meteorite. Are you implying that you are willingly conceding victory? Emoli observed Song Qian, recognizing that he had already acknowledged his inability to unravel the meteorite. If that is the case, why agree to Pao Niu's wager? This opportunity for the extraordinary flame and spirit-gathering jade is too enticing to pass up. Song Qian reassured Emoli, signaling her not to worry. I have my own methods. As Pao Niu took the stage, his masterful knife techniques allowed him to find an entry point on the array-laden meteorite. His blade danced like lightning, seemingly striking the array patterns, yet narrowly avoiding them. With a flurry of swift cuts, Pao Niu gradually revealed the true form of the meteorite. To everyone's astonishment, it was an egg of a demonic beast. Furthermore, the creature within was alive, its powerful heartbeat resonating clearly within the crowd. Weren't we told that the fallen meteorite contained unparalleled treasures? What we have instead is merely a demonic beast's egg. Have we been deceived? Some spectators began to voice their discontent, feeling misled by the Black Sha Daoist Hall, which had spun this elaborate tale around a mere egg. The absence of unparalleled treasures led to a palpable sense of betrayal among the crowd. But one must consider that a fully grown supreme demon could rival the strength of a fifth-stage expert. In that light, how can it not be deemed a treasure? The chief steward stepped forward to clarify. However, the crowd remained unconvinced, with some even inciting others to demand refunds. The chief steward, left with no choice, resorted to displaying the Daoist Hall's strength, sending out elite members to quell the unrest. Before long, a group of powerful elite members encircled the crowd. Anyone with objections, step forward. The Black Sha Daoist Hall has always adhered to the principle of persuasion by reason, the chief steward proclaimed. Yet no one dared to respond. Since no one voiced dissent, the stone appraisal competition resumed, for Master Pao Niu had yet to finish. Although the treasures within the meteorite were now visible, a thin layer of stone skin still enveloped its surface. Only when this layer was completely removed could the stone appraisal be deemed complete. Taking a breath, Master Pao Niu was drenched in sweat and prepared to make the final cut, which would fully unravel the fallen meteorite. Could it be that this young man was truly prepared to relinquish a fifth-tier spirit treasure, Witnessing this scene, even Nangong Shaoan felt that victory was already sealed, regardless of Song Qian's prowess and myriad techniques. He seemed powerless to alter the outcome at this moment. Is it truly coming to this? Jasmine gazed at Song Qian, sensing that matters should not be this straightforward. An opportunity has arisen. Song Qian seized the moment. Snap! With a sharp click of his fingers, the last strike of the knife wielded by the bowl of cooking fell upon the meteorite, originally avoiding all formations, yet in the next instant, an anomaly occurred. Beneath the Southming fire array, an additional layer of formations was unexpectedly revealed. This is bad, the bowl of cooking exclaimed, swiftly retracting his blade and retreating rapidly for several hundred meters. But one misstep leads to another. The blade had merely grazed another layer of formation, not yet touching the Southming fire array's runes. However, in his haste to retract the blade, the bowl of cooking, anxious and distracted, inadvertently deviated the knife's tip by a mere millimeter, triggering the Southming fire array's runes. Whoosh! A surge of intense flames erupted from the meteorite, and despite the bowl of cooking's rapid retreat, he could not escape. Sizzle! In an instant, his garments, artifacts, and even his storage ring were consumed by the flames. Damn it! As the extreme fire threatened to scorch his very essence, the bowl of cooking gritted his teeth and retrieved his last hidden treasure, a fourth-tier mid-grade talisman, the 1,000 Miles of Ice. Whoosh! He affixed the talisman to himself, barely managing to counteract the searing flames. Applause erupted, and the crowd turned to see Song Qian clapping his hands, a look of feigned regret upon his face. TSK, what a pity, you were just one strike away from winning the wager. Observing Song Qian's ostentatious display of remorse, one might genuinely believe he was lamenting the outcome. Yet, in truth, everything was under Song Qian's control. Within the hour of the stone's revelation, how could Song Qian, a peak first-tier formation master, not play some tricks upon the meteorite? The formation that the bowl of cooking's final strike encountered was precisely one that Song Qian had inscribed moments before. A nascent first-tier formation, its lethality negligible, designed solely to cause the bowl of cooking to falter. Cough, cough. The bowl of cooking knelt on one knee, one hand on his chest, and the other bracing against the ground. Boy, do not get too complacent. Besides the Southming fire array on that meteorite, there lies another deeply concealed formation. The two formations complement each other, and now the meteorite has become impenetrable. This wager can at best be deemed a draw. Confident in his assertion, the bowl of cooking believed no one could unravel is that so? Song Qian's lips curled into a smile, an expression of uncontainable joy gracing his features, regrettably, hidden behind his silvery mask. None could discern his true emotions, only inferring from the nuances of his voice. After you. The bowl of cooking borrowed a long robe from those around him, averting the embarrassment of his nakedness. Eager to see what miraculous methods you possess to unravel these two arrays. Then watch closely. Song Qian stepped forward, lightly tapping his Xian Zhendao pen, effortlessly dismantling the formation he had laid. Then, recalling the position of the bowl of cooking's last strike, Song Qian replicated the action with precision. Break. As the final layer of stone skin fell away, the egg of the demonic beast truly emerged into the world. Thud thud. Two powerful heartbeats resonated, sending the audience's hearts racing and their blood surging. Those of slightly lower cultivation were even shaken to the point of spitting blood. This is an astonishing demon. I sense an ancient aura. Could it be a remnant of primordial species? A remnant of primordial species. Once matured, it possesses the terrifying strength of 6 realms. Surrounding the beast's egg, the crowd erupted into fervent debate. The victor has been determined. I concede. Song Qian reached out, directly claiming both the purple extreme pure flame and the spirit-gathering jade into his possession. What a clever boy. I concede defeat. The bowl of cooking's face darkened. Having been summoned merely to unearth a stone, yet now left with nothing to show for it. Chapter 19. The emergence of Xiongqi. Just wait. When this heavenly decree expires, it will be your demise. Boy. The bowl of cooking glared at Song Qian, silently vowing within my instincts were indeed correct. On the other side, Nangong Shaoan observed the sudden reversal of fate, equally astonished by Song Qian's astounding prowess. Though she could not fathom how he had caused the bowl of cooking to falter at the last moment, she knew it was all orchestrated by Song Qian. You are indeed the legendary formation master. Watching Song Qian return victorious, Jasmine marveled at his extraordinary talent. Not only did he possess exceptional martial skills, but he also dabbled in the legendary art of formations. Such a person could only be deemed a prodigy. You noticed? Song Qian was somewhat surprised. He did not expect Jasmine to possess such keen insight, especially when numerous powerful figures present, including those hidden in the shadows, failed to discern the subtleties, yet a mere girl had seen through it. Have you heard of the spirit-searching eye? Jasmine inquired. The spirit-searching eye is a unique constitution that seeks out spiritual veins and treasures. Song Qian recounted the information regarding the spirit-searching eye, then countered. Are you, perchance, endowed with the spirit-searching eye? Jasmine nodded. I activated my spirit-searching eye just now and saw the formations you inscribed upon the meteorite that I see. Song Qian understood. Those with the spirit eye possess vision far beyond ordinary mortals. Even if the spirit-searching eye's ability does not entail seeing through illusions, Jasmine's sight was indeed the sharpest among all present. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The astonishing demon is about to emerge. Its demonic aura spreading and disturbing all the prominent figures within the ancient city of Zhantian. The master of the Black Sha Dao, Sha Tian, a peak fourth realm expert. The city lord of Zhantian, Nangong Qingtsang, a peak fourth realm expert. The lord of the black market, Luo Kanglan, a half-step fifth realm expert. The master of the martial market. The Grand General of Tianwu, Wei Long. As each prominent figure made their entrance, the emotions of the crowd surged like a roller coaster, rising and falling in a tumultuous wave. An unborn demonic beast could stir all the powerful entities in the ancient city of Zhantian to appear. Witnessing this scene, even Song Qian could not help but draw in a sharp breath. The thought of the demonic beast within the egg potentially harboring one of the five essences made the prospect of seizing it under the watchful eyes of so many powerful figures seem utterly hopeless. Would he simply allow this opportunity to slip away before his very eyes? No, Song Qian could not accept that. Even knowing it was improbable, he still wished to take a risk, transforming a bicycle into a motorcycle. What is happening here? Sha Tian, as the host, will you not explain? Nangong Qingtsang spoke first. The meteorite unexpectedly descended, containing this astonishing demonic beast. Sha Tian waved his hand, indicating he knew no more than that. The Grand General's gaze fixated on the demonic beast's egg. Could he have discerned something? The black market lord, Luo Kanglan, speculated that the Grand General Wei Long might have an inkling of the truth. A remnant of the primordial species, the fierce beast Xiongqi. The Grand General Wei Long slowly uttered those 8 words. This astonishing great demon is truly a remnant of the primordial species, one of the 4 great fierce beasts. Xiongqi is among the finest of the primordial remnants. Whosoever contained this Xiongqi would effectively possess a formidable fighter of the 7th realm. With the Grand General's confirmation, the onlookers erupted in excitement, each preparing to seize this Xiongqi Cubas, a remnant of the primordial species. Xiongqi possesses an exceptionally noble bloodline. Even just hatched, it already boasts the strength of the initial 3rd realm, Song Qian muttered to himself. He had also gleaned knowledge of the 4 great fierce beasts from ancient texts. Thus, his chances of claiming the 5 essences had once again diminished significantly. Do not blame me for not warning you. The fierce reputation of Xiongqi is not merely for show. Observing the greedy gazes of those present, the Grand General Wei Long once more cautioned. Only those of the 4th realm possess the capability to subdue this demon. For cultivators below the 4th realm, it is best to abandon any such thoughts. After issuing his warning, the Grand General's gaze fell upon the 3 remaining 4th realm experts, the Master of Black Sha, the City Lord of Zhantian, and the Lord of the Black Market. Among you 3, who possesses the confidence to fully tame this remnant of the primordial species? I am willing to act as its protector alongside the other 2. Sha Tian and the others clearly understood the terror of the primordial remnants. Taming the fierce beast Xiongqi would be even more challenging. Even Luo Kanglan, who was a half-step 5th realm expert, dared not claim he could completely subdue it. Since the meteorite has chosen to descend upon my Black Sha Dao, it is evidently destined. Seeing no one step forward, Sha Tian chose to take the initiative, declaring as the host, I shall attempt to tame this primordial fierce beast. Protector. The Grand General Wei Long's expression remained impassive as he coldly uttered those 2 words. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In a flash, several powerful figures stood before the demonic beast's egg. The city lord of Zhantian wielded a long spear. Asserting dominance over the west, the black market lord brandished a long gun. Commanding the south, the martial market lord, the Grand General of Tianwu, dominated the north. Finally, Sha Tian, holding approached the demonic beast's egg from the east. Thud thud. Without the cover of the stone skin, the powerful heartbeat of Xiongqi constantly stirred the bloodlines of all present. The Hunyuan Pearl, dispel the illusions, activate. Sha Tian formed a hand seal, reciting incantations, and then infused his abundant spiritual energy into the whoosh. A crimson light erupted from the, piercing accurately into the beast egg. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. After a span of 10 breaths, No heartbeat could be heard emanating from within the beast egg. Could it be? Has it perished so soon? The so-called young, unable to withstand even a single strike from a four-realm powerhouse, is truly feeble. What a pity for this ancient ferocious beast with boundless potential, snuffed out in its cradle. The onlookers engaged in a ceaseless murmur, speculating whether the young within the egg had indeed met its end. In stark contrast, the three supreme powerhouses present dared not exhibit even a hint of negligence. Their hands, gripping their weapons, trembled as they sensed a far more potent demonic aura emanating from within the beast egg. Within that aura lay an overwhelming intent to kill. Clearly, the young was enraged. As the saying goes, when is angered, 100,000 corpses lie in its wake. Rivers run red with blood. Prepare yourselves, for it is about to break free from its shell. We must not underestimate it. The Grand General of Tianwu's words were barely uttered when a roar erupted, reverberating through the heavens and earth, shaking the very foundations of time. The gathered individuals were struck with such terror that blood flowed from their 7 orifices, leaving them in a dazed state. In a flash, Song Qian hastily retrieved 2 soundproof talismans from his robes, one for himself, and one handed to Mo Li. Thus, the 2 of them narrowly avoided the gruesome fate of blood pouring from their orifices. With a crack, following the beast's roar, the surface of the beast egg was suddenly riddled with countless fissures. The torrent of demonic energy surged forth, instantly enveloping the entire dark venue. Gulping, even the formidable Sha Tian felt an immense pressure emanating from the demonic aura. Unable to suppress a swallow, his hand controlling the trembled uncontrollably. Damn it, this newly born beast could only muster a strength equivalent to the 3rd realm, at most a peak 4th realm powerhouse. Subduing it should be a mere trifle. Sha Tian mentally encouraged himself, slowly taking a step forward. Crack. Another sound of cracking echoed, as the fissures swiftly spread across the entire egg, as if in the next moment would break free. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept in from nowhere, completely scattering the already shattered beast egg. Before them stood the legendary young, its snowy white fur glistening, adorned with 2 pale golden dragon horns upon its forehead, and a beak resembling that of an eagle. Behind it, a pair of black wings unfurled. The young surveyed its surroundings with its pale golden eyes, seemingly sensing the greed of the onlookers and the provocation from the 4 great powerhouses. With a roar, the beast's cry reverberated, and an invisible pressure bore down upon the crowd, rendering breathing a strenuous effort. Altogether, the Grand General of Tianwu seized the moment, commanding the 3 powerhouses to launch a collective assault. Mortal, do not overstep your bounds. Faced with the simultaneous onslaught of the 4 powerhouses, the young suddenly spoke human words, a silhouette of a appearing in its pale golden gaze. Southern Ming Li fire. Incinerate all living beings. With a flourish, the young unleashed the true flame of the Southern Ming Li fire. Not good, run, cried the Grand General of Tianwu. The Southern Ming Li fire is an ultimate flame, capable of consuming all, extinguished by no water. Even a powerhouse of the 5th realm would find it hard to resist. The 4 great powerhouses retreated thousands of miles, barely escaping with their lives. Seizing the opportunity, the young flapped its wings, transforming into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. Chase, we cannot let this cooked duck fly away. The 4 great powerhouses immediately employed their techniques, pursuing the direction in which the young had disappeared. We should follow as well. Who knows, we might stumble upon something, someone in the crowd shouted. Upon hearing this, the masses wasted no time and surged forth in a grand procession. Song Qian, eager to join the fray, was halted by Moli. Oh, you wish to seize an opportunity? Moli inquired. Of course, who wouldn't want to seize an opportunity? Song Qian retorted. If you wish to seize an opportunity, then follow me. With that, Moli took Song Qian's hand, leading him away from the throng. Hey, you're going the wrong way, Song Qian exclaimed. We aren't pursuing that beast. I'm taking you to a different place to find treasures. Seeing Mo Li's confident demeanor, Song Qian could only choose to trust her. Subsequently, Mo Li guided Song Qian in circles around the outskirts of the dark venue. When the majority of the attendees had vacated the area, the 2 returned to their original spot. Wait, why are we back here? Song Qian questioned in confusion. Everyone's attention was captivated by the young, yet no one noticed that the beast egg itself was a treasure brimming with spiritual energy. Mo Li pointed to the scattered eggshells on the ground. Oh right, Song Qian exclaimed, clapping his hands. How could I have forgotten that? It is said that some powerful beasts consume their own eggshells as their first meal after birth. Thus, The eggshell must be a rare treasure in itself. Hurriedly, Song Qian and Emoli collected the scattered eggshells. Although the eggshell had shattered into thousands of pieces, each shard contained an incredibly pure essence of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. A single fragment rivaled 100 spirit stones. 1,000 shards, rounded off, equated to a staggering 100,000 spirit stones. As Song Qian calculated this astronomical figure within his mind, he exclaimed with excitement, "You truly are remarkable, Emoli. We have struck it rich this time, by the way. Amidst all those people, how did you notice the extraordinary nature of the eggshell?" "Because I possess the treasure-seeking martial pulse." Emoli replied. The treasure-seeking martial pulse, as the name suggests, is a special pulse used to locate treasures. This was why Emoli could spot the eggshell's uniqueness at a glance. Your combination of the spirit-searching eye and the treasure-seeking martial pulse is quite intriguing. Song Qian mused. Does this mean that as long as I have you by my side, I won't miss any treasures? Indeed, Emoli nodded. In theory, this is feasible. Then I've really struck gold. A mere burden has transformed into a treasure detector. Song Qian felt overjoyed within. However, he also lamented the missed opportunity with the fifth essence, feeling a slight sigh within. Yet, life is a balance of loss and gain. Today's harvest of an ancient formation tome. The purple extreme pure flame, the gathering spirit jade, and 1,000 shards of eggshell already constituted a bountiful yield. One must not be too greedy in life. By the way, when the hatched, a jewel flew out as well. I noticed no one else saw it, so I picked it up. Would you like to take a look? With that, Emoli produced a luminous blue jewel from her robes. As the jewel appeared, the long dormant supreme divine sword within Song Qian resonated once more, emitting a resounding sword cry. This is Song Qian abruptly raised his head, his eyes fixated on the jewel in Emoli's hand. What happened? Emoli asked, a hint of fear in her voice, noticing Song Qian's unusual gaze. Could I see the jewel? After a moment, Song Qian finally regained his composure. Here, Emoli handed the jewel over. Whoosh! The instant he grasped the jewel, an overwhelming force surged into Song Qian's body. Bang! With a muffled thud, Song Qian broke through once more, reaching the mid-second realm. He realized that the jewel contained one of the 5 essences. Chaotic yin-yang energy. Song Qian, what's wrong? Did the poison flare up again? Emoli watched anxiously as Song Qian suddenly froze. Huh, I'm fine. Song Qian quickly reassured her that if you're fine, then why did you suddenly freeze? Emoli frowned slightly. This matter pertains to some personal secrets, which I cannot conveniently disclose. There was no way Song Qian would reveal anything about the supreme divine sword to anyone. Emoli, how about we negotiate? I'll trade this gathering spirit jade for your jewel. What do you think? As they walked down the street, Song Qian toyed with the luminous blue jewel, finding it increasingly appealing. If you like it, just take it. I don't need the gathering spirit jade. Emoli gently declined Song Qian's offer. She neither sought spirit stone resources, nor martial techniques, nor magical artifacts. Song Qian looked at her. Emoli, what do you truly seek by staying by my side? I seek nothing, Emoli replied, momentarily taken aback. Then in a voice as faint as a whisper, added, I just hope you won't abandon me. Even with Song Qian's keen hearing, he could barely catch her words. What did you say? Speak up. Nothing much. I just think you're handsome and want to marry you, Emoli stated, a playful tone in her voice. Chapter 20. A grievous assassination. Song Qian and Emoli sought refuge in a tavern, intending to stay temporarily. In light of the recent meteor incident, the Xiao Changge had mobilized nearly its entire force, leaving Song Qian to postpone his job application until the following day. Due to the overwhelming number of guests at the tavern, only Room 1, marked with a Tian character, and Room 9, marked with a Huang, remained available. Considering his rugged nature, Song Qian thought it inconsequential where he slept. Thus, he relinquished Room 1 to Emoli and proceeded to Room 9. As he entered Room 9, a rich fragrance of jasmine enveloped him. This aroma, specially concocted with an array of expensive herbs, possessed a refreshing quality that evoked the gentle caress of spring. However, Song Qian discerned a faint hint of malice lurking within. Having recently exposed the Jiulong Tunshin sword and the Covenant of the Heavens at the Xiao Changge, he was acutely aware that he had attracted unwanted attention. To his astonishment, the assailants arrived sooner than expected and had evidently laid their plans in advance. Come out, there's no point in lurking in the shadows. Song Qian called out to the empty room. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. An interminable moment passed without a response. Are you all cramped together in there? It can't be comfortable, he continued. If you don't show yourselves soon, I shall take my leave. 3, 2, 1. A sudden turn of events caused a slight astonishment among those present. Song Qian, you tread the path to heaven yet refuse to take it, while hell opens its gates to you uninvited. Upon confirming the identity of the newcomer, Dongfang could no longer remain seated and swiftly drew his weapon. Nangong Shaoan remained silent but discreetly retrieved her array pin. Only the steward of the Taoist temple remained seated in the main position. Observing the unfolding events with barely a flicker of his eyelids. Are you Dongfang, the third elder of the Dongjun Manor? Song Qian recognized Dongfang. Young man, since you still remember me, promptly return the treasured possession of my Dongjun Manor. For the sake of our shared heritage in Dongjun ancient city, I can spare your life. Dongfang began to persuade him, hoping to subdue Song Qian without bloodshed. That we'll discuss our previous matters later. Song Qian disregarded Dongfang and turned his attention to Peoniu. Old fool, where have you taken Jasmine? Damn your ancestors. In response to Song Qian's inquiry, Peoniu erupted in fury. You first seized my and snatched my spirit jade. Then severed my arm and ruined my future. I swear, I will never coexist with you. Song Qian, old man, open your eyes and see who wields the sword. Hearing this, Song Qian questioned the old man's sanity. With a blade poised at his throat, he still dared to threaten him. Kill. If you have the guts, then kill me. Faced with death, Peoniu showed no sign of fear. His arm severed, he could no longer employ the Peoniu swordplay, rendering him a mere shell of his former self. Rather than live in humiliation, he would prefer to die with dignity. Taking a deep breath, Song Qian was taken aback by the old man's stubbornness. Even in the face of death, thus, to extract Jasmine's whereabouts, he resorted to more forceful measures. With a flick of his thought, a cluster of purple flames appeared at his fingertips. Impossible. How long has it been since you acquired the purple extreme pure flame? And you've already tamed it. Peoniu exclaimed in shock. The purple extreme pure flame is a formidable, listed among the ranks of the heavens and earth. Taming it is no small feat. Peoniu had spent a decade barely managing to do so himself. What business is it of yours? Song Qian retorted. He was aware of the difficulties in subduing and had initially prepared to spend 3 months doing so. However, to his surprise, the supreme divine sword's martial vein within him sensed the restless purple extreme pure flame. Merely releasing a wisp of sword energy was enough to tame the flame. What do you intend to do? Observing the malevolent grin on Song Qian's face as he toyed with it, Peoniu felt a foreboding sense of unease. Did you not just say you fear nothing, even death? Song Qian smirked wickedly. Then I'll make you wish for death yet find no escape. Purple extreme pure flame. Go. With a command, the flames transformed into a streak of light and instantly surged into Peoniu's body. The purple extreme pure flame rampaged within him, scorching his meridians and bones, causing Peoniu to writhe in agony. Howling in despair, witnessing this scene, Nangong Shaoyan felt a twinge of compassion and contemplated intervening. Yet, upon reflecting on her own peak cultivation at the first realm, she realized she might not withstand even a single strike from Song Qian. Looking at the 2 other third-realm powerhouses, who coldly observed Peoniu's torment without a hint of intervention, they thought to themselves that with Peoniu out of the way, they could obtain a share of, or a spirit jade for themselves. After weighing her options, Nangong Shaoyan ultimately chose to refrain from action and opted to watch the developments unfold. I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'll tell you everything. Unable to endure the excruciating pain, Peoniu finally chose to yield. That woman has commendable talent. I will send her to the son of death, Shaiyun, as a furnace cauldron. They are within this Black Death Taoist temple, he said. I've said all I needed to. Please spare me, a furnace cauldron. Upon hearing this, Song Qian was filled with rage. With a swift motion, he struck down without hesitation, cleaving Peoniu in 2. If he were to show mercy to such a beast, it would be a disgrace to his identity as a swordsman. After dealing with Peoniu and retracting the purple extreme pure flame, Song Qian turned to leave. Young man, do you think you can simply kill and walk away without regard for us? The steward elder rose from his seat and exchanged a glance with Dongfang, signaling him to block the exit. I have no intention of killing anyone. Clear the way now, and I shall spare your lives. Song Qian, anxious for Jasmine's safety, sought to avoid further delay. Song Qian, do you still believe yourself to be the unparalleled prodigy of Upper Xian from back in the day, suppressing all of Dongjun ancient city? Dongfang mocked. If I'm not mistaken, your cultivation should only be at the mid-stage of the second realm. The steward elder squinted his eyes into slits. We are both at the initial stage of the third realm. How can you have the confidence to utter such nonsense about sparing our lives? As he faced the increasingly pressing 2, Song Qian's gaze grew progressively colder. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 9-dragon swallowing heaven sword in his hand seemed to sense its master's fury. emitting 3 resounding sword cries that reverberated throughout the assembly hall. If Jasmine is defiled by your young master, I will drag your entire Black Death Taoist temple down with me. Song Qian's voice, though not loud, struck terror into the hearts of all present. Chapter 21. 1 against 3. Young man, you speak with such bravado. Eat my palm. Breaking waves across the sky, the steward elder, incensed, mobilized his spiritual energy and unleashed his signature technique, the third-rank palm technique. Raging waves, the gust from his palm ravaged the entire hall, and those present could faintly sense a pressure akin to a towering tsunami. Is that all you've got? Song Qian scoffed, raising the 9-dragon swallowing heaven sword. Executing the second move of the red sky sword technique, channeling the spiritual energy refined through his dantian, he infused it into the 9-dragon swallowing heaven sword, maximizing its lethality. Whoosh! The raging palm winds were cleaved apart by a single stroke. Though Song Qian had not practiced any movement techniques, the cleansing of the upper Xian Qi and the chaotic yin-yang Qi had enhanced his speed to rival that of a second-rank movement technique. At this moment, with all his might unleashed, Song Qian's figure appeared ghostly. Before the steward elder could react, the 9-dragon swallowing heaven sword was already upon him. I offered you a chance, but you squandered it. Prepare to die, Song Qian roared, and the 9-dragon swallowing heaven sword descended with lethal intent. Clang! Suddenly, a long spear, the Bawang gun, shot in from the right, perfectly blocking the 9-dragon swallowing heaven sword. Song Qian, do not forget about me. The one who intervened was none other than Dongfang. Having cultivated the third-rank movement technique, Ghostly Shadows, his speed surpassed that of Song Qian, allowing him to strike just in time to save the steward elder from certain death. Humph! Song Qian let out a cold snort, retracting his sword and retreating several dozen meters to create distance. Thank you, Brother Dongfang, for your timely assistance. The steward elder expressed his gratitude with a clasped fist. In that fleeting moment, had Dongfang not intervened, he would have undoubtedly met his demise as a third-realm initial stage powerhouse. He never anticipated being pushed to such a brink by a mid-stage second-realm warrior. Having once been the foremost prodigy of Upper Xian, Song Qian, though now remade, should not be underestimated. As inhabitants of Dongjun ancient city, we've witnessed the peak of Song Qian, so we must proceed with caution. Let us join forces. 2 against 1 should tilt the odds in our favor. Agreed. The steward elder nodded in assent. What significance does the alliance of 2 mere chickens hold? Song Qian shook his head slightly at the sight. Heh, Dongfang sneered. Young man, you are overly arrogant. The collaboration of 2 third-realm powerhouses is far more than just 1 plus 1. Is that so? Song Qian raised an eyebrow. What makes you say that? Watch closely. Dongfang exchanged a glance with the steward elder, and then each summoned forth their martial veins, merging their spiritual energies into one, unveiling their martial vein abilities. Martial vein abilities. Song Qian was momentarily taken aback. Across the myriad martial veins in the world, only a select few special martial veins could give rise to martial vein abilities. These abilities are akin to martial arts, but stand at a higher echelon. For most martial arts are derived from countless martial vein abilities. For instance, the Red Sky Sword technique is an evolution of the abilities of the Red Sky martial vein. Special martial veins capable of manifesting martial vein abilities are deemed exceptional even among their ranks. Song Qian's former Xianong martial vein was such a special vein, and its derived abilities rivaled 5th-tier martial arts. However, Dongfang and the steward elder possessed dual-headed spirit snakes and 3-inch golden palms, respectively, which were merely of mid to low-grade yellow tier and not special martial veins. Logically, they should not possess the capability to generate abilities. However, there exists a secret art known as the fusion of martial veins and abilities. This art allows 2 or more third-realm powerhouses to infuse their formidable spiritual energy into one individual, thereby enhancing their martial veins and temporarily enabling the manifestation of martial vein abilities. A golden light shot skyward as the dual-headed spirit snake martial vein behind Dongfang shimmered with brilliance. Clearly, with the steward elder's infusion of spiritual energy, Dongfang's martial vein had temporarily gained the capacity to unleash martial vein abilities. Martial vein ability, Divine Serpent's Tail, Dongfang bellowed, and the illusory form of the dual-headed spirit snake appeared almost as a tangible entity. Whoosh! A tail shimmering with a jade-like glow swept towards Song Qian. Desiring to leap and evade, he found his legs suddenly ensnared by intricate array patterns that sprang forth from beneath his feet. An array. Song Qian turned to gaze at Nangong Xiaoyan, who was hidden in the corner. Wielding an array pin and chanting incantations. In terms of martial prowess, I may be inferior to you, Nangong Xiaoan proclaimed with a proud expression, but do not forget, I am known as the prodigy of arrays. A legitimate mid-stage first-tier array master. Ha ha! Witnessing this scene, the elder in charge laughed heartily, exclaiming, Youngster, this time you are undoubtedly doomed. Sighing, Dongfang shook his head and lamented, once the first prodigy of Shangshuan. Today he faces imminent demise. How tragic. Faced with the dual-headed spirit snake's martial vein abilities, compounded by Nangong Xiaoyun's array confinement, it appeared to be a certain death for Song Qian. Yet, he retorted nonchalantly, is that so? Swiftly drawing the Xianzhen Dao pen. He pointed it into the air. With the overwhelming surge of his 10th-tier mental power, Nangong Xiaoyun's array crumbled like paper, utterly dismantled. Puffed. The array shattered, and Nangong Xiaoyun suffered a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of essence blood. Her face now a portrait of terror as she looked at Song Qian. You possess 10th-tier mental power. Ignoring her astonishment, Song Qian regarded the sweeping snake tail with indifference, questioning, is the martial vein ability truly formidable? Taste my sword. 9 heavens, shocking spirit. As he unleashed the supreme sword technique, a blinding white light erupted from the sword's tip. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the once mighty dual-headed spirit snake phantom was instantly vanquished by the sword aura. Puffed puffed. The martial vein and the martial artist are inseparable. They rise and fall together as the two spirit snakes were cleaved by Song Qian's sword. Dongfang coughed up blood and was sent flying backward. The elder in charge, having lent all his spiritual energy to the opponent, was also affected, tumbling back several dozen meters alongside Dongfang. This battle, 1 against 3, ended with Song Qian's complete victory with a single sword strike. He defeated 2 third-tier experts, restoring his cultivation. The former first prodigy of Shangshuan had truly returned. Can we still escape now? Witnessing this spectacle, the dozens of individuals from Dongjun Mansion lost all fighting spirit and scattered like birds and beasts. I had warned you not to interfere in this matter, yet you not only ignored me, but sought to obstruct me. Song Qian paid no mind to the fleeing crowd, instead approaching Dongfang and the elder in charge, remarking, your fate is purely self-inflicted. As the 9 dragons swallowing heaven sword descended, the 2 third-tier experts met their bloody end. Pray tell, where is young Master Sha Yun's chamber? Song Qian inquired of a servant. The entire Black Sha Dao Hall spanned over 10,000 miles, housing no fewer than 10,000 rooms. Without guidance, finding the chamber would consume considerable time. You must be new here. The 36 rooms in the west courtyard are all young Master Sha Yun's sleeping quarters, replied the servant. Whoosh! Upon receiving the answer, Song Qian surged forth with the utmost speed towards the west courtyard. Meanwhile, within the 36 rooms of the west courtyard, not bad, your master has truly put in effort. Observing the jasmine delivered by the servant, Sha Yun grew increasingly fond of it. With my yin-yang replenishing divine technique, I am but one virgin away from achieving greatness. Go back and inform the master that I am quite pleased with this gift. I shall certainly pay a visit next time. The servant acknowledged and promptly exited the room, not wishing to interrupt the other's business. Do not come near. Jasmine curled up on the bed, her limbs bound, staring in terror at the lecherous Sha Yun. Rest assured, little girl, I shall treat your first time with utmost care, ensuring you feel no pain, Sha Yun said, rubbing his hands together and licking his cracked lips. Clearly unable to contain his eagerness, knock knock. Coincidentally, a knock resonated at the door. Who is it? Apologies, young master. The master instructed us to deliver a maiden to you, and I momentarily forgot to bring the treasured item. Came the voice of the servant at the door. Truly, you lot are a bunch of imbeciles. You can forget to bring a mere item. Sha Yun, visibly irritated, approached to open the door. Whoosh! The moment the door swung open, he was met not with a treasured item, but rather a sharp sword. Sha Yun's pupils dilated exponentially. Due to the sword's swift speed and proximity, he had no chance to evade, helplessly watching as the blade pierced his body. Clang! The sword tip penetrated his clothing, seemingly striking something hard, emitting a piercing sound, yet it could advance no further. 5th-tier soft armor. Song Qian gasped. To withstand the assault of the 9 dragons swallowing heaven sword, the least one could possess was 5th-tier soft armor. It was indeed peculiar that the Black Sha Dao Hall had no 5th-tier experts yet possessed a 5th-tier soft armor. 5th-tier spirit treasure. Sha Yun exclaimed, gazing at the 9 dragons swallowing heaven sword in Song Qian's hand. Who are you, daring to intrude upon the Black Sha Dao Hall and attempt assassination? Recovering from his shock, Sha Yun drew a 3rd-tier short blade from his sleeve, deflecting the 9 dragons swallowing heaven's sword. Hand over Jasmine, and I shall spare your life. Song Qian enveloped the entire room with his mental power and soon discovered Jasmine curled up on the bed, her clothing still intact. Jasmine? Who is that? Xia Yun inquired, unaware of Jasmine's name. Are there others in this room? Aside from me and the furnace, there is no one else, Xia Yun replied truthfully, but he quickly grasped. I see. You are here to rescue her, Song Qian. Hearing the familiar voice, Jasmine hastily poked her head out from behind the bed curtains. Song, Qian nodded at Jasmine, signaling her not to fear. I have come to save you. Save? At these words, Xia Yun seemed to hear the greatest joke. With your mid-stage second-tier cultivation, you believe you can rescue her from my grasp. I think you are still half asleep, indulging in wishful thinking. With that, Xia Yun revealed his cultivation level, which was mid-stage third tier, one small realm above the elder in charge and Dong Feng. Judging by his age, barely in his 20s, such cultivation could indeed be deemed prodigious. What a bother. Let us engage. Song Qian, aware that this battle was inevitable, considered further words unnecessary. It was time to reveal true prowess. You lad, not bad, Xia Yun remarked, recognizing Song Qian's martial resolve. Among the young cultivators under 25 in the ancient city of war, none have not trembled at my name. You are the first to dare engage me after witnessing my strength. Moreover, you bear a resemblance to an old friend of mine. Staring at Song Qian, Xia Yun felt a sense of familiarity, yet could not place it. How about this? If you can withstand 3 moves from me, I shall release that maiden point 3 moves, as you wish. First form of the Black Shot Ghost Blade. Unmatched malevolence. Upon Song Qian's agreement, Xia Yun wasted no time, brandishing a short blade and charging at him. The Black Shot Ghost Blade, rated at 4 stars, could convert spiritual energy into even more potent malevolent energy. It was the Black Sha Dao Hall's ultimate technique. Malevolent energy enveloped the surroundings, and upon the short blade, a ghostly visage materialized, indicating that Xia Yun's Black Sha Ghost Blade had reached the transformative stage. Lad, if you cannot withstand this move, that maiden shall belong to me. Noticing Song Qian's lack of reaction to his lethal strike, Xia Yun wondered if he was contemplating surrender. However, he underestimated Song Qian. He was not seeking to concede but rather to find a flaw. Upon spotting an opening, Song Qian's lips curled into a slight smile. Holding the 9 dragons swallowing heaven's sword, he softly intoned. Supreme sword technique. 9 heavens, shocking spirit. The sword tip glimmered with a chilling light, akin to the radiance of stars from the heavens above. Accompanied by the terrifying sword aura, it surged towards Xia Yun. Whoosh! In an instant, it reached Xia Yun's front. The so-called overwhelming malevolent energy was utterly insignificant before the supreme sword aura. Merely a glance was enough to shatter it to pieces. The ghostly visage atop the short blade was pierced through by the chilling light of the 9 dragons swallowing heaven's sword's tip. Whoosh! A sound of breaking air echoed past Xia Yun's ear, severing a lock of his inky hair. Gulp! Coming perilously close to death, Xia Yun could not help but swallow hard, then sighed. What a formidable sword technique. Had the 9 dragons swallowing heaven's sword been off by even a fraction, Xia Yun's head would have been severed from his body. I concede. Song Qian sheathed his sword and clasped his fist toward him. Song Qian was not a person who relished killing. Since Xia Yun harbored no intent to slay him, he too did not wish to pursue a complete annihilation. At this, Xia Yun let out a self-deprecating laugh, saying, I had initially thought that if you could withstand 3 of my moves, I would release her, but the tables have turned, and I nearly fell to your blade. Seek your little companion. She is on the bed. Song Qian stepped forward to the bed, untying Jasmine's bindings. Are you all right? Once freed, Jasmine leapt into Song Qian's embrace, exclaiming, I was so scared, truly terrified. Feeling the growing dampness on his chest, Song Qian realized Jasmine was crying. Frowning, he cast a glance at Xia Yun. Hey, don't involve me in this. I haven't even touched her. Feeling the murderous intent radiating from Song Qian's eyes, Xia Yun quickly waved his hands in surrender. Retracting his gaze, Song Qian gently brushed his hand across Xia Yun's back and comforted. With me by your side, there is nothing to fear. Song Qian, you won't abandon me, will you? Jasmine looked up, her delicate face already streaked with tears resembling rain-soaked pear blossoms. This question struck a familiar chord in Song Qian's heart. It seemed that someone had posed a similar inquiry to him before, and it had ended with a betrayal. To avert a tragic repeat, Song Qian ultimately responded with nothing more than a smile. Chapter 22. The martial market. Have you taken a life? As they walked through the streets, Jasmine caught a whiff of the blood that clung to Song Qian. Yes, Song Qian nodded. In my haste to save you, a few dogs jumped out to obstruct my path, and I had no choice but to eliminate them. What are their backgrounds? Should we fear retaliation? Hearing that the killings were done for her sake, a warm current flowed through Jasmine's heart. We must flee. Song Qian offered no further explanation, merely uttering a single word. The Battle Heaven ancient city is already on the frontier. If we continue to run, Jasmine stroked her chin, analyzing the situation with remarkable calmness. Our only option would be to head north into the territory of the barbarians. As a practitioner of the mystic realm, entering the barbarian lands would be akin to a sheep wandering into a wolf's den. There would be no return. Song Qian shook his head, dismissing the idea of heading north. Let us consider other alternatives. What are you two pondering over here? Would you like us to assist you in brainstorming? At that moment, an untimely voice interrupted from above. Song Qian looked up to find himself and Jasmine surrounded. Thousands of martial artists from various factions, including the Dongjun Manor, the Pao family, the City Lord's Manor, and the Black Shaman sect, were present. Run, with the 9 dragons devouring heaven sword in hand. Song Qian carved out a path and hurriedly led Jasmine towards the busiest street. Run, the 4 great gates of the Battle Heaven ancient city have already closed. Where do you think you can escape to? A loud laugh echoed from behind as pursuers followed in their wake. With the enhancements from the 9 dragons devouring heaven's sword, the supreme sword art, and spiritual energy, Song Qian possessed the strength to slay powerful foes across 3 realms. Yet, faced with over 1,000 martial artists, even he had no choice but to resort to the oldest strategy, retreat. Although the enemy's cultivations were not particularly high, consisting mainly of 1st and 2nd realm riffraff, their sheer numbers could easily drown any opponent. Even with a single spit, I've got an idea. As they dashed through the sea of people, Jasmine suddenly clapped her hands in excitement. What did you think of? Song Qian inquired. A hiding place. A smile graced Jasmine's lips. In that place, even the Black Shaman sect, City Lord's Manor, and Dongjun Manor would not dare to act recklessly. How come I didn't know there was such a place in the Battle Heaven ancient city? Song Qian asked, skepticism evident in his tone. That place is called the Black Market. Jasmine's lips moved, revealing the name of a certain locale. Where there is light, there is darkness. Every ancient city, despite its outward splendor, harbors its share of unsavory places. Those in the know refer to such places collectively as the Black Market, Jasmine thought, since the brightly illuminated areas are under the control of those major factions. I shall take the opposite path, shunning the light to embrace the darkness. Old Taoist, do you know where the Black Market is located? You heard correctly, Song Qian admitted. We are lost. However, it wasn't entirely accurate to say they were lost. Rather, the Black Market was rather peculiar and typically unmarked on maps. As newcomers to the city, they had no choice but to seek guidance from others. Just then, beneath a crooked tree, they spotted an old Taoist lying there, dressed in rags, with half a dog leg dangling from his mouth. Is it mealtime? Upon hearing someone call out to him, the old Taoist groggily opened his eyes. It's not mealtime. I'm asking if you know how to get to the Black Market. Song Qian, possessing a mental acuity far exceeding that of ordinary individuals, observed the old Taoist. Despite his disheveled appearance, a faint aura of martial prowess enveloped him. To possess such a formidable presence, his true cultivation must be terrifyingly high. Song Qian surmised this might be a grand elder or someone of significant standing, leisurely wandering the mortal realm. If it's not mealtime, don't bother calling me. I'm still not fully awake, the old Taoist grumbled, resuming his slumber upon realizing they were merely asking for directions. How about this? If you tell me how to get to the Black Market, I can buy you something to eat. Song Qian proposed, knowing the old Taoist likely had some knowledge of the Black Market. Steamed lamb, steamed bear paw, steamed deer tail, roasted flower duck. Altogether 108 dishes, if you can procure them all for me. I might consider it, the old Taoist responded, excitement flickering in his eyes. Upon hearing the old man's request, Song Qian felt a headache coming on. 108 dishes. Even for a pig, that would be an insurmountable feast. Yet, in order to access the Black Market and seek a chance at survival, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and comply. Half an hour later, Song Qian and Jasmine returned, laden with precisely 108 dishes, along with a table. Oh, not bad, young man, the old Taoist exclaimed, his lethargy vanishing as he leaped onto the table and began devouring the food with reckless abandon. Song Qian vowed he had never witnessed such a primitive and unrefined manner of eating. In less than a quarter of an hour, the entire spread had been consumed. Once finished, the old Taoist kept his word and pointed in a direction for Song Qian. Then, without a care, he flopped back down, mumbling to himself about the joys of eating and sleeping. Old Taoist, these 108 dishes cost me over 100 spirit stones. You can't just point me to a random place and call it a day. Song Qian protested, doubting the old man's direction since he had just come from that way. Not a trace of the black market was to be found. My directions are infallible, the old Taoist insisted. Unable to argue with the old man, Song Qian had no choice but to follow the direction given. You stay here, don't move. I'll go take a look first. If I can't find the entrance to the black market, you'll be in trouble. Upon arrival, mention my name, and they will grant you a discount. The old Taoist dismissed Song Qian's threats, rolling over and falling into a deep slumber once more. Wait, did that fellow just ask me if the place was the black market or the martial market? After a long pause, the old Taoist suddenly jolted awake, but quickly returned to his normal state. No matter, young people can go wherever they please. Meanwhile, Song Qian and Jasmine, following the old Taoist directions, remarkably stumbled upon an extremely concealed entrance. They entered together, and soon a teleportation array rose beneath their feet. With a whoosh, they were promptly transported to an underground city. The interior was bustling with life, its vibrancy rivaling that of the Battle Heaven ancient city. Is this the black market of the Battle Heaven ancient city? It appears so grand. Song Qian was taken aback, having previously visited the black market of Dongjun ancient city, which was a place even dogs would turn their noses up at. Who goes there, daring to intrude upon the martial market? Two armored soldiers approached Song Qian and Jasmine, their expressions cold as they questioned. My name is Qian Song, and this is my sister. We have just arrived and seek a suitable treasure. To be cautious, Song Qian adopted an alias and fabricated an excuse that did not involve being pursued by enemies. The black market thrived precisely because it attracted many desperate souls who trafficked in unsavory goods. Weapons, techniques, and martial arts could all be found there, and the quality was generally high. You're here to buy weapons. Are you joking? The soldiers regarded Song Qian as if he were a fool. Martial market. Wait, isn't this the black market? In recent years, due to repeated incursions by the barbarians, the current emperor decreed the establishment of 9 martial markets within the 9 ancient cities to cultivate military strength against the barbarians. To enter the martial market for training, one must first have a recommendation from an official of 3rd rank or higher and then pass the entrance examination, which is notoriously challenging. Song Qian never expected that by asking the old Taoist for directions to the black market, he would instead find himself delivered straight to the martial market. Apologies, gentlemen. We originally intended to visit the black market, but were misled here by an old Taoist. We shall take our leave at once. Wait, one of the soldiers raised his hand, interrupting Song Qian. You said you were recommended by the old Taoist? No. It was a deception, Song Qian corrected. That an old Taoist needs to resort to trickery for entry indicates the caliber of the person. This is no trivial matter. The two soldiers exchanged glances, recognizing the seriousness of the situation. Should we report this to the general? Isn't that obvious? If someone is sent here by the old Taoist, we ought to report it to the general, not to you. Well, if there is nothing else, I'll be on my way. The martial city is directly governed by the emperor, and Song Qian does not wish to linger here for long. Cough. Upon hearing this, the soldiers turned around, feigning seriousness, and said, Your circumstances are rather unique. We must report to the general. Please wait here for a moment. What makes our situation so unique? Even if it were, is it necessary to inform the general? According to Song Qian's knowledge, the general referred to by them is none other than the highest authority in this martial city. He is also the foremost defender against barbarian tribes in the Shangxian dynasty. Revered by the world as the god of war, General Wei Long, you keep an eye on him. I shall return shortly. The two soldiers disregarded Song Qian entirely and proceeded with their own actions. Brother, I am quite busy and have no time to waste with you here. Song Qian was somewhat speechless, pondering why they felt the need to report to the general when he had committed no wrongdoing. Furthermore, Martial City is not like the black market. The major powers within the ancient city of Zhantian are capable of extending their reach here. If discovered by the Black Sha Taoist Hall, they could easily seal off the only teleportation array, leaving Song Qian and Mo Li trapped like fish in a barrel, helpless to resist capture. Seeing you so flustered, one might think you're in a hurry to purchase weapons. Are you being pursued? The soldiers, having guarded Martial City for many years, had seen countless faces and, with just a glance, deduced that the two were indeed being hunted. Song Qian was taken aback. Was it that obvious? Haha. The soldier laughed. If you are fleeing from enemies, why go to the black market? Martial City can equally ensure your safety. Really? Song Qian expressed skepticism. Absolutely. Martial City is a talent reserve established by His Majesty himself. Who would dare to come here and capture people? The soldier patted his chest in assurance. Even if it means offending the Dongjun Mansion, the City Lord's Mansion, the Blackshaw Daoist Hall, and the Pao family, there are no issues. Song Qian continued, though. I hadn't realized you had so many enemies, the soldier remarked, surprised that the young man before him had antagonized such formidable powers. No wonder he sought refuge in the black market. But you need not worry. Even if those factions joined forces, they would not dare to act recklessly in Martial City, just as Song Qian was about to inquire further. The soldier who had gone to report to the general returned. How did it go? What did the general decide? The general does not believe you were recommended by the old Taoist. He wants us to take you to him for a personal inspection. Subsequently, Song Qian and Emoli followed the two soldiers to a magnificent pavilion. Heavenly Court. Song Qian gazed at the plaque adorning the pavilion, where the words Heavenly Court were inscribed prominently, a name imbued with imposing grandeur. 3 years prior, the general led an army of 100,000 to decisively defeat the barbarian royal family, and in his joy, the emperor conferred the title Tianwu upon him. Is there anything wrong with naming the pavilion where the Tianwu general resides as Heavenly Court? The soldier glanced at Song Qian and then explained, the title Tianwu general is equally formidable. Song Qian nodded in agreement. He held a fair amount of admiration for this legendary general. It is well known that for decades, the barbarians and the Shangxian dynasty had battled hundreds of times, with each encounter resulting in the dynasty's defeat, ultimately leading to land concessions and reparations. It was not until 10 years ago that General Wei Long emerged, executing a lightning-fast campaign that caught the barbarians off guard, allowing the Shangxian dynasty to gradually turn the tide. Entering the Heavenly Court, the decor was even more opulent, with gold flooring, crystal staircases, and walls embedded with spirit stones for illumination. Even a seasoned individual like Song Qian could not help but exclaim. Even the imperial palace does not boast such luxury. Wealth is merely an exterior matter. The general regards gold as worthless. The soldier continued to explain. Haha, the general is wealthy and capricious. I have no objections. While Song Qian outwardly agreed, he inwardly noted some peculiarities. Gold represents the element of metal in the 5 elements. Crystal signifies water, and spirit stones symbolize earth. What is this notion of regarding wealth as worthless? This clearly resembles a grand 5-element ceiling formation. Beneath this extravagant heavenly court, there may very well be some terrifying existence being suppressed. All of this is merely Song Qian's conjecture. The true nature of the heavenly court remains to be uncovered. Ultimately, Song Qian and Emoli were brought before a tightly shut door of dark iron. Why have we stopped? Have we arrived? Song Qian inquired, observing the soldiers standing still. Without the general's command, we cannot open this dark iron door. Standing before the door, the two soldiers transformed from their earlier jovial demeanor to one of utmost seriousness. Enter, a commanding voice boomed, and the closed iron door swung open. Chapter 23. The White Dragon Cavalry Subordinate. Pays respects to General Tianwu. The two soldiers knelt on one knee, performing the most standard military salute of the dynasty. I am Song Qian, and I pay my respects to General Tianwu. I am Emoli, and I pay my respects to General Tianwu. Song Qian and Emoli nodded slightly in acknowledgement of the visitor. Rise. You two indeed carry the aura of the old Taoist. You truly are recommended by him. General Wei Long, clad in a simple white robe, exuded an overwhelming sense of pressure that enveloped Song Qian and Emoli the moment he approached. Not a recommendation. We were deceived by that old Taoist, Song Qian replied while summoning the Supreme Divine Sword's martial pulse within him to counteract the imposing aura. Deceived. A hint of confusion crossed General Wei Long's handsome features. The soldier beside him quickly leaned in to whisper a few words in his ear. I see the general nodded, and since they were indeed recommended by the old Taoist, they must be of good quality. You two should report to the White Dragon Cavalry. The White Dragon Cavalry. The two soldiers gasped in astonishment. That is the strongest legion among the 108 troops of Martial City. A place where only true prodigies are accepted. You two take them to register and then escort them to the White Dragon Cavalry. Also, let Li Ao and his gang know that they needn't compete anymore. I have delivered the White Dragon General to them. General Tianwu said nonchalantly, his hands clasped behind his back. Subordinate obeys. The two soldiers bowed their heads, their expressions reflecting immense shock within. The White Dragon Cavalry. And the general nonetheless. Brothers, where are we headed now? Song Qian inquired midway. You two are truly fortunate. Not only do you avoid the city entry examination, but you're also directly parachuted into the White Dragon Cavalry. The soldier's envy was palpable as he spoke. Shut your mouth. The members of the White Dragon Cavalry are no pushovers. The other soldier glanced at Song Qian's slender frame, unable to imagine how the powerful prodigies of the White Dragon Cavalry would react upon seeing him. The so-called White Dragon General, the White Dragon Cavalry, is it a formidable army? Song Qian mused inwardly, although he had no prior knowledge. The unusual expressions of the two soldiers along the way indicated that the White Dragon Cavalry was undoubtedly extraordinary. Within the ancient city, 1,000 warriors had searched the main thoroughfares of Zhantian City meticulously, but found no trace of Song Qian and Mo Li. Two living beings just vanished into thin air? Some expressed disbelief. The city gates are closed, and with Zhantian City being this small, where could he possibly hide? Keep searching, the elder of the Black Sha Daoist Hall commanded, deploying thousands more warriors to continue the search. For the sake of that fifth-tier spirit treasure, the Black Sha Daoist Hall was truly sparing no effort. Meanwhile, in the foggy city, Song Qian and Mo Li were entirely unaware that their actions had thrown Zhantian City into disarray. Now that the White Dragon Cavalry has arrived, my brothers and I shall leave you here. The rest of the journey is for you two to navigate alone, before the White Dragon Cavalry's encampment. The two soldiers halted, gesturing for Song Qian and Mo Li to enter on their own. Why do you two seem so afraid of the White Dragon Cavalry? Mo Li observed their demeanor, suspecting there might be something sinister within the White Dragon Cavalry that instilled such trepidation in the seasoned soldiers that it's not fear. It's just that those little prodigies inside are extremely hostile to anyone outside the White Dragon Cavalry. The soldier was about to explain further when another soldier pulled him back. What's the matter? Why did you stop me? The soldier turned and caught sight of a man in black emerging from the military camp. You two, instead of properly guarding the gates of Marshall City, why are you here in the White Dragon Cavalry? Looking for a beating? The man in black, whose cultivation was evidently only at the early stage of the third realm, boldly threatened the two soldiers at the pinnacle of the third realm. This piqued Song Qian's interest. He was eager to see just what kind of prodigies resided within the White Dragon Cavalry. Li Kuang, what are you so boastful about? You only managed to enter the White Dragon Cavalry because of your brother Li Ao. The soldier named Jiang Long retorted disdainfully, unable to tolerate the other's arrogance. Haha, having a backer is still a show of strength for me. Unlike some who have been in Marshall City for over 10 years, yet remain mere gatekeepers, Li Kuang bore an air of arrogance, striding confidently even through the back door, as if he were impervious to the judgment of others. By heavens, if I do not teach you a lesson, you might remain oblivious to the origins of my title. Dragon Conqueror. Enraged, the Dragon Conqueror rolled up his sleeves, ready to confront his adversary. Calm yourself, the Fu, who restrained the soon-to-erupt Dragon Conqueror and produced a letter from his bosom, stating, "We have come today on the orders of the Great General." Does your White Dragon Cavalry dare to ignore the commands of the Great General in your reckless arrogance? Li Kuang snorted disdainfully. What a mere watchdog you are. It is only by relying on the Great General's name that you can strut about before us. The White Dragon Cavalry. Infuriated, he proclaimed, I cannot hold back any longer. Li Kuang, I shall sew that foul mouth of yours shut. Hearing himself referred to as a mere watchdog once again, the already fiery Dragon Conqueror could no longer contain his rage. He unleashed a punch aimed directly at Li Kuang's face, seeking death. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Li Kuang's eyes as he swiftly revealed a dagger. Facing the incoming fist, he thrust the dagger forward. Be careful. Fu Hu, sensing the impending danger, attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Should that dagger pierce the arm, the Dragon Conqueror's hand would be rendered useless. A resounding clang echoed as Song Qian intervened, channeling his spiritual energy into his fingertips to deflect the dagger, thus averting a gruesome outcome. Consequently, the Dragon Conqueror's punch merely grazed Li Kuang's cheek. Originally, he had only intended to intimidate his opponent, never anticipating that Li Kuang would draw a dagger in a desperate attempt to maim him. Li Kuang, are you truly playing for keeps? Had it not been for Song Qian's timely intervention, the Dragon Conqueror's hand would have indeed been ruined. This time, the Dragon Conqueror was genuinely enraged. Let us go to the Ascending Dragon platform and sign a death agreement. You stand at the peak of the third realm, while I barely tread the early stages of the third realm. Do you think I am foolish enough to engage in a life and death battle with you? Li Kuang scoffed, recognizing that he lacked the prowess of his elder brother, who possessed the ability to defeat foes of higher realms, attacking your own kind. Such is the nature of the White Dragon Cavalry. I truly wonder from whence your arrogance stems. Song Qian regarded the individuals before him, perplexed by their audacity to act so brazenly. Who are you to meddle in the affairs of the White Dragon Cavalry? Have you grown tired of living? The Dragon Conqueror and Fu Hu. At the peak of the Third Realm, dismissed Li Kuang entirely, let alone the mid-stage Song Qian. You, young man, have you cultivated some body-enhancing martial art, allowing you to deflect my dagger with your fingertips? Li Kuang recalled that the opponent had indeed flicked away his dagger with ease, the strength of his bones remarkable and rare. What are you, to question me in such a condescending tone? Song Qian did not relent, boldly countering. You are merely at the early stages of the Third Realm. With but a single sword strike, I could fell you. You dare to speak to me in this manner. Knowing the consequences of such insolence, Li Kuang regarded him, naively believing that the other was simply a young novice unafraid of danger. Li Kuang, do you know who he is? The Dragon Conqueror stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Song Qian, daring anyone to speak to him in such a manner. Humph, Li Kuang sneered, utterly dismissive. What significance can a mere lackey like you possess? Are you perhaps a little watchdog, sent to inherit your master's legacy? His laughter rang out, unrestrained and mocking, utterly disregarding the presence of his adversaries. Suddenly, Fu Hu produced a token from within his garments, proclaiming, to behold the tiger token is akin to encountering a general. White Dragon Cavalry, heed the orders of the great general. We come bearing the command to present your newly appointed White Dragon General, Qian Song. A newly appointed general? You say he is the new White Dragon General? Had it not been for Fu Hu holding the great general's tiger token, Li Kuang would never have believed it. The great General Tianwu had actually appointed a mere mid-stage Second Realm youth to lead the illustrious White Dragon Cavalry. The martial city boasted 108 armies, with the original White Dragon Cavalry producing countless prodigies, eclipsing the other 107 armies to become the foremost among them. General Wei Long, the first White Dragon General, had departed from the martial city to fight in the borderlands, striking the first blow against the barbarian tribes. Now, with the great general having achieved great success, not only was he bestowed the title of Tianwu, but he also commanded 3 armies, his name resounding throughout the upper realms. With such a glorious history, it was certain that the future White Dragon Cavalry would not fall short. They only accepted monsters of talent, a rule established by the generals of the White Dragon Cavalry throughout the ages. Now, the great General Tianwu had dispatched a mere youth to lead the premier army. Even as an ardent admirer of General Wei Long, Li Kuang could not help but harbor doubts. Li Kuang, do you not bow before the tiger token, nor kneel before the general? Do you wish to defy the command? The Dragon Conqueror, noticing Li Kuang's lack of response, bellowed, his voice reverberating throughout the entire military tent. What do you mean by I? Those who defy military orders shall face execution without mercy. Seizing the opportunity, the Dragon Conqueror's arrogance surged. Come, accompany me to the military punishment chamber. Li Kuang hesitated, but ultimately chose to kneel, declaring, Cavalryman Li Kuang, accepting the command. Get out of the way. You greatly overestimate yourself. This order is not for you to receive. The Dragon Conqueror kicked him over. We are here to present you to the newly appointed White Dragon General. You. Li Kuang, filled with fury from the kick, felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate. Had it not been for the tiger token, he would have fought tooth and nail against his opponent. You dare to act as if you are in the right. It is a light punishment for me to give you this kick. Do you not feel the weight of your actions? Emboldened by his sense of righteousness, the Dragon Conqueror began to provoke him relentlessly. What? Are you dissatisfied? How about I let you kick me back? And then you can join me in the military punishment chamber to accept your sentence. Ignoring the general, you ought to receive at least 100 lashes, if I do not leave you crippled. I shall write the name Dragon Conqueror backward. The punishment in the military's punishment chamber was not to be compared with that of the outside world. A single strike could reverberate through the very soul. Ordinary martial artists could endure at most 10 strikes. Any more would result in severe injury and bloodshed. Gulp. Li Kuang's eyelids twitched at the thought, and he instinctively swallowed, having witnessed the punishment firsthand. He remembered a Fourth Realm expert who had endured over 70 strikes before succumbing to grievous injury and fainting, only to spend over a year recovering before he could walk again. If he were to truly endure 100 strikes, being left crippled would be a light punishment. Surviving with only severe injuries would be sheer luck. Cavalryman Li Kuang, I have met the White Dragon General. After much contemplation, Li Kuang chose to surrender, bowing to Song Qian. Humph, you think you can contend with me? You are nothing. Having vented some of his anger, the Dragon Conqueror felt a measure of relief. But this was not the end. Speak louder. Have you not eaten? Where did this watchdog come from, daring to run rampant in the White Dragon Cavalry? Do you seek death? At that moment, a hoarse voice rang out, prompting everyone to turn. From the tent of the White Dragon Cavalry emerged a group of individuals, all relatively young, yet possessing terrifying levels of cultivation. The weakest among them was at the early stages of the third realm, while the strongest had even reached the threshold of the fourth realm. Li Ao, Sun Ba, Song Xiong, the Dragon Conqueror, and Fu Hu, observing the newcomers, recognized them as elite members of the White Dragon Cavalry, their cultivation levels surpassing their own. This is bad. Why are Li Ao and the others here? The Dragon Conqueror was unaware that his earlier shout had summoned them. Retreat. Why would we retreat? We possess the Tiger Token. Can they dare to act against us? Fu Hu gestured for the Dragon Conqueror to remain calm, asserting that to behold the Tiger Token was akin to encountering a general. No one in the martial city would dare show disrespect to a general. It must be noted that the timing of Li Ao and his group's arrival was fortuitous, coinciding perfectly with Li Kuang's kneeling. Little Kuang, what is the meaning of this? Li Ao's gaze bore into his younger brother, a glimmer of murderous intent within his eyes. You arrived just in time. It saves us from having to go in. Fu Hu again raised the Tiger Token, declaring, the Tiger Token is present. White Dragon Cavalry, heed the orders. Upon the display of the Tiger Token, Li Ao and his companions immediately knelt without hesitation. To behold the Tiger Token is akin to encountering a general. Your reactions are proper. Unlike certain individuals who refuse to bow before the token or kneel before the general, a true traitor. The Dragon Conqueror's words dripped with sarcasm aimed at Li Kuang. Dragon Conqueror, enough? Do not use the Tiger Token as your banner. Li Kuang was genuinely furious. He had not expected the Dragon Conqueror to harbor such a grudge. Having already yielded, he was taken aback by the relentless taunts. If you push me to my limits, I care not for the consequences. I will not rest until I have you on the ground. Smack. Before Li Kuang could finish his boastful declaration, Li Ao appeared behind him, forcefully pressing his head to the ground. My younger brother has not been disciplined well. I beg your pardon for this behavior. Li Ao forced a smile that did not reach his eyes, then yanked Li Kuang's head from the ground, urging him, quickly apologize to everyone. Let this matter rest. I am sorry. Sensing the chilling aura of murderous intent emanating from his elder brother, even Li Kuang could not help but shudder, hastily offering an apology. I wonder if the two esteemed ones are satisfied with my humble apology, he said. Li Ao wore a disingenuous smile, unmistakably revealing that this prodigy was genuinely furious. In Chapter 24, General White Dragon, Jiang Long and Fu Hu exchanged glances, their hearts racing. They had not anticipated that this legendary prodigy would be so ruthless. Even towards his own brother, he showed no mercy whatsoever. It was hard to imagine the consequences if either of them were to be caught by the other with even a slight flaw. The repercussions would undoubtedly be 100-fold more brutal than now. Cough. Cough you too. Set your personal matters aside for the moment. Did you just say you wish to meet the general? Has the Grand General arrived as well? Sun Ba and Song Xiang stepped forward to inquire, or is it that the Grand General has already appointed General White Dragon? Indeed, the purpose of our visit is twofold. Firstly, to enlist this esteemed brother Qiansong and Miss Qianli into the White Dragon Cavalry. And secondly, wait a moment, a short figure leaped from the crowd, directly interrupting Fu Hu. With these two, one at the early stage of the second realm and the other at the mid-stage. Do they even qualify to join our White Dragon Cavalry? The White Dragon Cavalry does not accept mere prodigies. This has been the rule established by generations of White Dragon generals, pointing disdainfully at Song Qian. The short figure scoffed, Kid, this is not a place for you. You should return whence you came. Prodigy, Song Qian chuckled upon hearing this. What martial lineage do you possess that makes you think I am unworthy? He had never imagined a day would come when someone would point a finger at him and declare his talents insufficient. By mere talent alone. Let us not even mention my supreme divine sword lineage. Even my previous Earth-grade inferior Xianyang lineage is unrivaled throughout the entire Upper Xian dynasty. Earth-grade mid-tier, lightning leopard lineage. The short figure boasted proudly, asserting that such a lineage was a notable presence even within the ranks of the White Dragon Cavalry. Haha, Song Qian laughed. Is the lightning leopard lineage truly formidable? If you were of the Earth-grade mid-tier thunderstorm lineage, your arrogance might be somewhat justified. But to boast about a mere Earth-grade mid-tier lightning leopard lineage? How utterly ridiculous. The difference between thunderstorm and lightning leopard is but a single character. Yet in terms of talent, the disparity is as vast as heaven and earth throughout the history of the Upper Xian dynasty. The highest lineage belongs to me, Song Qian, with my Xianyang lineage being only Earth-grade inferior. And you, my friend, have the audacity to claim an Earth-grade mid-tier thunderstorm lineage. Furthermore, had I possessed the thunderstorm lineage, I would have long since broken through to the fourth realm and led troops to repel the barbarian tribes. Would you still be able to see me here? The short figure regarded Song Qian with a look of incredulity, suspecting he must have just emerged from some remote, impoverished region. Otherwise, how could he utter such foolish words? Fine, I will not engage in a war of words with you. What is your name? Song Qian inquired. Ye Erniu of the Yi family. The short figure proclaimed with pride. Ye Erniu, a rather memorable name. Song Qian nodded. As the saying goes, a new official takes office with 3 fires. I shall make an example of this Yi Erniu when the time comes. If you two continue to bicker, be wary of my wrath. Song Xiang stepped forward to halt their quarrel, his bare torso displaying an impressive physique that suggested he was not to be trifled with. Quickly tell me, what is the second matter? Who has the Grand General appointed as General White Dragon? Li Ao, Sun Ba, and Song Xiong, the 3 with the highest talents in the White Dragon Cavalry, had often clashed in fierce competition for the position of the current General White Dragon, with the stakes being as high as life and death. Now, upon hearing that the Grand General would appoint the General White Dragon, they were filled with excitement, each convinced that the position belonged solely to them. The Grand General has indeed appointed the General White Dragon, but who said it would be from among you? Fu Hu's lips curled into a smile as he glanced at Song Qian, as if asking, may I speak? Song Qian nodded calmly. With the main party's approval, Fu Hu felt no hesitation and boldly declared, Qian Song is the Grand General's appointed General White Dragon. What nonsense is this? Are you jesting with me? This kid can't even meet the threshold of the White Dragon Cavalry, and yet you call him General White Dragon. Gatekeeper, how dare you falsely convey military orders? Come with me for a military reprimand. As soon as Fu Hu's words left his mouth, the members of the White Dragon Cavalry became agitated, especially Yi Erniu, whose reaction was the most intense. If this kid becomes General White Dragon, I will practice standing on my head right here and vow not to stop until I break through to the fourth realm. On the other hand, Li Ao and the others displayed an unusual lack of reaction, though their expressions grew exceedingly grave. They could not comprehend why the Grand General would appoint a waste to be the General White Dragon of the White Dragon Cavalry. Was this meant to train them? With the Tiger Talisman here, those who do not believe may follow me for clarification. Observing the raucous faces, Fu Hu became incensed. I will make sure you ask the Grand General directly. At this declaration, the scene fell into an immediate silence. The members of the White Dragon Cavalry were notoriously proud, generally looking down upon other 107 military factions, yet when it came to the Grand General's commands, none dared to disobey. Why is no one speaking? Have you all lost your tongues? Jiang Long could not help but mock. You all seemed rather arrogant just now. Come on, keep arguing. Let us see who can make the biggest ruckus before the Grand General. Even with Jiang Long's provocation, the members of the White Dragon Cavalry dared not voice further dissent, their gazes merely filled with hatred for one another, each silently plotting to make these 2 gatekeepers pay a heavy price once the matter was over. Jiang Long, enough. Fu Hu intervened, pulling Jiang Long back. A cornered rabbit will bite, let alone a group of prodigies with extraordinary talents. Coughing lightly, Fu Hu cleared his throat and continued, since no one has objections, let us proceed to pay our respects to General White Dragon. Pay respects to General White Dragon. With matters reaching this point, the crowd had no further objections and could only bow in submission. Brother Qian, from this day forth, you shall be the 9th generation General White Dragon of the White Dragon Cavalry. Step forward and say a few words. Noticing that Song Qian had been standing aside without a chance to speak, Jiang Long hurriedly invited him forward. As Song Qian stepped forward, he beheld the prodigies kneeling before him, their faces etched with 2 words, defiance. It was natural for prodigies to possess a certain pride, and their defiance was to be expected. However, since the Grand General has appointed me as General White Dragon, I shall not fail to meet his expectations. Within 3 days, I will ensure that you all acknowledge me as your General White Dragon. Though Song Qian did not understand why the Grand General had assigned him to such a military unit and directly made him a general, he resolved to make the best of it. As the former #1 prodigy of the Upper Xian dynasty, he was confident in his ability to command respect from this group of hot-headed prodigies. Thank you both for bringing my sister and me to the White Dragon Cavalry. Song Qian turned to Jiang Long and Fu Hu, nodding slightly. Brother Qian, you need not mention it. Once we enter the martial market, we are family. If you encounter any troublesome issues within the martial market, Feel free to seek us out. We are stationed at the southern gate of the Martial Market. Easily found. As the time grew late, Jiang Long and Fu Hu exchanged a few pleasantries with Song Qian before taking their leave. However, before departing, Fu Hu specifically warned Song Qian to be cautious of Li Ao, Sun Ba, and Song Xiong, as they were the most talented and strongest among the White Dragon cavalry, having long coveted the position of General White Dragon. Thank you. Song Qian clasped his fist in gratitude. Once Jiang Long and Fu Hu had departed, Song Qian began to reassess the gathered members of the White Dragon cavalry. Most were quite young, around 19 or 20 years old, with the lowest cultivation being at the early stage of the third realm. In an instant, Song Qian understood the reason behind their usual arrogance, with such age and cultivation. And being part of the foremost military unit of the Martial Market, the White Dragon Cavalry, it was only natural for them to carry a bit of pride. You need not practice standing on your head. Take us to the accommodations of General White Dragon. The rest of you may disperse and attend to your own affairs. Rather than immediately discipline these youngsters, Song Qian chose to observe them first. As the old adage goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you shall win 100 battles. By understanding their situation, he could then apply the appropriate remedies at this moment. Song Qian also set a goal for himself. He would transform the White Dragon Cavalry into an indomitable force. They would march into battle, repel the barbarian tribes, and avenge their fallen brethren of the Xian clan. Brother, I spoke a bit too loudly just now. I hope you will forgive my impudence, Erniu suddenly said humbly as they walked along. I haven't even begun to address you yet, and you're already yielding? Song Qian had initially thought the other would be a tough nut to crack, allowing him to set an example for the others. Yet with this sudden submission, Song Qian found himself at a loss for how to proceed. Those who recognize the times are wise. Brother Qian, since you have gained the Grand General's favor, there must undoubtedly be extraordinary aspects. It is merely that we, as mere mortals, are too dull to perceive them. I must say, Erniu, though he may appear somewhat simple-minded, possesses a clearer insight than even Li Ao and others. I had initially intended to take you to task, but your remarks have left me in quite a predicament. Song Qian revealed a smile that was neither fully a grin nor a frown. Brother, from this day forth, I, Erniu, shall be at your service. You direct me east, and I shall not venture west. You command me to dine, and I shall not settle for mere porridge. With a thud, Erniu knelt down, pledging his loyalty in an oath. Haha, Song Qian was amused by his antics. Our relationship is that of a general and his soldier, not one of master and slave. There is no need for such overt displays of fealty. Very well, Qiangu, truth be told, I do not wish to be so formal. It is primarily about choosing sides. Wouldn't you agree? Erniu sprang to his feet with a flourish. Choosing sides? Song Qian pondered this. How many members currently comprise the White Dragon Cavalry, and what is their strength? In response to your inquiry, Qiangu, our generation of the White Dragon Cavalry has only been recruiting since the beginning of the year, and we currently have a modest number of around 800 AS for their strength. Most are at the early or mid-stage of the third realm. Among them, 120 have advanced to the late stage of the third realm, constituting the backbone of the White Dragon Cavalry. Additionally, Li Ao and his companions are the strongest, each possessing at least half a step into the fourth realm. Presently, their allegiance lies solely with these three. Erniu counted off on his fingers. Song Qian nodded, finding the situation aligned with his expectations. Among Li Ao, Sun Ba, and Song Xiong, who commands the most allegiance and wields the greatest power, Song Xiong commands the most loyalty. Followed by Sun Ba, with Li Ao having the least, Erniu replied, Are you suggesting that Li Ao is the weakest among them? Song Qian inquired. No. Erniu shook his head slightly and clarified, On the contrary, Li Ao is the most powerful of the three. This is evidenced by the fact that 72 of the 120 cavalrymen at the third realm have pledged their allegiance to him. Why is that? Song Qian asked, puzzled. Through careful observation, Song Qian had gained a preliminary understanding of the cultivations of Song Xiong, Li Ao, and Sun Ba. Liao's cultivation was not the highest among them. So how could he attract 72 exceptionally gifted members of the White Dragon Cavalry to his side? Talent. The Aogu vein of Li Ao boasts a premium grade of Xian level, the highest among the White Dragon Cavalry. At the mention of martial veins, Erniu's eyes dimmed slightly. When he initially awakened to the mid-grade Thunder Leopard martial vein, he believed he could dominate the Shang-Xian dynasty. However, upon arriving at the martial market, he realized he was merely a frog in a well. The Aogu martial vein, possessing innate pride, is indeed intriguing. A smile graced Song Qian's lips as he contemplated how to win Li Ao over. Since Li Ao attracts others with his talent, what remarkable qualities do the other two possess? Song Qian mused. Song Xiong is the adopted son of the Dark Sha Dao master. His background is incredibly formidable. Sun Ba has the highest cultivation, having reached the fourth realm, and will not be surpassed by the other two anytime soon. Ye Erniu candidly divulged all he knew without a trace of concealment. Talent, strength, background, Song Qian murmured, no wonder these three are at an impasse with one another. It seems each possesses their own strengths, maintaining a delicate balance. By the way, Erniu, which faction did you previously align with? Song Qian scrutinized Yi Erniu, who wore a look of eagerness, with a hint of skepticism. In my youth and ignorance, I foolishly sided with that petty Li Ao. Now that I have seen the light, I implore you, Changge, do not hold it against me. Ye Erniu hastily distanced himself from Li Ao and the others, declaring his loyalty solely to Song Qian. No worries, I was merely inquiring. There is no need to be anxious. Song Qian offered a serene smile, exuding a refreshing aura. Anxious? Not at all. Yi Erniu desperately attempted to animate his stiff facial muscles, ultimately managing a smile that was painfully awkward. Changge, Li Jia, we have arrived at the White Dragon Courtyard. Under Yi Erniu's guidance, the two approached a grand and majestic courtyard. This is the residence of the White Dragon generals throughout the ages. It truly exudes opulence. Song Qian gazed up at the resplendent courtyard and remarked. It pales slightly in comparison to the Grand General Celestial Palace. The Grand General is the inaugural White Dragon General, and this place has historically been his abode. Yi Erniu explained. It was only later that the Emperor commanded the construction of the Celestial Palace, prompting the Grand General to relocate. Wait, did you say the Celestial Palace was commissioned by the Emperor? Song Qian detected a hint of intrigue in the conversation. Indeed, Yi Erniu nodded, continuing his explanation. A decade ago, the general vanquished the barbarian tribes, and the Emperor was immensely pleased. He issued a special decree to construct a celestial palace for the Grand General. A decade ago, a special decree? Song Qian nodded thoughtfully. He had begun to surmise whom the celestial palace was meant to suppress. Chapter 25, White Dragon Courtyard, the rhythmic power of heaven and earth. Changge, do you have any further inquiries? Yi Erniu, unaware of Song Qian's true background, merely perceived him as somewhat simple-minded, often talking to himself and chuckling foolishly. I have no further questions. Let us proceed inside. Song Qian composed himself and strode confidently into the White Dragon Courtyard. What mysteries lie within this White Dragon Courtyard? As Song Qian walked, he observed that something felt distinctly amiss. Though he could not pinpoint the exact nature of the disquiet, it is said that the architect of the White Dragon Courtyard was a master of Taoist arts. He constructed 9 palaces and 8 gardens based on the 9 palaces' 8 trigrams formation, with every blade of grass and tree meticulously designed. Noticing Yi Erniu's unusual expression, Song Qian inquired once more, Changge, do you sense something amiss? Song Qian nodded. What could be the reason? You asked me for the reason, but I cannot say for certain. However, what I do know is that every individual who visits the White Dragon Courtyard experiences a similar sensation. Rest assured, this feeling poses no harm to the body. Rather, it aids in cultivation and enhances comprehension, among other benefits, Yi Erniu explained earnestly. Upon hearing this, Song Qian refrained from pressing further, allowing Yi Erniu to guide him around the White Dragon Courtyard, taking in the 9 palaces and 8 gardens. As night fell, Song Qian dismissed Yi Erniu and returned to the White Dragon Pavilion, his place of rest. He had initially arranged for Emoli to stay in a side room, conveniently separated from the White Dragon Pavilion by only a wall. However, following the incident at the tavern where she was abducted, Emoli was adamant about not leaving Song Qian's side. Reluctantly, Song Qian allowed her to stay in the White Dragon Pavilion with him. Fortunately, the White Dragon Pavilion was spacious enough, and Song Qian moved a bed from the side room to avoid the predicament of sleeping on the floor that night, after the recent exhausting travels. Emoli fell into a deep slumber as soon as she lay on the bed. Meanwhile, Song Qian sat cross-legged on the bed, his eyes gently closed as he carefully sensed the unusual energy within the White Dragon Courtyard. Swish, 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 amidst the heavens and earth, wisps of pale yellow energy gradually emerged. This energy densely permeated the entire White Dragon Courtyard, and it was these very energies that caused Song Qian to feel discomfort. Absorb. With a soft command, Song Qian drew the surrounding energy into his body. Bang! A muffled sound resonated as Song Qian experienced a breakthrough, not in his martial realm, but in his spiritual power, advancing from the 10th level to the 11th. Indeed, this is the power of heaven and earth. Song Qian opened his eyes, unable to contain his joy. The legendary 9 Palaces 8 trigrams spirit gathering array. He had not anticipated encountering it here. The array's creator, the genius Dushan, had crafted a tome that not only recorded his lifetime's worth of formations but also encapsulated 99% of all formations throughout history. Song Qian had memorized it thoroughly. Possessing a certain understanding of everything from the 9th level annihilation formations to the introductory 1st and 2nd level arrays, the 9 Palaces 8 trigram spirit gathering array, a 5th tier formation, was an extraordinary creation by a master of spiritual power from ancient times. Advancing one's spiritual power requires a substantial amount of heavenly and earthly essence, a resource that is exceedingly rare. Moreover, it lacks any storage medium akin to spirit stones. It must be perceived and comprehended by the practitioner. Even for a prodigy like Song Qian, who possessed innate full spiritual power, comprehending the breakthrough to the 11th level would take no less than 3 to 4 months, and potentially over a year. Thus, it becomes evident that advancing one's spiritual power is far more challenging than elevating one's martial realm. An ordinary warrior might only achieve 1 or 2 levels in their entire lifetime. Although the 9 Palaces 8 trigrams spirit gathering array possesses no offensive capabilities, it can gather the faint energies of heaven and earth. This is akin to divine assistance for a practitioner like Song Qian, who cultivates spiritual power. The inhabitants of the martial city predominantly specialize in martial arts, with few engaging in the cultivation of spiritual power. Consequently, the Grand 9 Palaces and 8 trigram spirit refining array has become little more than a mere ornament. After years of accumulation, the ethereal energies within the White Dragon Courtyard have reached a staggering magnitude. It is precisely this that allows it to influence ordinary martial practitioners, enhancing their comprehension and insight. With such an immense reservoir of ethereal power, I estimate I could break through to the 15th tier in one fell swoop. Song Qian mused to himself. Possessing 15th tier spiritual power would grant me access to the threshold of 4th tier formations. 3rd tier formations would become second nature, while those below the 2nd tier could be manipulated at will. According to Song Qian's conjecture, the entire Shangxian dynasty likely harbors no more than 3 individuals capable of attaining such a level. The ability to effortlessly lay down a 3rd tier formation is a power that rivals that of a 3rd realm martial expert in the midst of battle, when clashing swords with an adversary. Unleashing a formation with a mere flick of the wrist would catch them completely off guard. Just the thought of such a combat style exhilarated Song Qian. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain his mind at a critical juncture. Only in this state could he absorb the ethereal energies within the White Dragon Courtyard to the fullest extent. A sleepless night passed until the noon of the following day. Ernie arrived to knock on the door, compelling Song Qian to cease his cultivation and rise to open it. What brings you here so early in the morning? Early? It's already a quarter past noon. Changge, what nonsense are you spouting? Ernie remarked, noting the pronounced dark circles under Song Qian's eyes. My goodness, Changge, you didn't stay up all night, did you? The White Dragon Courtyard is quite conducive to cultivation, and I couldn't help but engage in practice for an entire night. Song Qian yawned and inquired, you came to find me for what purpose? Swallowing hard, Ernie replied, Changge, you might not be aware, but our White Dragon cavalry requires summer training in the heat and winter training in the cold. You can do your morning exercises. What does that have to do with me? Song Qian retorted, uninterested in Ernie's ramblings. Are you implying that I need to supervise you in person? Not exactly supervision. But you must join us in the training. The martial city has regulations stating that generals must train alongside their soldiers every morning without fail. Those who neglect this duty face 50 strikes as punishment. Ernie, already fraught with anxiety, was rendered speechless upon seeing Song Qian's nonchalant expression. What on earth? When did the martial city adopt such a bizarre regulation? Upon hearing this, Song Qian felt a chill run down his spine. Why didn't you inform me of such an important matter last night? Changge, you are the White Dragon General appointed by the Great General. I assumed he would have clarified these matters with you. However, this morning, the brothers waited at the training ground for several hours without seeing you. I sensed something was amiss. Hence I rushed to find you. Ernie recalled the grim expressions of Li Ao and the others that morning and added, By the way, Qian, you should think of a reason for your tardiness, or else Li Ao and the others will definitely seize upon this delay. It might even escalate to the great general's ears. And even if you aren't dismissed, you'll surely face a few dozen strikes. Ye Erniu had just severed ties with Li Ao the night before, opting to align with Song Qian. And he did not wish for his new backing to collapse on its very first day. Fear not, Song Qian reassured him. I have my own strategies. Just lead the way to the training ground. That's Li Jia? Yi Erniu pointed at the slumbering Jasmine. My sister caught a cold last night, so I let her rest here. Song Qian gestured for Yi Erniu not to wake her. In a vast training ground spanning hundreds of miles, various training apparatuses were laid out. The White Dragon cavalry stood in the center of the training ground, led by Li Ao and his companions. Brother, if that fellow doesn't arrive soon, are we to remain standing here indefinitely? After enduring the scorching sun for over 2 hours, Li Kuang could no longer bear it and inquired of his elder brother. Let us wait a little longer. I've already sent someone to inform the great general. When he arrives and sees the scene, the newcomer will surely be dismissed. Li Ao's gaze was fixed on a particular direction, the celestial realm. Whereas Erniu, could he have gone to inform that newcomer? Li Kuang noted the absence of Erniu. What? Li Ao turned around and indeed found Erniu missing. Damn it. When did he leave? Didn't anyone notice? Erniu asked to relieve himself half an hour ago. We thought nothing of it, and didn't he report it to you? Came a reply from the crowd behind. That Erniu, who said he was going undercover last night, has genuinely sided with that newcomer. A glint of ruthlessness flickered in Li Ao's eyes. Just wait. I will make him understand the consequences of being a traitor. The White Dragon courtyard and the celestial realm occupied the same direction, and at that moment, all eyes in the White Dragon cavalry were focused on the training ground, eager to see who would arrive first. Someone's coming. A sharp-eyed member of the White Dragon cavalry spotted 2 figures rushing toward the training ground. Apologies, everyone, for keeping you waiting. The arrivals were none other than Song Qian and Yi Erniu. Seeing them, Li Ao and his companions couldn't help but feel a wave of disappointment. However, it mattered little. Even if they arrived first, it wouldn't change the fact that they were late. Once the great general arrived, they would surely explain themselves, and justice would be served. What's wrong with all of you? Why are you staring at me without speaking? Song Qian noticed the peculiar atmosphere among the White Dragon cavalry. I was delayed due to certain matters, but since I'm here now, let us commence our training. General, you have violated the regulations of the martial city and must wait for the great general to arrive before any decisions are made. Li Ao stated. I am the White Dragon General, the direct superior of the White Dragon cavalry. If you do not obey my orders, that constitutes defiance of military commands. Song Qian had already mentally rehearsed various scenarios on the way to the training ground. Having prepared excuses and responses well in advance, Erniu, what is the punishment for defying military orders according to the martial city regulations? To answer, General, military orders are like mountains. Anyone who dares to defy a general's command receives 100 strikes. Yi Erniu, momentarily taken aback, nonetheless answered truthfully. My tardiness is my own affair, and I shall deal with it. However, your defiance of military orders is your own matter. 100 strikes can be lethal, so you should consider this carefully. Song Qian paced back and forth before the crowd, consistently assaulting their psychological defenses with his words. Go. What this fellow says does hold some merit. Perhaps we should commence training. Upon hearing of the 100 strikes punishment, some within the crowd began to stir restlessly. With one prompting the next, the contagion spread swiftly. Liao, Sun Ba, and Song Xiang exchanged glances and decided it was best to train. They would later explain their actions to the great general. At that moment, Song Qian intended to leverage the presence of one of the 120 late-stage Third Realm martial practitioners to intimidate the unobservant White Dragon cavalry. However, due to Li Ao's repeated provocations, Song Qian was compelled to alter his approach. What arrogance! Li Ao sneered. You wish to take me down, relying solely on your mid-second realm cultivation. In the face of the third realm, the second realm can be vanquished with but a single move. Had it not been for the esteemed identity of the opponent, General Bai Long, Li Ao would have already intervened to teach this audacious young man a lesson. Brother Qian, Li Ao has surpassed the pinnacle of the third realm for several days now and has brushed against the threshold of the fourth realm. Sensing that Song Qian dared to challenge Li Ao to a duel, Yi Erniu hurried forward to intervene. I understand your desire to set an example, but selecting Li Ao is far from the wisest choice. You must think twice. Song Qian cast a sidelong glance at Yi Erniu and retorted. With the opponent already mounting an assault, If I remain indifferent, I might as well abandon my position as general by long. Moreover, if I choose to withdraw from this conflict now, your life may well be forfeit. Oh yes, Liao is indeed targeting me. It was only then that you earned to realize the gravity of the situation. After all, it's merely a small fry like Liao. Brother Qian need not fear. Just deal with him directly. As he spoke, Urania had already retreated a distance of 30 zhang, cheering you on from the sidelines. That rascal, Song Qian found himself both amused and exasperated by the antics of his opponent. Chapter 26. The Great General of Tianwu. Clang. A crisp metallic sound resonated as Liao brandished his weapon. A top-tier three-tiered honging spear. Those from the martial city, who are accustomed to battle, wield weapons distinct from ordinary folk. Most favor long spears, lances, and the like. In mounted combat, a melee with blades would spell disaster. The principle of longer is stronger is most evident on the battlefield. By chance, I possess a spear as well. Let us engage in a contest. Song Qian refrained from employing his adept swordsmanship, for such a choice would reveal his identity and invite unnecessary trouble. Fortunately, the warriors of the martial city favored pole weapons, making Song Qian's prized Baonyao Chaofeng spear a fitting choice for this encounter. A fourth-tier spiritual treasure, Liao's eyes gleamed with avarice, fixating on Song Qian's Baonyao Chaofeng spear, which undoubtedly surpassed his own honging spear by a considerable margin. Song Xiong and Sun Ba relied upon their prestigious family backgrounds, wielding fourth-tier spiritual treasures, while Liao alone made do with a mere third-tier weapon. That he mused that if he could seize Song Qian's Baonyao Chaofeng spear, his combat prowess would undoubtedly ascend to new heights. Yet, greed often leads to overreach. Some treasures are not meant for your grasp. Song Qian, having perceived the glint of greed in Liao's gaze, coldly cautioned, a spear of such caliber is wasted on a mere second-realm cultivator like you. Liao shook his head slightly, lamenting, it yearns for a true master. That master is I. Swish. Before his words could fully dissipate, Liao activated his movement technique, closing the distance in an instant. The gleaming spear tip appeared like a shard of cold brilliance, driving straight towards Song Qian's heart. What the hell? Liao is deadly serious. Upon witnessing this scene, Yerniu, who had initially been content to watch the unfolding drama, was suddenly struck with alarm. He had assumed that with Song Qian's esteemed title as general by long, Liao would refrain from lethality, as the death of Song Qian would pose significant consequences for him. Such a simple truth was clear to Liao. He had intended merely to teach Song Qian a lesson, with no intention of killing. However, the moment the Baonyao Chaofeng spear was drawn, Liao's resolve shifted. He now sought to kill and claim the treasure. Song Qian, fully aware of Liao's intentions, could not allow him to fulfill his desires. Just as the honging spear was poised to pierce Song Qian's body, he sprang into action, raising his left hand and positioning the Baonyao Chaofeng spear upwards. Clang, with a sharp sound. Song Qian leveraged the superiority of the fourth-tier spiritual treasure to deflect Liao's honging spear forcefully. Damn it! Liao cursed under his breath, quickly stabilizing the trembling honging spear with his arm's strength. Had I possessed a fourth-tier spiritual treasure as well, your demise would have been assured with that strike. Is that so? Song Qian's voice echoed from behind. Liao's heart raced with alarm, every hair on his body standing on end. He had not anticipated the opponent's speed to be so formidable. In the briefest moment of distraction, Song Qian had moved behind him. Such terrifying velocity was not something a mid-second realm cultivator should possess. To be appointed as general by long, he must indeed possess some extraordinary attributes. Swish. Since Song Qian had not mastered any spear techniques, he could only utilize the most fundamental thrusts, sweeps, and upward strikes. Yet, the most practical lethal techniques often stem from these basic moves, simple and unadorned, yet deadly. Unmatched arrogance. Liao bellowed, immediately unleashing the divine art of his proud bone martial vein. A beam of golden light erupted from his bones, successfully blocking Song Qian's lethal strike. Martial vein divine art? Song Qian paused momentarily. Liao's proud bone martial vein was of superior quality, possessing the true capability to generate a martial vein divine art. As the golden light dissipated, Liao's skeletal structure was clearly visible. Under the sunlight, it gleamed like gold, radiating an unparalleled aura of pride. Young man, if you surrender the fourth-tier spiritual treasure to me now, I might consider sparing your life. Liao issued one final warning. Bold Liao, the martial city strictly prohibits internal strife, and you dare to conspire to kill a general for a mere fourth-tier spiritual treasure. Before Song Qian could speak, Yi Erniu, standing behind, interjected with fervor. Without rules, chaos ensues. Do not presume that a modicum of talent grants you the liberty to act recklessly within the martial city. Brother Qian is the esteemed general by long appointed by the Grand General. Should you dare to kill him, you would be slapping the Grand General's face. Ernie grew increasingly animated, saliva flying as he spoke. Enough, Ernie. Even a cornered rabbit may bite, let alone a living person. Song Qian raised a hand to restrain the eager Ernie, sincerely advising, if you provoke him to anger, with my abilities, I can only ensure my own safety and cannot spare the energy to protect you. I was merely jesting, nothing serious. Everyone need not take it to heart. I harbor no other intentions. That Ernie awkwardly chuckled, swiftly retreating to a safe distance, proclaiming, Brother Qian, give it your all. I have already extended you a chance at survival. If you squander it, do not blame my ruthlessness. Liao observed Song Qian's impassive demeanor and understood that unless he utilized some real abilities, the opponent would never willingly relinquish the fourth-tier spiritual treasure. The spear strikes like thunder, illuminating one's inner resolve, Liao declared coldly, as he wielded the Hongying spear, executing the third-tier martial art, Thunder Spear technique. A surge of spiritual energy flooded from his dantian, transforming into threads of lightning that coiled around the Hongying spear. Crack! A sound of tearing air echoed as the spear's tip, accompanied by the thunderous energy, surged forth once more. The lightning sealed off all avenues of escape. Song Qian had no choice but to raise his spear to defend. Clang! The clash was sharp and piercing. In their confrontation, Song Qian, utilizing the spiritual energy refined through 2 rounds of tempering, maintained a position of equilibrium. The most significant distinction between the second and third realms lies in 2 aspects: martial vein divine arts and spiritual energy. Not all martial veins can generate divine arts, only a select few possess such unique attributes. Thus, the primary difference reduces to spiritual energy alone. Spiritual energy, in comparison to true qi, is akin to a dimensional assault. A strand of spiritual energy can cleave mountains and shatter stones. And when combined with weaponry and techniques, its might becomes truly terrifying. Fortunately, the Baoyao Chaofeng spear, being a 4th-tier spiritual treasure, could absorb some of the thunderous force. Moreover, Song Qian's mastery over spiritual power allowed him to contend with the formidable Liao without losing ground. How can this be possible? With this strike, any cultivator below the 3rd realm would undoubtedly meet their end. Witnessing Song Qian not only block his attack, but also stand his ground, without faltering, left Liao genuinely astounded. By my word, this newcomer possesses formidable strength. Not merely strength, the fact that he could withstand 2 of Liao's strikes clearly indicates extraordinary prowess. No wonder he was appointed by the Grand General as general by long. This young man truly possesses remarkable qualities. As this scene unfolded, the White Dragon cavalry erupted into a frenzy of discussion, especially Ernie, who stood at the back, utterly shocked. He had always thought of Song Qian as a mere ornament. Yet today this ornament had transformed into a terrifying existence capable of contending against a 3rd realm powerhouse. Such a stark contrast left Ernie momentarily at a loss for words. This truly shocking. I still have trump cards yet to unveil. Noticing the astonishment in Liao's eyes, Song Qian smiled and remarked, borrowing your words, should you kneel and plead for mercy now, I might just consider sparing your life. How amusing. Everyone possesses hidden cards. I simply choose not to reveal mine. Liao dismissed the notion with scorn. Furthermore, if you had the ability to kill me, would you not have acted earlier? Why wait until now? If you do not believe me, let us put it to the test. As he spoke, Song Qian produced the Xian Dao Tru brush from his robe. Having trained through the night, Song Qian's spiritual energy had ascended from the 10th tier to the 13th tier. With 13th tier spiritual energy, casting a 1st-tier formation would no longer pose the same difficulties as before. A simple sketch would suffice, and the formation would be complete. Witnessing this, Liao not only felt no fear, but could not help but mock. Do you fancy yourself the king of hell, able to summon lies with a mere stroke of your brush? Receive my spear, the tyrannical spear decisive strike, the 4th-tier supreme martial art, the dominating spear technique. When combined with Liao's formidable spiritual power, is truly a force to be reckoned with. However, Song Qian remains undaunted, brandishing his Xuanjin Dao brush, the tip stained with a drop of barbarian blood. Intending to unleash a formation for a counterattack. Halt. Just then, a deep and commanding voice resonated from afar. The sudden appearance of a figure interrupted the duel between Song and Li. The newcomer spoke in an utterly calm tone. Seemingly indifferent, yet imbued with an undeniable authority that brooked no refusal that it was none other than the esteemed general. At this, Song Xiong and Sun Ba exchanged glances, mutually confirming their correct suspicion. Shua, the cavalryman Song Xiong and Sun Ba knelt in reverence. "We pay our respects to the great general of Tianwu." Witnessing Song Xiong and the others kneel, the remaining members of the White Dragon cavalry followed suit, and in an instant, everyone except for Song and Li had prostrated themselves in submission. "Brother Qian, cease your fighting. The general has arrived," Yi Erniu interjected. "The general?" Upon hearing this, Song Qian turned around just in time to see another slender figure approaching from the distance. "Young man, in a moment of life and death. You should not be distracted." Li Ao, intoxicated by the allure of the fourth-tier spiritual treasure, paid no heed to the general's admonition. With his red-tasseled spear, he flickered forward, aiming to pierce Song Qian's chest. Impudence! Before Song Qian could raise his weapon in retaliation, General Wei Long let out a cold snort. With a flick of his sleeve, he unleashed a wave of energy. The speed of the wave was so swift that it struck Li Ao's shoulder before the spear could reach Song Qian. Bang! With a deafening thud, Li Ao was sent tumbling backward for dozens of meters, crashing through several wooden stakes before finally coming to a halt. White Dragon spiritual energy? Could it be the general? Upon sensing the White Dragon spiritual energy contained within the wave, Li Ao finally realized that the general had arrived. "Qian Song, I greet you, General Wei Long." Song Qian inclined his head slightly, expressing gratitude for the general's timely intervention. "Everyone, rise," Wei Long commanded, glancing at the crowd and signaling for them to stand. Qian Song, as the direct subordinate of the White Dragon General and the White Dragon Cavalry, what exactly transpired here? Wei Long inquired. Observing the chaos in the training ground, in response to the general's inquiry, the matter is as follows. Song Qian, maintaining his composure, relayed the events without a hint of concealment or alteration. The renowned general of Tianwu. Wei Long was known for his keen insight. Should Song Qian attempt to fabricate the story, he would undoubtedly be caught, making subsequent explanations far more challenging. "Liao, have I been too lenient with you? Allowing you to become so arrogant? Not only have you defied military orders, but you have even entertained thoughts of harming your own general for the sake of a fourth-tier spiritual treasure." Wei Long gazed at the prostrate Li Ao, disappointment etched across his face. Liao, possessing the innate martial vein of pride, had been personally recruited by Wei Long into the elite White Dragon Cavalry, which was known for its gathering of prodigies. Wei Long had expected great achievements from him, only to be met with profound disappointment. Seeing the look of disappointment in the general's eyes, an ominous premonition surged within Li Ao, prompting him to scramble to his feet and explain, "No, General, you have misunderstood me. It was he, as the White Dragon General, has neglected his duties, arriving late for morning practice on his second day of duty. According to military law, you should first punish him." Li Ao pointed an accusing finger at Song Qian, eager to shift all blame onto him. "I have already stated that I will personally apologize to the general for my tardiness. The punishment I deserve is not for you to concern yourself with. Moreover, who claims that I have neglected my duties?" With that, Song Qian shifted the conversation, producing a scroll from his robes, stating, "Last night, I observed the celestial signs and calculated that the barbarian tribes would soon take action, which is why I hastily formulated these two military formations." Military formations? The general was taken aback, doubting his own ears. The arrangement of troops, the deployment of formations, these were profound and intricate strategies that could serve as deadly weapons for an army. "Young man, even boasting has its limits. Do you know how difficult it is to create a military formation? Even a renowned master of formations would hesitate to claim that they could create a significant formation within a decade, and yet, you assert that you devised two formations in a single night. As if you were deceiving a child of 3, Li Ao scoffed at Song Qian's claims, utterly unconvinced. "I can't believe it. Just on the way here, Brother Qian told me he had already concocted an excuse. And this is it?" Yi Erniu, 30 zhang away, wore a look of disbelief as he stared at Song Qian, his expression seemingly asking, "I know you're making excuses for being late, but surely you could come up with a more plausible reason. Can military formations be created so casually?" Sensing Yi Erniu's silent call, Song Qian glanced back, offering a reassuring expression, as if to say, "Worry not. I have it under control." This, Yi Erniu could only think to himself, "I can only give you a 6, Qian Song. In the military, There are no empty words. If this scroll is opened and contains no military formations, I shall charge you with the crime of deceiving the army. The penalties for such a transgression would far exceed that of mere tardiness. The general, fully aware of the immense difficulty in creating military formations, kept a keen eye on Xiao Changge if Xiao Changge were to admit to fabricating his claims. Considering the backing of the old Taoist, Wei Long would likely opt for leniency. A mere 100 lashes would be a light punishment. Chapter 27. The Art of Dragon Seeking and Acupoint Searching. General, please proceed to open it. If there are no military formations within, you may punish me as you see fit. Xiao Changge seemed to hear the general's inner monologue. To avoid receiving 100 lashes, he encouraged the general to proceed with the opening. At his behest, Wei Long ceased his inquiries, sweeping his arm to unfurl the scroll. Schwa. As the scroll opened, a chilling aura surged forth. This was, even with Wei Long's extensive battlefield experience and countless slaughters, he could not help but feel a tremor of astonishment at the overwhelming energy. This was indeed a military formation, and not just one, but two. The scroll was divided into two sections, each recording a formidable military formation. The upper formation was named the 8 Swords Breaking Formation, requiring 800 martial artists to execute in perfect harmony. Once established, it could shatter tens of thousands of troops. The lower formation was named the Dragon Elephant Treading the Heavens Formation, necessitating over 10,000 martial artists with dragon and elephant bloodlines to perform it. Once formed, it could conjure an ancient dragon-elephant illusion, wielding the power to obliterate the heavens and earth. Gazing at the two unparalleled military formations inscribed on the scroll, General Wei Long's hands trembled uncontrollably. Excellent. Splendid. He exclaimed, Someone, go and make 107 copies of the 8 Swords Breaking Formation and distribute them to the other 107 armies. Let their commanders select 800 elite warriors to practice this formation day and night. In 1 month's time, we shall prepare for the great martial assembly of 100 armies, and I shall personally inspect the results. In recent years, the Xiongxuan dynasty had faced incessant skirmishes with the barbarian tribes. Wei Long had previously harbored concerns that the younger generation of the dynasty would prove inadequate, unable to withstand the onslaught of the barbarian cavalry. However, with the advent of such extraordinary military formations, the prospect of vanquishing the barbarians seemed assured. Is there truly a military formation? Our White Dragon General is indeed the legendary talent of a commander. It was no wonder he had garnered the general's favor. Our general was truly exceptional. The White Dragon cavalry, though they had not seen the contents of the scroll, could sense the pervasive aura of bloodlust and the astonishment emanating from General Wei Long. Even a fool could discern that the scroll contained authentic military formations, and the magnitude of their power likely reached unfathomable heights. Otherwise, the seasoned general would not exhibit such a shocked expression. This is impossible. Even now, Li Ao refused to accept the reality before him, stepping forward in an attempt to seize the scroll for himself. Yet, how could the general allow him to succeed? With a deft sidestep, Wei Long snatched the scroll away, subsequently unleashing a wave of spiritual energy that sealed Li Ao's meridians, rendering him incapable of harnessing the energy within his dantian. Take Li Ao to the military disciplinary office. Convey my orders for strict punishment. At these words, the crowd gasped in astonishment. It was well known that the general cherished talent above all else. He treated prodigies like Li Ao as if they were his own kin, nurturing them with great care. It was precisely due to the general's endorsement that Li Ao had garnered substantial support from the White Dragon Cavalry. To now personally send him to face punishment, and with such severity, signified the general's genuine anger. Of course, it was also possible that our White Dragon general's displayed talents surpassed those of Li Ao. Hence, after weighing the options, the general chose to abandon Li Ao in favor of Xiao Changge. General, I did not deceive you, did I? Once Li Ao was taken away by 2 soldiers, Xiao Changge smiled at the general. Very well. General Wei Long nodded, acknowledging Xiao Changge's abilities. Speak. What reward do you wish for? General, your acknowledgement is a reward I shall never forget, Xiao Changge replied, shaking his head. At present, I have no desires, but that does not mean there will be none in the future. The general pondered for a moment and said, Then I shall remember this. Should you encounter any insurmountable matters in the future, come find me in the heavenly court. Within the ranks of the military, rewards and punishments are distinctly delineated, since Xiao Changge has provided the 8 swords to break the military formation. It is only fitting that he receive some form of reward to strengthen the hearts of the people. Thank you, General. Xiao Changge clasped his fists and bowed deeply. The general, Wei Long, nodded in acknowledgement before departing from the training grounds. My goodness, Brother Qian, you truly are remarkable. After the general's departure, Yi Erniu approached and gave Song Qian a huge thumbs up. Song Qian waved his hand dismissively and replied, I've told you before, I know my own limits. Merely AO is not worthy of competing with me, brother. May I ask you a question? Yi Erniu inquired. Speak. That scroll depicting the unparalleled military formation, did you really create it overnight? The moment Yi Erniu posed his question, the surrounding white dragon riders immediately perked up, straining to listen. Even Song Xiong and Sun Ba couldn't help but glance at Song Qian with renewed interest. Of course, Song Qian responded, his demeanor unflustered. Impressive. With Song Qian's confirmation, Yi Erniu was genuinely convinced. From this moment on, the 800 white dragon riders completely transformed their perception of their commander, General Song Qian. Song Qian clapped his hands and declared. Everyone just heard it. The general mentioned a martial gathering of 100 armies to be held in a month. Therefore, from today onward, we shall not practice anything else but the 8 swords to break the military formation. It is indeed fortuitous that the white dragon riders number precisely 800, all of whom are elite troops. Yes, the white dragon riders replied in unison. Meanwhile, in the outside world, several powerful factions that had been searching for Song Qian for a day and a night reconvened. In the south of the city, my Black Sha Taoist Hall has searched thoroughly, yet found no trace of Song Qian. In the north, the city lord's residence has scoured every corner, but to no avail. In the west, the East June Manor has searched extensively and found nothing. In the east, my family, the Pao family, has also failed to locate him. The leaders of these factions gathered to discuss their next course of action. They had combed through the entire Battle Heaven ancient city, yet not even a hair of Song Qian could be found. The Grand Elder of the Black Sha Taoist Hall sat at the head of the table, one hand supporting his forehead, contemplating where the oversight might have occurred. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to be unable to capture him. Bang! One of the East June Manor members slammed the table and exclaimed, with several major factions uniting and dispatching over 1,000 men, we cannot find a single mid-stage Song Qian. If this situation were to leak out, would it not be a source of ridicule? The members of East June Manor had pledged their loyalty to Lord June before arriving, stating that if they failed to apprehend Song Qian, their own heads would be on the line. Do you think it's possible that Song Qian has fled to the martial market or the black market? A member of the city lord's residence leaned back in his chair, resting his chin on one hand, voicing his thoughts. Gaining entry to the martial market for cultivation is no easy feat. One must first obtain a recommendation from an official of the 3rd rank or above, and also pass the entry examination. However, the possibility of him hiding in the black market is somewhat plausible. These June Manor members nodded in agreement, acknowledging that the other party's reasoning held merit. We do have some personnel in the Black Sha Taoist Hall who could search there. The Grand Elder of the Black Sha Taoist Hall mused. As for the martial market, let us not pursue that. Does the Song family have no officials of 3rd rank or above in the court? Let us not forget that Song Qian was once hailed as the top prodigy of the Upper Xian realm. Passing the entry examination would be a mere formality. The city lord's residence held a different perspective, sensing that Song Qian might indeed be concealed within the martial market. After a day of cultivation, Song Qian returned to the White Dragon courtyard. There, he found Jasmine had prepared a delightful meal, eagerly awaiting his return. How fragrant! Upon catching the aroma in the air, Song Qian's first words were a hearty compliment to Jasmine, who was serving the rice. Hee. Flattered by the praise, Jasmine chuckled and urged him to sit down and eat. Song Qian took his seat, accepted the chopsticks, and declared, I shall not hold back. He picked up a piece of steamed base and, savoring it, exclaimed, delicious. Jasmine, your cooking is exceptional, surpassing even the royal chef my family spent a fortune to hire. As a scion of a prominent family, Song Qian was accustomed to the highest culinary standards. If a dish was even slightly unpalatable, he would rather go hungry than eat. This was also the reason why, since leaving the Song family, he had rarely dined, often relying on medicinal pills for sustenance. Although he had spent a few years learning culinary arts in the palace, he had not cooked in many years and had assumed his skills would have dulled. However, seeing how much he enjoyed the meal, Jasmine felt reassured. If you like it this much, I shall prepare it for you every day. How could you possibly do that every day? Today, I noticed you were sleeping soundly, so I feigned illness, claiming to have caught a chill, and requested a day off from the military department. But I only requested one day. Tomorrow, you must accompany me to the training grounds for practice. Song Qian having devoured the entire table of delicacies in a whirlwind manner. Reminded Jasmine not to oversleep the next day. I am not suited for martial training. The general just visited the White Dragon courtyard, and I have already informed him. Did he agree? Yes, Jasmine nodded. From now on, I shall wait for your return here at the White Dragon courtyard. In truth, there is no need for you to wait for me. Sometimes, you may eat ahead of time. Song Qian, somewhat oblivious, failed to grasp the underlying meaning of Jasmine's words. Thinking she merely referred to the matter of dining. In this turbulent world, to live a comfortable life without being bullied by others, one must possess some strength, since you do not wish to practice martial arts. I possess a technique for locating dragon veins and vital points that can be combined with your spirit-seeking eyes to find treasures and martial veins, thereby maximizing their efficacy, should I ever be absent from your side in the future. You could rely on this unique skill to gather power and obtain their protection. Song Qian was acutely aware that he could not always shield her. The path ahead would ultimately need to be walked by her own strength. The technique for locating dragon veins and vital points? Jasmine's curiosity was piqued, and she wished to hear more. Indeed, Song Qian affirmed, and then retrieved an ancient tome, yellowed with age, from his spatial jade essence. This book was a treasure I obtained after overcoming numerous trials in a secret realm. Jasmine took the tome and saw that it bore the title, Feng Shui Marvels. The techniques of locating dragon veins and vital points and treasure-seeking are indeed branches of the Feng Shui discipline. Given that you possess the spirit-seeking eyes and the treasure-seeking martial veins, studying Feng Shui techniques is most suitable. After their meal, the two returned to their respective chambers, with Song Qian choosing to cultivate through the night. After several days of training, he had reached the brink of a breakthrough. Today, he would not focus on refining his spiritual energy, but rather strive to advance to the late stage of the second realm. From acquiring the Great Sun Shumi diagram in the East June manner to breaking through the initial stage of the second realm, and then obtaining the Azure Pearl to reach the mid-stage of the second realm. Although only a few days had passed, those battles had been substantial, from battling the assassins in Battle Heaven Ancient City, exchanging blows, to annihilating the entire Blackshaw gang in Luo City, and facing 3 opponents at once in the Blackshaw Taoist Hall. Culminating in the upcoming duel with Li Ao in the Martial Market. Each of these encounters had further solidified Song Qian's foundation. Now, he no longer required external assistance. The breakthrough was a natural progression. Bang! Several hours later, a muffled sound resonated within him as Song Qian officially stepped into the late stage of the second realm. This breakthrough felt somewhat slow, nearly an hour behind his expectations. Song Qian murmured to himself. The cultivation method he practiced was the 8 directions of the wishful treasure record from the Qing Xian Heavenly Sect, a 4th-grade martial art. Practitioners of this technique can condense the 8 directions treasure altars within their bodies to absorb and refine the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for their own use. Initially, due to his humble beginnings, Song Qian could only condense 3 altars. Now, although he possessed a fortune of over 100,000 spirit stones, he lacked the time to condense them due to his travels. Upon arriving at the martial market, free from the concerns of assassination and pursuit, Song Qian could finally cultivate in peace without external disturbances. Before returning to the White Dragon courtyard, he first visited the martial market trading post. Exchanging the precious paintings and rare books obtained from the East June Manor for spirit stones, with these 10,000 spirit stones, he should be able to condense the 8 directions treasure altars tonight. Song Qian piled the spirit stones on his bed, and a gentle moonlight streamed through the window, illuminating the shining spirit stones. Were others to witness Song Qian's cultivation, they might choke on their blood in disbelief. What kind of noble family is this, that over 10,000 spirit stones are solely used for cultivation? Truly a top-tier spendthrift. The process of condensation was nearly identical to the last time, and since Song Qian had already condensed them once before, this time he was even more adept, quickly achieving the complete 8 directions treasure altars. Inhaling deeply, Song Qian drew the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into his body, first refining it into true energy through the supreme divine sword martial vein, and then activating the 8 directions treasure altars. In just a short quarter of an hour, Song Qian amassed nearly half of his Dantian spiritual energy. It is worth noting that with the previous 3 altars, it would have taken an entire day to refine this much spiritual energy. Now, with the complete 8 directions treasure altar, the time was reduced by several dozen times. Song Qian was utterly elated. Glancing out the window at the night sky, the bright moon hung high, and there was still some time until dawn that he decided to utilize the remaining 2 hours to absorb the spiritual energies of heaven and earth and break through his spiritual power. If the celestial essence of the Bailong court remains unabsorbed, It shall persist indefinitely, gradually accumulating over time. Although no one in the entire martial city has devoted themselves to mastering spiritual energy. In order to avoid the perils of prolonged uncertainty, Song Qian is determined to absorb it all within the shortest span possible. After all, based on his calculations, should he successfully absorb the entirety of the celestial essence from the Bailong court, his spiritual energy could potentially ascend to the 15th tier. A 15th tier spiritual energy is a force that even the strongest of the four realms would regard with trepidation. Chapter 28. The white-bearded youth. The night passed without incident, and dawn broke. As the first rays of morning sunlight streamed into the room, Song Qian exhaled a deep breath, having broken through to the 14th tier of spiritual energy. Just one more night, and he would complete the absorption of all the celestial essence from the Bailong court, securing his advancement to the 15th tier. In inevitability, glancing out the window, the sky was just beginning to brighten. There remained a quarter of an hour until morning practice commenced, allowing him ample time to arrive. Song Qian swiftly rose from his bed, took a brisk cold shower, donned a robe of azure hue, and then set forth towards the training grounds. Despite having been awake for 2 consecutive days, his spirit remained undaunted, devoid of any trace of fatigue. Normally, martial artists who have yet to break through to the four realms must adhere to the rhythms of nourishment and rest to sustain their physical form. Upon breaking through, however, their bodies undergo a transformative shift, allowing them to forego food and sleep entirely, a phenomenon some scholars refer to as the martial body. Yet, Song Qian had not yet transcended into the four realms. His physique remained that of an ordinary human. Strangely, he had not felt any discomfort despite 2 days without sustenance or sleep. The reason for this eluded even him, perhaps influenced by the Eastern Lord's celestial energy and the chaotic yin-yang essence, or perhaps due to the extraordinary nature of his unparalleled divine sword martial vein, which might have unconsciously modified his body to a state beyond that of an ordinary human yet short of the martial body. Brother Qian, why are you here so early today? A familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. Turning, he saw Yi Erniu approaching. That it wouldn't do to arrive late. After all, I can't create a military formation every day. Can I? The successful consolidation of the 8 Directions treasure altar and his breakthrough to the 14th tier had elevated Song Qian's mood, prompting him to jest with his companion. Oh, Brother Qian, you certainly are a prodigy. Yi Erniu replied, scratching his head. By the way, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I have some pancakes here. Please don't turn them away. Yi Erniu produced a thin pancake wrapped in oil paper from his pocket and offered it to Song Qian. With a chuckle, Song Qian accepted the pancake and remarked, your ability to read the room is commendable. You ought to report to the Wulong Legion. Heh, what reading the room? I merely noticed your attire was quite clean and guessed you hadn't eaten yet. Yi Erniu replied sheepishly. The pancake is quite delightful, Song Qian said, taking a bite. It was crisp and melted in his mouth, a flavor so distinct that it offered him a novel culinary experience. A far cry from the lavish delicacies he was accustomed to. In light of your generous offering, when we divide the teams later, I shall appoint you as a squad leader, he declared. What? A squad leader? Yi Erniu was taken aback. Brother Qian, you must be joking. Not at all. Song Qian nodded. In the 8 swords breaking military formation, we need 800 martial artists divided into 8 squads, each forming a small sword before merging into one. Today, I intend to assign the teams, and each squad requires a leader. I will designate you as a squad leader. Yi Erniu was the first among the Bailong riders to choose to follow Song Qian, and as he gradually took command of the Bailong riders, he would not neglect his companion. Thank you for your recognition, General, Yi Erniu exclaimed, dropping to his knees in gratitude. Since arriving in the martial city, Yi Erniu had faced numerous challenges. This was the first time he had received such acknowledgement, and while it was merely for a squad leader position, it was still a mark of appreciation. Moreover, this was no ordinary squad leader role. It was one within the esteemed Bailong riders, a position of great prestige. Rise now. It would not be wise for others to witness this, Song Qian replied, mindful of the implications of granting special favors. Understood. On the training grounds, the 800 Bailong riders stood in formation, reminiscent of the previous day's scene. However, this time, the one commanding them was not Song Xiong, Sun Ba, or others, but Song Qian, the rightful general of the Bailong. Clears throat. From today onward, we shall practice the 8 swords breaking military formation. Those whose names I call, please step forward. Song Xiong, Sun Ba, Yi Erniu, Dongfang Cha Qing. Song Qian named 8 individuals, acknowledging their exceptional talents within the Bailong riders. You 8 possess the highest innate abilities among us. Henceforth, You will each lead 100 by long riders as we practice the first stage of the 8 swords breaking military formation. Wait, Li Kuang interrupted, raising his hand. When it comes to talent, no one in the martial city compares to my brother. How can you appoint these 8 as leaders and overlook my brother, Li Ao? Song Qian cast a sidelong glance at him and replied, Li Ao is currently facing military penalties and has yet to return. How can I assign him a position under such circumstances? We cannot allow one individual to hinder the progress of the entire by long riders. But Li Kuang attempted to protest, but Song Qian would not afford him the opportunity. You 8 squad leaders. Come over here. I will brief you on some important matters. The rest of you, warm up and avoid injuries during the upcoming training. Yes, the by long riders responded in unison. Just wait. You, Li Kuang muttered under his breath. Resigned to waiting for his brother's return from military punishment, after relaying the necessary instructions, Song Qian casually strolled around the training grounds, supervising the preparations. What's that building over there? He mused, noticing a small black tower tip shrouded in mist to the southeast. Towers in the secular world often serve to balance the forces of feng shui. Erecting a tower in areas deficient in feng shui can counterbalance a mountain's energy. Generally, towers are meant to suppress malevolence and safeguard fortunes. In a place like the martial city, where heroes converge, devoid of any evils or disturbances, constructing a tower seemed quite illogical. Erniu, come here for a moment, Song Qian called, still pondering the peculiar sight. What's up? Brother Qian, did I instruct them incorrectly? Yi Erniu approached, his first reaction one of concern. Not at all. I wanted to ask about that building over there, at a tower. Song Qian pointed towards the faintly visible black tower tip, cloaked in clouds. Yi Erniu rubbed his eyes and looked in the direction Song Qian indicated. Brother Qian, that's our martial city's Jiuzhuan Songjing Tower, renowned for housing 99% of the martial techniques from the Shangxian dynasty. Jiuzhuan Songjing Tower. Song Qian repeated the name thoughtfully before inquiring. May I enter to take a look? That might be difficult, as the Jiuzhuan Songjing Tower contains not only martial arts techniques but also numerous secrets of the dynasty. Typically, only those who have achieved military merits are permitted to enter and explore, Yi Erniu explained, shaking his head. He felt the likelihood of Song Qian being allowed entry was slim, as even he had not had the chance to visit the tower since arriving in the martial city 6 months ago. Understood, Song Qian nodded thoughtfully, then mused, if I cannot enter, may I at least wander around the vicinity of the Jiuzhuan Songjing Tower? As long as you don't enter, you should be fine. You are still our general of the by long riders. The old man guarding the tower should not drive you away, Yi Erniu replied. Very well, I shall take a stroll then. Keep an eye on them and ensure they practice well. I will return to check on the progress, Song Qian instructed before heading towards the southeast. What's so fascinating about a mere library tower? Yi Erniu wondered, unable to comprehend why Song Qian would find interest in such a structure. A quarter of an hour later, Song Qian arrived at the foot of the Jiuzhuan Songjing Tower. Gazing up at the towering edifice that seemed to pierce the clouds, he rested his chin on one hand. Lost in contemplation. At that moment, a white-bearded youth within the tower took notice of Song Qian's unexpected arrival. Yes, you heard correctly, a white-bearded youth. He was the old man in charge of the tower. As mentioned by Yi Erniu. Who are you? That Songjing Tower is a vital location in the martial city. No idle individuals are permitted to approach, the white-bearded youth admonished sternly. I am the current general of the Bai Long. Qian Song. Song Qian replied. So it is you. The white-bearded youth nodded, as if he were familiar with Song Qian. You know me. Song Qian was puzzled, unable to recall any previous encounters with such an unusual figure. The old Taoist spoke of you. You were brought into the martial city by him, the white-bearded youth replied, directly addressing the general by his given name, indicating his significant status, at the very least. He was a peer of the Grand General. And who might you be? Song Qian observed the youth seated upon the azure stone slab, intrigued by his white beard. They all call me the old man of the sutras. Yet I am hardly old. I am but over 900 years of age, the white-bearded youth replied nonchalantly. Song Qian questioned whether he had misheard. Even a formidable figure of the fifth realm, with vitality as robust as a dragon, would have a lifespan of merely 500 years. However, the youth before him, aside from the thick white beard, bore no other signs of age. He appeared no different from a true adolescent. No matter how Song Qian regarded him, he did not seem like an ancient monster who had lived for over 9 centuries. Could it be the legendary return to youth? Have you come here to peruse the Sutra Pavilion? Before Song Qian could gather his thoughts, the white-bearded youth continued to inquire. May I enter? Is it not true that only those who achieve military merit are granted access to the Nine-Turns-Sutra Pavilion? Song Qian recalled the words of Yernia before his arrival. You are a disciple of the old Taoist and a general of the army, and you have provided 2 formidable military formations to Wei Long. Allowing you entry into the Nine-Turns-Sutra Pavilion does not violate the rules, the white-bearded youth stated. Thank you, Senior, Song Qian said, bowing slightly to the youth, although he was uncertain whether the other's claim of being 900 years old was genuine. The fact that the general entrusted him to guard this tower indicated that his status and strength were undoubtedly extraordinary. Thus, addressing him as Senior was not unwarranted. Senior is a delightful title. It has instantly made me feel hundreds of years younger and carries a certain prestige. Far more appealing than being called the old man of the sutras, the white-bearded youth mused, nodding thoughtfully. When you return, instruct those younger ones to refer to me as Senior whenever they visit the Sutra Pavilion. If I hear anyone call me the old man of the sutras, I shall not hesitate to flay them. The youth revealed a sinister smile, sending a shiver down Song Qian's spine. As he sensed that this individual was not jesting, he could indeed carry out such gruesome deeds. Excuse me, Senior, may I enter now? Song Qian tentatively asked. Yes, of course, the white-bearded youth replied affirmatively, rising to stand before the crimson door. He took a deep breath and then bellowed, Damn it, old Meng, open the door. With a resounding boom, the crimson door swung open in response to the youth's shout. What an astonishing way to open a door. Song Qian was left dumbfounded by the spectacle. Old Meng has opened the door. You may enter now. The white-bearded youth turned to inform him. Senior, who is this old Meng you speak of? Song Qian stepped forward, hesitating before voicing his curiosity. Old Meng is the spirit of this decrepit tower, which was originally named the Great Virtue Heavenly Might Meng Divine Tower. I find it cumbersome, so I simply call him Old Meng. The white-bearded youth explained. A spirit. This Nine-Turns Sutra Tower is actually a treasure of 4th rank or higher, Song Qian exclaimed in astonishment, realizing the towering structure rose high into the clouds. The resources required to forge such a grand 4th rank treasure would amount to an astronomical figure. 4th rank, you truly underestimate Old Meng, the white-bearded youth scoffed, before Old Meng was struck by lightning. He was a proper sacred artifact. Even in his current battered state, his rank has never fallen below that of a spiritual artifact, the sacred artifact. Song Qian questioned, unsure if he had misheard. In the modern world, all artifacts are categorized into 4 major ranks: mundane artifacts, spiritual artifacts, sacred artifacts, and divine artifacts. Each major rank can be further divided into 9 tiers, with the first tier being the weakest and the 9th tier the strongest. However, mundane and spiritual artifacts are somewhat special. They share the 9 tiers, with 5 tiers and below classified as mundane artifacts, and those above 5 tiers as spiritual artifacts. Spiritual artifacts of the 9th tier and above are considered sacred artifacts. As for divine artifacts, they are mostly found in legendary tales and have not been seen in reality for over 100,000 years. Thus, it can be said that the most powerful artifacts in today's world are sacred artifacts, which are beneath divine artifacts. Each sacred artifact is possessed by the leading powers on the continent, and each possesses the capability to annihilate the heavens and the earth. In today's world, any sect or force wishing to ascend to true top-tier status must possess a high-ranking sacred artifact as its foundation. The most powerful artifact of the Xiao dynasty is the Royal Xiao flag, which only barely qualifies as a 5th-tier premium spiritual artifact. Thus, it was entirely unbelievable for Song Qian to accept that this decrepit tower, intended for storing tomes, was once a legendary sacred artifact. What are you pondering? If you do not hurry inside, Old Meng may close the door, and I will not assist you in calling for entry. The white-bearded youth remarked, noting Song Qian's distraction. Thank you, Senior, I shall enter now, Song Qian responded, realizing that rather than lingering in contemplation, it would be more prudent to venture inside and discover the truth. After all, seeing is believing. By the way, with your cultivation level, you may only wander the 1st floor. Do not dare ascend to the 2nd or 3rd floors. As Song Qian's figure vanished into the darkness, the white-bearded youth remembered and shouted after him. Chapter 29, Nine-Turns Sutra Tower. Within the Nine-Turns Sutra Tower, books were densely packed, with rows of bookshelves stretching wide and towering 10 zhang high. Each bookshelf likely held tens of thousands of tomes, and the entire 1st floor must contain countless shelves. No wonder it is said to house 99% of the books of the Xiao dynasty. Song Qian marveled. Subsequently, he began to explore the 1st floor, which could broadly be categorized into 3 types: martial arts, techniques, and miscellaneous. Martial arts and techniques comprised 90% of the content, yet their ranks were not particularly high, with the highest being first tier and second tier, while those of third tier and above were exceedingly rare. After a thorough exploration, Song Qian found nothing that matched his expectations. Perhaps I have misjudged, he mused. However, having come this far, it would be against his conscience to leave empty-handed. He stood in place, speaking to himself, unaware that every word was clearly observed by the white-bearded youth at the entrance. Old Ming, what do you think this lad is searching for? The white-bearded youth pondered, perplexed by Song Qian's actions. He neither seeks martial arts nor techniques, nor studies astronomy and geography, history, or culture. He simply wanders aimlessly. I suspect he might be searching for my secrets. A dark face suddenly appeared on the tower's body and responded. Does this tower harbor any undisclosed secrets? How is it that even I am unaware? The white-bearded youth, having guarded the tower for over a century, was astonished to learn that there were secrets within it that he did not know. Just a few rather private little secrets. If you had observed closely, you would have naturally discovered them. The face replied, seeming somewhat bashful, a faint blush appearing. The white-bearded youth looked on disdainfully. You feel embarrassed? You are but a tower, not a person. What private secrets could you possibly have? Humph, you sprang from stone as well. So you are not human either, the tower spirit retorted, adept in human nature. If you ask me, we are both equally matched. Do not act as if you are superior. Unbeknownst to Song Qian, who remained oblivious to all outside occurrences, he continued to explore the first floor. After several rounds, he found himself in possession of 3 martial arts tomes, 2 on spear techniques and 1 on body techniques. I am the martial market. To avoid revealing his identity, Song Qian had opted for a long spear. However, lacking any prior training in spear martial arts, he could not fully unleash the true potential of the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear. Now, having arrived at the 9-turn Sutra Pavilion, which was said to contain the world's tomes, it was only fitting to acquire a few spear techniques to study. The 2 spear techniques bore the names, Flowing Cloud Spear Technique and the Remnant River Piercing Cloud Technique, both of which were of third-tier quality. While their power could not compare to the Supreme Sword Technique, they would suffice for Song Qian at this stage. The other body technique, Falling Star Pursuing Moon Technique, was of high quality, ranking as the finest martial art on the first floor, reaching 5th-tier low grade. Unfortunately, this body technique was incomplete, possessing only the upper half. Nonetheless, even as a fragment of 5th-tier martial arts, its intricacies and the speed of cultivation far exceeded those of 3rd-tier body techniques. This was precisely why Song Qian chose the Falling Star Pursuing Moon technique. He sought speed. I never expected him to select this body technique. The white-bearded youth remarked, slightly taken aback by Song Qian's choice. I recall this technique was brought back from the outer heavens. The tower spirit, noticing the youth's surprise, inquired, what secrets does it hold? Heh. The white-bearded youth chuckled softly and replied, what secrets could a mere incomplete body technique possess? It is simply more challenging to cultivate than other martial arts, if even you find it difficult. Then this lad has surely acquired it for free, the tower spirit mused, fully aware of the terrifying aptitude of the youth before him, realizing that even the techniques he found challenging would be child's play for Song Qian. In this world, who else could possibly succeed in cultivating it? All right, let us settle on these 3 tomes. Taking more would be impolite. Before entering the tower, the words of the white-bearded youth merely suggested that Song Qian should take a look inside. There was no indication that he could extract any martial arts from it. The reason for selecting only 3 books was simply that it would be easier to explain. After contemplating his explanation for a moment, Song Qian rose to depart. However, as he approached the door and glanced at the staircase leading to the upper levels, he appeared deep in thought. The young senior had mentioned something about the 2nd and 3rd floors. At that time, Song Qian had already entered the tower and did not catch the white-bearded youth's words clearly, only remembering the mention of the 2nd and 3rd floors. Could it be that the senior meant to imply that there was nothing of value on the 1st floor and that he should ascend to the 2nd or 3rd floor to take a look? Song Qian speculated. Well, since the senior has said so, I might as well explore the 2nd and 3rd floors. Relying on his vivid imagination, Song Qian ultimately decided to investigate, truly just to take a look, with no ulterior motives whatsoever. Damn it. What does that kid standing still mean? He can't possibly be thinking of going up to the 2nd or 3rd floor, can he? The white-bearded youth felt a surge of panic upon witnessing this scene. The 9-turn scripture tower did not have books lining every floor. The 2nd and 3rd levels were instead sealed off with a multitude of malevolent spirits, with Song Qian's cultivation only at the late stage of the second realm. Should he be possessed by those spirits, consuming his 3 souls and 7 souls or the 3 yang fire, the consequences would be unimaginable. Old Ming, quickly forcefully teleport this kid out. We cannot afford any accidents. The white-bearded youth, recalling the potential wrath of the old Taoist if he found out that his disciple was possessed in the 9-turn scripture tower, felt a chill at the thought of the consequences. I remained calm. Why should you be anxious? In response, the tower spirit appeared indifferent, gesturing for the other to calm down, suggesting they continue to observe that I think this kid has potential. He might glean some profound insights from those malevolent spirits. Profound insights? If this kid enters the 2nd floor and survives, it would be considered a stroke of luck. How could he possibly gain any insights? You truly overestimate his late-stage 2nd realm cultivation. The white-bearded youth retorted, momentarily speechless. Yet, suddenly realizing, he thought, damn it, are you trying to provoke me? Are you waiting for the old Taoist to come and deal with me? Hee, you actually caught on. The tower spirit chuckled ominously. No longer pretending, and declared, I did it on purpose. Who told you to mock me earlier? Unbeknownst to Song Qian, who was filled with curiosity, he ascended to the 2nd floor. The difference between the 2nd floor and the 1st was like heaven and earth. Here, there was not even a single strand of hair, let alone any martial arts techniques. The entire 2nd floor was barren and desolate, devoid of anything, save for the occasional chilling wind that seemed to seep in from nowhere, creating an eerie atmosphere. And I thought there might be some higher-level techniques or martial arts. Is this all there is? Song Qian expressed his disbelief. The malevolent spirits were formless and shadowless, existing beyond the 5 elements, roaming the boundary between yin and yang. With his mortal eyes, Song Qian could not see the spirits, but the white-bearded youth outside the tower could see them clearly. The moment Song Qian stepped onto the 2nd floor, dozens of malevolent spirits immediately surrounded him, clinging to his shoulders and head. Human bodies descend to the world. Life and death follow the cycle of heaven. One cry shakes the heavens, another stirs the earth, and the third enters the natural way. This is the cycle. Yet, the great Tao encompasses 50, with heaven yielding 49, leaving 1 for the spirits of all races. 3 cries determine the 3 fires of man. The Baihui point is the source of the mysterious fire, governing eternal life. The left hand's 3 yin represent the extinguishing fire, governing annihilation. The right hand's 3 yang represent the swift fire, governing the harmony of yin and yang. The Baihui gathers at the cauldron, with the left 3 yin over the shoulder and the right 3 yang over the shoulder. This is the 3 yang fires of man. As the saying goes, a person possesses 3 fires, and these are they. Now, as these malevolent spirits drew near, they intended to consume Song Qian's 3 yang fires. Damn it. Outside the tower, the white-bearded youth cursed angrily and stood up. He took out an iron rod from his ear, preparing to break into the tower to save him. Hey, don't act recklessly. I'm already heavily injured. If you strike me again, I could be completely incapacitated. The tower spirit, seeing the youth brandishing his rod, immediately panicked and called out to stop him. I'll count to 3. If you don't forcibly teleport that kid out, I'll resort to violence. The white-bearded youth knew the tower spirit feared him, but he too was afraid of the crazed old Taoist. Just teleport him. Don't be rough about it. The tower spirit conceded and prepared to forcibly teleport Song Qian out. Buzz! A sword cry resonated within him, and Song Qian instantly awakened, a flash of crimson flickering in his eyes. Then, he beheld the true visage of the 2nd floor. What had initially appeared spacious was now densely packed with malevolent spirits, each possessing strength exceeding the 3rd realm. What the hell are these things? Startled by the sight of the horde of spirits and demons, Song Qian was taken aback. With a swift motion, he drew the 9-dragon swallowing heaven sword, ready to confront the spirits. However, before he could make a move, a flash of white light enveloped him, and he was forcibly teleported out by the tower spirit. Kid, are you all right? The moment Song Qian was teleported out, the white-bearded youth rushed over to inspect the 3 yang fires on his shoulders, relieved to find they were still intact. Huh, senior, when did I come out? Song Qian was momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend. You little rascal, before entering the tower, I specifically instructed you not to ascend to the 2nd or 3rd floors, just to explore the 1st floor, but you disregarded my warning. Had I not acted quickly, you would have been a mere walking corpse by now. The white-bearded youth, seeing Song Qian regain his senses, immediately began to scold him. Sorry, senior. I may not have heard you clearly. I thought you were saying there was nothing of interest on the 1st floor and encouraged me to go directly to the 2nd or 3rd floors. Song Qian sheepishly scratched his head. Forget it. I'll let you off this time since it was your first offense, and fortunately, nothing serious occurred. It's getting late. You should head back now. All right, Song Qian nodded, looking up to discover that the sun had already set. Could it be that late already? I must hurry back to the training ground. The white dragon riders might still be waiting for me. After bidding farewell to the white-bearded youth, Song Qian hurried back to the training ground. The scene was much the same as it had been in the morning, with A at that moment. Two discordant voices pierced the air. Chapter 30. The commotion in the cafeteria. A commotion arose nearby, prompting Song Qian to glance over. He observed Li Kuang occupying an entire table with 8 seats to himself. A group of individuals from another regiment approached, intending to sit and dine, but were met with resistance. What do you mean? Do you look down upon our Songlong regiment? Among the Songlong regiment were those known for their fiery tempers. And upon hearing Li Kuang's audacious words, they immediately rolled up their sleeves, ready to engage in a brawl. Heh! Li Kuang raised his gaze to the opposing group and sneered, with your meager half-step to the third realm cultivation. You ought to refrain from making a fool of yourself. I could suppress you with a single hand. Who is this guy? How dare he be so arrogant? Does he not realize he is up against dozens from the Songlong regiment? Even if he were individually outmatched, with sheer numbers, they could easily overpower him, either by landing a punch each or employing a rotating combat strategy. This individual was named Li Kuang, brother to Li Ao, one of the leaders of the White Dragon Cavalry. The uproar between Li Kuang and the Songlong regiment swiftly drew the attention of everyone present. Young master, this person has Li Ao as his backing. Should we just let it go? After all, there are other vacant seats over there. Fearing Li Ao, some members of the Songlong regiment attempted to mediate. Shut your mouth. This brat has Li Ao as his background. Does that mean I, Huang Jing, have none? Huang Jing, the current general of the Songlong regiment, was indeed somewhat more formidable than Li Kuang in terms of connections. You are Huang Jing. Li Kuang was taken aback upon hearing this. What? Have you heard of my name and are now afraid? Huang Jing, believing he had intimidated Li Kuang, continued to boast. If you're scared, quickly vacate your seat. I, young master, am magnanimous and shall spare you this time. How ridiculous. Young master still knows how to make Li Kuang submit with a single phrase. After all, Li Kuang's support was merely the insignificant Li Ao, whereas their young master was someone whom even the general of the Songlong regiment had to refer to as brother-in-law. No matter how impressive Li Ao was, he was still just a soldier, unworthy of comparison to a military leader. Witnessing this scene, the crowd collectively marveled at Huang Jing's powerful background. In response, Li Kuang wore a mocking smile, slowly rising from his seat. Just as everyone anticipated that Li Kuang would concede to Huang Jing, the ensuing spectacle shocked the crowd for centuries to come. Smack! Without warning, a resounding slap landed squarely on Huang Jing's face. Forgive me, but I am not afraid of you. Rather, I was reminded of something from a while back. During the Songlong regiment's field experience, there was a certain individual who was so frightened by the barbarian cavalry that he wet himself. That person was also named Huang Jing. Could it be you? After delivering the slap, Li Kuang feigned deep thought, each word a lethal blow to both body and spirit. What? Did I hear wrong? You claim that someone wet themselves on the battlefield? Especially by the hands of the barbarian cavalry. This is a disgrace to our martial city. The presence of cowardice was intolerable. Such a person should have their cultivation stripped and be expelled from the martial city. All present were subjects of the Xian dynasty, and their hatred for the northern barbarians was beyond imagination. Merely hearing that Huang Jing had been frightened to the point of wetting himself incited some to declare he should be expelled from the martial city. This demonstrated the terrifying extent of their anger towards the savages. You lie. Huang Jing, clutching his reddened left cheek, retorted, I was unwell and did not even go to the battlefield. How could I have wet myself? You slanderous scoundrel. I shall kill you. In a fit of rage, Huang Jing unleashed a punch with all his might. Bang! There was a dull thud as Li Kuang merely raised his left hand, effortlessly catching Huang Jing's full-force punch. How is this possible? There is only a single realm difference between us. How could you so easily block my full-strength attack? Huang Jing's eyes widened in disbelief, his mind racing with thoughts of whether this person was a devil or possessed innate divine strength. Heh, Li Kuang scoffed. Only a single realm. I truly did not expect such ignorance to emerge from someone in the martial city. Each minor realm beyond the third realm represented an insurmountable chasm for martial artists. The fact that Huang Jing, merely at half-step to the third realm, would boast about such a trivial difference was laughable. Is it not true? It is but a single realm. My brother-in-law, the Songlong general, can easily accomplish it. Huang Jing shot back. How laughable. The Songlong General is that Songlong General, and you are merely you. The Songlong General possesses an exceptional martial pulse. What of yours? Do you possess a superior martial pulse? He can slay enemies across realms as easily as drinking water. What does that have to do with you? A group of spectators, reveling in the drama, immediately countered Huang Jing's claims. Without the strength to back it up, do not attempt to take on tasks beyond your means. Consider today as a small lesson that Li Kuang nodded in agreement with the crowd's sentiments. Now gather your people and scram, as far away as possible. Do not let me see you. Otherwise, each time I do, I shall strike you. Fine, just you wait. I shall summon my brother-in-law right now, Huang Jing. Feeling humiliated after so many years in the martial city, was not about to let this slide. You are Li Kuang, correct? Call your brother over. I want to see whether your brother is stronger or my brother-in-law. Witnessing this exchange, Song Qian shook his head slightly, muttering to himself, Li Kuang is in for a world of hurt at that moment. Yi Erniu returned with the meal, having witnessed everything unfold. He placed 2 plates of signature dishes on the table and asked Song Qian, Brother Qian, you just said Li Kuang was finished. Why is that? I think Li Ao's strength, although not as great as that of the Songlong General, is not without its chances. Are you certain? Song Qian took a sip of tea, then responded, how about we make a wager? The loser pays for the meal. All right, but Brother Qian, you better not go back on your word if you lose. Yi Ernie thought it was no big deal. A bet was a bet. Losing just meant covering a meal. A gentleman's word is his bond. I, Qian Song, never go back on my promises. Song Qian exuded confidence, instilling doubt in Yi Erniu. Did I really overestimate Li Ao? Or underestimate that Songlong General? A while later, Huang Jing returned to the cafeteria with his entourage. In contrast, there was no sign of Li Kuang, nor had Li Ao appeared. Yi Erniu suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing, oh no, I forgot that Li Ao has not yet returned from military punishment. Fair's fair, time to pay up. Song Qian smiled, as if he had foreseen this outcome. All right, Yi Erniu agreed, then left his seat to settle the bill. Watching Yi Erniu depart, Song Qian, disinterested in the unfolding drama, took out 2 martial manuals from his pocket to study. With a 3rd-tier martial art, Song Qian, possessing a spiritual force of 14 tiers, could grasp the essence with just a glance. The term photographic memory truly applies here. For a high-tier spiritual master, mastering any skill was a simple endeavor. The Luyan spear technique emphasized speed, demonstrating remarkable efficacy when executed in a single motion. The Kanjiang Chuan Yun technique, however, unleashed area damage, useful when facing multiple opponents. Song Qian's selection of martial arts was always purposeful, never blindly pursuing higher-tier techniques. Only that which suited oneself was the best. As his 14-tier spiritual force enveloped the 2 manuals, Song Qian prepared to delve deeper. Bang! At that moment, a sudden loud crash erupted from behind, abruptly interrupting Song Qian's contemplation. Even though he was free of distractions, able to maintain a tranquil state of mind amidst the bustling cafeteria, such a thunderous noise was impossible to ignore, shattering his focus. Moreover, the disruption was not over. An individual came hurtling towards Song Qian. Without even turning his head, Song Qian extended a hand to intercept the flying figure. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the battered Li Kuang, now resembling a swollen pig's head. Wait for me. Li Kuang seethed with rage, attempting to articulate threats toward the Songlong regiment, but with his mouth askew and several teeth missing, his words were unintelligible. Seeing this spectacle, Song Qian suppressed a laugh, though he ultimately restrained himself. Who is this person, Brother Qian? Yi Erniu, having returned from paying the bill, failed to recognize the battered Li Kuang. Heh, take a good look. This is your half-brother, Li Kuang. Who? Li Kuang. The fellows from the Songlong regiment actually dared to lay hands on someone from the White Dragon Cavalry. Are they tired of living? Normally, Yi Erniu and Li Kuang might have clashed, but when the conflict escalated to a skirmish between regiments, the nature of the situation changed entirely. Well, who would have thought we had 2 worthless members of the White Dragon Cavalry here? Come on, brothers, let us teach them a lesson, so they know what it means to be reminded that there are always greater beings beyond themselves. Wuxia, it is not merely the Wuxia of the White Dragon Cavalry. It is indeed Wuxia that belongs to all of us. I noticed that Song Qian and Yi Erniu were also attired in the robes of the White Dragon Cavalry, adhering to the principle of better to wrongly kill than to let go. Without inquiring further, Huang Jing summoned those around him, aiming to teach Song Qian and his companion a lesson. Hold on. At that moment, a deep voice resonated from the back of the crowd, halting the restless Huang Jing and his companions. Brother-in-law, what's the matter? Are these two not members of the White Dragon Cavalry? Be quiet. Quickly pay your respects to General Bailong. General Bailong. Huang Jing was taken aback, staring incredulously at Song and Yi, whose cultivation levels paled in comparison to Li Kuang, unable to believe that one of them was a general of the White Dragon Cavalry. No, that can't be right. I remember the generals of the White Dragon Cavalry have yet to be selected. Haven't they? Even if they had, it would be from among Li Ao, Song Xiong, and Sun Ba, for these two to leapfrog over Sun Ba and become part of the White Dragon Cavalry. It would require the direct decree of the Grand General. Otherwise, it is utterly impossible. The words of General Song Lang instantaneously stirred a commotion. Even the vice-general he had personally promoted could not help but question. General, have we made an error? The generals of the White Dragon Cavalry have indeed not yet been chosen. General Song Lang shot a fierce glare at his vice-general, daring to contradict him. I apologize. General, I was disrespectful. The vice-general quickly apologized, sensing the shift in his superior's demeanor. Let this one slide. Should you dare to publicly contradict me again, you may as well return home to farm. As a general, the greatest affront he could not tolerate was being publicly contradicted by his own vice-general. I shall take your teachings to heart, General, feeling the oppressive aura emanating from General Song Lang. The vice-general felt as though he was facing a formidable enemy, his mind already envisioning the dismal prospect of returning to the countryside to toil in the fields, observing the vice-general's sincere contrition. General Song Lang finally nodded. He then turned to the crowd in the cafeteria, explaining, last night, the Grand General sent someone to deliver a sealed scroll to me, detailing a peerless military formation. The Grand General has commanded that this formation, created overnight by General Qian Song of the White Dragon Cavalry, be practiced by the remaining 107 armies, each selecting 800 elites for a night-long drill. A month later, a grand assembly of 100 armies will be held. Now, tell me, is there truly no general of the White Dragon Cavalry? General Song Lang retorted to the crowd, which had fallen into a profound silence. Since a general had proclaimed such, what could they, mere soldiers, possibly say? Even those with rebellious spirits, out of respect for General Song Lang's authority and strength, dared not utter another word. Noticing the crowd's subdued response, General Song Lang clasped his fist towards Song Qian and his group, stating, I apologize, General Bailong. Today's events were indeed a misunderstanding. You have been present throughout. You must have a clear understanding of the situation. Correct. Song Qian nodded slightly, replying, I understand. It is truly my failure in discipline. Fortunately, today's incident has not resulted in any severe casualties. Let us consider it settled. Given the amicable demeanor of the other party, Song Qian preferred not to escalate matters with Li Kuang. After all, he was well aware of Li Kuang's nature. Emboldened by the presence of a remarkable elder brother, he had been rampantly arrogant in Wushi. Experiencing this setback was not entirely unfavorable. If Li Kuang could endure it, his martial path would surely see enhancement henceforth. Yet, should he falter and succumb to stagnation, it would not be an impossibility. Ultimately, all of this was Li Kuang's own destiny, unrelated to Song Qian. As long as the interests of the White Dragon Legion or his own were not compromised, everything would remain as is. On the other hand, General Song Lang also nodded in acknowledgement. Initially, he held some expectations for this legendary General Bailong, for few could create a peerless military formation overnight. However, upon meeting him today, he realized that the other's cultivation was merely at the late stage of the second realm. Even as General Song Lang, he found it difficult to comprehend why the Grand General had designated such a lowly cultivated individual as a general of the White Dragon Cavalry. Li Ao, Song Xiong, and Sun Ba all possessed far superior cultivation. Why not select one of them instead? Perhaps it was due to his exceptional talent for military formations. General Song Lang found himself perplexed, yet felt it inappropriate to inquire directly. He merely nodded slightly before leading his men away. After the departure of General Song Lang's troops, the gazes of everyone in the cafeteria shifted towards Song Qian. Filled with astonishment, they had not anticipated that the youth before them was, in fact, a general of the White Dragon Cavalry. The White Dragon Cavalry, the mightiest force in Wushi, comprised cavalrymen of unparalleled talent. To ascend to the position of general among such prodigies, what kind of terrifying aptitude must one possess? Chapter 31. The old Taoist get up. Everyone has left. ignoring the astonishment of the cafeteria patrons. Song Qian firmly pushed Li Kuang onto a seat, instructing him to cease his charade. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Li Kuang gradually returned to his normal demeanor. He gazed at Song Qian with a complex expression before saying, "Thank you. This scene left you wide-eyed with disbelief. No way, Li Kuang, you actually pretended to be dead. You fool, there were so many of them. If I didn't feign death, I would have truly met my end today." Li Kuang and Yi Erniu, these two joyful adversaries, instantly began to bicker upon meeting. Song Qian chose not to involve himself, gathering the packaged meal before bidding farewell to Yi Erniu and the others. Setting off towards the White Dragon Pavilion, fill it to the brim with wine. On the way, a familiar voice reached Song Qian's ears, a voice he recognized well. Following, Song Qian stepped forward to greet him. In response, the old Taoist showed no reaction, his eyes vacant, simply sitting on the bed. "What is the matter with you?" Seeing the lack of response, Song Qian speculated, could it be that he has sustained some internal injury? Yet, the old Taoist remained silent. This shouldn't be the case, given the old Taoist's strength and background. Who in the ancient city of Zhantian could possibly harm him? Could it be that he drank himself into a stupor? Still not sober from last night? Thieving drunkard, return my wine. Just as Song Qian was lost in his thoughts, the old Taoist suddenly spoke, startling Song Qian so much that he nearly lost his balance. The old Taoist's murky and hollow eyes gradually regained clarity. He looked at Song Qian and, after a moment of contemplation, asked, "Are you the lad who invited me to a banquet of 108 dishes?" "Yes," Song Qian nodded, then sighed in relief. "Fortunately, your mind has been devoured by the wine bug." "Nonsense. I am a celestial being of wine," the old Taoist retorted, his face still flushed, speaking in a somewhat deranged manner. Song Qian chose not to engage in banter with him and rose to head to the kitchen to prepare a pot of sobering soup. However, when he returned with the soup, he found the old Taoist in a state of shock, frantically searching his body. Upon seeing Song Qian return, the old Taoist hurriedly grabbed his shoulders and shook him vigorously, exclaiming, "You carried me back last night. Where is my brick? It's all gone. Did you hide it from me? What have you lost?" At first, Song Qian did not comprehend, thinking the old man had misplaced some extraordinary treasure, causing him to act so frantic. "The brick. I risked half my life to steal it from that madwoman's lair." "A brick?" Song Qian was taken aback, then pointed under the bed. "I isn't it right there." With a whoosh, the old Taoist seemed to teleport directly to the bedside, extending his hands to rummage under the bed. Finally retrieving his prized brick, "That I must say, don't you find it uncomfortable to sleep with a brick?" Song Qian placed the sobering soup on the table, noting that in the current state of the old Taoist, he hardly needed it. "You know nothing. This is not an ordinary brick. It is the brick mentioned in Wang Wei's poetry." Before the old Taoist could finish, Song Qian interjected, "You're not that young anymore. Can we refrain from these outdated jokes?" "Nonsense. This is Xirong, known as the divine soil of the primordial era. Have you heard of it?" The old Taoist shot a glance at Song Qian, then carefully tucked it into his tattered pocket. "Xirong, divine soil of the primordial era." Song Qian rummaged through his memories from his previous life, confirming he had never heard of these terms. "If so, could you enlighten me?" "In the era of antiquity, the floods were overwhelming. The Emperor Gun ascended to the 33 heavens and stole the Xirong." The old Taoist words abruptly halted. "Go on. Why did the Emperor Gun steal the Xirong? To control the floods?" Song Qian pressed. "Enough. You wouldn't understand even if I told you. With your cultivation level, you are not yet capable of grasping such profound topics." The old Taoist waved his hand, unwilling to discuss the matter of Xirong further. "Fine. If you want to speak, I'll just keep it to myself," Song Qian muttered, thinking to himself, "I secretly took a piece while you were sleeping. By the way, where are we? This place seems somewhat familiar." The old Taoist surveyed the surroundings, sensing a hint of familiarity. "Wait, this place resembles the White Dragon Courtyard. Could it be that you, young lad, are?" "Yes," Song Qian nodded. "Thanks to your blessing, I have been appointed as the White Dragon General by General Wei Long." Seeing his familiarity with the place, the old Taoist laughed heartily, then said, "I not only lived here but personally built the entire White Dragon Courtyard." "What?" Song Qian exclaimed, incredulous. "You constructed the White Dragon Courtyard." It is known that the White Dragon Courtyard is not merely an ordinary structure. It harbors a long-lost, unparalleled grand formation capable of harnessing the power of heaven and earth. Such formations are rare in the world. "What? Are you astonished?" The old Taoist raised an eyebrow. "Do you think I lack the strength to build such a small White Dragon Courtyard?" The secrets hidden within the White Dragon courtyard are far from simple. Song Qian replied calmly. Indeed, the old Taoist nodded. You are correct in that regard. Building the White Dragon courtyard required considerable effort on my part. I referenced formations like the 9 palaces and 8 trigrams, the 10,000 characters heavenly array, and the 9 nether refining god array. This White Dragon courtyard is truly a legendary courtyard that amalgamates the strengths of various schools. Really? Observing the old Taoist's earnest expression, Song Qian was somewhat swayed. You lack the necessary cultivation level to comprehend this, the old Taoist remarked, shaking his head and ignoring Song Qian. He crossed his legs on the bed, adopting a meditative posture. Realizing the conversation had grown dull, Song Qian returned to the White Dragon Pavilion to cultivate. After a while, the old Taoist opened his eyes, declaring, something is amiss. It feels like there is something fundamentally wrong. The reason he constructed the White Dragon courtyard was to accumulate the power of heaven and earth for his own breakthrough in spiritual strength. In this martial city, there were no practitioners primarily cultivating spiritual power. Logically, after all these years, the power of heaven and earth here should have reached an alarming level. Why then, do I feel not a trace of this power? Filled with confusion, the old Taoist sought out Song Qian in the White Dragon Pavilion. Young lad, has anyone else entered this White Dragon courtyard besides you? Especially those who primarily cultivate spiritual power. Song Qian sat cross-legged on the bed, raising an eyebrow. What? Have you lost something again? No, I am merely inquiring. The old Taoist replied with narrowed eyes, concealing his intentions. The White Dragon courtyard is not a tourist attraction. Unless I permit it, no one else has come in. Song Qian shook his head. If no one has come in, then this perfectly fine power of heaven and earth cannot just vanish into thin air. At his words, the old Taoist scratched his head, utterly perplexed. Young lad, how is your spiritual power? Have you reached the 5th stage? Noticing the faint spiritual fluctuations around Song Qian, the old Taoist questioned him skeptically. What spiritual power? To avoid revealing that he was a practitioner of spiritual power, Song Qian feigned ignorance. My cultivation level is too low to understand what you are talking about. You think you can fool me? I can see the faint fluctuations of spiritual power around you. The old Taoist easily saw through Song Qian's ruse with a single glance. Huh? Song Qian was momentarily stunned. Then looked at the old Taoist in disbelief. You really saw it? It is known that to perceive another's spiritual power fluctuations, one must have at least a spiritual cultivation level of 25 or higher. A 25-stage spiritual power cultivator is comparable to a peak 5th-stage powerhouse. Song Qian knew that the old man before him was formidable, but he never expected him to be so powerful. What do you think? The old Taoist wore a half-smile, half-smirk expression. Haha, Song Qian forced a chuckle to ease the tension. Well, you guessed correctly. I indeed cultivate spiritual power, but if I say that the power of heaven and earth in this White Dragon courtyard did not come from me, would you believe me? Upon hearing this, the old Taoist's gaze shifted, his eyelids lowered, and his expression grew grave. Seeing the old man's demeanor, Song Qian felt a wave of unease wash over him that oh no. This old Taoist isn't thinking about offing me, is he? Cough cough. Song Qian cleared his throat. I still have some spirit stones. How about I offer them all to you as compensation? As if I would covet your few worthless stones. Upon hearing the term spirit stones, the old Taoist's face contorted into a look of disdain, as if spirit stones were mere rocks from a cesspool. Foul and hard. Forget it, forget it. Considering you are a rare talent who cultivates both spiritual power and martial arts, I shall not hold it against you. After a long moment, the old Taoist spoke again. Not blaming Song Qian for absorbing his power of heaven and earth, but instead, there was a hint of praise in his words. What? Song Qian was taken aback, doubting his ears. Are you actually praising me? A genius who cultivates both paths certainly deserves commendation. The power of heaven and earth in this White Dragon courtyard originally belonged to the martial city. Whether you are the White Dragon general or someone from the martial city, it is not too much of a loss for you to absorb it. The old Taoist looked thoughtfully at Song Qian, his murky eyes seemingly plotting something. Now that you mention it, I feel relieved. Song Qian thought. Seeing that the old man showed no signs of aggression, the heavy stone in his heart finally settled. By the way, old Taoist, may I ask you a question? Song Qian pondered for a moment before continuing. Hearing this, the old Taoist displayed an expression of impatience, spit it out quickly. I have important matters to attend to. Is the 5-element sealing array in the heavenly court of your design? Song Qian had long harbored a question in his heart. Since there were no practitioners primarily cultivating spiritual power in the martial city, who crafted the 5 elements sealing array within the heavenly court. Chapter 32. Taking a disciple. Upon hearing this, the old Taoist raised his head to look at Song Qian and, instead of answering, posed a question. You, young lad, major in martial arts and minor in spiritual power, are not attempting to enter the realm of formations with your spiritual prowess, are you? Only those well-versed in formations can discern the 5 elements sealing array within the heavenly court. Indeed, Song Qian nodded, adding, I possess innate full spiritual power. If I do not delve into the realm of formations, would that not be a waste of such a remarkable gift, innate full spiritual power? Upon hearing this, the old Taoist furrowed his brow and then extended a dark hand, swirling it above Song Qian's forehead. He sensed within the other sea of consciousness 10 towering pillars of spiritual power, unmistakably a manifestation of innate full spiritual power. Additionally, there were 5 lesser pillars of spiritual power, which were a result of Song Qian absorbing the essence of the world from within the White Dragon Court, granting him 5th-tier spiritual power. The Xiongxuan dynasty truly is one of the 2 unparalleled dynasties in this realm. Even after enduring the cataclysm 100,000 years ago, it continues to give rise to prodigies with innate full spiritual power. After a long pause, the old Taoist slowly spoke. A prodigy, merely possessing innate full spiritual power, qualifies one as a prodigy. Upon hearing this, Song Qian was initially taken aback, then chuckled, Old Taoist, do not jest. Historical records are replete with individuals of innate full spiritual power. I am at most a talent among talents. Historical records. Which historical records are you referring to? The comprehensive history of Xiongxuan, the old Taoist inquired. Yes, Song Qian nodded. It also details the past 10,000 years of the Xiongxuan dynasty. Nonsense, the old Taoist retorted angrily. Since the calamity 100,000 years ago, it has become exceedingly rare for innate full spiritual power to emerge in the divine martial continent. Even the foremost sword path has seen a decline. Your so-called historical records are nothing more than fabrications spun from legends by later generations. As he recalled the so-called comprehensive history of Xiongxuan and the 10,000 years of Xiongxuan dynasty, the old Taoist wore a look of disdain and delivered a 6-word verdict. Even a dog would shake its head. Upon hearing this, Song Qian gave a thumbs up, replying, by your logic, does that not make me exceptionally formidable? Without missing a beat, the old Taoist shifted the conversation, saying, why not take me as your master? I shall impart to you the true path of cultivation. Are you certain? Song Qian inquired cautiously, wary that this might be another trap laid by the old man. Taoists never speak falsely, the old Taoist insisted, adopting a very serious demeanor. Moreover, as long as you study under me, I guarantee that within 3 years, your prowess will dominate the entire Xiongxuan dynasty, and you shall secure a place within the whole of Yaoguang Prefecture. If this does not come to pass, I vow never to touch alcohol again in my lifetime. What do you say? Upon hearing this, Song Qian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he replied, is this truly the case? As long as I can dominate the Xiongxuan dynasty, I can avenge the grievances of my ruined cultivation. If I can secure a place in Yaoguang Prefecture, I can also seek out Shangguanyao and repay the debt of betrayal. Thus, taking you as my master seems not so unwise, even if you're a rather eccentric old Taoist. I speak nothing but the truth, the old Taoist affirmed. Very well, I shall take you as my master. Master, please accept your disciple's bow. After thorough contemplation, Song Qian made his decision. With a thud, Song Qian knelt before the old Taoist and solemnly bowed 3 times. The old Taoist then helped Song Qian to his feet and, with a serious expression, said, Young one, I am affiliated with a force known as the Jiu Ancient House. Since you have taken me as your master, you are now half a disciple of the Jiu Ancient House. In the future, should other forces attempt to recruit you, you must not be swayed by momentary impulses. Master, Song Qian interrupted the still chattering old Taoist, asking, is the Jiu Ancient House very powerful? I have never heard of it. It cannot be termed as powerful. It is merely a small force established by a few old-timers seeking to unify the 9 provinces and 5 domains. It is not surprising that you have not heard of it. The old Taoist replied, stroking his beard with a serene demeanor, I ask this in endeavor to unify the divine martial continent. The scope has suddenly broadened. Upon hearing this, Song Qian expressed astonishment at the grand ambition of the sect. But he still felt compelled to inquire, Master, just how strong is our small force? I cannot say for certain how strong it is, but we can certainly overpower all secular forces. After all, as long as those old-timers take to the battlefield, others would generally not dare to act. The old Taoist stated with utmost seriousness, showing no signs of jest. All right. Before Song Qian could respond, the old Taoist continued, "It is getting late, and I must visit the heavenly court to tour the 9-turn scripture tower. I am still not well acquainted with your circumstances. After some time, once I have a better understanding of your situation, I will formulate a cultivation plan for you." After bidding farewell to the old Taoist, Song Qian intended to continue his cultivation. However, at that moment, a voice rang out. "May I inquire if General White Dragon is present?" Huang Wenxuan seeks an audience, the trusted aide of the Grand General. "Huang Wenxuan," Song Qian murmured, then replied, "I am within the court. Please enter." Huang Wenxuan entered the White Dragon Pavilion and slightly bowed to Song Qian, stating, "The Grand General has convened a meeting in the Heavenly Court and has specifically sent me to notify you. All generals of the 108 legions must be present. What meeting requires all 108 generals to attend? Could it be that the barbarian tribes are invading?" Song Qian inquired. Upon hearing this, Huang Wenxuan pondered briefly before responding in reply, "General White Dragon, the specifics of the meeting are unknown to me. You must be present to understand." "Very well." Song Qian nodded and refrained from further questioning. After adjusting his attire, he followed Huang Wenxuan to the Heavenly Court. In the Heavenly Court, within the conference chamber, all 107 generals were present, with only General White Dragon, Song Qian, yet to arrive. Thus, when Song Qian entered the conference chamber alongside Huang Wenxuan, derisive voices arose, saying, "O General, White Dragon certainly carries himself with great airs, making us wait for him alone." Upon hearing this, Song Qian turned to see a woman with a voluptuous figure and handsome features, truly a stunning beauty. This individual was none other than General Feng Tian, a commander within the top 10 of the 108 legions of Wu City. "Miss, it appears we are not acquainted. What purpose does your accusation serve?" Song Qian inquired. With her arms crossed defiantly, General Feng Tian coldly huffed, "What accusation? You are late and expect no one to comment. May I ask Brother Wenxuan if there is a stipulated time for the meeting?" Song Qian turned to Huang Wenxuan. Upon hearing this, Huang Wenxuan shook his head slightly, stating, "There is no stipulated time. The meeting commences once all 108 generals are present." "Indeed," Song Qian nodded, then gazed directly at her, saying, "Miss, did you hear that? There was no stipulated time for the meeting. Thus, how could there be such a thing as tardiness, even if there were no time regulations? One should not leave the rest of us generals waiting for half a day." Despite hearing the explanation, General Feng Tian remained unsatisfied and shifted her tone to continue her accusations. Song Qian looked to Huang Wenxuan, but before he could speak, Huang Wenxuan preemptively replied, "The Grand General ordered the gathering of all generals half an hour prior. I reported to each general based on their proximity to their residences. There may have been some time discrepancies, but it certainly does not amount to the exaggerated half-day that General Feng Tian mentioned. I hope General Feng Tian refrains from making baseless claims and distorting the truth." Huang Wenxuan's gaze toward General Feng Tian was unyieldingly calm, yet it instilled a sense of unease. General Feng Tian had initially intended to press further against Song Qian, but, under Huang Wenxuan's stern look, felt uncertain and had no choice but to relent. "Thank you." Song Qian expressed his gratitude with a fist salute toward Huang Wenxuan. "It is but a trivial matter. Please take your seat." Huang Wenxuan gestured to a spot for Song Qian before hastily heading to the second floor. "Young man, do not think that just because you have Huang Vice General backing you, you can act with impunity," General Feng Tian warned, sidling up once Huang Wenxuan had left. "You shall see what awaits you." To this, Song Qian paid no heed, fully disinterested in engaging with the deranged woman. "Brother, you are the 9th-generation General White Dragon?" Just as Song Qian settled into his seat, someone approached him with a question. "And you are?" Song Qian glanced over to see a person with striking azure eyes, dressed in a flowing blue garment that, combined with his handsome features, exuded an air of nonchalance and mystery. "Dongfang Shumao, Beastmaster Corps." The newcomer introduced himself. "Ditto." Song Qian responded with a mild acknowledgement. The Beastmaster Corps was the most enigmatic unit within the 108 legions of Wu City. To join this corps, one must meet the requirement of being at least a first-tier Beastmaster. Do you not wish to know why General Feng Tian harbors such animosity toward you?" Dongfang Shumao inquired, unperturbed by Song Qian's apparent disinterest. Upon hearing this, Song Qian's interest was piqued. "I would be eager to hear more. This tale is rather lengthy, so to save time, I shall be brief. General Feng Tian has affections for Li Ao. But you have usurped Li Ao's position as General White Dragon and sent him to military punishment. Do you not think she would resent you? Originally, Dongfang Shuima intended to recount the intricacies surrounding General Tianfeng's affection for Liao, but due to time constraints, could only convey a brief summary. I see. Song Qian nodded, realizing that the reasons aligned closely with his own conjectures. Having arrived in Wushi for no more than 10 days, he had yet to familiarize himself with the individuals there, nor had he even met the esteemed General Tianfeng. The only person he had unintentionally offended was Liao, the bearer of the proud martial lineage. Based on Song Qian's deductions, it seemed that General Tianfeng and Liao shared a deep friendship or perhaps a bond akin to that of partners. All 108 generals are present. At that moment, a deep voice resonated from the conference chamber. The assembled crowd turned to see General Wei Long of the Tianwu army speaking. With a swift motion, all 108 generals rose simultaneously. Kneeling on one knee as they proclaimed in unison, "We pay our respects to General Wei Long." General Wei Long nodded, raising a hand to signal them to rise, observing the 100 elite generals before him. He expressed satisfaction with a nod. "You are all the absolute Sea Army de la Sea Army of Wushi, each a rare gem among many. Thank you for your kind words, General. However, may I inquire why you summoned us all so urgently today? Is there a pressing matter at hand?" One general stood to ask, a hint of concern in his voice. Could it be that the barbarian tribes are staging a counteroffensive, and we must prepare for battle? Not a barbarian invasion. General Wei Long shook his head, dispelling the notion. Then what is it? Is there unrest in Zhantian ancient city that requires our intervention? Another general queried, rising to voice his concern. That is not the case either. Zhantian ancient city is a melting pot. Suppressing a rebellion falls under the jurisdiction of the city lord's office, and it is of no concern to us. We serve as the military reserve for the court, destined to support the front lines in the future. Suppressing a rebellion is a trifling matter that does not pertain to our duties. General Wei Long reiterated, shaking his head once more. Could it be that individuals from other Wushi have arrived? At this point, Song Qian rose to inquire. Indeed, General Wei Long replied, somewhat surprised. How did you come to know this? He guessed correctly. Indeed, individuals from other ancient cities Wushi were coming to Zhantian ancient city. Many years ago, the court had decreed the construction of 9 Wushi, each situated in a different ancient city. The Wushi of Zhantian was merely one among them, and now General Wei Long had summoned them all. Was it to welcome the elite from the other Wushi? Enough that do not quarrel. The situation is as follows. General Wei Long interjected, silencing the bickering generals. Though the barbarian tribes may not pose an imminent threat, their forces will undoubtedly march within the next 2 years. His Majesty is aware of this, which is why he has gathered the elite from the 9 major Wushi here in Zhantian, that we are preparing for a grand martial meeting of the 9 armies. The event is set for tomorrow, and His Majesty will personally oversee it. The reason for gathering you here today is to emphasize this. Do not bring disgrace upon us. Do you understand? General Wei Long declared. Bah, what great matter is this? Among the 9 ancient cities, our Wushi is the strongest. The others are but mere trifles. They dwell in comfort, unlike us in Zhantian, who face daily battles and suppress rebellions. The general's dismissive tone echoed the sentiments of the gathered officers, who, perhaps due to their frontier station, held a disdainful view of the other Wushi. Noticing this, General Wei Long shook his head slightly. Do not underestimate others. Each ancient city's Wushi is of comparable caliber. He regarded the proud and arrogant young officers, fearing that their hubris could lead to defeat in the martial contest, inciting the wrath of His Majesty. Rest assured, General, tomorrow at the martial meeting of the 9 armies, our Tianfeng Legion will surely emerge victorious and bring glory to our warriors. A general who had previously criticized and opposed Song Qian declared confidently. Indeed, so will our Songlong cavalry. Chapter 33. The martial meeting of the 9 armies. All 107 legions expressed their sentiments, while Song Qian sat quietly in a corner, deep in thought with a furrowed brow. Observing this, General Tianfeng could not resist a jab. Some individuals seemed quite opposed to their own Wushi. Yet upon encountering others, they immediately cower. They cannot even utter words of confidence. What cowards, applying heavy-handedness within, yet being meek without. Do such individuals truly deserve to remain in our Wushi? General Tianfeng's remarks were both overt and veiled criticisms directed at Song Qian, causing the attention of other generals to shift toward him. Unfazed, Song Qian continued to ponder, resting his chin on one hand. This scene did not escape General Wei Long's notice, prompting him to ask, General Bai Long, do you have something to say? Feel free to speak. Seeing that Song Qian might possess insights into the underlying matters, General Wei Long encouraged him to share. General, To speak candidly, I hail from Dongjun ancient city. I have previously visited its wuxia and formed a basic understanding of the overall strength of its legions. It is no exaggeration to state that based purely on martial prowess, our wuxia in Zhantian is fundamentally inferior to that of Dongjun. Moreover, the wuxia closer to the imperial city benefit from richer resources for cultivation, resulting in superior capabilities, and aside from Dongjun, there are also Judu and Longchan, two ancient cities near the imperial city, whose strength is truly formidable. You generals have confined yourselves to a narrow perspective, believing yourselves unrivaled. To label them as mere sheltered flowers is a grave misjudgment. They are, in fact, roses with thorns. They are not as easily vanquished as you might think. I fear that unless unforeseen circumstances arise, our Zhantian ancient city may very well find itself at the bottom of the rankings in tomorrow's martial meeting. Upon hearing Song Qian's words, the assembly erupted in uproar. What audacity! Do you even comprehend the gravity of your statements? You bolster their morale while undermining our military's reputation. You ought to leave our wuxia immediately. Listen to what he is saying. Even if we guard the frontier and lack resources, our combat experience far surpasses theirs on this front alone. They cannot compare to us. What does it mean to participate in the martial meeting of the 9 armies? If we end up last, you are surely an agent sent to demoralize our forces. The generals voiced their outrage against Song Qian, their words sharp. Silence. General Wei Long raised his hand, instantly silencing the chamber. General Bailong's words hold merit. I have heard from other wuxia leaders that their resources indeed surpass ours significantly, and their overall strength is considerably greater than ours. This is precisely why I summoned you all here. I had hoped you would recognize the reality of our situation and avoid arrogance, yet I find myself deeply disappointed. While only General Bailong has seen the truth, the rest of you are all blinded by pride, believing yourselves invincible. With such a mindset, you will inevitably find yourselves at the bottom tomorrow. As General Wei Long's words echoed, the previously boisterous younger generals fell silent, unable to contest the general's assertion. His words carried far more weight than those of Song Qian. Song Qian nodded in agreement, affirming, the general's words may be harsh, they are nonetheless true. If we do not swiftly adjust our mindset, we will undoubtedly finish last in the martial meeting tomorrow. Should we occupy the last place, how will His Majesty regard us? We guard the frontier, yet possess the weakest strength. Such a farce, if it were to spread, would undoubtedly draw ridicule from the world. Yet here you all sit, basking in arrogance. I truly wonder where your confidence stems from. Song Qian's fervent words fell upon ears that dared not retort. The presence of General Wei Long advocating for him rendered them unable to oppose his view. They could only silently grit their teeth, muttering curses under their breath. You wait. When General is not around, you will pay for this. Song Qian, having observed their reactions, remained unperturbed. If anyone dared to target him, it would surely be their misfortune, for although he appeared to possess only late-stage cultivation of the 2nd realm, should he reveal his hidden cards, defeating those at the 4th realm would be effortless. If they dared to come for him, they would find themselves unable to bear the consequences. With the commotion subsiding, General Wei Long withdrew a royal decree from within his robes, slowly unfurling it as he proclaimed, all that was mere digression. Now, I shall announce the detailed proceedings of the martial meeting of the 9 armies. This event will consist of 3 major competitions, the contest among the wuxia leaders, the duel among the generals, and the battle among the soldiers. As for the contest among the wuxia leaders, it goes without saying that I shall personally take the stage. Among the 108 legions, the Bailong cavalry is undoubtedly the strongest. I believe this is a sentiment we all share. Today, we shall primarily deliberate on the selection of 3 candidates for the esteemed position of general. With that said, General Wei Long's gaze swept across the distinguished individuals seated below. Among the 108 generals present, they are the most formidable talents within the realm of Zhantianwu City. Naturally, Wei Long desires for them all to showcase their prowess. Yet rules are rules. Only the best shall prevail. I wonder, esteemed general, how do you intend to choose the 3 most powerful generals from our ranks to represent us in the 9 armies' martial assembly? One of the generals inquired. No. Upon hearing this, General Wei Long gently shook his head and responded, our martial city comprises 108 legions, which, aside from the well-known cavalry, infantry, and heavy armored units, also includes specialized legions such as beast tamers, poison masters, assassins, and intelligence units. They are not suited for the upcoming 9 armies martial assembly. Thus, our task today is to select 3 individuals who may not necessarily be the strongest generals, but are indeed the most suitable for this particular event. After a lengthy pause, General Wei Long added, "Is this clear to everyone?" "Understood." The assembled generals replied in unison, their voices resounding like thunder. Satisfied with their response, General Wei Long nodded and proceeded to announce the selection rules. Pairs shall compete against each other. The final 3 standing will represent Zhan Tianwu City in the 9 Armies Martial Assembly. Although General Wei Long's voice was not loud, it echoed in the ears of the generals below like a sudden clap of thunder. The 9 Armies Martial Assembly, a grand gathering of heroes from across the land, stirred emotions within me at the mere thought. Having perfected my martial arts yesterday, and with the assembly set to occur today, it must be the will of heaven. We vow to seize the championship and elevate the prestige of our Zhan Tian forces, in stark contrast to the fervor exhibited by the other generals. Song Qian appeared entirely indifferent, yawning in sheer boredom. "Qian Song, you seemed so animated just now, yet now that it's time to select participants for the assembly, you seem rather apathetic," remarked Dongfang Shuemo. Noticing Song Qian's unusual demeanor, "Do you not desire to claim victory at the 9 Armies Martial Assembly and earn fame in Shangxian?" Contemplating for a moment, Song Qian replied, as the saying goes, "A tall tree attracts the wind. You see only the glory of being renowned, unaware that one also becomes a target for others." I, Song Qian, known as the first prodigy of the Shangxian dynasty due to my Xianyang martial vein, am a prime example of this. Dongfang Shuemo responded, seemingly enlightened. By the way, on the platform, General Wei Long pondered for a moment before adding, "Specialized legions are not permitted to participate in this selection." Sighing deeply, Dongfang Shuemo lamented, "What a pity. The 9 Armies Martial Assembly does not allow participants to bring their beasts. Otherwise, I would surely arrange for His Majesty to witness a grand spectacle of 100 beasts." 100 beasts? Song Qian's lips curled in a sardonic grin. "That would indeed be a shame. By the way, Brother Qian Song, since you have triumphed over Li Ao, Sun Ba, and Song Xiong to become a general of the White Dragon Cavalry, your martial prowess must be most impressive," Dongfang Shuemo exclaimed, excitement illuminating her face. Chuckling softly, Song Qian replied, "It's merely average." "Average?" Dongfang Shuemo was taken aback, then began to calculate aloud. "Li Ao is at the half-step of the 4th realm. Song Xiong is at the early 4th realm, and Sun Ba is at the mid-4th realm. By this reasoning, Brother Qian Song, your martial prowess must surely be above the mid-4th realm." No, you overestimate me." Shuemo. Song Qian waved his hands dismissively. "My cultivation is only at the 2nd realm, and I owe my position as a White Dragon General solely to General Wei Long's recognition." "2nd realm?" Dongfang Shuemo gasped in disbelief. "Brother Qian Song, do not jest with me. The White Dragon Cavalry is renowned for its prodigies. How could you, as a general, possess only the 2nd realm of cultivation?" In response, Song Qian could not be bothered to elaborate, simply stating, "If Brother Shuemo favors me for my realm, then I shall be of that realm. It matters not to me." With that, he closed his eyes to meditate. Contemplating the intricacies of the flowing cloud spear techniques and the star-pursuing arts for the 9 Armies Martial Assembly, Song Qian held no interest in such competitions, especially since Ouyang Tianxia would be present. Confrontations with enemies tend to ignite intense emotions, particularly given Song Qian's current inability to defend himself. If Ouyang Tianxia were to discover that he had reconstituted his martial vein and begun anew in his training, the consequences would be dire. "Brother Qian Song, it's time to draw lots." Observing the other generals eagerly stepping forward to draw their lots, Dongfang Shuemo could no longer contain herself and asked, "Why is it that you remain so indifferent, O White Dragon General?" In response, Song Qian continued to meditate, showing no inclination to reply. "Oh, I see." Suddenly, Dongfang Shuemo clapped her hands and conjectured, "Brother Qian Song, you must know that my luck in the martial city is famously good. You wish for me to draw lots for you, right? Fear not, I shall surely select the weakest general as your opponent." After speaking, Dongfang Shuemo actually made her way to the stage to assist Song Qian in drawing lots. Witnessing this, Song Qian could no longer remain seated and reached out to stop her, stating, "Shuemo, I am unwell and unfit to participate in this assembly. After the event concludes, I shall clarify matters with General Wei Long. There is no need for you to concern yourself. Have all the lots been drawn?" At that moment, General Wei Long inquired from above. In response to his question, the generals raised their lots high and declared, "All lots have been drawn." "Very well," General Wei Long nodded. "Then we shall proceed according to the drawn numbers for the matches. Generals 1 and 2, Please step forward. In the center of the conference hall, Wei Long had already prepared a platform for the matches. The first drawn was General Manxiang, and the second was General Linghe. They represented the Manxiang Legion and the Linghe Legion, respectively. From their names alone, it was clear that the former was a heavy armored force riding upon mighty elephants, while the latter focused on agile and versatile cavalry. After a brief tea break, a victor emerged. General Linghe prevailed. Well done, General Linghe. Your agility has improved significantly, General Wei Long praised, having witnessed the entire match. Thank you, General, Linghe replied, elated by the compliment. Now, you may step down to rest. Wei Long gestured for Linghe to take his leave before announcing the next duo to compete. This cycle continued until, half an hour later, two of the strongest generals were determined, General Tian Feng and General Song Lang. You two, one in the mid-fourth realm and the other in the late fourth realm. Splendid performance indeed, General Wei Long remarked, nodding in satisfaction at the two on the stage. Especially you, General Song Lang. With your superior Xian-level martial vein, your strength is comparable to the strong contenders on the Shang-Xian rankings. You two shall represent us at the 9 Armies Martial Assembly. While claiming victory may be challenging, at least we shall not come in last. General Wei Long, did you not say 3 generals would be selected for the 9 Armies Martial Assembly? Why have you only chosen 2? What of the third? At this moment, General Linghe, who had previously triumphed before falling in the semifinals, stepped forward. White Dragon General Qian Song, please stand. Here, Song Qian, somewhat dazed, reflexively rose to his feet. General Linghe is inquiring why you did not participate in the drawing of lots. Wei Long inquired, leaning thoughtfully on his hand. Was that directed at me? Song Qian responded, perplexed, scratching his head in confusion. Wasn't General Linghe asking you about the remaining slot for the 9 Armies Martial Assembly? Indeed, General. Did you perhaps make an oversight? Linghe chimed in quickly. The White Dragon Cavalry is renowned as the foremost among legions, and the former White Dragon General was hailed as the pinnacle among generals. Is there an issue with that? General Wei Long cast a sweeping glance across the assembly, making it evident that the last slot had already been earmarked. This decision was met with discontent from the remaining 107 generals. Why should Qian Song, a mere practitioner of the second realm who hadn't even participated in the drawing, receive a predetermined slot? This seemed unjust. However, due to General Wei Long's authority, none dared to voice their objections. This is unfair. Just then, a voice rang out from among the ranks. It was none other than Song Qian himself. General, my cultivation is lacking, and I did not even participate in the drawing. You cannot simply favor me for being the White Dragon General and designate me a slot. This is not equitable. The 9 Armies Martial Assembly is crucial for the future development of our martial city. It cannot be subjected to your whims. General Wei Long's stance was unwavering, insisting that Song Qian participate, as though he could see through to Song Qian's true potential. The date for the 9 Armies Martial Assembly is set for tomorrow, with His Majesty expected to preside over the event in Zhantian Ancient City. You 3, do not let me down. Chapter 34, The Royal Guard. As Song Qian found himself unable to resist General Wei Long's insistence, he reluctantly agreed to represent Zhantian City in the 9 Armies Martial Assembly. In addition, Wei Long imposed upon him the task of ensuring that not only his own ranking remains high, but that the White Dragon Cavalry's ranking does not fall short either. In this manner, Song Qian found himself under immense pressure. Today's meeting was precisely that, necessitating thorough preparation for the upcoming 9 Armies Martial Assembly. Even those not participating must also prepare adequately, lest they forget there is the 100 Armies Martial Assembly in a month's time. Upon returning to the White Dragon Pavilion, Song Qian pondered what course of action to take the following day. How could he lead his subordinates, the White Dragon Cavalry, to triumph at the 9 Armies Martial Assembly? This posed a formidable challenge. Despite the pleasant nomenclature of the 9 Armies Martial Assembly, it essentially boiled down to who could impress the emperor the most. Only through such displays could they secure greater cultivation resources for themselves and facilitate the rapid growth of their troops. Yet, due to certain extraneous factors, the overall strength of other ancient cities' martial markets surpassed that of their own, leaving Song Qian at a loss, sitting cross-legged on the edge of his bed. He was deep in thought. Qiangu, are you there? At that moment, a familiar voice echoed from outside. Recognizing the voice, Song Qian called out, "Come in." "All right, Qiangu." The visitor was Yi Erniu, who, upon entering, looked at Song Qian seated on the bed and inquired, "Qiangu, what are you doing sitting on the bed in broad daylight? Aren't you heading to the training ground?" With a glance at his visitor, Song Qian lamented, Don't even mention it. Do you know what the Grand General discussed at the meeting? What was it about? Could it be that the barbarian tribes are attacking? Yi Erniu speculated. Not quite. Song Qian replied with a slight shake of his head. The current emperor has summoned the martial markets of the other 8 ancient cities to the Battle Heaven Ancient City for the 9 Armies Martial Assembly tomorrow. Oh, the 9 Armies Martial Assembly. I thought it was something monumental, Yi Erniu said, still processing the information, viewing it as a minor affair. Indeed, Song Qian nodded in agreement. What? The 9 Armies Martial Assembly is being held with the emperor in attendance. Qiangu, are you serious? Don't jest, Yi Erniu exclaimed, still somewhat incredulous. I appear to be joking. Song Qian responded earnestly. What shall we do then, if we end up being the last as the host? That would be utterly humiliating. Furthermore, if the emperor observes that our overall strength pales in comparison to the other martial markets, will our Battle Heaven martial market face dissolution? Yi Erniu's concerns escalated. Song Qian was taken aback. He had initially assumed that the 107 generals were all prideful, believing themselves unparalleled and their soldiers comparable. He was surprised to find Yi Erniu perceptive enough to recognize their shortcomings relative to other martial markets, a rarity indeed. To be honest, Qiangu, I previously hailed from Lanshan and had signed up for their martial market, but they deemed my aptitude too low to accept me. Out of necessity, I joined our Battle Heaven martial market. Little did I anticipate that I would not only join the formidable White Dragon cavalry here, but also find my qualifications to be above average within this unit. Given such a vast disparity, how can we compete with others? If we lack a miraculous force tomorrow, our Battle Heaven martial market will undoubtedly rank at the bottom among the 9 martial markets, Yi Erniu articulated sensibly. By the way, why did you seek me out? Erniu, you seem quite flustered. Song Qian suddenly recalled that Yi Erniu must have had a specific purpose for visiting. Indeed, there is a matter at hand. Our regiment has encountered a minor issue that requires your coordination, Yi Erniu explained. At a minor issue? What kind of minor issue? Observing Yi Erniu's expression, Song Qian sensed that the situation was more serious than it appeared. The thing is, while we were practicing diligently at the training ground, a group of individuals suddenly appeared, claiming that our White Dragon cavalry was lacking. They were not from any of the other 107 regiments, but rather appeared to be outsiders. They deliberately provoked us, and several brothers, unable to tolerate it, stepped forward to argue, only to be outmatched. Yi Erniu's voice dwindled, particularly towards the end, rendering him nearly inaudible. A group of outsiders? Song Qian questioned, wondering if he had misheard. Do you realize what you're saying? You are the White Dragon cavalry, the strongest regiment among the 108. You lost to a group of outsiders? If the Grand General learns of this, the consequences would be dire. Enough of this. Lead me to them at once. I must see which outsiders could possibly bring you down. Without further ado, Song Qian urged Yi Erniu to guide him. As they made their way to the training ground, Song Qian spoke again. Erniu, do you recognize any of those individuals? Do they have any distinctive techniques? Share your thoughts. Let me speculate which ancient city they hail from. Well, Qiangu, let me think. They wore flying fish attire, donned tall gauze hats, and each carried a long blade, Yi Erniu described, a flicker of apprehension crossing his face. They all looked fierce and formidable. None appeared to be benevolent. Flying fish attire, tall gauze hats, and a long blade. Each one seemed battle-hardened, Song Qian murmured. This group bears a striking resemblance to the Emperor's Guard. Qiangu, have you perhaps deduced something? Yi Erniu inquired. That I might have guessed their identities, but it remains unconfirmed. Let us proceed to investigate. Song Qian refrained from revealing his thoughts, aware that disclosing the potential identity of the Emperor's guards might undermine their confidence. The training ground. The once mighty White Dragon cavalry was nowhere to be seen. They were scattered around the periphery, while a group stood confidently at the center. Their posture was impeccable, every movement synchronized, and their attire was impeccably uniform. Though fewer than 100 in number, they exuded an aura capable of overwhelming thousands. Upon witnessing this scene, Song Qian's suspicions were confirmed. This group indeed comprised the Emperor's personal guards. He recalled being summoned to the palace, flanked by such individuals. Who would have thought they would appear in the martial market? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be they were dispatched by the Emperor to investigate him? Had news of him reached the Emperor's ears? Prompting this inquiry, the notion sent a chill down Song Qian's spine. Yet he maintained a composed demeanor to avoid revealing any hint of concern. At that moment, the leader of the guards approached. Addressing Song Qian, "You are the general of the White Dragon cavalry, are you not? Who are you?" Song Qian demanded. "How dare you intrude upon the martial market with such a retinue?" Do you comprehend the repercussions of your actions? Though aware of their identities, Song Qian chose not to expose them. After all, this was a martial market, and even the emperor's guards would not dare to act recklessly. That we are merely here on the orders of a certain individual to assess the capabilities of your new recruits. General, do not misconstrue our intentions, the leader explained, acknowledging the need to keep the emperor's identity concealed. The influence of that individual is quite remarkable, enabling access to the martial market, Song Qian pressed, leaving no room for deflection. Upon hearing this, the guard captain fell silent, contemplating how to navigate this conversation without revealing too much. However, before he could collect his thoughts, a junior guard interjected, "What do you think you are? Just a minor cavalry general. What do you presume you are worth?" Before the junior guard could finish, the captain struck him on the head with the hilt of his weapon, knocking him unconscious. My apologies, I have not disciplined him properly. I apologize for the display, General. The captain gestured for the other guards to remove the fallen figure. After this brief interlude, the dialogue between Song Qian and the captain resumed. To be frank, I have already grasped the situation. You have defeated all my soldiers. If you claim to be here for reconnaissance, why summon me? You could have simply departed. Song Qian mused. As the saying goes, one must consider the master when reprimanding the dog. Since we have bested your troops, it is only right to inform you. General, the captain replied, pleased to shift the focus away from his own identity. However, he still felt the need to maintain some authority, as he was not merely here for reconnaissance, but under the emperor's orders to evaluate whether this individual was indeed the legendary figure of the past. So you wish to challenge me? Song Qian raised an eyebrow, intrigued. General, your words are misplaced. We merely wish to assess the strength of your skills as well. Otherwise, we cannot ascertain whether the upper beam is misaligned or if it is merely the lower beam. The captain clarified. The captain of the guard spoke with veiled disdain towards Song Qian. With a cold smirk, Song Qian retorted, very well. I'm ready to engage in any competition you desire, with the opposing party audaciously trampling upon his dignity. It would be utterly unbecoming of Song Qian, the White Dragon General, to remain passive. Since the Grand General exhibits such boldness, I shall willingly accompany him to the fray. Long Wu, step forth and entertain this general. At the captain's command, a tall guard emerged from the crowd, gripping a spear with an imposing aura. My brother initially wielded a long knife, but understanding the customs among martial artists, who favor spears and polearms, I had him briefly train with a spear to ensure our duel is fair. Wouldn't you agree? With that, the guard named Long Wu regarded Song Qian with mockery in his eyes, as if to say, if you cannot defeat someone who has just learned to wield a spear, perhaps you should reconsider your place in this martial marketplace. Send a novice to battle so hastily. Captain of the guard. Seems rather irresponsible. Blades and swords are unpredictable. Injuries are commonplace, so you ought to think this through. Though Song Qian was acutely aware of the underlying traps in their words, he remained unfazed, determined to demonstrate that his strength was far from what they perceived. He would prove, through his prowess, that he was no simple soft persimmon to be squeezed at will. Blades and swords are indeed unpredictable. Ha ha ha. Long Wu, did you hear that? The general mentioned the unpredictability of blades and swords. They often lead to grave injuries. Have you given it due consideration? The captain shot Long Wu a knowing glance, signaling to fight with utmost ferocity. Subordinate, I've considered it thoroughly. Long Wu clasped his fists in respect before declaring, this general, please proceed. Nodding, Song Qian stepped into the center of the training arena alongside Long Wu. They bowed to each other, then retreated several paces to draw their weapons. The moment Song Qian unveiled the 100 birds chasing the phoenix spear, a crisp sound echoed throughout the arena. This spectacle left Long Wu in awe, exclaiming, a fourth-tier weapon. He had not anticipated that Song Qian's weapon would be of such caliber, while his own spear barely reached the upper echelon of the third tier. Clearly, this was an imbalance. Prepare to receive my strike, piercing the clouds and breaking the sun. Song Qian, undeterred by Long Wu's astonishment, surged forward wielding his spear. Merely a trivial skill. Long Wu scoffed at Song Qian's advance. Unable to comprehend how such a person could rise to command an army, it was utterly laughable. Allow me to enlighten you on the true essence of spear techniques. My strike is known as one spear, shattering 10,000 troops. Long Wu's spear transformed into a phantom of a white tiger, charging forth with determination. Seeing this, Song Qian's lips curled into a faint smile. He had awaited this very moment. Kill, he bellowed, channeling all his spiritual energy into the 100 birds chasing the phoenix spear. In an instant, a vivid phoenix made of spirit energy materialized. With a resounding cry, the phoenix opened its gaping maw, devouring Long Wu's white tiger phantom whole. The spear's tip then pointed directly at Long Wu's forehead. "You have lost," Song Qian declared calmly. This single strike had claimed a life. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. "Damn, Qiangu, you are truly formidable. Is this our general? We had misjudged his capabilities. He is no mere ornament, but a general of true strength." At that moment, every member of the White Dragon Cavalry was captivated by Song Qian's authentic prowess, not the illusions they had previously held. The royal guard observed this scene with astonishment, having not anticipated such might from their opponent. Rumors suggested that the White Dragon General was merely a figurehead, yet here he stood, a second-tier cultivator vanquishing Long Wu, who was on the cusp of the third tier. A mismatch that had unexpectedly turned in favor of Song Qian. "Your skill is commendable," Song Qian said with a smile. Returning to the royal guard captain, he added, "I mentioned that your soldiers lack capability, yet you insisted on testing them against me. Now, I have publicly humiliated you before the entire White Dragon Cavalry. Do you not feel any shame? You insisted on this match, claiming it was a test of my strength. Now you have witnessed it. What are your thoughts?" Observing the captain's grim countenance, Song Qian felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Chapter 35, Spiritual Veins. In response, the royal guard captain chuckled. "I have long heard tales of the White Dragon General's unmatched valor. Today, I see it firsthand. You are indeed remarkable. That was merely an appetizer. Shall we engage in another contest?" Challenge accepted. Does our general not care for his reputation? One among them exclaimed indignantly. Moreover, you wish to engage our general in a series of matches? Have you no sense of propriety? This martial marketplace is our domain, and you outsiders must abide by our rules. Otherwise, we shall summon the Grand General to adjudicate this matter. A group of outsiders dared to bully those of the martial marketplace, believing it to be devoid of strong contenders. In a city backed by the Grand General Wei Long, how could they presume to instigate such chaos? Before Song Qian could respond, the White Dragon Cavalry erupted in protest against the royal guard. Unyielding, Song Qian declared, "You have assaulted my men, and you must apologize. After you have offered your apologies, we can discuss other matters. Understood?" "Haha, General, I was merely jesting. Why take it so seriously? No need to rush," the captain said, realizing the rising ire among the soldiers. Given that they were on unfamiliar territory, openly defying military protocol would not end well. If they called forth the Grand General, he would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. At that moment, Yi Erniu stepped forward to stoke the flames, saying, "Qiangu, they just attacked us. We cannot let this slide. They must pay the price. A mere apology is insufficient. At the very least, they should kneel in contrition." As soon as those words left his mouth, he regretted them, feeling the weight of dozens of icy glares upon him. Nevertheless, Song Qian pulled him behind, reassuring him, "Fear not. As long as I am here in the White Dragon Cavalry, no one can harm you." Song Qian spoke with genuine confidence. Anyone daring to strike the general in the martial marketplace would face dire repercussions, punishments severe enough to obliterate entire clans. White Dragon General, I believe you are a reasonable man. Is there any logic in requiring the victor to apologize to the vanquished? If you truly wish for us to apologize, then defeat us in battle, and we shall kneel in submission. The captain was no pushover. He countered boldly against Yi Erniu's unreasonable demand that if you want an apology, you must demonstrate your strength first if you lack the power to back your words. "I shall not deign to apologize," Song Qian responded. "Very well. Since you insist, let us settle this matter 4 days hence. Here, we shall determine the victor, and I shall make you understand what it means to be part of the White Dragon Cavalry." The White Dragon Cavalry was no soft persimmon to be easily squeezed. Song Qian was resolute and set the challenge, agreeing to meet in 4 days. Let it be settled. 4 days from now. Here, whoever does not appear is a coward. The captain of the guard was overjoyed. Such a group of inept warriors believing they could triumph over his elite guards in 4 days was utterly absurd. Moreover, the next day was the 9 armies' martial gathering. If these fools finished last, their morale would plummet. Then, when they faced him again in 4 days, defeat would be inevitable. Thus, the martial marketplace would see their presence wiped away entirely. The royal guard's confidence was evident, and Song Qian shared similar thoughts. After bidding farewell, Song Qian gathered all members of the White Dragon Cavalry. "Do not lounge under the trees when I instruct you to train. You shall train," he admonished the soldiers sternly. "If you cannot win, do you think they are unaware? Why are you so stubborn? Thankfully, Ernie thought to seek me out. Why are you all so dense? Did you not hear the agreement I just made? We heard, General, the 800 cavalrymen responded in unison, but we cannot possibly defeat them. Each one is immensely powerful. Their cultivation far surpasses ours, and their weapons are superior. How can we hope to prevail? A soldier questioned. You need only follow my commands diligently. If you do so, in 4 days, we shall defeat them. Song Qian asserted. If we cannot conquer them, I shall resign as general, with such grand aspirations. Song Qian ignited the dormant confidence of the White Dragon cavalry. If they diligently practiced, they would undoubtedly break through in 4 days, just as the cavalry brimming with ambition prepared for the impending battle. An unexpected figure approached. Brother Qian, someone is looking for you, Yi Erniu announced as he stepped forward. Who? Song Qian inquired, following Yi Erniu's gesture that a person strode towards them with a commanding presence. Upon recognizing the visitor, Song Qian hurriedly approached. General, I apologize for not welcoming you properly. The esteemed guest was none other than General Wei Long of the Heavenly Martial Army. Rise, General Wei Long replied, after Song Qian stood. He asked, What brings you here, General? I wish to discuss some confidential matters with you. Let us converse in your White Dragon Hall, the general stated. Song Qian accompanied the general back to the hall. In the main chamber, General Wei Long paced between the master and guest quarters. I have come primarily to inquire about someone you may know, he said, revealing a scroll and unfurling it to display a portrait of a man. Song Qian staggered, nearly losing his balance, for the figure depicted was that of the old Taoist. Do not be alarmed. I merely wish to know if you recognize this individual, the general continued, observing Song Qian's reaction. Do you think I would admit to knowing him if I did not? Song Qian replied, half jokingly, half seriously. What do you think? General Wei Long responded, a smirk playing on his lips. Well, I concede that I know him. He is indeed the old Taoist you refer to. What of it? Suddenly, Song Qian recalled the old Taoist's parting words about visiting the heavenly court and the 9-turned scripture tower. Could it be that he had been discovered? Prompting the general to seek him out for information, Song Qian cursed the old Taoist inwardly for the trouble he had caused. That is sufficient. I had assumed you were unaware that I encountered him in the heavenly court today. And when I asked if he knew you, he insisted he did not. Unable to convince him otherwise, I came to confirm with you. Satisfied with the answer, General Wei Long departed White Dragon Hall, leaving Song Qian alone in his chamber, contemplating the complexities of the situation. Brother Qian, are you there? At that moment, Yi Erniu appeared again, calling out for Song Qian. Exasperated, Song Qian thought to himself how Yi Erniu seemed to arrive just after his discussions with others. Come in, he finally relented. What is it this time? Please don't tell me that just as I resolved one matter, another has arisen on your end. Confusion clouded Song Qian's mind. Not at all. I merely passed by and thought you might not have had dinner yet. So I wanted to invite you to the mess hall. Yi Erniu replied innocently. Oh, dinner, you say? Song Qian glanced out the window. Indeed, it was late, and dinner time had arrived. Very well, let us go together. Yes, they walked. Yi Erniu noticed Song Qian's troubled expression and asked, Brother Qian, you seem rather unwell. Have you encountered many challenges lately? Are you worried about tomorrow's martial meeting or the competition in 4 days? Song Qian acknowledged the mounting pressures he faced but realized that Yi Erniu, a newcomer to the martial city, should not bear such burdens. I can sense your struggle, but as a mere cavalryman, I cannot assist you. I can only ensure you remember to eat, Yi Erniu said, concerned for Song Qian's well-being. Feeling a warmth in his heart, Song Qian was touched that Yi Erniu had thought of him amidst his own troubles. Thank you for your concern. It is a bit overwhelming, but pressure is a part of growth. As they say, pressure breeds motivation. Rest assured, I have my own strategies to tackle the upcoming challenges, he reassured Yi Erniu. Deep down, Song Qian had devised a plan but was still contemplating its flawless execution. For success tomorrow was paramount. If he failed, it would reflect poorly on him and could jeopardize the stability of the martial city. The stakes were high, particularly for the competition in 4 days. Losing would merely result in a dent to morale, so victory tomorrow was imperative. Their conversation continued as they arrived at the mess hall. Inside, Song Qian claimed a table while Yi Erniu went to fetch their meals. As Song Qian surveyed the surroundings, he noted the absence of laughter and camaraderie. The atmosphere was thick with anxiety as the generals had undoubtedly shared news of the martial meeting. Song Qian fell into deep contemplation. Soon, Yi Erniu approached with their food. Brother Qian, I've ordered some dishes for you to try. I wasn't sure what you liked, so I picked a few at random, he said, placing the dishes in front of him. Song Qian, despite lacking an appetite, felt compelled to appreciate Urnia's kindness. "Anything is fine. I'm not picky. Let us eat," he replied, urging them to finish swiftly and return. After a quick meal, they bid each other farewell and returned to their respective quarters. Upon reaching White Dragon Hall, Jasmine had just concluded her training. Phew, she exhaled deeply. After 2 days of rigorous practice, "I feel incredibly refreshed. Have you gained any insights?" Song Qian inquired. "Well, I have grasped some concepts, yet not entirely. Why spirit-searching eyes and treasure-seeking veins feel somewhat different," Jasmine replied, her pupils shimmering like sapphires. As she extended her hand, a phantom compass emerged in her palm. With a thought, the pointer began to spin, indicating a corner of the White Dragon Pavilion. "There lies a spiritual vein beneath," Jasmine exclaimed. "A spiritual vein?" Song Qian was taken aback. A spiritual vein is a source of concentrated spiritual energy, capable of producing natural spirit stones over time. Spirit stones were the currency of the realm, making the source of their existence, spiritual veins, immensely valuable. The Shangxian dynasty possessed 3 major spiritual veins, tightly controlled by the royal family to solidify their power. "Are you certain?" Song Qian questioned, still skeptical. The claim that a spiritual vein lay beneath the White Dragon Hall felt as improbable as being told that gold lay buried beneath one's latrine. "Yes," Jasmine nodded resolutely. "When I first arrived at White Dragon Hall, my treasure-seeking veins and spirit-searching eyes responded, but I lacked the realm to ascertain it back then. Now, thanks to your gift of this geomancy tome, my abilities have significantly improved," she explained joyfully. "All right, so it's directly beneath this spot?" Song Qian asked, moving toward the indicated corner of the pavilion. "Yes," Jasmine confirmed. "I'll fetch some tools to begin digging." Song Qian wasted no time in searching for a hoe to unearth the ground. After scouring the entire White Dragon Hall and finding no tools, he resigned himself to binding his spear with the heavenly sword to create a makeshift digging instrument. With determination, he prepared to dig. If outsiders were to learn that you were using a 4th-tier spear and a 5th-tier spirit sword as a hoe, they would surely deem it wasteful, Jasmine chuckled, watching Song Qian with amusement. Jesting aside, if they discovered a spiritual vein beneath their home, they would surely be even more frantic, Song Qian retorted. Even the lowest-tier spiritual vein could yield hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. To hesitate even for a moment would be disrespectful to that potential fortune. Chapter 36. The Spiritual Spring. As Song Qian stood upon the ground, his gaze was drawn to a resplendent spiritual vein that emerged from the earth. Towering hundreds of feet high, Jasmine picked up a spirit stone lying on the ground, cradling it in her hands to absorb the essence of the natural world within. After a moment's contemplation, Jasmine furrowed her brow and inquired, "How could this be? What troubles you? Is there something amiss with these spirit stones?" Song Qian also retrieved a spirit stone, enveloping it with his mental energy. Upon sensing the pure essence of heaven and earth contained within, he couldn't help but exclaim, "This is a top-grade spirit stone." Spirit stones can be broadly classified into 2 categories: innate spirit stones and acquired spirit stones. Innate spirit stones are freshly excavated from spiritual veins, their essence muddled with impurities. Conversely, acquired spirit stones are processed in specialized workshops where these impurities are meticulously eliminated. Consequently, once in possession of an acquired spirit stone, a martial artist can directly absorb the essence contained within. However, even among innate spirit stones, there exists a hierarchy. Those burdened with excessive impurities, which cannot be utilized without processing, are deemed inferior spirit stones. Next are those with slightly fewer impurities, requiring minimal refinement for use. Classified as medium-grade spirit stones, the highest tier, superior spirit stones, can be absorbed directly by martial artists without any processing. Top-grade spirit stones, however, possess a purity of essence that far surpasses that of common acquired spirit stones. Having cultivated and refined thousands of spirit stones during this period, Song Qian was intimately familiar with the purity of the essence they contained. "I can assure you, this is undoubtedly a top-grade spirit stone," he proclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement. "A top-grade spiritual vein, perhaps the only one in the entire Upper Xian dynasty," Jasmine remarked. "This is indeed a top-grade spirit stone, but have you not noticed that the essence of heaven and earth within it has already vanished?" With that, Jasmine exerted a force, and with a crack, the seemingly indestructible top-grade spirit stone crumbled to dust in her grip. Observing this, Song Qian furrowed his brow once more, reapplying his mental energy to scrutinize the spirit stone more closely. This time, he too perceived the anomaly. The stone's exterior was that of a top-grade stone, yet the essence within had long since dissipated. It seems as if something has absorbed it, Jasmine added. Could it be that someone got here first? Song Qian speculated, pondering whether the old Taoist had discovered this vein while constructing the White Dragon Pavilion and had utilized some secret method to siphon off all the essence from the spirit stones. Such a possibility cannot be dismissed. However, this spiritual vein still extends further. Let us delve deeper, he suggested, following Jasmine's gaze to a seemingly bottomless opening that appeared to lead straight into the earth. Indeed, Song Qian nodded, summoning the purple extreme pure flame to illuminate their path. As they ventured further, they noticed that with every 10 meters they traversed, the temperature within the cave plummeted by several degrees. Within a few hundred meters, the temperature had dropped to several dozen degrees below zero. Jasmine shivered from the cold, while Song Qian remained unfazed, thanks to the warmth of the purple extreme pure flame and his elevated martial prowess. Perhaps you should exit first. I can explore alone, Song Qian proposed. Nonsense, Jasmine replied, shaking her head vigorously. This place is exceptionally cold, a rarity in the world. It bears an uncanny resemblance to the reported sites of ancient geomancy. I must see it for myself. Unable to dissuade her, Song Qian reluctantly removed his outer garment and draped it over Jasmine, asking, "How do you feel now? Still cold?" Jasmine chuckled at his words. "Your garment is hardly a treasure for warding off the cold. I will still feel chilly in it. Then I am at a loss. The purple extreme pure flame is a unique fire. Unless one is its master, they risk burns upon contact. Not to mention." Song Qian's voice trailed off. "What do you mean?" Jasmine looked up at him, urging him not to leave her in suspense. After a brief hesitation, Song Qian divulged, "While I cannot shield you from the cold with the purple extreme pure flame, I can distribute its warmth throughout my body. If I hold you close, I can help dispel the chill." Upon hearing this, Jasmine's cheeks flushed crimson. Perhaps that is not necessary. As they continued deeper into the cave, the temperature plummeted to several hundred degrees below zero. Even Song Qian felt a hint of cold, let alone Jasmine. To ensure her safety, he wrapped her in his arms, using his body to shield her from the biting chill. Initially, Jasmine was somewhat reluctant, but as they pressed on, the cold became increasingly oppressive, threatening to freeze them solid. Their embrace slowed their pace considerably. "How about I carry you?" Song Qian suggested. "Moving together like this is far too slow." "Rest assured, I am a gentleman and would never take advantage of the situation." Seeing the sincerity mixed with a hint of naivety in Song Qian's clear eyes, Jasmine realized he meant no harm and agreed. Ultimately, after traversing several thousand meters, they arrived at the end of the spiritual vein, where a pool of spiritual spring awaited. All the essence from the top-grade spirit stones has been absorbed and coalesced into this spiritual spring. Jasmine gazed in disbelief at the scene before her. The chilling aura, akin to that of an ancient site, emanated from this very pool, truly astounding. "This spiritual spring is a legendary treasure," Song Qian exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment. Unlike spirit stones, extracting the essence of heaven and earth from a spring is a formidable challenge. "How could you consider it a treasure?" Jasmine questioned, perplexed by Song Qian's exuberance. "My current cultivation is at the late stage of the second realm, and I am merely 2 levels away from breaking through to the third realm. At that point, my vital energy will transform into spiritual energy." "Have you ever heard of special spiritual energy?" Song Qian queried, suddenly reversing the question. "Special spiritual energy?" Jasmine pondered for a moment before responding. "Isn't that when spiritual energy integrates with other forces? For instance, thunder's spiritual energy, which is infused with the power of thunder. There are also the 5 elemental spiritual energies, light spiritual energy, dark spiritual energy, and so forth. As she spoke, Jasmine's eyes lit up with understanding. "I see. This pool of spiritual spring, with its frigid aura, is indeed rare. You plan to use this opportunity to refine ancient spiritual energy?" "Precisely." Song Qian nodded. "I had feared that my Xianyang martial vein had been rendered useless, hindering my ability to condense Xianyang's spiritual energy, which would severely impair my strength. However, encountering this pool of spiritual spring presents a fortuitous opportunity that if I can condense Insha's spiritual energy, it would still be quite advantageous." Though Song Qian had already acquired spiritual energy, it was a result of the secondary refinement from the 8 Directions treasure platform and did not meet the conditions for progressing to special spiritual energy. Chapter 37. The Aura of Insha. "Thanks to you, I have discovered this spiritual vein," Song Qian continued, but Jasmine's thoughts had drifted elsewhere. She reflected on the fact that Song Qian's martial vein had been destroyed, explaining his low cultivation level. "Who could be so cruel? If I ever encounter them, they shall pay dearly." Jasmine silently vowed, resolved to avenge Song Qian, even at the cost of her own life. What are you daydreaming about? Song Qian's voice jolted Jasmine back to reality. Did something happen? Were you even listening to me just now? He observed her dazed expression, deeply suspecting that she had not been paying attention. Jasmine stuck out her tongue. Looking sheepish, I zoned out for a moment. Please repeat yourself, and I promise to listen intently. Sighing in exasperation, Song Qian reiterated, to condense Yin Sha spiritual energy, I must immerse myself in the spring. During that time, I will be unable to shield you from the cold. Therefore, I suggest that I escort you outside first and then return to cultivate. Before he could finish, Jasmine cut him off with a wave of her hand. It's fine. I learned a secret method in geomancy that allows me to resist the cold. With that, Jasmine formed a hand seal and recited an incantation, channeling her vital energy to create a barrier of defense around herself. Witnessing this, Song Qian was taken aback. If you possess the means to resist the cold, why did you not use it earlier? Would you believe me if I said I forgot? Jasmine teased, reveling in Song Qian's flustered expression. Time was of the essence. The martial competition was set for the next day, leaving Song Qian with only one night to condense Yin Sha spiritual energy. Only by absorbing the entirety of the spiritual spring would he have any chance of success. While he possessed the supreme sword martial vein, allowing him to refine the essence of heaven and earth in an instant, the spring was a culmination of the essence from an entire spiritual vein's worth of top-grade spirit stones. One night may indeed prove too brief. With that thought, he resolved to employ a different method. With swift movements, Song Qian shed his garments, leaving only a pair of trousers. What are you doing? Confronted with this unexpected scene, Jasmine was evidently unprepared, her hands covering her already flushed face, her heart racing. Please, take a good look. Have I completely disrobed? Jasmine cried out, nearly rendering Song Qian deaf. Upon hearing this, she stole a glance through the gap between her fingers. However, this glance only heightened her agitation. You still claim you haven't fully undressed. There's only a tattered piece of cloth left to cover you, she exclaimed, even if you're overcome by primal instincts. This is not the place for it. This dilapidated cave lacks even a bed. Listening to her provocative words, Song Qian was momentarily taken aback. It was akin to the usually well-behaved neighbor girl suddenly exclaiming, "Pressure band, Appa, Appa. Where did you learn such phrases?" Song Qian finally responded, "I remember you weren't like this before. Our master taught me," Jasmine recalled earnestly, adding, "He also said we are quite compatible. If you desire, I could offer myself." Our master? Do we share the same master? Song Qian's confusion deepened. And what did she mean by if you desire, I could offer myself? The old Taoist master, didn't you personally become his disciple? Old Taoist, you also became his disciple. Song Qian was momentarily dazed. Put on your clothes first. I will explain further. Jasmine intended to clarify directly, but upon seeing Song Qian's naked form, her cheeks flushed uncontrollably. Does your spa require clothing? Would that even be effective? Song Qian had decided to shed his garments to absorb the full power of the spiritual spring overnight, allowing every inch of his skin and pores to soak, thus achieving the fastest refining speed. With a splash, Song Qian leaped into the spiritual spring, no longer engaging in verbal sparring with Jasmine. The spring was not deep, merely a little over half a meter, allowing Song Qian to sit cross-legged comfortably. The biting cold permeated every inch of his skin, continuously stimulating him. Taking a deep breath, Song Qian activated both the Supreme Divine Sword Meridian and the 8 Directions Treasure Platform. Unlike spiritual stones, extracting the spiritual energy from the spring was exceedingly difficult, especially since this particular spring was particularly frigid and rare. A moment's inattention could lead to fatal consequences. Fortunately, the Supreme Divine Sword Meridian was powerful enough to handle such an immense influx of cold energy. Not to mention the 8 Directions Treasure Platform acting as a secondary quality inspector point. 70% of the spiritual energy drawn from the spring was refined into true energy, used to expand his spiritual sea in preparation for breaking through to the third realm. The energy storage area of a third realm expert is referred to as the spiritual sea. The amount of energy stored in the spiritual sea can be hundreds of times that of the Dantian. The remaining 30% was purified into icy energy, stored in a corner of the Dantian, continuously compressed. When compressed to the utmost, the icy energy transformed into the legendary evil energy. Half an hour passed, and under the terrifying refinement of the Supreme Divine Sword Meridian, the water level of the spring dropped by 5 centimeters. The amount of true energy in Song Qian's Dantian had now filled half of it. However, the quantity of icy energy in the corner was pitifully small, not even reaching 1,000th of the true energy. Still not enough. Continue refining. An hour passed, and the water level dropped another 5 centimeters. 2 hours later, it dropped 10 centimeters. 3 hours later, the depth of the spring was only 20 centimeters. Meanwhile, Jasmine was not idle. She had somehow procured a set of the 4 treasures of the study. Mimicking Song Qian's cross-legged position in the spiritual spring, she began to sketch. Observing her tall and slender figure, Song Qian was surprised by her appealing physique. As she sketched, Jasmine's charming face flushed again, her mind occasionally flashing with indecent images. Half an hour later, the drawing was completed. Jasmine held the sketch in her hands, scrutinizing it closely, before bursting into laughter. In ancient times, there was the noble consort emerging from the bath. Now we have the heavenly prodigy bathing. Just then, Song Qian stood up from the spiritual spring. Exhaling a breath of turbid air, he displayed a look of joy, secretly thinking, the evil energy has finally been successfully condensed. Floating in the corner of his dantian was a mass of black gas, formed from nearly 30% of the cold energy from the spring, refined and compressed into an evil energy. Relying on this mass of evil energy post-breakthrough to the third realm, Song Qian would be able to infuse his spiritual energy with the power of evil. Naturally, aside from this evil energy, Song Qian also harvested a full dantian of true energy. Moreover, he had also briefly experienced the sensation of impending death from explosion. The spiritual energy contained within the spring was overwhelmingly abundant. Yet Song Qian's dantian could hardly accommodate it. He had narrowly avoided exploding. Thanks to the Supreme Martial Meridian's timely intervention, that I still underestimated the spiritual spring and overestimated myself, Song Qian mused, shaking his head in wry amusement. Of the spiritual energy refined from the spring, nearly 70% was sealed within the supreme divine sword meridian. Currently, Song Qian's dantian could only retain 30% of the spiritual energy. Chapter 38. Time Flowing Light Stone. It seemed he would need to spend some time solidifying his martial arts realm. In recent days, Song Qian's cultivation had rapidly advanced, breaking through 3 realms in just a few short days. Now, after absorbing 30% of the spiritual energy, he was poised on the brink of breaking through to the peak of the 2nd realm. Fortunately, Song Qian exerted great effort to suppress this momentum, barely stabilizing the precarious barrier of his realm. Tomorrow is the martial arts competition. I can take advantage of the numerous battles to solidify my martial arts realm, Song Qian thought, completely unaware that the remaining scraps of his underwear had been eroded by the cold energy of the spring. Reduced to mere fragments, this moment, he truly stood before Jasmine completely unclothed. Jasmine giggled, covering her face, her brush dancing in the air, quickly creating another heavenly prodigy emerging from the bath sketch. Quick, put on your clothes. I know you have a great figure. But there's no need to flaunt it so. Jasmine picked up the clothes on the ground and tossed them to Song Qian. Coming back to his senses, Song Qian caught the thrown garments, only to suddenly feel a chill beneath him. Looking down, he instantly lost his composure. Where are my underwear? Your underwear has long been frozen into shreds by the cold air. If I hadn't reminded you, you probably wouldn't have even noticed. Jasmine stepped forward, her charming face adorned with a mixture of amusement and teasing. Does that mean I've been exposed to your gaze? Song Qian frowned, casting a strange look at her. I merely glanced. It's nothing to be concerned about. Jasmine shrugged nonchalantly, adding, men should be more magnanimous. Just a glance? Song Qian questioned, somewhat incredulous. Indeed, just a glance. Would this lady lie to you? Jasmine assumed a resolute expression, her tone firm. Had Song Qian not activated his mental energy to inspect the 2 drawings hidden behind her, he might have believed her. Yet, he had to admit that Jasmine's artistic skill was quite impressive. One piece depicted the spiritual spring, while the other showcased the heavenly prodigy emerging from the bath, both exuding an air of mastery. Ahem, Song Qian cleared his throat, saying, those 2 drawings are fine for personal viewing. But they must not be circulated. It would tarnish our reputations. Oh, Jasmine scoffed. You are quite narcissistic. Who would want to secretly view your nude artwork? You've already drawn them. I haven't said anything. So let us just keep it between us. With that, Song Qian flashed a knowing smile that I created those 2 drawings purely for amusement. Don't read too much into it. Jasmine, provoked by his words, felt the flush return to her cheeks. Oh, what do you see? A flash of white light caught Song Qian's eye, drawing his attention to something at the bottom of the spiritual spring. Don't change the subject. I truly am not that kind of person. Jasmine initially thought he was diverting the conversation, but to her surprise, Song Qian really shed his robe and jumped back into the spring. He began to feel around at the bottom of the spring, and indeed, he discovered a white crystal it felt somewhat like a spiritual stone, and within it was a rich essence of spiritual energy. The moment Song Qian grasped the white crystal, he sensed that it must be the finest among spiritual stones, for it contained such overwhelming and concentrated spiritual energy. Upon clearly seeing the appearance of the white crystal, Jasmine couldn't help but gasp in surprise. "What is wrong with you?" Song Qian noticed Jasmine's unusual reaction. "Have you never seen a top-grade spiritual stone? What kind of joke is this? This is not a top-grade spiritual stone." "It is. What is it?" I won't tell you." Jasmine chuckled, her eyes sparkling as if she had thought of something amusing. "Unless you promise me one thing." Observing Jasmine's mischievous expression, Song Qian immediately refused. "If you won't tell me, I'll just ask the old Taoist. He will surely no doubt know." "Please don't." Hearing that he intended to show the white crystal to the old Taoist, Jasmine hurriedly intervened. "If you take this to our master, it would be like throwing a meat bun to a dog. There would be no return." "Is it really that dire?" Upon hearing this, a look of disbelief appeared on Song Qian's face. That it is worth noting that the old Taoist is indeed quite generous. Even after Song Qian absorbed the essence of the natural energies that the other had accumulated over a decade, he did not retaliate, but instead took Song Qian as his disciple. Witnessing this, Jasmine let out a light laugh and said, "You are still too naive. Have you ever heard of the time-flowing stone?" "Time-flowing stone," Song Qian repeated, then began to search through his memories. I know a little about it, but not much. Perhaps you could explain it to me." "What do you mean by know a little, but not much?" Jasmine inquired. Song Qian replied, "I've heard of it, but I haven't delved into it. Which is why I say I know a little, but not much." Upon hearing this, Jasmine couldn't help but chuckle. "You are quite sincere. You really only know a little, not even a fraction more. Stop laughing, hurry up and explain. The sky is about to brighten, and I have matters to attend to." Casting a glance at the time, Song Qian urged, realizing there were less than 3 hours until the commencement of the 9 armies' martial gathering. The time-flowing stone, as the name implies, is a miraculous stone that can control the flow of time, Jasmine replied, handing the white crystal back to him. "Try infusing your true energy into it, and carefully sense the flow of time." Whoosh! Without hesitation, Song Qian flicked his fingers, releasing a strand of true energy. Swish! The true energy merged with the white crystal, causing its surface to gleam momentarily before a beam of light erupted from within. The beam spread around Song Qian, creating a domain with a radius of 10 meters. Within this domain, Song Qian could distinctly feel that the flow of time had slowed down by more than tenfold. Wow, how is this possible? It can actually affect time. After experiencing the power of the time-flowing stone, Song Qian was astonished, never anticipating such a treasure existed in the world. "Now, are you still planning to show the crystal to our master?" Jasmine leaned in, questioning him. "Crystal? What is that? Did we ever pick one up?" Upon hearing this, Song Qian feigned ignorance. "Let's go. The sky is brightening that if people discover that we, two solitary individuals of opposite genders, are alone in a room, rumors are bound to arise." Storing the time-flowing stone within his jade essence, Song Qian turned to leave, completely disregarding Jasmine's chance to speak. "You just finished a meal and left without a word. How can you have the audacity to do that?" Jasmine scolded as she watched Song Qian walk away. "Did you not just ask me to promise you something? I hereby promise you 3 things. Song Qian's voice echoed from ahead. Jasmine blinked in disbelief. "3 things? Are you serious, or are you jesting?" "I, Song Qian, am a man of my word and never go back on my promises." Chapter 39, Pre-Battle Mobilization. After emerging from the underground chamber, Song Qian hastily tidied up the scene. "That I'll be out for a while. I've placed your breakfast on your bed, with only 2.5 hours remaining until the 9 armies' martial gathering." Song Qian dared not delay and hurriedly sought out Li Ao, Song Xiong, Sun Ba, and others among the 8 most talented individuals. "Brother Qian, with the 9 armies' martial gathering imminent, why have you gathered us in this small room?" The 9 of them were crammed into a mere 10 square meter space, making it quite cramped. "With just over 2 hours left, if you intend to impart martial skills to us, it's far too late. There's no time for practice. Indeed, it would be better to conduct a final drill to bolster the morale within our ranks. I heard that the generals of the other 107 armies will distribute a type of enhancement elixir before the battle. Our general has not prepared something similar, has he?" The 8 most gifted members of the White Dragon Riders engaged in a cacophony of voices, their discussions rising in intensity. Silence. Song Qian, deep in thought, spoke, and an invisible pressure instantaneously enveloped the crowd. Even Li Ao, who bore a deep grudge against him, dared not resist. In that moment, Song Qian truly embodied the essence of the White Dragon General. During yesterday's General Assembly, I gained clarity. If we, the White Dragon Riders, wish to avoid coming in last at the 9 armies martial gathering, we must rely on our own strength. The other 107 armies are utterly unreliable. They are filled with arrogance and disdain. Do you have confidence? After speaking, Song Qian scanned the group with his gaze. Of course, Ye Ernyo was about to respond, but was met with a fierce glare from Song Qian. Then, through mental transmission, he admonished, "Be quiet. Can't you see I'm trying to instill a sense of urgency in them?" Hearing the voice in his mind, Ye Ernyo was taken aback, his eyes wide with astonishment. As if inquiring, "Brother, when did you learn the art of mental transmission?" What Ye Ernyo did not realize was that Song Qian had not practiced any mental transmission technique. Rather, his mental power had reached the 15th tier. However, Song Qian chose not to explain, allowing Ye Ernyo to sit quietly without interjecting. Before Ye Ernyo could speak again, another person chimed in. "General, rest assured, even against the other martial cities Kalami, I can defeat him single-handedly." Song Qian glanced at the speaker, a man named Sikong Hanmo, who was at the pinnacle of the 3rd realm with a profound martial lineage, making him one of the top powers among the White Dragon Riders. He could be considered the best among those ranked below Li, Song, and Sun. Once more, Song Qian scanned the crowd, asking, "Do you all feel the same way?" with the bold first speaker having voiced his confidence. The remaining seasoned veterans also expressed their opinions, revealing their own arrogance. Bang! Before the last words fell, Song Qian slammed his palm onto the ground, unleashing a powerful force that shattered the black floor tiles into pieces. Gasp! Upon witnessing this scene, everyone collectively inhaled sharply. The floor tiles of the martial city were forged from black gold iron, said to require a force of at least 10,000 pounds to break. I am at the pinnacle of the 3rd realm, and my physical strength is barely 8,000 pounds. Our general, with a casual strike, wields a force of 10,000 pounds. He truly is only at the 2nd realm? The crowd murmured in astonishment, bewildered at how Song Qian possessed such extraordinary physical strength. "You have greatly disappointed me." Arrogant, boastful, and overbearing, Song Qian regarded the group, listing a series of derogatory terms. You truly believe the other martial cities are soft persimmons? Easily squished, are they not?" Sikong Hanmo retorted. Song Qian's eyes gleamed like swords, causing Sikong Hanmo to avert his gaze in fear. "Have you heard of the top 10 experts from Beidou Martial City? Tang Luo, Shen Xing, and Jia Zhe all have a minimum cultivation of the early 4th realm. Now look at us. How many of us possess 4th realm strength? Aside from Zhang Xiong, Sun Ba, and Wan Liao, who barely qualifies as a 4th realm expert due to his superior martial lineage. How many others are there? There are hardly any half-step 4th realm practitioners among us, with such a stark disparity in cultivation levels. I genuinely do not comprehend how you can still laugh." Song Qian's words struck like a sharp knife, piercing the hearts of these proud individuals. The top 10 experts are all in the 4th realm. This seems improbable. Is your information accurate, General? Some still clung to a glimmer of hope, doubting that the gap between martial cities could be so vast. Should I speak even a word of falsehood? May the heavens strike me down, and may I perish alongside humanity. With only 2.5 hours remaining before the 9 armies martial gathering commenced, Song Qian had no time to meticulously explain the intricacies of the situation to these proud youths. Instead, he boldly swore an oath, "If I am not struck down, then this is all for naught. Alas, we will undoubtedly come in last at the Tianwu Martial City. Just one Beidou Martial City possesses 10 top-tier 4th realm experts. What chance do we have?" Word of Song Qian's confirmation left the crowd in a state of despair. Among the 8, only Li Ao remained unperturbed, gazing at Song Qian's calm eyes. He sensed that matters were not as simple as they appeared and voiced his thoughts. "General, you summoned us here before the gathering. Surely it is not just to undermine our morale. Then what do you believe my purpose is in calling you here?" Song Qian countered with a question. Refusing to provide a direct answer, I surmise that you must possess some means to contend with our enemies or the ability to enhance our cultivation. Otherwise, it would be illogical to gather us at this juncture. Li Ao conveyed his thoughts, upon which the others brightened, fixing their eager gazes on Song Qian. With 25 hours worth of resources, can each of you strive to break through a realm? Song Qian sensed the moment was ripe to reveal his trump card. Brother Qian, what nonsense are you speaking? With only 2.5 hours left until the 9 armies martial gathering begins, how could you have acquired 25 hours? Yi Niu could not help but interject. Whoosh! Song Qian retrieved the time-flowing stone from his jade essence, infusing it with true energy, causing a beam of white light to burst forth, establishing a field of time. I possess a treasure that can slow the flow of time. With an external ratio of 1 to 10.2 and a half hours equates to 25 hours, Song Qian held the time-flowing stone aloft, unabashedly presenting it to the crowd. A time-altering treasure. It can indeed slow time. Even a 7th-tier treasure cannot achieve such a feat. Unheard of. General, you dare reveal such a treasure so openly. Are you not afraid we may harbor ill intentions? Upon perceiving the fervor in the gazes of the crowd, Song Qian's lips curved into a faint smile. That I neglected to inform you all, he declared, that the document I had you sign before entering is none other than the legendary Covenant of the Heavens. Should anyone attempt to seize my precious temporal treasure or divulge its existence, may they face the wrath of 5 thunders and be obliterated, both man and God. Chapter 40. Preserve 3, compete for 1. The phrase 5 thunders, obliterated, resonated in the minds of the onlookers like a thunderclap. Brother Qian, in life, I am your loyal little ox. In death, I am your black pepper chicken steak. Must you be so ruthless? One exclaimed. Indeed, General, we are your most devoted subordinates. Though we have known each other for less than 10 days, I am willing to follow you for eternity. However, your actions are rather disheartening to us. Brothers, in response to the crowd's inquiries, Song Qian calmly explained, we are all adults. Mere words of loyalty are insufficient. Furthermore, I have just recorded your expressions with a scroll. Would you like to see it? The greed emanating from your eyes was palpable, as if you wished to flay me alive. Before he finished speaking, Song Qian brandished the recording scroll. If anyone disbelieves, I can unfurl the scroll for your viewing pleasure. Witness the intensity of the murderous intent reflected in your own gazes. Ha ha, General, you jest. We were merely fooling around with you. As the scroll was revealed, the crowd faltered, fully aware of their previous expressions, which had been laden with greed and malice. Are you sure you don't wish to see it? You might regret it. Song Qian retorted, we truly do not wish to see it. General, they hurriedly waved, no longer displaying their earlier arrogance. Seeing this, Song Qian let out a cold chuckle, pondering, you are still too green to challenge me. Let us not waste time. In 25 hours, resources will be plentiful. I expect each of you to at least break through 1 minor realm. Can you achieve this? At that moment, Song Qian resembled a leader of a pyramid scheme, methodically indoctrinating those present. We can achieve it. The 8 responded in unison, and thus, the rigorous training for the next 25 hours commenced. In the first hour, the crowd fervently absorbed the spiritual energy from the spirit stones. In the second hour, they exerted all their strength to refine this energy. By the third hour, spiritual energy enveloped them, and some began to show signs of a breakthrough. During this time, Song Qian was not idle. He took out 3 martial arts manuals, the flowing cloud spear technique, the broken river cloud piercing art, and the falling star pursuit technique. To comprehend their intricacies. 18 hours passed, and the first to break through was Li Ao, who reached the initial stage of the 4th realm. General, I must apologize for my earlier transgressions, he said sincerely as he approached Song Qian. Upon hearing this, Song Qian opened one eye and glanced at him, saying, enough with the empty words. If you can secure a good ranking in the upcoming martial competition, I would gladly accept your apology. Very well. Li Ao's eyes gleamed with determination. I hereby pledge that I will claim the 1st place. With that, he returned to his position, intent on breaking through another minor realm during the remaining 7 hours. Though breaking through 2 realms at once could be detrimental to a martial artist's future path, and the lack of a solidified foundation would leave them vulnerable against true powerhouses, he thought. Yet, a dead camel is still larger than a horse. Why has this lad returned from the military punishment area as a completely different person? Song Qian mused, puzzled. Previously, Li Ao had embodied his name, proud and unparalleled. Now, however, he seemed more docile than Yi Niu. This is quite strange, indeed. Song Qian, unable to comprehend the change, decided to set it aside, thinking, as long as he can achieve 1st place in the martial competition, what does it matter if he is changed? Time ticked by, and one by one, the 8 prodigies broke through their realms. Meanwhile, Song Qian made significant progress in his martial comprehension, mastering the flowing cloud spear technique and the broken river cloud piercing art. Both only a step away from perfection. To comprehend a third-tier martial art and reach a high level within just 2 days is a testament not only to Song Qian's innate talent, but also to the terrifying prowess of his 15th-tier spiritual strength. However, he struggled with the falling star pursuit technique. Having no clue how to approach it. It was undoubtedly a 5th-tier martial art, notoriously difficult to comprehend. Without dedicating 10 days to half a month, one would see no results. After contemplating this, Song Qian put away the 3 martial arts manuals and rose to address the others. Finally, a breakthrough. Ernie exhaled a sigh of relief, having reached half-step into the 4th realm. In 25 hours, I can break through a realm. That translates to 2 days per realm. If there are 30 days in a month, does that mean I could break through 15 realms in a month? As he pondered this, it felt as though the entire divine martial continent would bow before him. Smack. Song Qian delivered a light slap to the back of Yi Erniu's head. You, dreaming before nightfall? You truly think you can break through 15 realms in a month? Yi Erniu blinked innocently, gazing intently at Song Qian. Brother Qian, that was merely my inner monologue. Did you hear that? Stop daydreaming and prepare for the martial competition. Song Qian replied with an indifferent expression. Knock, knock. A voice called from outside. Is General Bai Long inside? The Grand General requests your presence. Coming. Song Qian responded, rising to leave. This general is truly a prodigy. Not only can he use sound transmission techniques, but he also possesses the legendary mind-reading ability. As he watched Song Qian depart, Yi Ernia realized that this General Bai Long harbored far too many secrets. Subordinate Qian Song, I have come to pay my respects to the Grand General. Upon entering the Grand General's tent, Song Qian knelt in reverence. Rise. Wei Long gestured for him to stand. This morning, you requested 3 million spirit stones and signed a military decree with the martial competition approaching. Are you and your White Dragon cavalry prepared? In response to the general, I have devised a comprehensive strategy that we shall preserve 3 and compete for 1. Song Qian stated confidently. Preserve 3 and compete for 1. The Grand General murmured. There are no idle words in the military. Do not jest with me. The phrase preserve 3 and compete for 1 signifies the pursuit of the championship in the martial event. With the minimum expectation of securing a top 3 position, Song Qian's playful demeanor faded as he declared, I, Qian, speak with the utmost sincerity. I do not jest. Moreover, I have already pledged my military decree before you this morning. If we are to be defeated in today's competition, feel free to take my head. The Grand General's expression momentarily shifted before he exclaimed excitedly, Excellent. With your assurance, the 3 million spirit stones were not wasted. Chapter 41. The Silver Mask. After their discussion, Song Qian and the Grand General exited the tent together. The Holy One is visiting the martial market. You shall accompany me to greet him, the Grand General instructed. Understood. Song Qian nodded in agreement. Noticing the ease with which Song Qian accepted, the Grand General felt puzzled. I expected you to offer various excuses. General, what are you implying? I do not quite comprehend. Song Qian replied nonchalantly. Though internally, he was engulfed in a storm of anxiety, thinking, when did I reveal anything? Ha ha. The Grand General chuckled lightly. It is normal not to understand. I was merely jesting to no need for alarm that moment. A sharp cry echoed from above. Looking up, a snow-white falcon descended gracefully. The Grand General, Wei Long, extended his hand, allowing the bird to land and deliver a message. The Holy One is approaching the gates of the ancient war city. We must prepare to welcome him. Understood, Song Qian affirmed, following closely behind Wei Long as they left the martial market. Outside, several horsemen led a trio of third-tier wind-chasing thunder steeds, already ready for action. The Grand General Wei Long took hold of one of the steeds, stroking its mane. Do you know how to ride? I possess some knowledge, Song Qian replied. The Grand General exchanged a glance with the horseman, who understood immediately and respectfully handed over the reins. This general, please be cautious. This is a third-tier demonic beast. Safety is paramount. Thank you for the reminder. Song Qian accepted the reins, only to feel the rebellious spirit of the wind-chasing thunder steed. It exhaled fiery breath, its hooves pounding the ground, as if to say, a mere second-realm martial artist dares to ride upon my back. Chuckling, Song Qian thought it amusing that a beast without even a hint of intelligence would dare to judge its rider. You seem quite fiery. I just acquired some Yin power. Let me help you cool down. With that, Song Qian summoned the Yin energy from his dantian. Whoosh! A wisp of Yin energy flowed through the reins and into the wind-chasing thunder steed. Woo! The steed let out a forlorn cry, gazing with pitiful eyes at Song Qian, as if pleading, "Brother, I was mistaken. Please spare me." "Haha, weren't you just being arrogant? Now you seek mercy, but it's too late." Song Qian let out a hearty laugh, leaped onto his steed, and hastened to catch up with the person ahead, contemplating the retrieval of the Yinsha energy. The great General Wei Long had already mounted his horse and left Song Qian far behind. The swift and thunderous steed seemed to comprehend the words, letting out a piercing whinny, its hooves propelling it forward at an astonishing speed. The sound of wind and thunder filled the air as the horse leapt over 100 meters. In just a brief quarter of an hour, Song Qian caught up. "General, isn't the direction to the city gate of Zhantian not this way?" The great general cast a sidelong glance at Song Qian and replied, "First, we need to find someone and procure a few items." The wind-chasing, thunder-running steed surged forward in an instant, moving with the swiftness of a gale, with time still on their side. "Oh," Song Qian remarked, choosing not to inquire further, silently trailing behind the other. Moments later, the great General Wei Long halted before a blacksmith shop. "Master, is the item I ordered forged yet?" "Almost. Just let me quench it one more time." A hoarse voice emerged from within the shop. The sizzling sound, accompanied by steam billowing out, led Song Qian to speculate, is the great general crafting a weapon on the fly? Whoosh, accompanied by a sound of slicing air. A gossamer thin silver mask was completed. The blacksmith presented it with both hands, saying, 18 grains of golden dance sand. "Thank you." The great General Wei Long took the silver mask, scrutinizing it closely before stating, "Indeed, it is a fine item, but isn't 18 grains of golden dan sand rather exorbitant? A small business, no bargaining allowed." The blacksmith replied with a stoic expression. Moreover, this was the price agreed upon long ago. Seeing that bargaining was futile, the great General Wei Long could only grimace as he retrieved 18 grains of golden dan sand from his pocket and handed it over. Upon receiving the golden dan sand, the blacksmith displayed a standard smile, saying, "We welcome your next visit." After leaving the blacksmith shop, the great General Wei Long handed the silver mask to Song Qian. "What is this?" Song Qian inquired, perplexed by the gesture. "Are you sure you wish to meet the emperor with your true face?" Upon hearing this, Song Qian realized that his identity had indeed been exposed. "Thank you for your kind intentions, General, but I believe I shall forego the mask." Song Qian was well aware of the terrifying prowess of the current emperor. Relying solely on a mask to deceive him was nearly impossible. "This is something I acquired for the price of 18 mountains of gold." "Do you truly believe it is merely an ordinary mask?" The great General Wei Long retorted. "18 mountains of gold. Isn't that just 18 grains of golden dan sand?" Song Qian countered. "When dealing with them, certain matters must remain unsaid. Do you understand?" The great General Wei Long pondered for a moment before continuing. "It's fine if you don't understand. After all, you may never reach my level. This mask is crafted from cloud concealment iron, possessing an exceptional level of secrecy. Anyone wearing this mask, with their appearance, aura, and cultivation, will remain undetectable below the 6th realm, at the Zhantian city gate." The Dongjun martial market arrived aboard a 4th-tier demon beast. The four-winged roc, slowly descending. So this is Zhantian ancient city, reputed to be the foremost among the 9 ancient cities? Just looking at the city gate, it doesn't seem impressive. It pales in comparison to the side gate of our Dongjun ancient city. What can one expect? They are closest to the border, having earned the title of protector of the nation, so the emperor granted them the honor of being the foremost among the 9 ancient cities. But isn't the border garrison led by the general of heavenly marshal? What connection does that have to Zhantian ancient city? Behind the four-winged roc stood a group of young prodigies in their 20s. Observing the somewhat dilapidated Zhantian city gate and engaging in lively discussions. Shortly thereafter, various martial markets began to arrive. Beidou martial market on swords, Qixing martial market by ship, and Longchan martial market on spirit vessels. Among them, the most eye-catching was the golden war chariot drawn by 9 4th-tier demon beasts, the crimson-winged dragons. Anyone could discern that within the golden war chariot sat the most esteemed individual in the entire Shangxian dynasty. The Emperor of Shangxian. Subject Wei Long pays his respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor. Long live the emperor. As the great General Wei Long knelt, countless citizens also knelt before the golden war chariot. While the prodigies from the other 8 ancient cities dared not act recklessly in the presence of the reigning emperor, among those present, only Song Qian was an exception. He donned the silver mask, concealing his aura and cultivation, hiding at the back of the crowd, leaning against a pillar, coldly observing everything. Rise. A voice, calm yet imbued with boundless authority, emanated from the Golden War Chariot. Chapter 42, Ouyang Tianxia. Inside the Golden War Chariot, the Emperor of Shangxian, Ouyang Tianxia, adorned with a crown and draped in a dragon robe, exuded an imperial majesty. Brother, I've returned this time to share good news with you. Why did you insist on dragging me here to witness the martial assembly of the 9 armies? Ouyang Tinglan, dressed in red, sat beside Ouyang Tianxia, pouting in faint anger. Though I am pleased you returned to see me, I do not appreciate your unilateral decision to cancel the engagement. Ouyang Tianxia, holding a pair of yin-yang spheres, radiated a profound martial aura. Song Qian is now a cripple. Can you truly bear to marry a useless man? As for the cancellation of the engagement, Ouyang Tinglan believed she had covered her tracks perfectly, yet she had not anticipated being discovered. While I may not wish to, it is father's will. The die is cast, and I shall not argue further. The martial assembly of the 9 armies gathers all the young prodigies of the Shangxian dynasty. The victor shall become your fiancé. Ouyang Tianxia's expression remained impassive, but his words exuded an imperiousness that was impossible to refuse. Why? Ouyang Tinglan's emotions erupted at his words. I do not favor family alliances or marrying for martial prowess. You know this, brother. Such a scene left the left and right prime ministers and various other dignitaries astonished. In the entire Shangxian dynasty, only the princess dared to raise her voice against the emperor. Others, should they utter a word of dissent in the emperor's presence, would face punishment beyond imagination. If the emperor were displeased on that day, he could easily deliver a family extermination gift. On ordinary days, the high-ranking officials, accustomed to being above thousands, now trembled in the corner of the Golden War Chariot, fearing the flames of the city gate would engulf them. Sighing, Ouyang Tianxia let out a long breath. He could be ruthless to anyone, but when it came to his younger sister Ouyang Tinglan, he truly felt powerless. Let me explain. The fortune of Shangxian consists of 10 portions, and you possess 3, even more than I do. A person of such great fortune like you, if married to someone outside the dynasty, would share that fortune with them. If 3 portions were to diminish, the Shangxian dynasty could face decline. Ouyang Tianxia pleaded earnestly. Could you truly bear to watch the Shangxian dynasty fall from prosperity to ruin, ultimately leading to its demise? All right then. After Ouyang Tianxia's heartfelt reasoning, Ouyang Tinglan ultimately chose to compromise. But I have one condition. Suddenly, Ouyang Tinglan shifted her tone, saying, this is merely an engagement. The specific wedding date shall be determined by me. Ouyang Tinglan thought that as long as she delayed enough time to grow stronger, reaching a level of unparalleled power, then who could dictate her fate? Ouyang Tianxia, of course, saw through her little scheme but still chose to nod in agreement. As you wish, your majesty. The general of heavenly marshal, Wei Long, requests an audience. At that moment, a eunuch came to report. Princess Tinglan, you must depart for the Qingxian heavenly sect tomorrow. The martial assembly of the 9 armies must conclude before sunset. Time is of the essence. There is no need for the formalities of old. Proceed directly to the Zhantian martial platform. Ouyang Tianxia gestured for the Golden War Chariot to continue onward without halting. Heading straight for the center of Zhantian ancient city. It has been so long. My legs have gone numb from kneeling. Why hasn't the emperor descended yet? Hey, look, the Golden War Chariot is flying away. What nonsense. Who is this coachman? Lacking any sense of decorum, seeing us kneeling here and not even stopping for a moment, observing the departing Golden War Chariot, the kneeling citizens began to murmur among themselves. By decree of the emperor, a eunuch appeared atop the Zhantian city wall, announcing in a sharp voice, the martial assembly of the 9 armies is time-sensitive, no need for formalities. Leaders of all martial markets, proceed directly to the Zhantian martial platform. This is an imperial edict. Seeing this, Song Qian initially intended to turn and leave, but at the city gate, he overheard 2 familiar voices. Are you sure Princess Tinglan will participate in this martial assembly? I am the lady's personal maid. Trust me, I am never wrong. The speakers were none other than Ouyang Yuer and Yishuang, who, after having been bested by Song Qian, had planned to return home for assistance. However, upon hearing news of the emperor convening the martial assembly, Ouyang Yuer received a message from Ouyang Tinglan and reluctantly turned back. After 2 days and nights of walking thousands of miles, we haven't even had a moment's rest. Can't we find an inn and catch some sleep? No way. Before Yishuang could finish her words, Ouyang Yuer waved her hand in refusal. The chaotic Zhantian ancient city was fraught with danger. One misstep could attract the attention of desperate rogues. At that moment, 2 young ladies, where are you heading? Before Ouyang Yuer could articulate her thoughts, a group of burly ruffians encircled them. Do not act recklessly. I am a personal maid to the imperial princess. Noticing that the newcomers were all mid-level cultivators, Ouyang Wei proclaimed her identity, hoping to intimidate them. I am the legitimate daughter of the Yi family from the imperial city. If you dare to misbehave, my father will not spare you. Feeling the lewd and unabashed gazes directed at them, Ningshuang, who had grown up in the imperial city, was utterly unaccustomed to such scenes. She hurriedly followed Ouyang Wei's lead, revealing her identity as a last resort, hoping to deter the ruffians. Oh, the royal family, the Yi family. I'm so terrified. The ruffian leader, however, was entirely unfazed, continuing to ogle the two women-esque curvaceous figures, especially the two prominent peaks, which rendered everyone unable to avert their gaze. Boss, it's been years since I've seen such beautiful young ladies. I'd like to offer you 100 spirit stones. Could you allow me to indulge just this once? A short, monkey-faced man approached, cradling a pile of spirit stones, trying to curry favor with the ruffian leader. Upon hearing this, the two ladies turned pale with fear. I'll count to 3, and we'll run together. Ouyang Wei whispered. Ningshuang nodded in agreement. 1, 2, 3, run. Before the words fell, the two women unleashed their agility and sprinted towards the busiest street. They were still too naive. In terms of speed, a second-tier martial artist could never outrun a third-tier cultivator. Moments later, the two were cornered into a dead end. Boss, look at these two young ladies. They're so considerate, fearing that we might not be able to act in public. So they've specially run into this dead end. The monkey-faced man grinned lewdly, advancing step by step. What do you want? Spirit stones, money, techniques, martial arts, or weapons? We can provide anything you desire. Gasping for breath, Ouyang Wei proposed that apart from their purity, they could surrender anything else. Haha, once we've had our fun, everything will still belong to us. Chapter 43. The young man full of spirit, riding a silver saddle on a white horse. Better to be shattered than to be whole. Realizing that all methods had failed, the two ladies prepared themselves for death. Ouyang Wei closed her eyes and asked, Ningshuang, are you afraid? I'm unafraid, even if my body shatters. I wish to retain my purity in this world. Ningshuang replied. Just as the two were about to ignite their dantians, determined to perish with the scoundrels, a beam of light suddenly illuminated the alley. Then, the sound of gunfire erupted, followed by a chorus of wails. You two, are you just waiting to die with your eyes closed? Hearing the clear voice of a young man, Ouyang Wei opened her eyes, startled by the sight before her. What is happening? What is happening? Ningshuang, mistaking her expression for one of distress, asked anxiously. Upon opening her eyes, a silver mask came into view, with long black hair cascading down. Wielding 100 birds facing the phoenix spear. On the ground lay a heap of corpses in disarray. The newcomer was Song Qian, who initially had no intention of getting involved. However, his remaining conscience compelled him to intervene, unable to bear the sight of two beautiful women being sullied by a group of ruffians. Ultimately, Song Qian chose to act. Thank you, young master, for your timely assistance. Ouyang Wei quickly regained her composure and bowed in gratitude to Song Qian. Zhantian ancient city is not like the imperial city. You should return to your respective factions as soon as possible. With that, Song Qian sheathed his spear, intending to leave. Please wait. Ningshuang called out, inquiring, you must be a person from the martial market. Correct? Yes, Song Qian nodded. I have an ungracious request. Could you escort us to the Zhantian martial platform? I have only one wind-chasing thunder steed. If you are willing to squeeze in, feel free to hop on. With the 9 armies martial gathering about to commence, Song Qian could not afford any delays and urged Ningshuang and Ouyang Wei to mount quickly. Upon hearing this, Ningshuang and Ouyang Wei exchanged glances and nodded in unison. At the Zhantian martial platform, the left prime minister, holding the imperial edict, stood in the center of the platform and proclaimed loudly, the 9 armies martial gathering consists of 3 major contests. The first contest is between the lords of the martial markets, the second is between the generals, the third is between the soldiers. After these 3 contests, the Minister of War will calculate the rankings of the 9 armies. Is that understood? The prodigious youths from the 9 martial markets answered in unison. Understood. However, the Zhantian martial market was notably lacking a leader for the White Dragon Cavalry, the moment the 9 armies martial gathering commenced. General Wei Long approached the White Dragon Cavalry, questioning where their commander had gone. Reporting to the general, the White Dragon General just left the martial market with you, did he not? Ernie stepped forward to respond. That brat, he promised to accompany me to meet the Emperor, but the moment I turned my back, he vanished. The general recalled the situation, realizing that he had merely turned around, and Song Qian had already disappeared into the crowd. Now, as the 9 armies martial gathering officially began, Song Qian had yet to appear. General, we all discussed last night. Qian Song is not fit for use. Observing this, General Tian Feng stepped forward and remarked, if you send him to the stage during the 9 armies martial gathering, it will only bring humiliation upon us and disgrace the Zhantian martial market. Are you foolish? And nearby General Song Wolf quickly pulled Tian Feng aside, whispering, can't you see the general is furious? In response, Tian Feng scoffed dismissively, stating, isn't that the truth? What I, Tian Feng, say is nothing but facts. On the main viewing platform, Ouyang Tinglan scanned the surroundings but could not spot Ouyang Yuer and the others. Yuer, that wretched girl. At such a time, she still hasn't come to find me. Did I not repeatedly instruct her that the first thing upon entering the city is to find me quickly? Zhantian Ancient City is no safe haven. Ouyang Tinglan was acutely aware of the chaos within Zhantian Ancient City, fearing that Ouyang Yuer and Yi Shuang, both at merely second-tier cultivation, might encounter peril. Those 2 girls are nothing but a cause for concern. Ouyang Tinglan cursed angrily, preparing to rise and search for them. The 9 armies martial gathering is about to commence. Where do you think you're going? Ouyang Tianxiao reached out to stop Ouyang Tinglan from leaving. Brother, Yuer and Yi Shuang are missing. I worry they may face danger. Ouyang Tinglan explained. All for such a trivial matter. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Tianxiao frowned and said, sit down. I will have the Minister of War send a team to search for them. But Ouyang Tinglan attempted to voice her concerns, but Ouyang Tianxia interrupted brusquely. They are merely lowly commoners. What worth do they have that justifies you abandoning your lifelong commitments to seek them? I have but one command. Do not go. So it is said, when a king is enraged, 100,000 corpses fall. Rivers run red with blood. As the sovereign of the Xian dynasty, Ouyang Tianxiao would not care less about the fate of a maid and a noble girl. Brother, you have changed, in my memories. You are not such a person. Gazing at the familiar yet strange figure before her, Ouyang Tinglan's eyes grew resolute as she declared, what if I insist on finding Yuer and Yi Shuang? Are you certain you wish to challenge my bottom line? Ouyang Tianxia's voice turned ominously low, a terrifying martial aura enveloping the area. Just as tensions escalated, a horse's whinny pierced the air. In the next moment, a wind-chasing thundersteed soared over the crowd, landing gracefully before the main viewing platform. On horseback, Yi Shuang and Ouyang Yuer flanked Song Qian, leaving him nearly breathless. We've arrived. You too. Dismount quickly. Young Master Qian, a small token of appreciation. Please accept it.as the 2 ladies dismounted. Ouyang Tinglan produced a jade pendant from her bosom and handed it to Song Qian. And mine. Yi Shuang quickly took off a hairpin from her head as well. Song Qian glanced at the exquisite jade pendant crafted from fine white jade and the intricately carved hairpin made from golden silk nanmu. Both were worth over 1,000 spirit stones. He accepted them without hesitation and departed. Your Highness, your maid and childhood friend have returned. Please do not remain angry with His Majesty. The Minister of Rights stepped forward, attempting to smooth things over. His Majesty only wishes what is best for you. Zhantian Ancient City is fraught with peril. Even with your 4th-tier strength, you are not absolutely safe. Humph. In response, Ouyang Tinglan merely snorted coldly and strode toward Yi Shuang and Ouyang Yuer without a backward glance. Observing this, the Minister of Revenue interjected, Your Majesty, the princess is still quite young and immature. For some trivial matters, it would be wise to indulge her a little. Ouyang Tianxia narrowed his phoenix eyes into slits and coldly replied, such a disposition will ultimately lead to her downfall. The wind-chasing thunder steed is a martial market steed. This young Master Qiansong should be a general of the martial market, correct? A spirited young man, riding a silver saddle on a white horse. Watching Song Qian's departing figure, the 2 ladies murmured to each other, momentarily oblivious to Ouyang Tinglan approaching from behind. Hey! Ouyang Tinglan clapped his hands on the shoulders of the 2 ladies, pulling them back from their reverie. What are you 2 gazing at? Young lady. Tinglan. Chapter 44. The Debut. Which young lad has so utterly captivated the foremost beauty of the capital? And you, Yuer, could it be that you both have taken a liking to the same individual? Ouyang Tinglan teased the 2 with a hint of amusement. Oh dear. Mrs. teasing Yuer again. Tinglan, please do not speak nonsense. The 2 ladies blushed at Ouyang Tinglan's remarks, quickly attempting to explain themselves to mask their embarrassment. Observing their flushed faces, Ouyang Tinglan was nearly certain that these 2 were on the brink of falling in love. I am curious to see what kind of extraordinary individual could simultaneously stir the hearts of both of you. Following this, Ouyang Tinglan glanced in the direction of the 2 ladies and saw Song Qian riding the swift steed. Hule, as he sauntered past the Zhan Tianwu stage and returned to the Zhan Tianwu camp. That figure seems somewhat familiar, Ouyang Tinglan mused internally. Yet, in order to prevent the two ladies from catching on, she feigned indifference, saying, "Is that it? He appears rather ordinary, and he even wears a mask. So he managed to win you both over without even revealing his face?" The situation unfolded as such. Listening to Ouyang Tinglan's remarks, the two ladies could only recount the entire story. Despite their youth, his prowess was extraordinary, capable of facing 10 opponents single-handedly. Moreover, he was a leader of the army. What lady would not feel bashful in the presence of such a young general? The two ladies exchanged words, extolling Song Qian to the heavens. If Song Qian were present, he would likely jest. "I was so impressive, and I didn't even know it." Furthermore, Ouyang Tinglan, as an audience member, was entirely unaware of Song Qian's true capabilities, left dumbfounded by the ladies' flattery at a late-stage practitioner of the second realm, defeating dozens of mid-stage ruffians of the third realm. Could he truly be that formidable? Ouyang Tinglan held some skepticism. Even she, in the second realm, could slay third realm powerhouses, yet to face more than 10 simultaneously would surely force her to flee. "Absolutely true," the two ladies asserted with conviction. "Fine, I shall take your word for it this time." Seeing the unwavering determination in their eyes, Ouyang Tinglan had no choice but to believe them. "Qiansong, is it? I shall meet you personally later, if you can withstand 10 moves from me at the second realm level." Ouyang Tinglan thought to herself, glancing at Song Qian in the distance. "Perhaps he might just qualify to be my fiancé after 3 years." My subordinate, Qiansong, pays his respects to the Grand General of Zhan Tian. Song Qian, realizing he had missed the opening ceremony of the 9 Armies Martial Assembly, approached Wei Long to apologize. Princess Tinglan's personal maid and the eldest daughter of the Yi family in the imperial city?" Wei Long inquired, not to chastise Song Qian for his tardiness, but rather with a hint of curiosity. Song Qian was momentarily taken aback. Then, realizing, he replied, "We are merely acquaintances. I wouldn't consider us friends. Is there a problem?" He still did not comprehend why Wei Long was inquiring so. Could it be that the Grand General had taken a fancy to Yi and intended to act as a matchmaker? "General, with all due respect, you and they are not suited for each other, truly not suited." Hearing this, Wei Long's face darkened instantly. You see me as some old bull chasing after tender grass? I am genuinely pleased for you. Both ladies are either a princess's personal maid or a childhood friend of the princess. If they were to assist you, you would undoubtedly be the biggest winner in this 9 Armies Martial Assembly. As Wei Long spoke, his enthusiasm was palpable, entirely shedding his previous aloof demeanor as a general. After all, he understood that the so-called 9 Armies Martial Assembly was merely a guise to select a suitable consort for the princess. Yet, confronted with such an unusual general, Song Qian remained utterly perplexed. What assistance could he possibly provide, and how could he be the greatest victor? "No worries, you will understand soon enough." With numerous eyes on the Zhan Tianwu stage, Wei Long could not reveal the true purpose of the assembly. Song Qian exclaimed, still bewildered, as he returned to the ranks of the White Dragon Cavalry. "Brother Qian, you have finally returned." Upon his arrival, Yu and a host of other talented individuals immediately surrounded him. "You have no idea how perilous the situation was earlier. Your position for the debut was nearly taken by that General Tianfeng. And that General Songlong is no pushover either. He wanted to seize our spot as well. They even claimed that you, General, fled the scene without a fight." Listening to their explanations, Song Qian gradually grasped the unfolding events. He was astonished that Songlong and Tianfeng would dare to pressure a general. His gaze swept across the other 8 martial cities elites, all possessing formidable skills, none of whom could be considered weaklings. Especially from the 4 martial cities of Beidou, Qixing, Longchan, and Judu, there were even those who had ascended the Shangxian ranking. The Shangxian ranking includes all powerhouses above the 4th realm within the Shangxian dynasty. Most of those listed were either long-established figures or aged veterans, with only a select few prodigies securing a spot. For instance, the former Wei Long had once held the top position for quite some time, as had the peak Song Qian during his prime. Observing this scene, Song Qian chuckled and declared, "A gentleman never usurps what others cherish, since Generals Songlong and Tianfeng are so eager to showcase their skills. I, Qian, shall yield the opportunity to you both. Is this true?" The eyes of Generals Songlong and Tianfeng had not strayed from Song Qian since his return, now that he proposed to relinquish the debut. They leaped at the chance. "Brother Qian, you absolutely mustn't." Hearing this, Yi Erniu and the others were convinced that Song Qian had lost his mind and attempted to dissuade him, but he raised a hand to silence them. However, he continued, addressing Songlong and Tianfeng, "Do not rush to agree just yet that I have one condition. You may speak." General Tianfeng, channeling her energy, leaped to stand before the White Dragon Cavalry as long as it does not violate principles. "I shall comply. I shall as well," General Songlong echoed. Looking at the two in front of him, Song Qian said, "If I yield the debut to you both, you cannot rank poorly. That I propose 4 simple words. Contend for first. Protect third. Contend for first. Protect third." The two generals were momentarily taken aback. In this 9 armies martial assembly, the gathering was formidable, with no fewer than 4 individuals who had ascended the Shang Xian ranking. To contend for first and protect third is no easy feat. After all, I have made a military vow before the Grand General to contend for first and protect third in this martial assembly. If you two cannot even achieve this, then do not speak of the debut. Best return to rest, as the 9 armies martial assembly does not require cowards. Seeing Songlong and Tianfeng hesitating, Song Qian quickly stoked the flames of motivation. "Very well. This general accepts your challenge. We shall contend for first and protect third in this martial assembly." General Songlong, unable to contain her excitement, immediately agreed, declaring, "Otherwise, I shall bow to you in apology." Witnessing this, General Tianfeng, who had been wavering, could only shoot a resentful glare at Songlong before gritting her teeth and conceding. Chapter 45, The Champion, the first contest of the 9 armies martial assembly, the masters of the martial cities. The battle between Longchan Martial City and Zhantian Martial City. The leader of Zhantian Martial City, Grand General Wei Long, faced off against the leader of Longchan Martial City, Situ Juanhao, a venerable elder in his 50s. With a cultivation at the pinnacle of the 4th realm, old man Situ Juanhao pays his respects to Grand General Wei Long. Situ Juanhao clasped his fists and bowed. Wei Long reciprocated the gesture, stating, "Master Situ, your reputation resonates throughout Shangxian. Hearing of you is not as gratifying as meeting you in person. That I have learned much." After their handshake, the duel commenced, with a command from the left minister. Situ Juanhao wasted no time, summoning a torrent of spiritual energy in his palms. Tian Gang Hunyuan Palm, a supreme technique of the Situ family, graded as a low-level 5th rank. It was undoubtedly a peerless martial art. Especially combined with his peak 4th realm cultivation, the power of this palm was immense. Any martial artist below the 4th realm would surely perish upon receiving it. To this, Wei Long remained unfazed. Seemingly dismissive of the astonishing palm technique, with a simple raise of his hand, he gathered energy and unleashed a palm strike. An action so simple, yet in Wei Long's hands, it yielded extraordinary results. Bang! The 2 palms collided, and the dense spiritual energy clashed, raising gusts of wind that left the spectators in awe. Truly, the renowned Grand General Wei Long, who had not even employed a martial technique, absorbed Situ Juanhao's 5th rank palm strike solely through his abundant spiritual energy. Though it appeared evenly matched, the outcome was clear. It was said that the spiritual energy of Grand General Wei Long was of a unique nature. Known as White Dragon spiritual energy, once activated, the White Dragon's power contained within could shatter mountains and traverse rivers. Not a bad palm technique, but it lacks a bit of strength, Wei Long remarked. Having experienced his opponent's technique, he no longer held back, enveloping his arms in the pale White Dragon energy and charging forward. Boom! The terrifying force sent Situ Juanhao flying off the Zhantianwu stage. With the first contest concluded, Wei Long emerged victorious. Just as Situ Juanhao fell from the stage, the left minister's voice echoed. Swish! Employing his agility, Situ Juanhao swiftly returned to the martial stage, chuckling. To have exchanged a single round with the Grand General. I shall boast about it to the Lord of Longchan for months to come. With a respectful bow, Wei Long and the other participant withdrew from the stage. The voice of the left minister resonated once more. For the second match, Beidou Wu City will face off against Qixing Wu City. I invite the respective masters of each Wu City to ascend the stage for combat. Erniu, how is it that a general at the Grandmaster level could defeat the peak of the 4th realm? Situ Juanhao, in merely 2 moves. Song Qian, taken aback by Wei Long's prowess, could not help but inquire. In response, Erniu gently shook his head and replied, he must be at least at the mid-stage of the 5th realm or higher. The specifics, I am uncertain. I only recall that when the general clashed with a mid-stage 5th realm warrior from the barbarian tribe, he ultimately felled him in their initial exchange. Liao then interjected. The general was merely holding back. Otherwise, he could have dispatched C2 Junhao with a single strike. Upon hearing this, Song Qian pondered thoughtfully. Liao, have you broken through to the mid-stage of the fourth realm? Noticing the distinct martial aura surrounding Li Ao, Song Qian asked. Indeed, Li Ao replied with a broad smile, thanks to the time-honored treasures bestowed by the general and the boundless resources of spirit stones. I was able to advance 2 realms in quick succession. Indeed, Song Qian nodded, acknowledging the undeniable aid of the time flow luminous stones and spirit stones, yet a significant portion of this success stemmed from the innate talent of the Ao Gu martial vein. Otherwise, among the 8 prodigies, all in identical circumstances and resources, only Li Ao managed to break through 2 realms. The top-tier martial vein of the profound grade can indeed achieve such feats, Song Qian affirmed. Li Ao humbly responded, General, you flatter me. Withdraw now and prepare diligently. Remember your promise to me. Song Qian gestured for him to leave, reminding him not to forget their earlier agreement. I shall not fail in my mission, Li Ao declared resolutely as he stepped back. Seizing the moment, Yi Ernyo approached. Qian Go, may I pose a question? Go ahead. Song Qian glanced sideways, noticing the peculiar expression on Yi Ernyo's face. You do not wish to indulge in some gossip, do you? How trivial. We are cultured individuals. Can our discussions be deemed gossip? Yi Ernyo's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. We are merely inquiring. Qian Go, speak plainly. You accompanied the general on an outing and procured such an exquisite mask. Could it be that it is intended for courting ladies? An exquisite mask? Song Qian couldn't suppress a chuckle. Who told you I donned the mask to woo women? If not for that purpose, could it be to evade enemies? Yi Ernyo retorted. How did you deduce that? You must have the instincts of a worm. Song Qian smirked, begrudgingly admiring Yi Ernyo's imagination. Is it truly to evade foes? Yi Ernyo questioned, skeptical that in the Xian dynasty, which power would dare pursue the general of Wu City? Very well, I did purchase it to charm the ladies. Song Qian admitted, it cost me 18 mountains of gold. Is it not exceptionally refined? Upon witnessing Yi Ernyo's expression of cunning, Song Qian feared he might inadvertently reveal the truth of his circumstances. He hastily claimed that the mask was indeed for courting. What extravagance! Spending 18 mountains of gold on a mere mask, Yi Ernyo exclaimed, astonished. However, if it succeeds in winning over 2 stunning beauties, it would indeed be worthwhile. Recalling the moment when Song Qian rode the wind-chasing thunder steed, accompanied by the 2 beauties, Ouyang Yuer and Yi Shuang, as they soared over the Zhantianwu platform, he felt a rush of exhilaration. Qian Ge, where did you procure this exquisite mask? I, too, wish to have my father purchase one for me. Next time, let us discuss it. For now, let us focus on the competition. As half an hour passed, the first grand match concluded, and without surprise, Wei Long triumphed overall, claiming the top honor. Congratulations to the master of Zhantianwu City, Wei Long, for winning the first grand match. Inside the Golden War Chariot, Ouyang Tianxia smiled faintly at the news, remarking, there is truly nothing remarkable about this. Wei Long's strength is on an entirely different level from the others. I in agreement. The Right Minister added, the general's unparalleled prowess guards the frontier. Hence, the other second-in-commands from the 8 ancient cities are naturally no match for him, since the establishment of the Wu City. Its master has been the strongest among the ancient cities. Aside from the city lord, however, Zhantian ancient city is an anomaly. The strength of its master cannot be said to far surpass that of the city lord, but rather, it can be described as an effortless domination. Indeed, Ouyang Tianxian nodded, concurring with the Right Minister's assessment. He is merely a few years older than Gudu. Otherwise, Wei Long would be the ideal husband for Ting Lan. Ouyang Tianxia lamented softly, resigning himself to placing his hopes on the general's match or the soldiers' contest. Chapter 46. A disastrous return. The second grand match ensues. The contest among generals. Zhantianwu City faces off against Jiudu Wu City. As the left minister's voice echoed, a youth wielding a Fang Tianhuaji emerged from Jiudu Wu City. Jiao Hongda, a formidable presence on the Xian list, upon witnessing the participant from Jiudu Wu City. Song Lang and Tian Feng were left astounded. What extraordinary fortune it was to encounter a contender from the Xian list in the very first match, at the tender age of 25. He possessed a cultivation level reaching the late stage of the 4th realm, surpassing numerous seasoned warriors to secure the 72nd position on the Xian list. Jiao Hongda's Fang Tianhuaji was said to have the power to shatter clouds with a single strike, demolish mountains with another, and slay great demons of the 4th realm. With such a prodigy, Jiudu City was undoubtedly determined to seize victory in this contest among generals. Alas, the misfortune befell Zhantian Wu City. Just as their great general had claimed the title of Wu City Master, his soldiers could not continue this legacy. Alas, this is fate. Shall you go first, or shall I? Observing Tian Feng's hesitation, General Song Lang inquired. After a moment of contemplation, General Tian Feng replied, "You possess a top-tier martial vein, which is our Wu City's trump card. I shall take the lead. Very well. Do ensure your safety, should you find yourself at a disadvantage. Do not hesitate to concede," Song Lang urged, affirming, "Xiao Hongde is a formidable warrior on the Xian list. No one would mock you for conceding. Pray tell, where is the general of Zhantian Wu City? Has he not yet ascended? Is he perhaps intimidated?" On the Zhantian Wu platform, Jiao Hong taunted towards the Zhantian Wu City, "If your leader fears my Fang Tian Huaji, he may concede at once. Let us not waste anyone's time." Wei Long and the master of Jiudu Wu City had nearly engaged in a life-and-death struggle over a courtesan in their youth. But ultimately, through the persuasion of Ouyang Tian Xia, they had come to an understanding. Ironically, the recent duel between the masters of Wu cities was precisely between Zhantian Wu City and Jiudu Wu City. Wei Long, while generally maintaining a degree of respect for the other masters, showed no restraint against the master of Jiudu Wu City. Upon entering the ring, he unleashed a powerful strike, sending his opponent flying from the platform. Securing an effortless victory. Of course, this could not be construed as the great general being petty or vengeful, faced with a rival who would not strike with force. However, Wei Long's blow was rather severe, leaving his opponent gravely injured and spitting blood, nearly incapacitated. Observing this scene from within the Golden War Chariot, Ouyang Tian Xia could not help but exclaim, after enduring for 13 years, Wei Long's single strike has finally found its mark on Dugu Nanli. Having suffered a setback in the contest among the masters of Wu cities, Dugu Nanli now sought to regain his honor in the contest among the soldiers. No, it was not merely about redemption. Dugu Nanli intended to return the favor tenfold. Before entering the fray, Jiao Hongde received but 8 words: "Do not hold back. Fight with all your might." And thus, the battle commenced. General Tian Feng, wielding the Qi Feng long spear, ascended the stage to face Jiao Hongde. "Ha ha!" Jiao Hongde scoffed at the sight of General Tian Feng. "After all this hesitation, you send forth a mere mid-stage 4th realm girl to fight? Your Zhantian Wu City's warriors lack strength, yet excel in opportunism. Little girl, I now offer you the opportunity to concede. Otherwise, I shall make you wish you had. After all, I have been ordered to incapacitate any Zhantian Wu City warrior I encounter." Xiao Hongde, brimming with arrogance, spoke with such bravado, yet paired with his status as a formidable warrior on the Xian list, none deemed him arrogant or disrespectful. They merely regarded it as youthful exuberance and spirited ambition. "Let us battle. Your words are tiresome." Unable to tolerate Jiao Hongde's incessant prattle, General Tian Feng brandished her Qi Feng long spear and was the first to strike. Step by step, she advanced. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With each stride, she executed a series of 7 steps, each more enigmatic than the last, evading precise judgment. This was the 3rd-grade footwork, 7 steps of the wandering dragon. Fully aware that she could not match Jiao Hongde in a head-on confrontation, General Tian Feng resorted to cunning tactics, seeking an opportunity for a surprise attack, hoping for a slender chance of victory. Yet, in the face of absolute strength, all schemes and stratagems appeared futile. Jiao Hongde dismissed the underhanded tactics employed by General Tian Feng with a sneer. Drawing upon his inner energy, he channeled it entirely into his Fang Tian Huaji, declaring, "Receive my strike, and I shall sweep away 1,000 troops." As the Fang Tian Huaji was swung, countless whirlwinds erupted on the battlefield, all converging upon General Tian Feng in a deadly assault. Although the 7-step dragon dance was ever-changing and elusive, faced with the nearly omnidirectional hurricane attacks, General Tian Feng found himself with no means of evasion, compelled instead to brace against the onslaught with his Qifeng spear. Clang, clang, clang. Each whirlwind that struck the Qifeng spear resonated with a sharp sound, causing General Tian Feng to be pushed back several meters with each impact. Unable to execute his agile maneuvers due to the relentless hurricane assault, an opening presented itself for Jiao Hongde. Seizing the moment, Jiao Hongde withdrew his spear, opting to abandon a direct confrontation. Instead, as General Tian Feng defended against the whirlwinds, he swiftly darted behind him, bringing the Fangtian Huaji crashing down with a fierce roar. Die! With a swift motion, the razor-sharp tip of the spear sliced through the general's crimson attire. Strangely, however, it inflicted no genuine harm, leaving merely a faint scratch. A soldier may be slain, but not humiliated. General Tianfeng understood well that this was an affront, a humiliation inflicted by Xiao Hongde. You have gone too far. Suffer my spear. And behold the shattering of stone. With a thunderous shout, he seized the opportunity, thrusting the chiefing spear upward while unleashing his ultimate technique, the spear-shattering art of the fourth tier. The tip of the spear glimmered with a white light, as if it could tear through the veil of night and usher in dawn. Clang! Xiao Hongde reacted with remarkable swiftness, yanking the Feng Tianhuaji back just in time to counter this lethal strike. The clash of the weapons sparked a brilliant shower of flames that a mere woman can withstand 3 strikes under my hand. That is already a remarkable feat. You may boast of this for a year upon your return to your martial market. Having toyed long enough, Xiao Hongde was ready to reveal his true strength and put an end to General Tianfeng. Have you heard of the Earth's spiritual energy? Before the words had fully escaped his lips, a dense, golden-yellow aura materialized in his palm, instantly amplifying his power manifold. Boom! General Tianfeng was propelled back thousands of meters by this overwhelming force, crashing against the spectator stands and raising a cloud of dust. Blood filled General Tianfeng's throat as he coughed violently, a mixture of blood and viscera escaping his lips. Xiao Hongde's spiritual energy was, astonishingly, a unique form of energy that had never been heard of before. It became clear why he could overpower seasoned champions and ascend the ranks of the Xian list. Truly, the judo martial market had birthed a prodigious talent, with no time to heed the idle gossip from other martial markets. The warriors of the Zhantian martial market rushed forward to assess the situation. Upon examination, they discovered that, aside from suffering severe internal injuries, General Tianfeng's limbs and meridians had also been shattered by the formidable internal force. Hongde, you have gone too far. In the martial competitions, one must adhere to the principle of moderation. To inflict such grievous harm upon General Tianfeng, shattering his organs and severing his limbs, is truly the act of a heartless villain. After evaluating General Tianfeng's injuries, the warriors of the Zhantian martial market hurled vehement reprimands at him. Moderation? Xiao Hongde scoffed. Your great general was unrestrained against our martial market master. I merely returned the favor in kind. To criticize another for lacking skill while failing oneself is truly the height of absurdity. Are the warriors of the Zhantian martial market nothing but a collection of spineless gluttons, save for your Tianwu general? Ha ha ha. His words ignited a wave of laughter from the assembled warriors of the other 7 martial markets. I have never encountered such arrogance in my life. I shall take his head as a trophy. The general of the Songlong could hardly contain himself, eager to step into the fray against Xiao Hongde. Suddenly, a hand rested upon his shoulder. Do not forget, we fight to protect the 3. The hand belonged to Song Qian, who had anticipated that Tianfeng would not be a match for Xiao Hongde, yet was taken aback by the latter's brutality. With shattered organs and severed meridians, such grave injuries would require at least 3 months of recuperation, even under the best medical conditions of the martial market. While Song Qian was indignant at Xiao Hongde's actions, he felt no sympathy for the severely injured General Tianfeng, for the calamity had been of her own making. Arrogant and conceited, believing herself invincible, she had sought to pressure the general for the first strike. Now, having met such a fate, much of the blame lay squarely upon her own shoulders, injured as one of our own. And you still speak of protecting the 3, Qiansong, do you possess no conscience? At these words, the Songlong general erupted, turning his ire upon Song Qian. Did we not simply vie for your first strike? Must you hold such a grudge? Besides, without the 2 of us, you would be the one lying here now. Your Zhantian martial market has produced a worthless ingrate like you. This is a disgrace to our cause. In response, Song Qian's expression remained unperturbed, undistracted by the venomous words thrown at him. With calm eyes, he gazed steadily at the Songlong general, who felt a chill creep down his spine. What are you getting at? Nothing of consequence. I merely offer a word of advice. Whether you heed it or not is your own choice. After a lengthy pause, Song Qian finally spoke again. Moreover, had you possessed the strength to ensure victory over Xiao Hongde, no one would have impeded you. Alas, you lack such prowess. Thus, stepping into the arena would only serve to humiliate yourself. With that, Song Qian turned and slowly returned to the ranks of the White Dragon Cavalry. Just before departing, as if recalling something, he pivoted back to the Songlong general and added, furthermore, no one has compelled your first strike. This is all of your own making. Above, Wei Long observed the farce with silence, keen to witness how Song Qian would turn the tide and seize victory, fulfilling the promise he made. A bunch of useless fools. With disdain, Xiao Hongde regarded the disarray of the Zhantian martial market. He could scarcely comprehend how such a thoroughly inept martial market had been designated by His Majesty as the foremost among the 9 armies. In the first match of the generals, Xiao Hongde of the Judu martial market triumphs. Left Chancellor, what is your opinion of Xiao Hongde? Ouyang Tianxiao inquired. Observing Xiao Hongde on the martial platform, as the spouse of Princess Tinglan, how should one regard him? Replying to your Majesty, while Xiao Hongde possesses remarkable martial talent, he is excessively arrogant. He pales in comparison to Beta Wusher's He Yuan, who is modest and reserved. Both are of similar age and rank among the Xian list. Yet He Yuan's standing exceeds Xiao Hongde's by a considerable margin. Were your Majesty to seek a suitable match for the princess, He Yuan would be the ideal choice. The left chancellor prostrated himself, articulating his thoughts clearly. Your words are misguided, for in my view, He Haochen of the Qixing martial market is far more suitable for Princess Tinglan at this juncture. The right chancellor interjected, advocating for a protege of his own. What of Muronghaifeng, who ranks 18th on the Xian list, while you both recommend your protege? The Minister of War also chimed in. Since you both are endorsing your protege, I propose that Dongjun Wusher Sikong Yangbo is also a contender, and I shall not entertain any objections. Within the Golden War chariot, the left and right chancellors, along with the Minister of Rights and the Minister of War, all powerful figures within the Xian dynasty, were embroiled in a heated debate over their respective proteges. Silence. Ouyang Tianxia, evidently irritated by the clamor, issued a reprimand. Thud. Even the mightiest of ministers fell to their knees in submission. Is there no one among you who holds the Zhantian martial market in esteem? Observing the prostrate officials, Ouyang Tianxia continued, I have heard whispers that within their martial market, a prodigious talent has emerged. What kind of talent? The old minister, surprised, inquired, I have not heard of this. Please enlighten us, your Majesty. The reason I refer to this individual as a prodigy, rather than a genius, is that their exceptional quality lies not in martial prowess, but in formations. Ouyang Tianxia recalled a recent message he received from Wei Long, reporting the emergence of an unparalleled talent within his martial market. Formations? Pray tell, is this individual notable for their extraordinary mental acuity? The right chancellor asked. It seems that their mental acuity is quite commendable, perhaps at the 11th or 12th tier, but that is secondary. The crux of the matter is that this individual has crafted 2 unparalleled military formations in a single night. Military formations? Upon hearing this, shock spread across the faces of the gathered officials, for an 11th or 12th tier mental acuity was truly remarkable. Your Majesty, should this individual reach their full potential, I believe their achievements will rival even those of the Tianwu general. Ouyang Tianxia pondered, resting his chin on his hand, though I wonder about their martial prowess. Chapter 47, The Power of a Dragon. In the second match, the Jinhong martial market faces the Songhai martial market. In the third match, the Juling martial market contends against the Qixing martial market. In the fourth match, the Beidou martial market challenges the Dongjun martial market. After a series of matches, the battles among the prodigies were undoubtedly thrilling. However, within the Golden War chariot, Ouyang Tianxia found himself utterly disinterested at this moment. He was solely eager to witness the prowess of the extraordinary talent that Wei Long had spoken of. Observing the scene, the left prime minister discreetly rearranged the original order of appearances before taking the stage. In the 7th match, the Zhantian martial city faced off against the Qixing martial city. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Ouyang Tianxia's eyes as he looked at the left prime minister on the platform, silently praising, truly worthy of being a veteran of 3 reigns. He has captured my favor. The representative of Qixing martial city, He Haochen, ranked 81st on the upper Xian list, stepped forth, while Zhantian martial city sent forth General Songlong for the contest, before departing. Wei Long had specifically warned him, be cautious of He Haochen's hands. They are his trump card for ascending the upper Xian list. Thank you for the reminder, General. General Songlong nodded slightly, then took to the stage wielding a 4th-grade low-tier purple thunder spear. However, upon seeing the representative from Zhantian martial city, Ouyang Tianxia's fleeting interest vanished completely. Observing this development, the left prime minister pondered briefly before commenting, Your Majesty, this old minister believes that such sequential matches may not yield 3 champions before sunset. Oh. In response, Ouyang Tianxia expressed keen interest. What do you propose? I suggest that we establish 2 martial platforms, allowing 2 battles to occur simultaneously. This way, time will surely suffice, the left prime minister replied. Well said. I had the very same intention. With that, Ouyang Tianxiao struck the armrest of his dragon throne with vigor. Swish! A beautifully crafted small dragon seal flew forth and landed steadily before the left prime minister. This seal was named 9 Dragons Suppressing the Earth Seal. It is a 5th-grade low-tier treasure. Once infused with spiritual energy, it can transform into a platform rivaling the Zhan Tian martial platform. Let us use this seal as the arena for the second match. Your command shall be obeyed, the left prime minister responded, then departed the golden war chariot with the 9 dragons suppressing the earth seal. Before He Haochen and General Canglong could engage, he announced, due to time constraints, His Majesty has decided to add an additional arena, allowing for 2 battles to take place simultaneously. The 8th match will see Dongjun Martial City face off against Zhan Tian Martial City. With that, the left prime minister infused the 9 dragons suppressing the earth seal with abundant spiritual energy and cast it forth. With a resounding boom, an arena comparable to the Zhan Tian martial platform emerged into existence. It is said that the royal family possesses a treasure known as the 9 dragons suppressing the earth seal. Upon its appearance, it cast a shadow over the day, its formidable power capable of subduing mighty beings from the 5 realms. It seems clear that this colossal arena is indeed the legendary 9 dragons suppressing the earth seal. Utilizing a 5th-grade treasure as an arena for combat, it is no wonder the Upper Xian royal family is so affluent. The emergence of the 9 dragons suppressing the earth seal instantly sparked a flurry of discussions among those present. However, the individuals from Zhan Tian Martial City appeared quite perplexed. Wait. The battle between General Canglong and He Haochen hasn't even begun. Why are we up next? Has the left prime minister made a mistake? Silence. Wei Long interjected, signaling for quiet and clarifying. This is the emperor's decree. We shall follow accordingly and not engage in wild speculation. With that, Wei Long cast a knowing glance at Song Qian, as if indicating that he would be the one to compete in this match. Song Qian nodded slightly, then retrieved the 100 birds chasing the phoenix spear from his spatial jade core. The representative from Dongjun Martial City, Xikong Yanghua, was someone with whom Song Qian was somewhat familiar in the past. Song Qian, Song Lang, and Xikong Yanghua had been known as the 3 great prodigies of Dongjun Ancient City. Encountering an old acquaintance, Song Qian did not rush to attack. Instead, he inquired, "To what level have you cultivated your Jiui Xiangong?" Upon hearing this, Xikong Yanghua was somewhat taken aback and asked, "Who are you to know of my primary cultivation technique?" Zhan Tian Martial City, General Bailong. Song Qian first responded to the question posed to him, then added, "If you have not surpassed the 7th level of your Jiui Xiangong, you shall undoubtedly be defeated in today's battle." What? Sensing that his opponent was merely at the late stage of the 2nd realm, Xikong Yanghua found this utterly absurd. "You should concede now. You may still participate in the subsequent matches," Song Qian said earnestly. "A mere 2nd realm child, do not speak so arrogantly." Before he finished speaking, Xikong Yanghua brandished a demon-subduing staff, unleashing a 4th-grade mid-tier martial technique, instantly stirring the winds and clouds on the arena. The first move of the demon-subduing staff, gale sweeping the leaves, centered around Xikong Yanghua. A black tornado suddenly formed. "Kid, with this strike of mine, any warrior below the 4th realm will surely perish. You still have time to surrender." "Is that so?" A smile crept onto Song Qian's lips, and immediately, strands of purple flames flickered into existence in his hands. The first move of the flowing cloud spear technique, long sky breaking the clouds. Empowered by immense spiritual energy and the purest purple flames, what was originally a 3rd-grade upper-tier martial technique now exuded a momentum rivaling that of the 4th-grade demon-subduing staff technique, caught in the center of the black tornado. Xikong Yanghua, with his vision obscured, was unaware that Song Qian had already launched his attack. "Hey, what does your silence mean? Are you truly going to concede?" Xikong Yanghua continued to shout foolishly, oblivious to the fact that Song Qian had leaped several hundred meters into the air. In his grasp, the 100 birds chasing the phoenix spear glowed with intricate power inscriptions, ignited by the stimulation of the purest purple flames. That a total of 49 power inscriptions emerged, enhancing Song Qian's strength by approximately 5,000 pounds. To the spectators, Song Qian now resembled a purple fire phoenix diving downwards. Hearing the whistling sound of the spear overhead, Xikong Yanghua glanced up and cursed. "Damn it! A sneak attack." Despite his indignation, Xikong Yanghua instinctively raised his staff to block. The fire phoenix incinerates the heavens. As the black tornado made contact with the purest purple flames, it was instantly reduced to nothingness. The purest purple flames ranked 79th on the heavenly fire list. contained a power so pure that even the elusive wind, which counters fire, could be incinerated without a trace. Clang. The 100 birds chasing the phoenix spear struck the demon-subduing staff, producing a thunderous sound that nearly left the audience with ringing ears. Crack. Approximately a second later, a faint crack appeared on the demon-subduing staff, a third-grade premium weapon. Although devoid of spirit and inscriptions, its hardness was comparable to that of a millennium-old black iron. However, Song Qian's physical strength was already extraordinary. Capable of unleashing a terrifying force of 10,000 pounds with a full strike, further augmented by the 49 power inscriptions of the 100 birds chasing the phoenix spear, this strike, long sky breaking the clouds, was now nearly equivalent to the strength of a dragon. Even Xiao Changge, a formidable fourth-realm warrior whose physique had advanced from a mortal body to a martial body, could only withstand this dragon's might with severe injury but not death. Boom! Even the fifth-grade treasure, the 9 dragons suppressing the earth seal, trembled slightly. The fact that it could nearly shatter a third-grade weapon and still affect a fifth-grade treasure speaks volumes about the terror of Song Qian's strike. I concede. With veins bulging on his arms and his legs bending deeply, Xiao Changge gritted his teeth, forcing the words "I concede" from between his clenched jaws. Swish. The overwhelming spiritual energy and purest purple flames dissipated, and the 100 birds chasing the phoenix spear traced a perfect arc in the air as it was sheathed. Subsequently, Song Qian retreated several dozen meters and respectfully clasped his fists towards Xiao Changge, saying, "Thank you for the lesson." Thud. However, Xiao Changge showed no reaction. His legs buckled, and his eyes glazed over as he collapsed backwards. "I told you." Without breaking through the 7th level of your Jiui Xiangong and forming the Jiui Xian body, you simply cannot withstand my dragon's strength. Watching Xiao Changge being carried off the martial platform, Song Qian shook his head with a sigh, remarking, "Ignoring the advice of good people leads to misfortune right before one's eyes." Though unable to move, Xiao Changge still retained his consciousness. Upon hearing Song Qian's scathing lament, he was so enraged that he spat out a mouthful of blood before truly losing consciousness. Within the Golden War Chariot, Ouyang Tianxia, having witnessed the entire spectacle, murmured, "Second realm cultivation, strength of a dragon. Yet this is not his full power." Ouyang Tianxia understood that Song Qian possessed an 11th or 12th tier spiritual power, with formations being his true trump card. However, merely facing off against someone like Yangguo was insufficient to draw forth Song Qian's complete capabilities. Left Prime Minister arranged for this young man, named Qian Song, to face a strong contender from the Upper Xian list. "Your Majesty, this individual is only at the 2nd realm. Is it not excessive to match him against a champion from the Upper Xian list?" the left Prime Minister inquired. "In no matter. I simply wish to observe the full extent of this young man's abilities." Ouyang Tianxia waved his hand, signaling for the other to comply with his wishes. "As you command, my emperor." Listening to the exchange, Ouyang Tinglan, Ouyang Yuer, and Yi Shuang, who were observing from the main viewing platform outside the Golden War Chariot, were closely following the battle between Song Qian and Xiao Changge. Indeed, witnessing Song Qian's triumph over a 4th realm warrior despite their 2-realm disparity, even the discerning Ouyang Tinglan acknowledged his prowess. The sheer physical strength of this individual is exceedingly rare. Even within the Qingxian heavenly sect, Ouyang Tinglan had never delved into the realm of physical prowess and thus failed to recognize that Song Qian's strength was akin to that of a dragon. She attempted to compare him with the prodigies from the Qingxian heavenly sect but soon realized that he was indeed exceptional. A mischievous grin spread across Yi Shuang's face as she remarked, "Tinglan, my father mentioned that His Majesty convened this grand martial gathering of the 9 armies to help you select a worthy suitor. I believe that young Master Qian Song would be a splendid match for you. And rest assured, neither Yuer nor I would ever compete with you." With that, Yi Shuang playfully nudged Ouyang Yuer, asking, "Isn't that right, Yuer?" After a moment of stupor, Ouyang Yuer finally responded, "Indeed, indeed. Young Master Qian Song and you, Miss, are a match made in heaven, a stunning beauty and a promising young talent." Upon hearing this, Ouyang Tinglan pondered thoughtfully, considering the situation. "Well, that's not too bad." She mused that my initial choices were Beidou Han Yuan and Murong Hufeng, and now I can add Qian Song to the list. Subsequently, upon returning to the viewing platform of the Zhantian martial city, Song Qian knelt with clasped fists before Wei Long, exclaiming, "I, Qian Song, have fulfilled my duty and achieved victory in the first battle." Wei Long laughed heartily, saying, "You lad, possessing the strength of a dragon, It's no wonder you dared to make a military vow, claiming to compete for one while protecting three. With a sheepish grin, Song Qian replied. If I didn't have some genuine trump cards, I wouldn't dare to put my life on the line. Moments later, General Song Long surprisingly triumphed over Xiao Changge, ranked 81st on the Upper Xin list. Returning victorious, you two truly are the unparalleled talents of our Zhantian martial city. Wei Long observed Song Qian and General Song Long with evident satisfaction, thinking to himself, if the Upper Xian dynasty had more formidable warriors like these, what worries would there be about the so-called barbarian tribes? Brother Qian, that spear thrust of yours was simply magnificent, exclaimed one of the young talents from the White Dragon Legion, defeating a fourth realm opponent with such flair. Truly, you are a prodigy. Another chimed in, General, if anyone dares to question your strength in the future, just give them a taste of despair with a single strike. Upon his return, the young prodigies of the White Dragon Legion surrounded Song Qian, showering him with praise. Was that spear strike truly impressive? Song Qian responded with a composed demeanor. I felt it was rather ordinary. You haven't witnessed me at my peak. That was when I was truly remarkable. His playful tone suggested that he had already considered the young talents of the White Dragon Cavalry as friends. However, he couldn't fathom what was so commendable about defeating a mid-level fourth realm opponent. At that moment, General Song Long suddenly interjected with a taunt. Some people, though lacking in talent compared to my master, excel in sarcasm. Ye Erniu, emboldened by Song Qian's support, fearlessly countered the general's remarks that, you think your master is so extraordinary? What a joke. Song Long General, unfazed, coldly retorted. Even if your general possesses unparalleled talent, he remains merely a second-realm cultivator. Should he face a strong contender from the Upper Xian list, he would undoubtedly fall within 3 exchanges. Before he could continue, Wei Long shot him a fierce glare from above, silencing his words. Meanwhile, Ye Erniu was about to retort, but was restrained by Song Qian, who urged him to refrain, asserting that it was better to see who would ultimately prevail. Half an hour later, following intense competition, only 6 combatants remained from the numerous generals participating in the 9 martial cities. Jiudu Martial City, S. Jiaohongde, Beidu Martial City, S. Beidu Hanyuan, Longshan Martial City, S. Murong Hufeng, Songhai Martial City, S. Yang'o, along with Song Qian and General Song Long from Zhantian Martial City. It was Zhantian Martial City against Beidu Martial City. Jiudu Martial City faced Zhantian Martial City. Longshan Martial City contended with Songhai Martial City. To prepare for contingencies, the Left Chancellor had assigned 2 formidable contenders from the Upper Xian list to Zhantian Martial City, regardless of how Wei Long arranged the matches. Song Qian would inevitably confront one of them. Chapter 48. You have lost. Song Long General was set to face Beidu Hanyuan, while the White Dragon General was to contend with Jiaohongde. After hearing the Left Chancellor's announcement, Wei Long contemplated briefly before stating, leave Beidu Hanyuan to me. His strength surpasses Jiaohongde slightly. What do you mean by that? Song Long General felt greatly insulted. Qian Song, I've tolerated you for long enough. Do not think that a bit of talent grants you the right to belittle others. Even if I cannot best Beidu Hanyuan, it is not for you to swagger about. With that, Song Long General wielded his weapon and strode directly onto the arena to face Beidu Hanyuan, leaving Song Qian and Wei Long exchanging glances. Did I say something wrong? Song Qian spread his hands. Wei Long waved dismissively. It's fine. Don't mind him. That's just his temperament. Also, Jiaohongde isn't a pushover, so don't underestimate him. He was concerned that Song Qian would grow overconfident due to his dragon-like strength. Rest assured, I have it under control, Song Qian reassured him, then drew out the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear. I'm off. Wow. You folks from Zhantian Martial City are quite amusing. Just finished off a mid-level 4th realm opponent. And now you send someone of an even lower realm? Jiaohongde laughed upon assessing Song Qian's cultivation level. That you're only at late 2nd realm? With such a blatant show of leniency, does His Majesty not observe this? In response to the mocking, Song Qian merely smirked. Keep laughing while you can. As long as your mouth remains unbroken, you can still speak. But just wait until I knock your teeth out, you won't be laughing then. As Jiaohongde unleashed his 4th-grade martial arts, the aura of a late 4th realm warrior enveloped him. You boast boldly, but I truly wonder where your confidence stems from. Is late 4th realm really that formidable? Song Qian smiled slightly, his wrist twisting as the purple extreme pure flame eagerly awaited release. Behold my spear, mountains and rivers in a single strike. If you can withstand this move, feel free to keep boasting. Jiaohongde ceased his banter and rapidly advanced towards Song Qian. In a mere second, Jiaohongde was upon him. While Song Qian's eyes narrowed, seemingly indifferent, This lad planning to execute a formation for a decisive strike. Inside the Golden War chariot, Ouyang Tianxia discerned Song Qian's unusual behavior, concluding that he would not simply surrender. There was certainly a hidden agenda. What is young Master Qian doing? Why is he standing there motionless? Could it be that Xiao Hongda's speed is so overwhelming that he hasn't reacted? Both Ouyang Yuer and Yishuang felt their hearts leap into their throats at this scene. After all, Xiao Hongda was a formidable warrior on the upper Qian list, and a single blow from him was no jest. What game is this Qian Song playing? Is he attempting a last-ditch counterattack? Ouyang Tinglan pondered silently. Her thoughts mirrored those of Ouyang Tianxia. They both understood that Song Qian would not yield easily, yet they could not predict the manner of his counterstrike. Such an inexperienced lad. I merely unleashed a casual strike, and you've been rendered paralyzed, not daring to move an inch. Xiao Hongda, observing Song Qian's stillness, couldn't help but continue to mock. Has Zhantian Martial City run out of capable fighters, resorting to sending such a useless pawn? As he spoke, the tip of Xiao Hongda's weapon was mere millimeters from Song Qian's chest. In an instant, Song Qian sprang into action, his eyes flashing with determination as he roared. Now, reversing his wrist, he thrust the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear upward with great force. The sheer physical strength caught Xiao Hongda off guard, nearly disarming him. Whoosh! The spear narrowly grazed Song Qian's cheek, leaving no mark behind. The terrifying strike, paired with an abundance of spiritual energy, was effortlessly countered by Song Qian. Feeling the numbing impact reverberate through his arm, Xiao Hongda cursed. Damn it! What kind of monster are you? Your physical strength is utterly abnormal. Don't be in such a hurry to curse. It's not over yet. Noticing the opening in Xiao Hongda's defense, Song Qian smiled, unleashing the purple extreme pure flame. Boom. A torrent of searing purple flames erupted from his palm, aimed directly at Xiao Hongda's unprotected waist. Oh no. Xiao Hongda realized the impending danger. Whoosh. In an instant, he withdrew his weapon to defend, but it was just a fraction too late. Understanding the terror of the Xiao Hongda knew that if the purple extreme pure flame penetrated his waist, the outcome of this match would be sealed, and he would undoubtedly lose. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Xiao Hongda gritted his teeth, deciding to reveal his trump card. The Dragon Blood Martial Pulse's miraculous technique, Blood Chi transformation. With a resounding roar, a surge of immense vitality erupted from within him, devouring the purple extreme pure flame entirely. Whoosh! Xiao Hongda propelled himself backward, creating distance between them. I didn't expect that besides possessing the strength of a dragon, you also command a. With these two trump cards, it's no wonder you dare to challenge us fourth realm experts with your second realm cultivation. Xiao Hongda had witnessed Song Qian's recent battle and was aware of the formidable physical strength of his opponent. However, he had not anticipated that the adversary possessed the trump card of exotic fire. The Dragon Blood Martial Vein was a rarity indeed. In contrast, Song Qian's attention was drawn to Xiao Hongda's martial vein. Although the Dragon Blood Martial Vein was classified as a high-grade mysterious vein, it contained a trace of true dragon power. Henceforth, whenever he encountered treasures of the dragon race, he would be able to absorb and refine the dragon's power within, allowing for the advancement of his martial vein. A truly extraordinary vein. Young man, your ability to compel my martial prowess with your second realm cultivation is impressive. You are certainly stronger than that mid-fourth realm woman from earlier. Only by engaging in true combat with Song Qian could Xiao Hongda fully grasp the terrifying prodigy that stood before him. However, I am about to get serious. You will have no more chances. As soon as the words left his lips, a faint yellow spiritual energy began to permeate the air. This was Xiao Hongda's unique earth spiritual energy. It was precisely this energy that had rendered General Tianfeng nearly incapable of self-sufficiency with a single blow. The combination of overwhelming vitality and earth spiritual energy elevated Xiao Hongda's power to a new pinnacle. No way. Xiao Hongda possesses unique spiritual energy, and his martial vein is so extraordinary. How is this fair? Why does he have everything while I have nothing? The sheer power of both the unique spiritual energy and the Dragon Blood Martial Vein was formidable enough individually. Yet Xiao Hongda monopolized both. It was hard to fathom just how powerful he truly was at this moment. I finally understood why Xiao Hongda could overshadow a multitude of seasoned experts. Securing the 72nd position on the upper mysterious rankings, with all his trump cards revealed, Xiao Hongda swiftly became the topic of discussion among the onlookers, ranking 79th on the Heavenly Earth Exotic Fire list. The ZG Pure Flame drew the attention of Ouyang Tianxia, who focused intently on the purple flame in Song Qian's possession. No wonder he was able to break through Si Kung Yambua's black tornado. It turned out he wielded the legendary exotic fire on the Battle Heaven Martial platform. Song Qian narrowed his eyes and asked, "Is this all you have? Do you think it isn't enough?" Xiao Hongde retorted. "No, I was merely asking," Song Qian replied, shaking his head slightly. "Come, let me see your true strength." Xiao Hongde inhaled deeply, gripping the Fong Tian Hua Ji tightly. "However, your power has exceeded my expectations, so I must reveal my trump card ahead of schedule." As he spoke, the overwhelming vitality and earth spiritual energy surrounding Xiao Hongde surged into the Fong Tian Hua Ji. Dragon spear roars to the heavens. With a resounding dragon's roar, Xiao Hongde's figure vanished from sight. Not only Song Qian, but even the audience, who possessed a godlike perspective, failed to detect Xiao Hongde's movement. Vanished into thin air? Could it be? What kind of movement technique had Xiao Hongde cultivated to achieve such astonishing speed? Facing such an extraordinary opponent, the White Dragon general named Qian Song was in dire straits. Song Qian remained unfazed by the murmurs of the crowd. His terrifying 15th-tier spiritual power enveloped the entire Battle Heaven Martial platform. He concentrated intently, attempting to discern Xiao Hongde's exact location. After a while, Song Qian received both good and bad news. The good news was that, with his 15th-tier spiritual power, he had finally pinpointed Xiao Hongde's location. The bad news was that the technique Xiao Hongde employed with the dragon spear contained a trace of spatial mystery, allowing him to conceal his body within space itself. This was why the thousands of pairs of eyes in the crowd had failed to notice him. At present, Song Qian lacked the power to breach space, meaning Xiao Hongde was almost in an invincible position. Only if Xiao Hongde chose to strike could Song Qian counterattack. However, that would place Song Qian in a passive position, necessitating the search for alternative strategies. Eureka! Suddenly, an idea struck Song Qian's mind, and he conceived a plan of waiting for the opportunity. With a clang, Song Qian made a move that left the audience bewildered. He exerted force in his arm, driving the 100 birds toward the phoenix spear into the arena's surface. Then, he sat cross-legged on the ground, giving the impression of surrendering. "Forgive my ignorance, but is this a new type of offensive technique?" "No, this is not called offense. It is called giving up." The overwhelming power of Xiao Hongde rendered such a stance somewhat reasonable. Song Qian's bewildering maneuver sparked a flurry of discussions among the spectators. What exactly is this kid playing at? Not only were the audience members confused, but even the highly knowledgeable Ouyang Tianxia could not comprehend Song Qian's actions. Only Wei Long, among those present, grasped the essence of Song Qian's strategy of waiting for the right moment. This young man, what tricks is he up to? Observing this scene, Xiao Hongde, hidden within the spatial folds, was equally perplexed. Yet, as the saying goes, once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of a rope for 10 years. Having already suffered a loss at Song Qian's hands, Xiao Hongde dared not act recklessly this time. Time passed, minute by minute. On another platform, General Songlong clashed with Beta Haiyuan in a battle that extended over 1,000 exchanges. Ultimately being struck off the stage, Beta Haiyuan, embodying the appearance of a refined gentleman, smiled and said, "Thank you for the lesson. Damn it. I was so close to defeating you." Songlong's anger was palpable. "Beta Haiyuan, we shall fight again, and I will surely best you." "Oh, I was merely toying with you. With your strength, you don't even qualify to force me to reveal my trump card." After leaving a mocking remark for the oblivious Songlong, Beta Haiyuan turned and descended the stage. With the victor determined, there was no room for a rematch. It was important to remember that the Martial Arts Conference of the Nine Armies was a grand event attended by His Majesty. A mere Songlong general had no right to call for a redo. While the battle had concluded, Song Qian and Xiao Hongde remained exceedingly cautious, showing no inclination to attack. Another incense stick's worth of time passed, and Xiao Hongde, hidden in the shadows, felt his vitality and spiritual energy gradually dissipating. "That I can no longer wait. If I do, I shall undoubtedly lose. I must strike." With this thought, Xiao Hongde stealthily maneuvered to position himself behind Song Qian, preparing for a surprise attack. Even with the advantage of time and place, Xiao Hongde chose to ambush from behind, highlighting his level of caution. Finally deciding to make a move, Song Qian's lips curled into a slight smile. The psychological battle had ultimately led his opponent to crack first. "Qian Song, you were defeated." Xiao Hongde laughed heartily, raising the Fong Tian Hua Ji above his head and swinging it down. At that moment, even if Song Qian realized his peril and attempted to defend with the 100 birds toward the phoenix spear, it would be too late. Xiao Hongde's face bore the expression of a victor. You are ultimately no match for me. But just as the moment hung in the balance, instead of reaching for the 100 birds toward the phoenix spear, Song Qian produced the Xianzhen Dao pen from his robes. Channeling his 15th-tier spiritual power, Song Qian wielded the pen and began to trace intricate patterns in the AIR.I. In the next instant, powerful runes illuminated the space, activating a formidable third-tier formation. Xin bird unmatched. Ascend to the azure clouds, Song Qian intoned, and the formation in the void erupted with a brilliant white light. Then, a pure white Xian bird burst forth. Not good, faced with this sudden turn of events. Even the steadfast Xiao Hongde faltered. With a swoosh, the Xian bird surged through him, leaving a gaping wound in Xiao Hongde's body. The Fang Tian Hua Ji, infused with martial arts prowess and earth spiritual energy, halted mere centimeters from Song Qian's back, unable to advance any further. With a hum, Song Qian raised his hand and grasped the air, causing the 100 birds toward the phoenix spear to emit a piercing cry as it flew back into his grasp. With a swift motion, the spear traced a perfect arc in the air, its tip aimed directly at Xiao Hongde's brow. Xiao Hongde, you are defeated, Song Qian's voice, not too loud yet resonating like thunder, jolted the audience's senses. I can't be mistaken. This second realm white dragon general has actually triumphed over the 72nd ranked Xiao Hongde, a genius. This is the true definition of a genius. Overcoming 2 realms to vanquish a strong contender on the upper mysterious rankings. Such an unprecedented feat has never been seen before. The arena erupted into a frenzy, with cheers and applause ringing out in a continuous chorus. I have been defeated, on the Battle Heaven martial platform. Xiao Hongde felt the chilling pressure from the tip of the 100 birds toward the phoenix spear. It was only at that moment that he truly recognized his defeat. With a thud, Xiao Hongde's vision darkened, and he fell backward. Chapter 49, Beta Ha Yuan. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Song Qian sheathed the 100 birds toward the phoenix spear and returned to the observation area of the Battle Heaven martial city. Well done, young man. You have truly avenged me this time. Originally, during the decisive battle for the title of Master of the Martial City, Wei Long delivered a heavy blow to Du Nanli, avenging the grudge from over a decade ago. However, to his dismay, the opponent disregarded martial ethics, sending a lesser fighter to challenge him, and even resorting to brutal tactics. General Tianfeng was the perfect embodiment of this revenge. Wei Long, though seething with indignation, found himself powerless to intervene. The reason being that this was a conflict among the younger generation, and as the master of the Battle Heaven martial city, it was inappropriate for him to meddle in such matters, especially since he was also the Grand General of the Upper Xian dynasty. Should he personally step in to suppress the younger generation, the consequences would be dire. He would face public scorn at best, and utter disgrace at worst. Under these multifaceted circumstances, Wei Long could only allow the opponent to act with impunity. Yet this time, Song Qian had transcended 2 realms, decisively defeating the favored subordinate of the opponent. Du Nanli's mouth, already crooked from the previous encounter with Wei Long, was now contorted even further in anger. Not to mention, Song Qian had fulfilled his promise to contend for the top 3. As the victorious Song Qian and Bei Dohan Yuan firmly secured their places, it was only expected that the remaining spot would belong to Mu Rong Hifeng, Mu Rong Hifeng, a pinnacle figure at the 4th realm, the foremost among the younger generation of Longchan Ancient City, and ranked 18th on the Upper Xian list, was a formidable opponent. During the contest between Longchan Martial City and Songhai Martial City, Mu Rong Yifeng dispatched his adversary Yang O with a single strike, sending him tumbling from the stage. General, do you hold a grudge against the people of Jiudu Martial City? Song Qian, unaware of the history between Wei Long and Du Nanli, remarked, had you mentioned it earlier, I could have been even more ruthless. Not at all, this is quite satisfactory as it stands. You should rest now. I will take your place in the next draw. Wei Long waved his hand, signaling for Song Qian to take a break so that he could prepare for the upcoming contest for supremacy. With a nod, Song Qian complied. Below, Song Lang and Tianfeng exchanged complex glances as they observed Song Qian conversing amiably with Wei Long. Song Lang, how should we face Qian Song? The injured General Tianfeng inquired. Reclining on a specially designed bench, his expression a mixture of concern and contemplation. You ask me? I have no idea, Song Lang replied with a bitter smile. Who could have predicted that this young man possessed such extraordinary prowess, rendering even Xiao Hongde powerless against him? Had I known, I would not have vied for the starting position. With that, Tianfeng and Song Lang exchanged a knowing look, followed by a deep sigh. Are you two discussing me? Song Qian, having just stepped away from Wei Long, happened to overhear their sighs. The 2 men looked up, momentarily stunned, Unsure of what to say. Do you two still remember our recent wager? Song Qian cut to the chase. You both failed to secure a single victory in the contest for the top 3, which means, by the rules, you have lost. As per the agreement, what shall be your forfeit? What was inevitable had come to pass. There was no escaping it. Tianfeng and Song Lang resolved to appear magnanimous. As for the forfeit, Song Qian rested his chin on his hand, contemplating. General Tianfeng possesses a set of 4th-tier quality golden silk armor, and General Song Lang has a pair of windstorm boots. Yi Ernyo seized the moment to remind him. Oh, splendid, Song Qian exclaimed, his face lighting up with excitement. Yi Ernyo, your timing is impeccable. Hee. Yi Ernyo chuckled, scratching his head. Thank you for the compliment, Qian Ge. Observing the quiet exchange between Yi Ernyo and Song Qian, Tianfeng and Song Lang shared another glance, their expressions turning increasingly grim, as if to say, it's over, we cannot protect our prized possessions. Ahem. Song Qian cleared his throat and turned to face Tianfeng and Song Lang directly. I have made my decision. We shall claim the golden silk armor and the windstorm boots. Wow. Though they had mentally prepared themselves, the moment Song Qian stated his demands, both men were taken aback. To ask for 2 4th-tier spiritual treasures right off the bat. Was this what he considered not much? Was this a unit of measurement? Accept your loss graciously and swiftly present the stakes. We cannot afford to waste time. My lord must prepare for the contest for supremacy, Yu Ernyo urged, eyeing the two men as hesitants. It's just a pair of boots. I'll give them to you, so stop hurrying me. The most agitated, Song Lang, feigned indifference, shoving the windstorm boots into Song Qian's arms. Here is the golden silk armor for you. With Song Lang having capitulated, Tianfeng had no choice but to reluctantly part with his treasured golden silk armor, presenting it with a heavy heart, with 2 4th-tier spiritual treasures now secured. Song Qian and Yi Ernyo exchanged no hesitations and returned to the ranks of the White Dragon cavalry with wide smiles. Meanwhile, Song Lang and Tianfeng remained frozen in place. Lamenting, were our brains filled with paste? Why did we agree to such a ridiculous wager? That pair of windstorm boots cost me the bulk of my life savings, and I've never even worn them. My golden silk armor was a coming-of-age gift from my father. Above them, Wei Long observed the entire scene, shaking his head with a sigh. Had I known this would be the outcome, I would have acted differently from the start. Wow, the 4th-tier golden silk armor is said to withstand all attacks below the 5th realm, and those windstorm boots are impressive as well. With a surge of spiritual energy, they can unleash a burst of speed reaching 100 meters in an instant. After this bloody lesson, let us see who dares to provoke our esteemed general again. The young talents of the White Dragon cavalry buzzed with excitement at the sight of the 2 spiritual treasures in Song Qian's hands. Your Majesty, this young man is truly a prodigy. Inside the golden chariot, the left chancellor knelt before Ouyang Tianxia. Now only the contest for supremacy remained. Should we arrange for an even stronger opponent? The remaining Bei Dohan Yuan and Mu Rong Yifeng are no pushovers. There is no need for special arrangements. Let nature take its course, Ouyang Tianxia replied, his eyes narrowing slightly. You two, go fetch Princess Tinglan for me. I have questions to ask her. Shortly thereafter, Ouyang Tinglan was brought back by the 2 chancellors, who had coaxed her into compliance. What is it? She asked, her patience wearing thin as she gazed at Ouyang Tianxia seated upon the dragon throne. Seeing this, Ouyang Tianxia couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. In all the realm. Aside from his own younger sister, he could think of no one else brave enough to exhibit such impatience before the emperor. Pinching his forehead, Ouyang Tianxia tried to maintain his composure. He then pointed to Song Qian, who was watching from the Battle Heaven Martial City, and said, this individual, in terms of innate talent, is on par with us, and in the realm of mental fortitude. He far surpasses us. I dare to assert that, given time, he will achieve great things. What do you think? Ouyang Tinglan chuckled softly. Since your Majesty has already made up your mind, does my opinion still hold any weight? Song Qian's extraordinary talent had indeed impressed Ouyang Tinglan. Yet before the emperor of the Upper Xin dynasty, she was reluctant to show it. Ouyang Tianxia took a deep breath and said solemnly, I understand. You may leave now. After a brief interval, the 3 martial city masters, Zhan Tian, Bei Do, and Long Chan, ascended the stage to draw lots. Once the lots were drawn, they were handed to the left chancellor. Upon examining the lots, the left chancellor announced, the Battle Heaven Martial City will face the Bei Do Martial City. At this moment, Song Qian sat cross-legged on the ground, eyes closed in deep meditation. reflecting on the benefits gleaned from the previous two battles. After a while, he exhaled, silently acknowledging, "After these two encounters, my realm has solidified considerably. Just one more battle, and I shall fully stabilize before making my breakthrough." Noticing that Song Qian was still seated in meditation, Yi Niu called out, "Qian Gu, it's your turn to take the stage." "All right," Song Qian nodded, grasping his 100 birds chasing phoenix spear, and strode confidently onto the battle heaven martial platform. Beidohan Yuan, Zhantian Martial City Qian Song. The two, Beidohan Yuan and Song Qian, introduced themselves and clasped fists in mutual acknowledgement. With a black fan in hand, Beidohan Yuan smiled. "Young Master Qian Song, you certainly possess an impressive array of hidden cards. Having many techniques is never a burden." Suddenly, Song Qian shifted his tone. "In this world of the survival of the fittest, possessing more hidden cards means a greater chance of survival." Indeed, Beidohan Yuan nodded in agreement with Song Qian's assertion. "Your weapon is a folding fan?" Noticing the intricate carvings on the fan's handle, which bore 108 inscriptions, Song Qian recognized it as a fourth-tier treasure. "The martial competition does not specify the weapons to be used, does it?" Beidohan Yuan countered. "No such specifications exist." Song Qian replied, shaking his head. However, after a moment's thought, he added, "But I recall that during your previous duel with General Song Lang, you wielded a spear. He is he, and I am I, against someone like you. A spear would not be suitable," Beidohan Yuan explained nonchalantly. To be honest, I am known as a weapon prodigy, proficient with all 18 types of weapons. Therefore, I typically select different weapons based on my opponents. "Oh," Song Qian let out a soft exclamation, then murmured, "Using a fan as a weapon is indeed peculiar. Whether it is peculiar or not is inconsequential, as long as it can vanquish the enemy." "It is a fine blade." Beidohan Yuan possessed astonishing hearing. Even though Song Qian's voice was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, it reached his ears. "Take this. Hurricane Slash," Beidohan Yuan lightly scoffed, his ink fan swirling in his hand, infusing it with a torrent of spiritual energy that transformed into sharp gusts of wind, surging towards Song Qian. Flowing cloud spear technique, piercing the sky. Aware that this was merely a probing attack from his opponent, Song Qian chose to execute a third-tier spear technique. Clang, clang, clang. The hurricane struck the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear like a blade, producing a series of piercing sounds, swiftly taking advantage of Beidohan Yuan's moment of defense against the hurricane. He unleashed a fourth-tier movement technique, covering several meters in a single stride, arriving before Song Qian in an instant. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced rang out as Beidohan Yuan swung his ink fan downwards. The top of the fan bore a row of sharp blades. Should this strike connect, Song Qian would either perish or be left crippled. Sensing the chill by his ear, Song Qian calmly raised his palm and declared, "Purple Extreme Pure Flame." A surge of violet heat erupted from his palm, ice shattering the clouds. Faced with the legendary, Beidohan Yuan dared not be careless and swiftly retrieved a third-tier talisman from his robes. As spiritual energy flowed into it, the talisman transformed into an extreme chill, temporarily sealing the purple extreme pure flame. Seizing this opportunity, Beidohan Yuan brought the ink fan crashing down, targeting Song Qian's lower body. At this moment, Song Qian had already dispelled all the hurricanes and swiftly repositioned the spear for defense. Whoosh, clang. The sequence of actions, retracting the spear, defending, counterattacking, was executed seamlessly. The 100 birds facing the phoenix spear collided with Beidohan Yuan's ink fan, erupting with a sharp sound. Before the first strike could land, Beidohan Yuan immediately stowed away the fan, propelling himself forward several meters, and praised Song Qian, "Your reflexes are remarkably swift. Among the younger generation of the Upper Xin dynasty, they are indeed rare. Mediocre. It is your speed that is impressive, having surely reached the realm of gale speed, is it not? 100 meters in an instant, so-called gale speed." Beidohan Yuan had just demonstrated his movement technique, covering dozens of meters in a single step, achieving 7 or 8 steps in a heartbeat, precisely reaching gale speed. However, after undergoing the dual baptisms of the Eastern monarch's Upper Xian Qi and the chaotic Inyang Qi, Song Qian's speed had also seen a significant enhancement. Yet, he had not yet reached gale speed, managing only to cover 50 meters in an instant. Song Qian surmised that if he could seamlessly execute the falling stars chasing the moon technique, his speed would undoubtedly attain the realm of gale speed. "Very well. Then let me receive your next move." Bei Dohan Yuan ceased the mutual flattery and focused his energy, preparing to unleash a decisive strike. No, you have already attacked once. It is now my turn. Song Qian could never allow his opponent to strike without retaliation. Flowing Clouds Spear Technique. Flowing Clouds unmatched, infusing tremendous spiritual energy into the 100 birds facing the Phoenix Spear. He charged at Bei Dohan Yuan. A sneak attack. Seeing this, Bei Dohan Yuan displayed no sign of panic, even managing a smile. Do you truly believe I would foolishly stand here and let you strike? Not good. A sense of foreboding surged within Song Qian, prompting him to halt his attack and retreat. Yet, it was too late. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Vines burst forth from the earth, ensnaring Song Qian's feet in an instant, rendering him completely immobile. Young Master Qian Song, how do you find my green vine entanglement? This is the result of half a year's study under a master surnamed Tang. Observing his opponent ensnared, Bei Dohan Yuan was elated, wielding his folding fan to attack once more. Vines. Song Qian was taken aback. Are you not aware that vines fear fire? Chapter 50, 18 Shadows of the Body. Whoosh. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Qian raised his palm, and a wave of searing purple extreme pure flame erupted forth, crackle, crackle, accompanied by a sizzling sound. Within mere seconds, all the vines were reduced to ashes. I know that vines fear fire, but if they can bind you for even a moment, that is sufficient. Suddenly, Bei Dohan Yuan's voice rang from above. Song Qian looked up to see that the ink fan in his opponent's hand had inexplicably transformed into a long spear. Simultaneously, Bei Dohan Yuan revealed his two greatest trump cards, Dominant Spiritual Energy and Overlord's Martial Body. Both could significantly enhance a warrior's physical strength with the dual enhancement. The power of Bei Dohan Yuan's spear was formidable, reaching the might of a dragon. In contrast, having just escaped the vine's grasp, Song Qian had no time to evade and could only brace himself for the impending strike, his limbs slightly bent, arms secretly gathering strength. He channeled all his spiritual energy and purple extreme pure flame into the 100 birds facing the Phoenix Spear, activating the 49 power inscriptions. Taking a deep breath, Song Qian faced Bei Dohan Yuan's lethal strike with unwavering determination. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted as the spear tip collided with the shaft of the 100 birds facing the Phoenix Spear, the immense force causing the entire battle platform to tremble violently. Thanks to his formidable physical strength and meticulous preparation, Song Qian ultimately withstood Bei Dohan Yuan's lethal strike. The might of one dragon clashed against another, neither yielding an inch. The terrifying force radiated outward in waves, centered around Song Qian and Bei Dohan Yuan, dispersing in all directions. Just as the two were locked in a stalemate, unable to gain the upper hand, Song Qian was about to exhale in relief when Bei Dohan Yuan's mocking voice cut through the air. Did you think this is all I am capable of? Breaking the wind, slashing the waves. Before his words faded, Bei Dohan Yuan freed one hand and grasped the ink fan once more, unleashing a third-tier martial skill aimed directly at Song Qian's chest. Another one. Song Qian's gaze sharpened as he devised a countermeasure in his mind that he allowed the sharp blades at the tip of the ink fan to carve a deep wound into his chest. With the 100 birds facing the Phoenix Spear in hand, he swiftly countered. At this moment, Bei Dohan Yuan's power was significantly diminished due to holding both the fan and spear. Song Qian easily seized the opportunity to turn defense into offense. Ha! In response, Bei Dohan Yuan merely scoffed. Even if you turn defense into offense, what of it? You are but a severely injured body. You are destined to lose this match. Is that so? A faint smile graced Song Qian's lips as he echoed Bei Dohan Yuan's earlier words. Did you think this is all I am capable of? In the next moment, a mysterious pen appeared in Song Qian's hand, and with a surge of 15th-tier mental energy, a third-tier formation rapidly took shape. Demon Sealing Absolute Kill Formation. As the formation's runes illuminated, a surge of dread welled up within Bei Dohan Yuan. He intended to withdraw. However, he forgot that it was Song Qian who was currently on the offensive. If he truly chose to retreat at this moment, he would not even wait for the formation to complete. The 100 birds facing the Phoenix Spear hovering above would fall. Bei Dohan Yuan would be left with no escape. Even if he survived, it turned out he was merely waiting for me. At that moment, Bei Dohan Yuan finally comprehended Song Qian's intentions. With no other option, he could only brace himself to endure the formation's assault. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The formation completed, and sharp waves of energy ruthlessly battered Bei Dohan Yuan. His originally elegant white robe became tattered. Even his jade crown was knocked from his head. In this clash, the final outcome was that Song Qian bore a deep wound visible to the bone on his chest. While Bei Dohan Yuan sustained countless injuries across his body, a strategy of inflicting 1,000 wounds on the enemy while suffering 800 in return was something Bei Dohan Yuan had only read about in ancient texts. He never imagined he would encounter it in reality. As the final blows landed, the two were forced to retreat several hundred meters, creating a safe distance to prevent sudden attacks from one another. Breathing heavily, both men gasped for air, channeling their spiritual energy to staunch their wounds and prevent excessive blood loss that could lead to unconsciousness. Bei Dohan Yuan sensed that his spiritual energy reserves were nearly depleted. Realizing, I cannot afford to prolong this any further, a swift resolution is imperative. In contrast, Song Qian, benefiting from the terrifying transformation speed of the supreme divine sword Martial Vein, need not worry about depleting his energy reserves. Gulp, Bei Dohan Yuan swallowed hard, observing the beads of sweat on Song Qian's face. Yet the spiritual energy surrounding him showed no signs of waning. He could scarcely fathom that a second-tier warrior's energy reserves could surpass those of a fourth-tier warrior. Young Master Qian Song, I have one final trump card. If you can withstand it, this match is yours. Bei Dohan Yuan's azure eyes fixed intently on Song Qian. Let me guess, your final trump card must be your Martial Vein's divine ability? Song Qian, still panting, considered Bei Dohan Yuan's status as the foremost youth of Beidou Ancient City and the 49th rank powerhouse on the Upper Xian list. His Martial Vein was undoubtedly formidable, and it was only natural for him to possess a divine ability derived from it. Indeed, Bei Dohan Yuan nodded without reservation. My Martial Vein is called the Shadow Martial Vein. Shadow Martial Vein. Song Qian was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, he understood why Bei Dohan Yuan had devoted himself to mastering 18 types of weaponry. It seems you are aware of my Martial Vein's divine ability. Observing Song Qian's reaction, Bei Dohan Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he proclaimed, in that case, if you surrender now, it is not too late. Drawing a breath, Song Qian remained silent, merely taking a deep breath and tightly gripping the Bai Niao Chao Feng spear. Witnessing this scene, Bei Dohan Yuan sighed deeply, fully aware that defeat was inevitable, yet he couldn't comprehend the purpose of such futile resistance. The outcome is still undetermined. Both you and I have potential, Song Qian declared. Very well, since that is the case, I shall facilitate your choice. Realizing that persuasion was futile, Bei Dohan Yuan resolved to unleash his absolute power, aiming to defeat Song Qian with overwhelming force to secure victory in this contest. Shadow Martial Vessel's divine ability. 18 shadow clones. As the words left his mouth, Bei Dohan Yuan's shadow suddenly took on a three-dimensional form, then began to split continuously, 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, until the battlefield was filled with 18 shadow clones, each obedient to Bei Dohan Yuan. Each clone possessed 1/10 of his original strength. Furthermore, Bei Dohan Yuan retrieved various weapons from his storage ring, swords, spears, halberds, and other armaments, and distributed them among the shadow clones. Armed with these weapons, the clones were formidable enough to rival early-stage practitioners of the Fourth Realm. What was meant to be a straightforward one-on-one duel was transformed by Bei Dohan Yuan into an overwhelming 19-on-1 scenario. Chapter 51. Blood and Beast. Kill. With a booming command, the 18 shadow clones sprang into action. The rushing river and piercing clouds technique unveils. Without a moment's hesitation, Song Qian unleashed the second spear technique he had obtained from the 9-turn scripture tower, the tip of the Bai Niao Chao Feng spear. A majestic purple flame erupted as he swung forcefully, sending the flames surging towards the 18 shadow clones. With a thunderous roar, the purple flames scorched the heavens. The 3 foremost shadow clones were obliterated by Song Qian's relentless assault. However, the remaining 15 clones, in concert with Bei Dohan Yuan, closed in on him. From the front, back, left, right, and even from above, they encircled him thoroughly, leaving no room for escape. Song Qian was left with no choice but to wield the Bai Niao Chao Feng spear in a desperate defense. A mere pair of fists cannot contend with 4 legs, especially not in a 1 versus 16 battle. Soon, Song Qian was covered in wounds, his robe stained crimson with blood, with several injuries piercing through his entire body. Yet, even in such dire straits, he refused to concede. What are you clinging to? Bei Dohan Yuan questioned. Perplexed, victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. Achieving this level with only second realm cultivation is already astounding. Observing Song Qian's tenacity, Bei Dohan Yuan found it incomprehensible. I am not clinging to anything. I simply refuse to lose. The final syllable of lose erupted from Song Qian's lips almost as a roar. Suddenly, a muffled sound resonated within him. Song Qian had broken through. He reached the pinnacle of the second realm. A breakthrough? Bei Dohan Yuan was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized, "So you were using me as a whetstone?" "You've seen through me," Song Qian replied, revealing a chilling smile. Despite the silver mask, Beidou Han Yuan could sense the intense aura emanating from Song Qian. "Now, it is time for my counterattack." With a swift motion, a torrent of blood essence surged forth from the multitude of wounds on Song Qian's body. "Kill," he bellowed, as the overwhelming blood essence transformed into a colossal primordial beast, devouring the remaining 15 shadow clones entirely. This was Song Qian's bloodline divine ability, blood essence transformation into beasts. It bore a striking resemblance to Jiao Hong's dragon blood martial vessel technique. The sheer magnitude of Song Qian's blood essence was indeed rare in the world. Prior to acquiring the supreme divine sword, the Xian Yang martial vessel, his blood essence, and his innate mental strength formed Song Qian's three greatest trump cards. However, to harness his blood essence fully, one must reach the pinnacle of the second realm. When he first obtained the supreme divine sword, he had momentarily grasped control over his blood essence. "This is impossible. How can your blood essence be so dense?" Beidou Han Yuan was left in shock, unable to fathom such a powerful bloodline existed. "Surrender. There is no hope left for you." The primordial beast loomed ominously behind Song Qian, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. This child possesses a bloodline that defies the heavens, one that is exceedingly rare throughout history. Within the golden battle chariot, Ouyang Tianxia, who bore royal blood, couldn't help but exclaim, "Are you waiting for me to make a move?" Seeing Beidou Han Yuan frozen in place, Song Qian, losing patience, raised his left hand and pointed into the air, declaring, "Kill." The primordial beast transformed into a streak of light, charging towards Beidou Han Yuan, having depleted his spiritual energy and shattered all 18 shadow clones. Beidou Han Yuan now had no means to defend against the primordial beast's assault. "I concede." At last, Beidou Han Yuan uttered those three words. "I in the battle of the heavens, General Bai Long emerges victorious." At the moment Beidou Han Yuan admitted defeat, the voice of the left chancellor rang out, announcing the outcome of the contest. The audience fell into a profound silence, none daring to utter a word. They were utterly astonished by the spectacle before them, rendered speechless. That was Beidou Han Yuan, a leading figure of the younger generation in Beidou ancient city, who had just been defeated by a practitioner of the second realm. What had seemed a mere dream to many was now a reality brought forth by Song Qian. The astonishment of the crowd was palpable. "Woohoo! Brother Qian is incredible. The general's talent is unmatched, surpassing all of history. Who says our generation lacks prodigies?" A single silver spear shakes the world. As the white dragon cavalry began to cheer, the rest of the crowd soon regained their senses. A wave of discussion powerful enough to shake the heavens followed. "I have revealed all my trump cards, yet I am powerless against a practitioner of the second realm." Beidou Han Yuan descended from the platform, his expression vacant, murmuring to himself, "Why is this happening?" Meanwhile, Song Qian chose not to leave the stage but instead sat down, circulating his energy to heal his wounds. The intermission was brief, lasting only the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Song Qian had to seize every moment to restore himself to peak condition in preparation for the upcoming contest for supremacy. Left Chancellor, extend the intermission to 1 hour. Furthermore, here is a 4th grade recovery pill, which will aid in your swift recovery. Ouyang Tianxia squinted at Song Qian on the stage, privately pondering, "I shall see if you can overcome Murong Huffing with your defiance." The strength Song Qian had displayed thus far had already left everyone astounded. Yet he still needed to take that final step to secure victory. This final step would be the most challenging. Murong Huffing, at the pinnacle of the 4th realm, ranked 18th on the Upper Xian rankings, was undeniably the foremost among the younger generation of the Upper Xian dynasty. Should Song Qian triumph over such a formidable opponent, all that had transpired today would be etched into history. Old Minister, receive the decree. The left chancellor accepted the 4th grade recovery pill and stepped out of the golden chariot, announcing loudly, "His Majesty has decreed that in order to ensure a fair contest for supremacy, the intermission time has been extended to 1 hour. Child, this is a 4th grade pill granted by His Majesty." With that, the left chancellor approached Song Qian, his demeanor warm and amiable, saying, "If you can refine it within this hour, your injuries will be completely healed." "Thank you." Song Qian, maintaining a composed expression, accepted the pill bestowed by his sworn enemy. He then tilted his head back and swallowed it. The elixir entered his abdomen, and a wave of pure and gentle energy spread throughout his body. With the aid of the supreme divine sword martial vessel, just a cup of tea later, Song Qian fully refined the fourth-grade recovery pill. The results were as the left chancellor had promised. Nearly 300 wounds on Song Qian's body healed completely, leaving no scars behind. With a little less than half an hour remaining, I should strive one last time to see if I can break through to the third realm. Song Qian mused inwardly. After all, the opponent he would face next was none other than Murong Hufeng, ranked 18th on the Upper Xian rankings. Song Qian understood his own capabilities. Defeating Bei Dohan Yuan, ranked 49th, was already his limit. To surpass Murong Hufeng, he must break through to the third realm, by mastering true spiritual energy and merging it with the Insha energy within him to become Insha spiritual energy. He would stand a chance of victory. Chapter 52. Murong Hufeng. An hour later, bolstered by the 70% of celestial spiritual energy left from the previous refinement, Song Qian's cultivation reached the threshold of the third realm. Merely a step away from entering. Yet, he could sense that this final step could not be achieved solely through the accumulation of celestial spiritual energy. A catalyst was necessary. A combat opportunity. Qian Song. Have you recovered? As Song Qian opened his eyes, the left chancellor quickly approached him, inquiring, though an hour has passed, if your injuries have not fully healed, you may continue to rest. Through his observations of Ouyang Tianxia, the left chancellor had come to the conclusion that regardless of whether Song Qian secured the title of supremacy, he was destined to become the future consort of Princess Lan. After all, the terrifying talent he displayed was unprecedented throughout history. Seizing this opportunity, the left chancellor was eager to cultivate a relationship with him. Observing the slight confusion on Song Qian's face, the left chancellor added, "After all, what we desire is fairness and justice. Thank you for your concern, Chancellor." Song Qian first bowed respectfully to the left chancellor, then stated, "However, I am indeed prepared. Very well. Then I shall declare the contest for supremacy to commence." The left chancellor nodded slightly, then rose to face the assembly of the 9 martial cities, and declared in a clear voice, "The 9 armies will engage in martial arts, the second contest. The struggle for supremacy begins." As soon as the left chancellor's words fell, a figure clad in azure swiftly ascended the stage. Song Qian's gaze sharpened, and he silently mused, "The speed of a gale." From the audience, hundreds of meters away from the Battle Heaven martial arena, the figure had effortlessly appeared on stage, exhibiting a speed that undoubtedly reached the realm of a tempest. The newcomer was none other than Murong Hufeng, who clasped his fists toward Song Qian and declared, "From Longchan Martial City, I am Murong Hufeng." Dressed in azure, Murong Hufeng's complexion was pale, devoid of any martial aura, resembling more a scholarly youth than a martial artist. Should anyone encounter Murong Hufeng on the streets, they would undoubtedly mistake him for a fragile scholar, failing to associate him with the formidable figure ranked 18th on the Supreme Mystic list. This misapprehension stemmed from Murong Hufeng's extraordinary ability to conceal his presence. Even Song Qian, possessing 15th-tier spiritual power, could not discern his true cultivation level. While it was rumored that Murong Hufeng had reached the pinnacle of the fourth realm, Song Qian was not inclined to share that belief. Extracting his consciousness from the myriad of thoughts, Song Qian returned the gesture. "After this battle, your name shall resound throughout the Supreme Mystic. Do you have anything to say?" Murong Hufeng replied with a smile that was neither entirely sincere nor entirely mocking. At this, Song Qian's brow furrowed. Murong Hufeng's words felt oddly reminiscent of a final farewell. As if sensing the gravity of the situation, the left chancellor, who had been about to step down, suddenly turned back, his tone grave as he addressed Murong Hufeng. "In the 9 armies martial contest, one must know when to hold back. What does this mean?" With a steadfast gaze fixed on the left chancellor, Murong Hufeng exhibited not a trace of trepidation and even a hint of arrogance. "This is not my decree. It is the emperor's command." The left chancellor, acutely aware of Murong Hufeng's formidable background, realized that his mere rank as chancellor could not impose sufficient authority, thus resorting to invoking the emperor's name for pressure. Upon hearing this, Murong Hufeng relaxed slightly and replied, "I will act with discretion. There is no need for your concerns. You would do well to adhere to that." Having uttered this warning, the left chancellor hastily descended from the stage and returned to his golden war chariot. "Your Majesty, it is highly likely that Murong Hufeng intends to eliminate Qian Song. Should we?" Before the left chancellor could finish his sentence, the atmosphere inside the golden war chariot had become tense to the extreme. The cause lay in the presence of 2 influential ministers closely associated with Murong Hufeng. One was the Minister of War, and the other was the Right Chancellor, the former being Murong Hufeng's mentor, and the latter his uncle. "Your Majesty, though Yifeng is proud, He is not foolish enough to kill a royal prodigy under your very gaze. The Right Chancellor stepped forward to defend Murong. Indeed, Your Majesty, although my direct disciple hails from launch on ancient city, he has grown up in the imperial city, and you are most aware of his intellect. The Minister of War quickly followed suit, adding, I beseech Your Majesty, do not heed the one-sided words of another. On the dragon throne, Emperor Ouyang Tianxia's narrow eyes swept over the kneeling Minister of War, Left Chancellor, and Right Chancellor before he spoke slowly. My dear ministers, do not be hasty. Both Murong and Xiansong are exceptional talents of the supreme mystic dynasty that I certainly do not wish for either to be harmed. Coincidentally, I possess 2 protective talismans that can shield the bearer from a single fatal wound. Once one of the talismans is broken, the duel must cease, or it will be considered an affront to imperial authority, and you all understand the consequences. Whosoever's talisman shatters first shall be deemed the loser. Murong, a leading figure of the younger generation in the supreme mystic dynasty, not only boasts a noble lineage but also enjoys the backing of 2 powerful ministers. Meanwhile, Xiansong, a remarkable talent emerging in the 9 armies martial contest, is supported by the formidable General Tianwu. Furthermore, after the conclusion of the contest, Xiansong is to become betrothed to Ouyang Tinglan, which makes him the emperor's brother and Law, the emperor of the supreme mystic. Ouyang Tianxia is known for his decisiveness in matters of life and death. Should anything displease him, he would not hesitate to eradicate entire families. Yet, faced with this decision, he could only weigh the pros and cons before opting for the most equitable resolution. Your Majesty is wise. The Left Chancellor was the first to respond, followed closely by the Right Chancellor and the Minister of War. With these 3 powerful ministers conceding, a silent conflict within the Golden War Chariot dissipated. Protective talismans? Song Qian regarded the talisman just granted to him with a puzzled expression. Could it be that Murong truly harbored intentions to eliminate me? Did he, after being discovered by the Left Chancellor, request 2 talismans from Ouyang Tianxia and alter the rules? Song Qian pondered silently. Conversely, upon receiving the talisman, Murong first smiled in disbelief, then summoned the sinister energy within him. With a crack, he crushed the talisman in his hand. Only the weak require such trinkets. I have no need for them, Murong declared nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, the spectators at the 9 martial cities likely felt no disconcertion, interpreting it merely as Murong pride as a heaven-born genius, disdainful of utilizing defensive artifacts. However, this scene sent shockwaves through the Golden War Chariot, leaving the attending ministers pale with fear. On the dragon throne, Ouyang Tianxia's previously amiable expression darkened instantly. Your Majesty, he foamed, ranked 18th on the Supreme Mystic list, finds it normal not to employ defensive artifacts against an opponent of merely second-tier cultivation. The Right Chancellor hastily interjected, attempting to justify Murong actions. Your Majesty, the talisman you bestowed was primarily to safeguard Xiansong's safety. Whether Murong possesses a talisman is of little consequence. The Minister of War concurred. Humph. From the side, the Left Chancellor's mocking laughter rang out. How amusing it is to hear you 2 sing in harmony. Any item bestowed by the Emperor is one that must be cherished. Today, Murong act of crushing the talisman is nothing short of an affront to imperial authority. The 2 chancellors had always been at odds. Now, with an opportunity to suppress one another, the Left Chancellor would not let it slip away, asserting, I propose that Murong qualification for the duel be revoked, and he be imprisoned in the dungeons, facing severe punishment. An affront to imperial authority deserves a heavy penalty. Ouyang Tianxia's brow furrowed. Seemingly swayed by the Left Chancellor's words, he was preparing to accuse Murong of treason when the Right Chancellor produced a token from his bosom, saying, Your Majesty, I urge you to think twice. Noticing the token in the Right Chancellor's hand, Ouyang Tianxia's eyes gleamed with interest. Right Chancellor, what token do you hold? At this, the Right Chancellor smiled and explained. Your Majesty, this is a token entrusted to me by the Empress, wishing to surprise you. Your Majesty, you may examine it personally. The Right Chancellor stepped forward, presenting the token to Ouyang Tianxia. Excellent. Splendid. Truly splendid. Ouyang Tianxia received the token and exclaimed thrice. His earlier displeasure completely dissipated. Murong, as the foremost prodigy of the supreme mystic dynasty, is entitled to a little arrogance. Then, Ouyang Tianxia shifted his tone, stating, crushing a protective talisman is of no great consequence. The Left Chancellor's eyes narrowed as he discreetly cast a glance at the token in Ouyang Tianxia's hand. He was eager to discover what treasure could cause such a dramatic shift in the Emperor's stance. Tianyan, the moment the left chancellor discerned the two characters inscribed on the token, he was drenched in cold sweat at that moment. He finally understood why Ouyang Tianxia had transformed his wrath into joy. Granting Murong Hefeng a pardon. On the battle heaven martial arena, Murong Hefeng looked at Song Qian, who clutched the protective talisman tightly. He smiled and said, "Brother Qian, such items are only needed by the weak. You should rid yourself of it lest you become a source of ridicule. It would be better to follow my example and crush it outright." Heh, Song Qian chuckled lightly and responded, "Why would I destroy a treasure capable of withstanding a fatal blow? Do you think me foolish? Then let us engage in battle." Murong Hefeng ceased any further banter, swiftly drawing forth a black spear, executing a profound and intricate footwork as he charged towards Song Qian. Flowing clouds break army. In response, Song Qian, wary of the confrontation, unleashed the strongest technique of the flowing cloud spear art. Wielding the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear, he transformed into a streak of light, hurtling toward Murong Hefeng, seeking a direct clash. Boom! A resounding sound echoed through the arena as the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear pierced through Murong Hefeng's form. Song Qian's brow furrowed, unable to believe how effortlessly he had struck. Swish! In the next instant, the pierced Murong Hefeng gradually dissipated into a wisp of breeze, vanishing into the ether. Not good. It was merely an afterimage. Realizing this, Song Qian's heart sank, and he sensed the genuine attack from Murong Hefeng closing in. Swish! The black spear thrust from behind, piercing through Song Qian's body, the spear tip tainted with strands of sinister energy. Humph! Feeling the searing pain in his chest, Song Qian let out a cold snort. Then balled his fist, striking backward with pure physical strength, devoid of any spiritual energy or martial techniques. Boom! Once again, a resounding voice pierced the air. Song Qian, endowed with formidable physical strength, unleashed a punch that bore the weight of 10,000 pounds. While this might fall short of the power of a dragon by a fraction, it remained a truly terrifying force. Murong Hefeng, acutely aware of this fact, opted not to confront it head-on. Instead, he swiftly drew the Haisha spear, leaning back momentarily before hastily retreating. Thinking of escaping? Not a chance. As Song Qian's punch missed its target, he deftly drew the Xuanjin Dao brush, sketching an array in midair. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The third-tier array, the Wanyan formation, took shape. Boom! The battlefield of Zhantian erupted with a deep chasm, from which sharp rock spikes burst forth, adorned with flickering purple flames. Song Qian had ingeniously fused the pure purple flame with the array, resulting in an immensely powerful attack. How intriguing! The moment Murong Hefeng felt the ground tremble, he soared into the air, two black wings sprouting from his back. With these wings, he could glide through the heavens. Were those wings a form of martial technique? Nonsense. They were none other than the renowned black mysterious wings of Longchan Ancient City. With a quality rating of Tier 4, these wings enabled a warrior to traverse the air effortlessly. In the 9 Armies Martial Assembly, the use of any auxiliary devices other than weapons was strictly prohibited. Lord Left Chancellor, how can you turn a blind eye to Murong Hefeng's blatant cheating? Observing Murong Hefeng evade Song Qian's lethal strike with the black mysterious wings, the spectators of Zhantian voiced their discontent. Upon hearing their grievances, the Left Chancellor glanced towards Ouyang Tianxia within the Golden War Chariot. Ouyang Tianxia, after a moment of contemplation, slightly shook his head. Recognizing the formidable nature of that token, the Left Chancellor reluctantly chose to overlook the situation. Surely not. Left Chancellor, the referee. How can you allow this blatant cheating to persist during the 9 Armies Martial Assembly? The Left Chancellor's disregard ignited even stronger complaints from the crowd. Wei Long fixed his gaze on the Golden War Chariot, understanding that this was not the Left Chancellor's decision, but rather Ouyang Tianxia's. Was Murong Hefeng possibly backed by that powerful faction? Returning to the battlefield, Song Qian clutched his chest, desperately attempting to channel his internal energy to staunch the wound, but found it futile. Brother Qian, don't waste your efforts, Murong Hefeng declared from above. The Haisha spear carries demonic energy. Your true energy cannot hope to counter it. You might as well concede. If you lose too much blood and perish, you cannot blame me. Hearing this, Song Qian looked up and scoffed. Using the black mysterious wings to evade attacks during a duel, this is what you call the pride of the strong? How utterly ludicrous. At that moment, despite possessing a pair of wind-slicing wings that could also allow him to soar, Song Qian refrained from using them, as revealing such a treasure would expose his identity. The risk outweighed the reward. Such nonsense about the pride of the strong. Winning is all that matters, Murong Huffing retorted without hesitation. Moreover, if you had a flying treasure, you could use it without hesitation, and I would not utter a word against it. Humph, Song Qian sneered. Only the weak rely on external forces. As his words fell, a surge of immense blood energy erupted from the wound on his chest, coalescing into a pair of blood wings behind him. Initially, Song Qian had merely wished to experiment, but to his surprise, he succeeded in manifesting them. It seemed his bloodline harbored hidden secrets. He mused that the might of his blood energy surpassed even that of a fifth-realm warrior. If there were not some mystery behind it, he would not believe it even if he were to perish. With a whoosh, the blood wings flapped, and Song Qian transformed into a streak of light, rapidly closing the distance to Murong Huffing. Brother Qian, should I commend your talent or chastise your foolishness? Murong Huffing, undeterred, chuckled. Your body has already been pierced by me, and your blood energy is draining by the second. Instead of tending to your wounds, you dare to recklessly utilize your bloodline powers? Do you want to hasten your demise? Murong Huffing's mocking laughter echoed throughout the battlefield, and the others present nodded in agreement. Even if your bloodline, Qian Song, were extraordinarily powerful, granting you abilities like blood transformation beasts and blood wings, one's blood energy was ultimately finite. If you squander it without restraint, your only fate would be death. In fact, it wouldn't even require Murong Huffing to strike. Merely prolonging the battle until Qian Song's blood energy was depleted would render him vulnerable. As for my blood energy, there is no need for Brother Huffing to worry. Song Qian asserted with confidence, fully aware of his own vitality. The blood energy he had lost, combined with his exertions, amounted to less than a mere fraction of his total reserves. If you can last until my blood energy runs dry, I shall concede you possess true skill. With that, Song Qian brandished the 100 birds toward Phoenix spear in his left hand and clenched his right into a fist, enveloped in pure purple flame. The Xuanzhen Dao brush levitated at his shoot with a thunderous sound. The blood-red prison cage was shattered into a mist of crimson by the fist of the phantom of the demon soul, dissipating into the void. Ha! The recently freed Murong Huffing looked up to the heavens and laughed heartily, tauntingly proclaiming, Brother Qian, your bloodline divine ability is nothing remarkable. It cannot withstand a single punch from my demon soul phantom. In the next moment, Song Qian's voice echoed from behind. Oh, is that so? Chapter 54. Fierce Battle. Song Qian was acutely aware that merely relying on his bloodline divine ability could never confine Murong Huffing. However, if he could restrict his opponent and prevent him from utilizing the power of the black mysterious wings, Song Qian would seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack from behind. Flowing Cloud breaks the army. Dragon's Might. Purple Ultimate Pure Flame. 3 Absolute Kill Formation. With a single command from Song Qian, the 4 formidable techniques surged towards Murong Huffing. Not good. Demon Spirit. Block it. Realizing he had fallen into a trap, Murong Huffing's heart sank, and he hurriedly summoned the power of the demon spirit's martial body to withstand Song Qian's all-out assault. Boom! A deafening sound erupted as the 100 birds facing the phoenix spear was sent flying by the phantom of the demon spirit. Boom! Again, a tremendous roar echoed as the demon spirit phantom shattered the 3 absolute kill formation. Boom! Once more, a colossal sound erupted, but this time it was Song Qian's fist, enveloped in purple ultimate pure flame, that obliterated the seemingly invincible demon spirit phantom into nothingness. In a rapid succession of 3 booms, relying on the demon spirit phantom, Murong Huffing managed to shatter 2 of Song Qian's great techniques. Yet he ultimately succumbed to Song Qian's terrifying fist, imbued with the power of the dragon. Puff! Struck squarely in the chest, Murong Huffing coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. Purple Ultimate Pure Flame. Go! The fist, shrouded in purple ultimate pure flame, swiftly penetrated Murong Huffing's body under Song Qian's control. The purple ultimate pure flame rampaged within him, searing his meridians and bones, causing Murong Huffing's handsome features to contort in agony. You bully too much. Anger flashed across Murong Huffing's face that I only intended to toy with you. I had no desire to kill you. Yet, you have overstepped your bounds and shattered my painstakingly condensed demon spirit. As the possessor of the demon spirit martial body, Murong Huffing understood all too well the excruciating process of refining a demon soul. You shall pay the price. Eyes of the ghost. In the next moment, a dark aura enveloped Murong Huffing's black pupils. Gradually, it coalesced into 4 ghostly figures. Qi, Mei, Wang, and Liang come forth. With a concentrated gaze, Morong Huffing commanded the four ghostly figures to forcibly expel the purple ultimate pure flame from his body. Swish! The four black ghostly figures indeed managed to drive out the purple ultimate pure flame, ranked 76th on the heavenly fire list. Not good. Gazing at the four ghostly figures, Song Qian's heart filled with dread. In an instant, he withdrew the purple ultimate pure flame and commanded the Bloodwings behind him to retreat several hundred meters. The Bloodwings lacked the explosive speed of the black mysterious wings. With a maximum burst distance of nearly 300 meters, 100 birds facing the Phoenix Spear, Song Qian's eyes caught sight of the 100 birds facing the Phoenix Spear, which had been knocked away by the demon spirit phantom. Faced with Morong Huffing summoning the formidable Qi, Mei, Wang, and Liang through the eyes of the ghost, Song Qian dared not confront them directly with his bare hands that he needed to retrieve the spear first. Moreover, as the 100 birds facing the Phoenix Spear was a high-grade 4th-tier weapon, it contained 108 inscriptions. With the power of 49 of those inscriptions, Song Qian could unleash the dragon's might. Without the spear, Song Qian's strength would be significantly diminished. With renewed vigor, the Bloodwings flapped again, targeting the 100 birds facing the Phoenix Spear. However, Morong Huffing, not far away, would not allow him to succeed. Qi, Mei, Wang, Liang, attack. Pointing a finger into the air, the four ghostly figures transformed into four streaks of light, rushing towards Song Qian. Swish! In an instant, the four ghostly figures surrounded Song Qian completely. Damn it. Witnessing the spear so close yet unattainable, Song Qian could only curse in frustration. Swish! The black mysterious wings activated, propelling him 1,000 meters in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the 100 birds facing the Phoenix Spear fell into Morong Huffing's grasp. Without this spear, let's see how you contend with me. Song Qian remained silent, his gaze shifting between the four ghostly figures and Morong Huffing, contemplating a way to break the stalemate. Devoid of the 100 birds facing the Phoenix Spear, he could no longer employ his spear techniques or dragon's might. Fortunately, he had not lost the Xianjin Dao Pen, allowing him to deploy formations to turn the tide. Upper Yuan Annihilation Array. Having made up his mind, Song Qian formed hand seals and unleashed the high-grade 3rd-tier array, Upper Yuan Annihilation. This formation was the most potent he could summon with his 15th-tier spiritual power. It was also his final trump card. If he could not shift the balance with this array, then a series of pale yellow array patterns emerged, trapping the four ghostly figures and Morong Huffing within. Boom! Following that, a deafening explosion resonated in the air, and a yellow beam of light materialized at the center of the formation. Qi, Mei, Wang, Liang merged into one. Morong Huffing, unwilling to be outdone, unleashed a dark beam of light from his eyes. The black beam intertwined the four ghostly figures, and in the next moment, they began to fuse. Within mere seconds, a cataclysmic Ghost King emerged. Break! The Ghost King spoke in human tongue, extending a ghostly claw. Bang! The ghostly claw collided directly with the yellow beam, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion above the battle stage. Crack! Crack! Two shattering sounds echoed simultaneously. On the yellow beam, cracks resembling a spider's web appeared. Although the Ghost King's claw also sustained varying degrees of damage, it ultimately proved superior to the yellow beam. Ghost King Killing Palm. Realizing his attack had failed to breach the formation, the Ghost King felt a profound insult. He immediately summoned all his ghostly power, channeling it into this palm strike, striving to break the array. Rumble. With the palm unleashed, the heavens trembled, and everyone present experienced a sensation akin to their ears ringing. Crack. The already fractured yellow beam shattered under the Ghost King's overwhelming palm, and the Upper Yuan Annihilation Array collapsed. However, taking advantage of this opportunity, Song Qian had already made a swift escape, reclaiming his 100 birds facing the Phoenix Spear. Meanwhile, Morong Huffing did not remain idle. He did not attempt to prevent Song Qian from regaining his weapon, but instead focused his attention on the Xianjin Dao Pen, with a flap of the black mysterious wings. Morong Huffing closed the distance to Song Qian. You seek your own demise. Seeing Morong Huffing charge towards him, Song Qian bellowed and met him head-on with the 100 birds facing the Phoenix Spear. Flowing Cloud breaks the army. Once more, Song Qian unleashed the most powerful move of the Flowing Cloud Spear technique. Swish! In a flash, Morong Huffing evaded Song Qian's deadly strike. Then, extending a hand and accompanied by a surge of sinister demonic energy, he severed the connection between Song Qian and the Xianjin Dao Pen in a mere encounter. Puff! Song Qian had relied on his spiritual power to control the Xianjin Dao Pen. Now, with his opponent using the demonic energy to forcibly sever his control, Song Qian's spiritual power suffered considerable harm. under the dual assault on his physical and spiritual self. Song Qian could not hold back any longer and spat out a mouthful of old blood. Chapter 55. The Secret of Xianyang. With the Xianzhen Dao pen in hand, a slight smile curled upon Murong Huffing's lips as he remarked, "Boy, without this Dao pen, let us see how you deploy formations." The formations crafted with a mere wave of the hand were not only powerful but also unpredictable. Murong Huffing understood that to defeat Xiansong, he must first restrain his ability to utilize formations. Now that he possessed the Xianzhen Dao pen, aside from the spear techniques and dragon's might, Song Qian posed no further threat, possessing the demon spirit martial body, eyes of the ghost, and demonic energy. Your martial talent is rather surprising. Song Qian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, unfazed by the loss of the Xianzhen Dao pen, but instead astonished by Murong Huffing's terrifying potential. For an ordinary individual, possessing any one of the demon spirit martial body, eyes of the ghost, or demonic energy would suffice to become a dominating prodigy in their own right. This illustrates just how formidable Murong Huffing's martial talent was. Even compared to Song Qian, who had the Xianyang martial vein 6 months prior, he was not to be underestimated. Moreover, thus far, Murong Huffing had yet to reveal his own martial vein. This was the aspect that worried Song Qian the most. As the 18th ranked individual on the upper Xian list, Murong Huffing's martial vein was surely exceptional and capable of manifesting divine abilities. You forced me to simultaneously utilize the demon spirit martial body and the eyes of the ghost. Among the younger generation of the upper Xian dynasty, you are the only one. In response, Murong Huffing equally admired Song Qian's terrifying prowess. It was notable that Song Qian's current cultivation level was merely at the pinnacle of the second realm. Yet he had yet to step into the third realm and had not even grasped the spiritual energy. Even so, he had compelled Murong Huffing to reveal 2 of his trump cards to suppress him. Murong Huffing could hardly fathom what would transpire if they were to face each other at the same realm. He might not even withstand a single strike from Song Qian. However, suddenly, Murong Huffing shifted his tone, saying, "Having such high talent may not necessarily be a good thing. You know the name of the first prodigy of the previous dynasty. His name was Song Qian, possessing the legendary low-grade Earth-level Xianyang martial vein." "What do you mean to say?" Song Qian furrowed his brows, sensing something amiss in Murong Huffing's words. "What I mean to say is, a tall tree attracts the wind." Murong Huffing's eyes glinted with a fierce light as he declared, "I will not tolerate the existence of anyone within the Xiangshuan dynasty whose talent surpasses mine. Just as Song Qian was in the past, so too are you now." As he uttered these words, Murong Huffing gestured with his hands, casting a soundproofing spell that rendered the voices of everyone present inaudible. Song Qian coldly retorted, "You wish to kill me." "Not necessarily to kill," replied Feng with a hint of cruelty. "I merely intend to cripple your cultivation and destroy your martial veins, just as I orchestrated the downfall of the illustrious Song." "Orchestrated? What nonsense are you spouting?" Upon hearing this, Song Qian's gaze sharpened, and he immediately countered, "As far as I am aware, Song Qian's martial veins were taken by the current emperor, and you had no part in it. Do you think I am unaware?" "Huh." Murong Huffing let out a cold laugh. "You are correct. Indeed, it was Ouyang Tianxia who seized Song Qian's martial veins. However, this was all part of my scheme. Ouyang Tianxia was but a pawn in my game." As he spoke, a smug expression spread across Murong Huffing's face. Reveling in the thought that even the esteemed Ouyang Tianxia was merely a plaything in his hands, Song Qian took a deep breath. At that moment, he realized that the true mastermind behind the destruction of his martial veins was not only Ouyang Tianxia but also someone who had concealed their involvement even more profoundly. To prevent revealing any hint of his thoughts, Song Qian feigned shock. Yet, to continue the conversation, he wore a slight smirk and said, "Go ahead and boast. Ouyang Tianxia is a formidable figure at the 5th realm. Do you truly believe you can manipulate him as a mere pawn?" "Humph." In response, Murong Huffing let out a scoff, stating, "In terms of strength, I cannot directly treat Ouyang Tianxia as a pawn, but I can exploit human greed to control him. Have you ever heard of the secret of Xianyang?" "The secret of Xianyang?" Song Qian was momentarily taken aback. Among the myriad martial veins in existence, only 2 types of martial veins possess the essence capable of transforming others: the Tianyang martial vein and the Xianyang martial vein. The Tianyang martial vein has not appeared for millennia, existing only in legends. Currently, only the Xianyang martial vein remains. Whenever a Xianyang martial vein surfaces, it is sure to attract a throng of transcendent beings vying for it. Due to the remote location of the Xiangshuan dynasty, even with Song Qian's possession of a Xianyang martial vein, it did not create a significant uproar. Furthermore, 99% of the population within the Xiao dynasty was unaware that the essence of the Xianyang martial vein could induce transformation in other martial veins. Even Song Qian himself only learned of this after his martial veins had been crippled directly from the current emperor. Now, according to Murong Hufeng, Ouyang Tianxia had also been unaware of the secret of Xianyang from the outset. The first person to uncover this secret within the entire Xiao dynasty was none other than Murong Hufeng himself. 6 months prior, he had trained for a time in a force known as the Tianyan Temple. A superpower even stronger than the Qin Tianzong, one of the foremost entities across the 9 provinces. Within the temple resided the elite from all corners of the 9 provinces. And it was from this esteemed group that Murong Hufeng had learned of the secret of Xianyang. Subsequently, out of jealousy for Song Qian's possession of the Xianyang martial vein, he devised a scheme and revealed the secret of Xianyang to Ouyang Tianxia. This led to Ouyang Tianxia inviting Song Qian to the palace under the pretense of mourning the late emperor. Throughout the entire affair, Murong Hufeng remained in the shadows, never revealing his presence, to the extent that Song Qian, the victim, was oblivious to such a hidden mastermind. I accidentally divulged so much to you. And all of it is a secret to prevent the secret from being exposed. I must change my mind and eliminate you here on the Battle Heaven martial platform. After all, only the mouths of the dead are truly secure. Murong Hufeng wore a smile as gentle as spring, yet his words were chilling to the bone. During the martial gathering, in the presence of the 9 great martial city lords and the current emperor. Do you think you can kill me? Upon uncovering the truth behind the crippling of his martial veins, Song Qian clenched his fists, harboring a murderous intent toward Murong Hufeng. However, in such a public setting, he could not act. Thus, Song Qian sought to coax Murong Hufeng into revealing any hidden treasures. It is indeed unwise to act in front of them. But look at what I have. Murong Hufeng, true to form, took the bait and produced a scroll from his bosom. The Great Dreams Spring and Autumn painting, a 5th-tier treasure. Upon seeing the scroll in Murong Hufeng's hands, Song Qian was genuinely astonished. The Great Dreams Spring and Autumn painting, a top-grade 5th-tier treasure, possesses the extraordinary ability to generate a realm of its own. It is regarded as the 2nd greatest treasure of the Xiao dynasty, second only to the Xiao flag. I have heard that the Great Dream Spring and Autumn painting has always been safeguarded by the Empress. How did you come to possess it? The Xiao dynasty has 2 supreme treasures: the Xiao flag and the Great Dream Spring and Autumn painting. The former is entrusted to the emperor, while the latter is under the Empress's care. 1 Empress, 1 emperor, each guarding one of the 2 treasures. Tell me, what is the surname of the current empress? Murong Hufeng inquired. The current empress is named Murong Luoling. At that moment, Song Qian suddenly realized that the empress belonged to the Murong family. Have you come to an understanding? Observing Song Qian's reaction, Murong Hufeng smiled and continued. The Great Dream Spring and Autumn painting contains a universe within, capable of generating a realm. I merely need to bring you to the brink of death, and then drag you into the Great Dream Spring and Autumn painting to finish you off. At that point, as long as I deny it, no one will be able to touch me. Ha! Murong Hufeng laughed maniacally, utterly oblivious to the fact that Song Qian had already positioned himself behind him, contemplating whether he had the ability to kill him. To sweep through 1,000 troops. The tip of his spear glowed with a purple light, as 49 power inscriptions activated, combining with his immense strength to unleash a terrifying force akin to a dragon. Had it not been for the fact that the Xian Zhendao pen had been seized by the opponent, Song Qian would have undoubtedly employed formations to unleash the 4 great killing moves once more. Childish tricks. Murong Hufeng appeared unfazed, casually waving his fingers as he commanded, Ghost King, arise. At his command, the Ghost King, which had been circling behind Murong Hufeng, immediately sprang into action. You wish to harm my master? Not a chance. The Ghost King seemed to possess a semblance of intelligence, not only capable of articulating human speech but also able to execute martial techniques. Feel my fist. Ghost King's Overlord Fist. In an instant, an overwhelming ghostly aura coalesced into a colossal fist that blotted out the sky, hurtling towards Song Qian. Boom! 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 The clash between the spear tip and the ghostly fist produced 3 resounding explosions in an instant. With terrifying shockwaves radiating in all directions, the Battle Heaven martial platform, solid as it was, trembled violently under the onslaught of the residual waves. Even the massive martial platform swayed under the pressure. Let alone the disciples of the martial cities on the 9 viewing platforms. Had it not been for the timely intervention of the 9 martial city lords, at least half of the disciples would have sustained serious injuries. This illustrates the terrifying power disparity between Song Qian and Murong Hefeng, far beyond that of the onlookers. Gulp. One disciple from the Longchan martial city swallowed hard and remarked that Ghost King is a manifestation of Senior Murong's ghost eye. What qualifications does that kid named Qiansong have to withstand it with his second realm cultivation? Indeed, this defies logic. He must have cheated and consumed forbidden elixirs. Another chimed in. Shut your mouth. You should be the one taking elixirs. Yi Ernie immediately shot back. My general possesses extraordinary talent, wielding a dragon's might and the purple extreme pure flame, coupled with unparalleled spear techniques. Facing a mere Ghost King, it is but child's play. As a result of the rivalry between Murong Hefeng and Song Qian, the factions from the Battle Heaven Martial City and Longchan Martial City began hurling insults at each other, despite the efforts of their respective Martial City lords to intervene. On the Battle Heaven Martial platform, Song Qian, relying on his dragon's might, the purple extreme pure flame, and the 100 Birds Chaofeng spear, struggled to hold his ground against the Ghost King. Oh, you think this is the end? I am still here. With a flap of his black feathered wings, Murong Hefeng appeared behind Song Qian, wielding the black Xiaolong spear, Universe Triad / Absolute Heaven, to strike him down in one blow. Murong Hefeng did not hesitate to employ his ace, the 5th-tier martial art, Universe Triad. Martial arts are categorized into 9 tiers, with the 1st tier being the weakest and the 9th the strongest. The 5th tier serves as a dividing line. Martial techniques below the 5th tier are merely skills, while those above are spiritual techniques. Once a spiritual technique is unleashed, it can cleave rivers, shatter mountains, or even annihilate a city in a single strike. Its power is beyond the imagination of ordinary beings. There exists a qualitative difference between spiritual techniques and martial skills. Even the weakest spiritual technique eclipses martial skills. The moment this move was unleashed, Song Qian felt a life-threatening danger and promptly redirected the spear for defense, letting the Ghost King's attack land upon him. Song Qian calculated that, at worst, he would sustain severe injuries and not face death. However, should Murong Hefeng's 5th-tier spiritual technique penetrate his body, it could leave him on the brink of death or worse, leading to his demise beyond even the intervention of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Clang. The 100 Birds facing the Phoenix Spear, despite being a pinnacle weapon of the 4th tier, merely shuddered upon colliding with the Black Spear, showing no signs of cracks. However, the overwhelming might of a 5th-grade spiritual technique was too formidable. Even with Song Qian's physical strength rivaling 10,000 pounds, he was utterly unable to resist. The spear was destined to be sent flying by this terrifying force. Now, stripped of his weapon, Song Qian, relying solely on his mortal flesh and empty-handed, was utterly incapable of fending off Murong Hefeng's assault. Behind him, the Ghost King's fist struck true, landing squarely on his back. Ahead, the black spear surged forward, piercing straight through Song Qian's body. With a sputter, after enduring these 2 lethal blows, Song Qian spat out a mouthful of vital blood, which was mingled with fragments of his internal organs. Blood splattered onto Murong Hefeng's face. And as he wiped it away, a ghastly smile emerged. Fear not, Brother Qian. My spear intentionally deviated by 3 inches to avoid your heart. With this strike, you shan't perish. You will merely hover on the brink of death. Then I must thank you, Song Qian replied, a more harrowing smile creeping onto his lips. Before the contest for the leader commenced, Song Qian had already reached the peak of half-step 3rd realm. Just a single step away from breaking into the 3rd realm. Yet this final step could not be achieved through the natural energies of heaven and earth. It required an opportunity born from battle. Now, under the dual onslaught of Murong Hefeng and the Ghost King, a seismic disturbance surged within Song Qian's dantian. This was precisely the combat opportunity he had sought. Bang! A muffled sound reverberated within him as Song Qian officially stepped into the early stages of the 3rd realm. Has he broken through? Murong Hefeng, witnessing this scene, was taken aback. You brat, you just broke through a realm in your battle with Beidou Hanyuan. Now, you break through again in our fight. Are you some kind of monster? Breaking through without any bottlenecks? Swish! As Song Qian entered the 3rd realm, the sinister energy within his dantian fused with spiritual essence, gradually forming a chillingly formidable sinister spiritual energy. Following this, the unparalleled divine sword martial vein within his dantian trembled violently, beginning to give rise to martial arts supernatural abilities. When Song Qian gazed inward at his dantian, examining the martial arts supernatural abilities derived from the divine sword martial vein, he was astonished. Such prowess was unheard of, unseen before. Chapter 57, Martial Vein Supernatural Power, the power of Xian Wang. In the external world, Witnessing Song Qian on the brink of death, Murong Hufeng understood the moment had arrived. Swish! The great dream spring and autumn scroll unfurled, an overwhelming suction instantly engulfing both Song Qian and Murong. Not good. Upon seeing this, Wei Long in the audience sprang to his feet, circulating his spiritual energy and stepping into the void. Arriving above the battle heaven martial platform in an instant, swish, in the next moment, a beam of golden light shot forth from the golden war chariot, landing beside Wei Long, forming an imposing figure. The newcomer was none other than Ouyang Tianxia. Your Majesty, the great dream spring and autumn scroll has belonged to the royal family since time immemorial. How could it fall into Murong Hufeng's hands now? Wei Long, aware of Murong Hufeng's nature, feared that with Song Qian drawn into the great dream spring and autumn scroll, his fate would be dire, and he might lose his life within. Ouyang Tianxia furrowed his brow slightly and said, "You mean to imply that I must kill Qian Song?" Wei Long, concerned solely for the life of his subordinate general, replied, "Your Majesty, you think too much, with the supreme Xianwang banner in my grasp. The great dream spring and autumn scroll has always been entrusted to the Empress." Ouyang Tianxia glanced at Wei Long, unusually explaining, "I am not aware of when the Empress handed the great dream spring and autumn scroll to Murong Hufeng." The Empress, upon hearing this, a flicker of trepidation crossed Wei Long's eyes. "May I ask, Your Majesty, if there is a way to break the great dream spring and autumn scroll? Murong Hufeng's ambitions are treacherous. General Bailong is likely to perish within." In response to Wei Long's plea, Ouyang Tianxia closed his eyes and shook his head. Once the great dream spring and autumn scroll is activated, only a seventh realm expert can break it. Within the great dream spring and autumn scroll, a world was born. Song Qian, the Ghost King, and Murong Hufeng found themselves atop a mountain peak. "Master, this individual's soul is exceedingly powerful, surpassing that of an ordinary fifth realm expert." The Ghost King, with his ghostly eyes, stared intently at Song Qian's forehead and said, "I have not fed on the essence of souls for 100 days. Why not let me feast on this person's soul for a hearty meal?" At this moment, Song Qian lay with his eyes tightly shut, clearly having fainted from his grievous injuries. Hearing this, Murong Hufeng nodded. "This child possesses 15th tier spiritual power. Let your appetite consume him entirely. Can my ghost eye break through the third layer of its seal?" The ghost eye, a type of innate constitution, contained 9 layers of seals. Each layer released would significantly enhance the strength of its possessor. Murong Hufeng's stable position at the 18th rank of the Xianwang list owed half of its merit to the second layer of the ghost eye being unsealed. After a moment of consideration, the Ghost King affirmed, "If I devour this child's soul, your ghost eye will undoubtedly unlock 3 layers of seal." Excellent. A fervent glint ignited in Murong Hufeng's eyes. "If the ghost eye can break through the third layer of its seal, my power will surely surge once more, allowing me to slay fifth realm experts with ease. Master, this child's bones are akin to being cast in gold. Upon entering the fourth realm, you will undoubtedly form a formidable martial physique. Your transformative freedom technique has already broken through to a minor realm, making it perfect to refine this child into an external body." The ghost eye breaking through the second layer of its seal indicated that this Ghost King had consumed the essence of at least 10,000 beings. It had already gained human-like intelligence. Very well. Upon hearing this, Murong Hufeng's expression brightened. "Indeed, this Ghost King, born from my ghost eye, possesses extraordinary wisdom. The thoughts he conjured, which I had not anticipated, justify the considerable time and effort I spent capturing countless commoners to replenish soul power. Within the Temple of Heavenly Transformation, there are 36 sacred mountains, each housing 72 caves. Each cave contains its own cosmos, wherein the exceptionally gifted can comprehend martial arts' supernatural powers. The transformative freedom technique was derived by Murong Hufeng from the 32nd sacred mountain, the boundless sacred mountain, within the 71st cave. The title Cave.it was precisely because Murong Hufeng could comprehend supernatural powers within the sacred mountains that the Temple of Heavenly Transformation had accepted him despite the usual criteria. The external body refined by the transformative freedom technique required at least 1 soul and 1 spirit. When you devour this child's soul later, remember to leave behind 1 soul and 1 spirit for me." Swish! As Murong Hufeng withdrew the black spear from Song Qian's body, he informed the Ghost King, "Rest assured, Master, this is not my first endeavor in such matters." The Ghost King patted his chest in assurance. "Rest easy." Indeed, Murong Hufeng nodded. "Once the great dream spring and autumn scroll opens, we have only 1 hour. We shall each take half an hour and resolve this swiftly." After delegating the tasks, Murong Hufeng sat down, inspecting the status of his demonic soul. Rest assured, Master. This Ghost King is renowned for his speed. The Ghost King licked his not-so-dry lips and extended his ghostly claws toward the unconscious Song Qian. Swish! In the next moment, the unconscious Song Qian suddenly opened his eyes. Faced with the Ghost King so close, he hesitated not for an instant and summoned all his strength, delivering a punch. Boom! Caught completely off guard. The Ghost King was directly struck through his ghostly form, subsequently transforming into a mist of ghostly energy that flew back into Murong Hefeng's double pupils. Ghost King, what on earth are you doing? For a moment, Murong Hefeng, seated on the ground, was still trying to grasp the situation. This place, is it the world within the Great Dream Spring and Autumn Scroll? Song Qian looked around and exclaimed. Truly worthy of a fifth-tier supreme treasure, the world it conjures is indistinguishable from reality, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is even more abundant. Hearing the familiar voice, Murong Hefeng suddenly opened his eyes wide and turned to look. Song Qian stood tall upon the mountain peak. The two gaping bloody holes in his chest instantly healed under the enveloping aura of a pale yellow mist. This is impossible. Upon witnessing this, Murong Hefeng rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Those were the holes he had inflicted with the black spear, empowered by sinister energy. Unless one consumed a fifth-tier or higher elixir, healing was improbable, let alone instantaneous recovery. What in the world is that pale yellow mist? Murong Hefeng stood up, retrieving the black spear from his storage ring, pointing its tip at Song Qian, and declared, in light of your impending demise, I shall grant you clarity in death. With his hands clasped behind his back, Song Qian exuded an inscrutable aura. This is my martial vein supernatural power, Xianwang power, according to the memories transmitted by his martial vein. This supernatural ability boasted astonishing healing capabilities. Furthermore, the Xianwang power would gradually enhance as Song Qian's realm advanced, his current early third realm. The Xianwang power possessed the ability to restore a dying individual to health in an instant. Once Song Qian stepped into the fifth realm, the Xianwang power would render him capable of reviving the dead and mending shattered bones effortlessly. Chapter 58. Without a care Xianwang power? What nonsensical martial vein supernatural power? I've never even heard of it. Murong Hefeng dismissed it disdainfully, believing that Song Qian had merely taken advantage of his moment of inattention to consume some miraculous elixir, fabricating tales of martial vein supernatural powers. Say whatever you wish, it's all just parting words, Song Qian chuckled, for he would never attempt to explain the vastness of the sky to a frog in a well. It would be an exercise in futility. Murong Hefeng raised an eyebrow upon hearing the words and said, have you lost your mind from consuming drugs? In your current state, you possess neither weapons nor the means to wield the Tao. Even if your body were to recover to its peak and your cultivation were to break through to the third realm, what can you possibly use to contend with me when you are empty-handed? Grasping the black evil spear, Murong Hefeng's half-step fifth realm cultivation was fully revealed. Yet, despite sensing the terrifying martial aura emanating from his opponent, Song Qian wore no trace of concern. For he had forgotten to mention that his primary path was the sword, the apex of all paths. The so-called spear technique was merely a facade. With that, a sword, entirely snow-white, with a blade measuring approximately 3 feet and 7 inches long, emerged. At the hilt, 9 dragons coiled, adorned with 379 engraved runes. Within the sword, 9 formidable dragon patterns containing overwhelming power coursed through it. This sword was none other than the 9 dragons swallowing heaven sword. Since Song Qian took command of the Battle Heaven Martial City, he had concealed this sword within the spatial jade essence to protect his identity. Now, thanks to the miraculous properties of the Great Dream Spring and Autumn diagram, outsiders could not perceive anything within. Song Qian could finally reveal his true strength without reservation. Upon witnessing this scene, Murong Hefeng furrowed his brow, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. The swordsmanship legacy of the Upper Xian dynasty had nearly been lost. The sword path you practiced was merely a side branch. Prepare to face my spear, demonic force of the universe, with the 9 dragons swallowing heaven's sword in hand. Song Qian exuded an intensely dangerous aura, unleashing a 5th-grade martial technique, leaving no room for negligence. The black evil spear surged with a violent malevolent energy, transforming into a demonic beast as it charged towards Song Qian. Taking a deep breath, fully aware of the might of 5th-grade martial techniques, Song Qian firmly gripped the 9 dragons swallowing heaven's sword, recalling the sword path inheritance granted by the supreme, divine sword lineage. 9 heavens, shocking divine. As the 9 dragons swallowing heaven's sword swung, an extreme white light burst forth. Within that white light resided an unparalleled killing intent. Even Murong Hefeng, strong as he was, could not help but shiver upon sensing the murderous energy within the white light, realizing he had gravely underestimated this youth, as he wielded a fifth-grade spiritual technique. The terrifying aura emanating from the nine heavens shocking divine led Mu Ronghifeng to conclude that it was indeed a spiritual technique, possibly surpassing his own universe's three absolute techniques in quality. Clang! The clash between the black evil spear and the nine dragons swallowing heaven's sword produced a thunderous sound that shook the towering mountains. The demonic energy coiled around the spear bristled with potency, while the extreme white light from the sword showed no signs of yielding. In the next moment, both forces entangled, their energies colliding and igniting a cataclysmic explosion that radiated outward. The surrounding forests were leveled in an instant, ancient trees splintered into sawdust, and rocks crumbled into dust. Even the towering mountain beneath them trembled violently before erupting with a resounding crash, with no ground to stand upon. Song Qian transformed his blood into wings, while Mu Ronghifeng once again unfurled his black mysterious wings. With a swift flap, he soared 1,000 meters, realizing that his fifth-grade martial technique was ineffective against Song Qian. Mu Ronghifeng chose to withdraw, planning to utilize the hurricane speed of his black mysterious wings to launch a surprise assault from all directions. Boy, even if your sword techniques are extraordinary, what of it? My black mysterious wings cover 1,000 meters in an instant, while your blood wings peak at merely 300 meters. You cannot catch me. 1,000 meters away, Mu Ronghifeng, believing he held the advantage with his black mysterious wings, mocked, "It's just a pair of wings, as if no one else has them." In response, Song Qian chuckled softly before retrieving the wind-chasing Howl Sky wings from the spatial jade essence. With a swift motion, the wind-chasing Howl Sky wings flared to life, achieving the same instantaneous speed of 1,000 meters. Due to the disparity in quality, the wind-chasing Howl Sky wings even surpassed the black mysterious wings in speed. While Mu Ronghifeng reveled in his self-satisfaction, he remained oblivious to Song Qian donning the wind-chasing Howl Sky wings, charging towards him. With a swift strike, the nine dragons swallowing heaven's sword descended. Feeling the oncoming sword energy from above, Mu Ronghifeng finally reacted, hastily channeling his internal energy to lift the black evil spear in defense. Clang! The nine dragons swallowing heaven's sword struck the shaft of the black evil spear, and the combined force and the sharpness of a fifth-grade treasure severed it, creating a series of cracks. Although Song Qian did not utilize sword techniques, he unleashed all his physical strength. The terrifying power, akin to that of a dragon, surged forth entirely, ultimately bearing down on Mu Ronghifeng's arms. With a crack, as the Nine Armies martial arts competition approaches, Mu Ronghifeng, regarded as the foremost prodigy of the Upper Xian dynasty, initially holds disdain for participating in such contests. However, under the persistent persuasion of his family, he reluctantly agrees to make a superficial appearance, seize the top position, and arrange a betrothal with Ouyang Tinglan. Yet, to Mu Ronghifeng's astonishment, a self-proclaimed General Qiansong, resembling a dark horse, triumphs over numerous formidable opponents whose strengths far exceed his own. Qiansong. Mu Ronghifeng perceives a reflection of the unparalleled prodigy from his past. With a cultivation level of the second realm, he defeats a host of fourth realm powerhouses, showcasing a terrifying innate talent that surpasses even the legendary prodigies of at this point. Fear grips Mu Ronghifeng. He cannot permit anyone within the Upper Xian dynasty to possess greater talent than his own. Thus, he borrows the Great Dream's spring and autumn map from the Empress of Upper Xian, intending to crush this nascent genius before he can fully blossom. However, just as his scheme is on the verge of success, an unexpected turn of events occurs. Qiansong breaks through, officially stepping into the third realm, mastering the terrifying ancient spiritual energy, defying martial veins, and wielding an exceptionally formidable sword technique. For Mu Ronghifeng, all of this might still be tolerable. However, when Song Qian, the extraordinary genius, removes his mask and reveals his true identity as the unparalleled prodigy whom Mu Ronghifeng had once betrayed, his heart shatters and his mind goes blank. Impossible. How can this be? This is absolutely inconceivable. Mu Ronghifeng murmurs to himself, his expression betraying his madness. Witnessing this, Song Qian dares not act recklessly, fearing it may be part of his adversary's ploy. Master, the individual before you is eloquent. You must regain your composure and not lose yourself to his mere words. Moreover, you have not yet lost. Your celestial demon remnant martial vein is your greatest trump card. The Ghost King, having gained sentience, sits within his dual pupils, sensing the devastating blow to Mu Ronghifeng's resolve, which is on the brink of collapse. The Ghost King promptly halts his cultivation and hastens to impart guidance. As the saying goes, the observer sees clearly while the participant is lost, and in this moment, Murong Huffing is the participant, while the Ghost King stands as the observer. Upon hearing the Ghost King's words, a fleeting glimmer of clarity shines in Murong Huffing's vacant, soulless eyes, as if he has acknowledged the Ghost King's counsel. Your celestial demon remnant martial vein is originally a heavenly grade martial vein, far superior to that person's inferior earthly grade Xianyang martial vein. Witnessing the effectiveness of his guidance, the Ghost King seizes the moment to continue, though it suffered grievous harm in your youth. Lowering its quality to that of a premier earthly grade, it does not signify your defeat. The discourse between the Ghost King and Murong Huffing transpires solely through telepathy, leaving Song Qian in the dark. As time ticks away, the opportunity to activate the Great Dream Spring and Autumn map for a mere hour draws near. Time is of the essence. Once lost, it cannot be reclaimed. Faced with the mastermind behind his scheming, Song Qian's gaze grows resolute. Brandishing the nine-dragon swallowing heaven sword, he hesitates no longer and commands the wind-chasing Haltion wings to surge forward, charging directly at the suspended Murong Huffing. With a swift motion, the wind-chasing Haltion wings propel him forward, and the nine-dragon swallowing heaven sword slices through the air, producing a sound akin to shattering space. Everything comes to a climax. Reaching Murong Huffing's side, Song Qian's eyes are icy as he raises the nine dragons swallowing heaven's sword above his head, channeling all his spiritual energy for a decisive strike, as the sword's edge comes within a mere centimeter of his head. Under the Ghost King's guidance, Murong Huffing's once vacant gaze regains its brilliance in an instant. Faced with such a close-range attack from Song Qian, Murong Huffing exhibits not a trace of fear, his lips parting to utter a few words. Celestial Demon Remnant Martial Vein. The celestial demon descends upon the world with a thunderous roar as Murong Huffing's words resonate. The internal realm of the Great Dream Spring and Autumn map quakes violently, transforming a previously clear sky into an ominous storm. A terrifying aura of demonic energy radiates from within Murong Huffing's being. Chapter 60. The Celestial Demon Martial Vein. As Murong Huffing unleashes his martial arts prowess, Song Qian is struck with astonishment. Promptly retracting his sword and retreating thousands of meters, your martial vein is indeed the Celestial Demon Martial Vein. Song Qian had anticipated the strength of his opponent's martial vein, but never imagined it to be of heavenly quality. In the realm of divine martial continent, there exists a saying, those with earthly grade martial veins possess the potential to sanctify, while those with heavenly grade martial veins are destined to reign as emperors. The might of a saint is such that they could scorch the heavens and boil the seas, plucking stars and capturing moons with ease, earning them a formidable reputation across the 9 provinces and 5 domains. Conversely, an emperor's power surpasses that of a saint, possessing the ability to alter the heavens and the earth, reverse the cycles of life and death, and command the forces of nature at will. Moreover, an emperor can tread upon countless stars and quell the tempests of the 9 heavens. This is the essence of an emperor. Those endowed with heavenly grade martial veins are not only destined for imperial status, but are also referred to as seeds of the Grand Emperor. Song Qian had initially believed that his own inferior earthly grade Xianyang martial vein was the pinnacle of martial veins within the Upper Xian dynasty, only to discover that there exists a prodigy beyond prodigies. However, a lingering question troubled Song Qian. If Murong Huffing possessed such a formidable celestial demon martial vein, why would he harbor jealousy towards Song Qian's Xianyang martial vein? The idea of a heavenly grade martial vein envying an earthly grade one, leading to the betrayal that resulted in the destruction of his own martial vein, rendered the entire situation exceedingly perplexing. Before Song Qian could ponder further, empowered by the martial vein technique, celestial demon descends upon the world. Murong Huffing's martial aura surged exponentially, hinting at the might of a 5th realm powerhouse. The hands that had been shattered by the Insha's spiritual energy were replaced by unmatched demonic claws. Song Qian, do you dare claim you can defeat me? Murong Huffing challenged. Come, I wish to see how you plan to overcome my celestial demon manifestation. Contemplating the challenge, Song Qian replied earnestly, it may indeed become a trifle more troublesome, but that does not imply it is without solution. Murong Huffing scoffed, extending his demonic claw and grasping toward the black Xiao spear thousands of meters away as if summoning it, transforming it into a streak of light that shot back toward him. Today, I shall wield this black Xiao spear to annihilate you, leaving no chance for survival. With the black Xiao spear in hand, Murong Huffing was eager to exact his vengeance. Taste my spear. Celestial Demon Universe. The Celestial Demon Universe is heralded as the most powerful technique among the three techniques of the universe, rivaling the might of a mid-level 5th-grade spiritual technique. A dark light surged forth from the black Xiao long spear, carrying the weight of the heavens as it charged forward. In that moment, all beings within the internal realm of the Great Dream and Universe appeared as mere ants beneath this spear. With the added power of the black Xian wings, Morong Huffing closed the distance in an instant, bearing down upon Song Qian with lethal intent. With a swift motion, Song Qian evaded to the left, narrowly avoiding the deadly strike by retreating 3,000 meters. Trying to escape, not a chance. Morong Huffing determinedly pursued, extending a demonic claw that stretched 3,000 meters, targeting Song Qian's chest. Celestial Demon Heart Extraction. This was a martial technique derived from the martial vein technique. Celestial Demon descends upon the world. While its power may not rival that of the three techniques of the universe, its speed was astonishingly swift, capable of extending up to 5,000 meters. Inhaling deeply, Song Qian contemplated. Having stepped into the third realm, my supreme divine sword martial vein has not only evolved the power of the Xian Huang, but has also granted me a new sword technique inheritance. Today, I shall use you to test it. Supreme Sword Art, Second Style, Azure Sky and Earth. With a soft exhale, Song Qian unleashed a side slash with the 9 dragons swallowing heaven's sword, imbuing it with an aura that could overshadow the heavens. A flash of white light darted through the air as the unmatched demonic claw was struck by over 30 sword strikes, ultimately dissipating into the void. Seizing the opportunity, the black Xian wings flared. And Morong Huffing, spear in hand, closed in on Song Qian's left side, mere inches away. Raising the black Xiao long spear high, he infused it with all his malevolent energy, preparing to strike down the very fabric of the universe. Given the proximity, Morong Huffing had calculated the timing perfectly. Song Qian would be unable to lift his sword in defense. Song Qian, your fate is sealed. Is it? Song Qian did not turn or raise his sword in defense, but instead calmly lifted his left hand. Pointing toward Morong Huffing's incoming attack, soft from the hands of the butcher, he claimed the purple extreme pure flame, and subsequently, he acquired the Yin Sha Qi from the spiritual spring. Song Qian pondered whether it was possible to merge the two, thus creating a martial technique. The essence of Yin Sha Qi belongs to water, while the essence of the purple extreme pure flame is fire. It seems almost a natural law that water and fire cannot coexist. However, Song Qian was determined to deviate from the norm. He summoned the chaotic yin-yang energy from the supreme, divine sword's lineage, extracting a thread of yin energy from one and a thread of yang energy from the other. A strand of yin energy was infused into the purple extreme pure flame, while a strand of yang energy was injected into the Yin Sha Qi. In this manner, yin contained yang, and yang encompassed yin. The opposing forces of yin and yang could also transform into one another. Subsequently, he utilized his 15th tier mental power for harmonization. Thus, Song Qian audaciously fused these two forces, which were originally incompatible. Consequently, a profoundly enigmatic Taiji yin-yang diagram was formed. As it was his first time employing this technique, Song Qian was uncertain of its defensive capabilities. To be on the safe side, he had long prepared the Xian Huang power, should the Taiji yin-yang diagram fail to withstand Morong Huffing's full force strike. The black Sha spear would impale his entire shoulder. At that moment, Song Qian would immediately activate the Xian Huang power to minimize the injury as much as possible. Yet, unexpectedly, the Taiji yin-yang diagram not only withstood the attack but showed no signs of cracking whatsoever. It is worth noting that Morong Huffing's full force strike possessed enough power to severely wound a warrior at the initial stage of the 5th realm. In other words, the Taiji yin-yang diagram created by Song Qian could repel attacks from those below the 5th realm. Even from initial stage 5th realm cultivators. Chapter 61. The outcome is decided. The celestial demon extracts the heart. Seizing the moment while Song Qian was momentarily taken aback, Morong Huffing struck once more. The remaining claw of the demon launched an attack, circling around Song Qian, sneaking up from behind while bypassing the Taiji yin-yang diagram. Why bother? Song Qian had already anticipated this. At the instant the celestial demon claw attacked, the 9 dragons devouring heaven sword struck first. Whoosh! A blinding white light filled Morong Huffing's eyes, and when the light faded, his celestial demon claw had been obliterated by the sword's aura. Spitting out a mouthful of essence blood, Morong Huffing looked down, his body instantly stiffening. The 9 dragons devouring heaven's sword, having cut down the celestial demon claw, did not cease its motion, but rather pierced directly through his chest. Moreover, Song Qian showed no mercy. The sword tip did not deviate by even 2 or 3 inches. The tip struck straight at his heart, and amidst the intertwining sword energies, it shattered Murong Hufeng's internal organs to pieces. Everything came to an end. As the sun set, the hour was drawing near. Song Qian exhaled a breath of foul air and slowly donned a silver mask. They were about to emerge. Outside, Wei Long and Ouyang Tian were nearly counting down the time. The spectators from the 9 great martial markets held their breath, their eyes fixed on the stage, fearing they might miss even the slightest detail. Heaven bless, Qi Murong Hufeng possesses 5 formidable trump cards, and his prowess is sufficient to rival that of a nascent warrior at the initial stage of the 5 realms. You, lacking even a weapon, how could you possibly turn the tables on him? Ouyang Tian, having watched Murong Hufeng grow since childhood, is acutely aware of the terror that lies within his strength. The individual before us is merely at the initial stage of the 3rd realm. While he may contend with a peak 4th realm powerhouse, the notion of outmaneuvering Murong Hufeng is nothing short of a delusion. Meanwhile, Wei Long remained silent, contemplating how Song Qian could possibly reverse his fortunes against Murong Hufeng. Murong Hufeng has mastered a nefarious art known as the transformation into freedom technique, which enables him to transform prodigies into extensions of himself. He attempted to employ this against me, only to be countered by my 15th tier spiritual force, allowing me to escape a dire fate by a stroke of fortune. Song Qian, ever the pragmatist, had anticipated potential dilemmas long before he was ensnared by the great dream of spring and autumn. Having already deduced the myriad challenges he would face upon slaying Murong Hufeng, the transformation into freedom technique, the 15th tier spiritual force, as soon as Song Qian's words echoed, 2 exclamations rang out in unison, one from Wei Long, the other from Ouyang Tian. Wei Long was astounded that Murong Hufeng had indeed mastered the transformation into freedom technique, one of the 72 sacred arts of the heavenly transformation temple. Meanwhile, Ouyang Tian had previously believed that Qian Song's spiritual force reaching the 11th or 12th tier was commendable. Yet the true extent of his capabilities far exceeded his expectations. At merely 17, possessing a 15th tier spiritual force, such a terrifying talent is unprecedented throughout the annals of the Shangxuan dynasty's history. This individual's gifts in both martial and spiritual domains are nothing short of monstrous, and with his apprenticeship under an esteemed elder, his future prospects are undoubtedly boundless. With this realization, Ouyang Tian resolved to ensure a betrothal between Qian Song and Ouyang Tinglan at all costs. To safeguard against any eventualities, he posed a series of inquiries to Song Qian, including, by what means would he slay Murong Hufeng? How had the Black Fiend spear come into his possession? Why had Murong Hufeng's internal organs been shattered? For these queries, Song Qian had already prepared his responses, with Wei Long providing cover. Half an hour later, Song Qian descended triumphantly from the Battle Heaven martial platform. Subsequently, the Left Chancellor was summoned by Ouyang Tian and ascended the platform to address the assembly of the 9 great martial markets, proclaiming, in the martial assembly of the 9 armies. For the second grand contest, the champion is Qian Song. With this,